And we're back. Thursday, June 5th. June 5th. I thought yesterday was 5th. It's the 5th today.
Are these the Ides?
No. These are not the Ides. And also, we really only talk about the Ides during March. Those are the big Ides.
I thought,
that's when the big men went down.
Big man fall hard?
J. Caesar.
No. Good morning. Welcome. June 5th. What a week it's been.
It's been a week.
It's been a long week.
Really? Why do you say
so.
that? You said you're tired?
I'm a little tired. But it's okay. We're happy to be here.
That's right.
So happy to be here.
If anyone's out there watching, we're very happy to be here. It's been an interesting week so far. Some data coming in, I believe, this morning. ECB cuts
decision.
again.
Yep. Cuts again.
And the
time.
euro is unchanged.
Womp womp.
Extremely choreographed cutting from the European Central Bank.
And you touched on it on Tuesday. Not the hottest tool in the shed.
Do they have a press conference or anything coming up? Okay. Or it already happened?
No, it's the same structure as here. We get decision, then ECB President Lagarde hops on around 30 minutes later.
She looks like she's very tall. It's hard to tell in the photos because they aren't scaled. It's not like, okay, well, here she is next to a 5'7" person.
That's a good question, but I've never seen her next to Powell or anything.
She looks like she can
5'11"
ball for sure. 5'11", yeah.
That's pretty tall.
It is something that what?
It's just so funny.
I do think about it a lot.
How tall women are?
No. I think about the fact that I'm average to slightly below average height. Okay? We had this debate last week. Is Frank taller than Tom Cruise?
And it was,
actually
split.
A good amount of people came out for me. None of them have met Tom Cruise.
I was going to say, it's kind of it's an easy,
one of those classic debates where it all means nothing.
But that one is funny because it's genuinely just who wants to be on your side
exactly.
and who doesn't, because
and
obviously this will not get back to Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise does not care, but there are people in this office that will absolutely look at you and say,
no way.
No chance.
There's no chance you're taller than Tom Cruise. And you can imagine, if you've been to our office and you've met a couple of the characters, you know exactly the one or two people who were not getting my back on this one.
You had some supporters, so that's nice.
The only reason I think about it is not because I'm self-conscious of it, but I do think about my ascent in the financial industry, and I don't see a lot of tall people or not tall people around me. It is a weird thing of Tom Sosnoff and Christy Ross, they start Tasty Trade 12 years ago. Both of them 6 foot.
But I will say, we're in digital times now. They actually, all of those trader floor guys, they were physically boxing people out down there. So natural selection of sorts. Now what? It's all digital.
I thought I was gonna win one when my Irish friend Breon jumped on board at IG at large, and then saw him in person.
He's pretty tall.
He's tall too.
Damn it.
What the heck? I was oh, finally, you saw we had a Zoom or something, and it's oh, this guy, okay, it looks like he's not
my man,
not that tall. He's Irish. We don't tend to be a tall people.
Except for him.
Yeah, of course he's tall. So
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
You're doing pretty well though.
I'm doing well for 5'6", 5'7", that's for sure. I'm outperforming my height.
For not 6 foot.
For not 6, dude, I'm not even close.
They don't know that. Nobody knows that.
They end up knowing it.
Okay, but 5'6"
this is you're
aggressive.
The dude on Hinge that's I'm actually 3 inches taller than I am, and then you show up and it's dude, I was gonna find out how tall you were.
But then it doesn't matter at that point. Foot in the door.
I think it matters.
Just one shining moment.
If you're starting a relationship with I'm so petty that I lied about my height, I don't think it's going to go well from there on out.
But then it's oh, I was so petty that I cared about your height.
Wait, what? Who cares?
The other person.
Other person.
Yeah, so then it's net.
They care.
fresh start.
They care.
Yeah. You got me, but you shouldn't have won.
Yeah. Maybe I should have lied to. Well, I found my love of my life, partner, forever, outside of Hinge.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah. She knew from the start. Well, actually, no, I was sitting down, so she didn't know how tall I was. Yeah.
Because she walked up to you.
Yeah, came up to me.
I didn't know you were sitting down.
And I was like...
That changes everything. Hello.
She's
What's
6'3".
your name?
It's actually Lagarde's daughter. Oh, man, what a goofy Thursday. Sorry. Let's get into the platform and take a look. Eurodollar is literally unchanged. What a boring euro market. Thankfully, the Swiss franc continues to be the more interesting European market.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's get in there.
4 hours.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, this one...
Man, yeah, they knocked this down again yesterday late afternoon to 81.80, below 81.80. And have taken it back to, it doesn't look like much, but have taken it back to 82 even as recently as an hour or two ago. Man, this has been an interesting trade in here, some back and forth with this U.S. dollar. And I know a lot of people looking at the fact that, and maybe it's because this wasn't breaking news, but it was to me, that Swiss rates are 25 bips. And I was like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh man, in Switzerland, they got to be rocking with like 1.5.
Right.
Nope. And so the carry trade has, I think, and I don't, it's not because of this show or because of us, but I think whenever these markets, whenever the U.S. dollar gets pummeled like it has, and then it's like you get so caught up in the news of like, the U.S. dollar sucks. The U.S. dollar sucks. Like all this trade stuff, like Trump, it's all bad for the U.S. dollar. And then at some point, everyone looks at some of these numbers and they're like, but man, if I'm not getting 7 points every week to be long this U.S. dollar against Swiss franc, which, you look at we've seen multiple 30, 40, 50-point moves within a week. But if the market's going to, start the week around 82, go down to 81.80, go up to 82.40, and then end the week around 82. The 7 points are nice. Of course, there's a bunch of risks that this thing keeps going. But it's been an interesting trade to me. It's almost like a market that has juiced vol, and it keeps whipping around, but it's not really going anywhere.
Right. Definitely seeing a lot of dollar buyers, even after U.S. dollar struggling to gain momentum, but not really collapsing as aggressively as it did at the start of the year here. And yeah, just taking you through what went down yesterday. That what was it? PMI.
There was some bad U.S. data. There was bad employment data. And then in the afternoon, it felt like some more fear kicked in. They started hitting equities a little bit. They started hitting the crypto and a lot of risk on assets.
The big, beautiful big bill. The tax bill.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
The big tax bill.
Okay.
The big Congress, what they're trying to get through, budgetary stuff, apparently is going to add almost $3 trillion to the debt. And that already was
sounds like a lot.
Not in the best place. And so I think some of that playing through here as well, as it looks.
That stuff figures itself out, though.
Yeah, it's the ultimate kick in the can down the road.
Dude, I don't know. All I know
your 6'4" daughter might not appreciate.
All I know is I've been here doing jobs like this for like 10 plus years at this point. And man, every single year people get heated about this stuff. And every single year it's business as usual.
All right.
So, I mean, I'm sure it's important, but I'm not going to waste any time thinking about it. I'm more enamored with the numbers. And yeah, what you have here is a decent amount of back and forth, a decent carry trade. And what's interesting is the other market with a significant carry trade, dollar yen, is the only other one this week that's also giving you some back and forth. Plenty of opportunities if you wanted to carry trade to buy this market below 143. Of course, again, the market can absolutely move lower than 143. It can move significantly lower if you are trying to take advantage of that positive carry. But plenty of opportunities to also just like scalp, carry trading around. It's nice to lean against something like that, but it's like if IV rank in a market is 100% and I sell puts, let's say it's like UNH, and the market is getting hammered, I sell puts, and the market rebounds 10% the next day, I might look at taking it off even though I didn't take advantage of the IV necessarily. And similar here, you had that dollar Swissy get down to 81.60-ish and then bounce back to 82 plenty of times this week. Similar story here where we get below 143, bounce back above 143, even, Tuesday and Wednesday getting all the way up to 144 bid again.
Yeah, this one's interesting to me because it doesn't seem like we've settled on a range here. Found a lot of support here just under 143. But I mean, just last week we had that run up all the way to 146.
Yeah.
Very short-lived. And then if you're expecting any sort of consolidation, maybe around this 144, really haven't spent that much time even close to 144.
150, 200-point moves around it.
Right.
Like, these aren't small. The dollar Swiss franc moves, you might be like, Frank, you're talking to me about like 40-point moves. Okay, it's what I got for you this week. But this market is, I mean, there's 150-point moves, to your point. Last week, the high to low move of 142.5 to 146, that's almost 400 points. Good math there. This high to low move this week is 142.5, close to 144.5, so about half of that range. But still, like, I'm by no means saying like, oh man, like I'm in there buying every 142.5 and selling every 144. But like it's a decent enough range, and if you're looking at carry trade dynamics, that stuff is still here. And I would also just allude to the fact that like those dynamics are dynamic, and we might not have those same U.S. rates at 4.25%, and Japanese and Swiss and now Euro rates down at 2% or lower. My career started multiple years of everybody's at zero, and so Forex market at that point, you don't have. It'd be like if IV rank every single day was just like VIX was like 12 every single day, which it kind of has been for vast stretches. So I don't know. In my mind, I want to look at all the interesting stuff like that as frequently as we possibly can, because it can change. And also the news stuff is BS most of the time.
Fleeting.
Ephemeral.
But the news.
Stop using my words.
I'll give it to you. You have some good words. But today we do have this.
Oh, they haven't met yet.
Yeah.
Dude, why didn't you tell me that? I thought that they'd already cut.
No, you said this morning we have a cut. Yeah, it's in 28 minutes. And
man, I was like really
mad.
Yeah, you could tell how mad I was. I was like, man, the
unchanged.
Euro market is unchanged, and
I
they
was like,
cut.
well, just give it a.
Okay, it hasn't happened yet. We still got 30 minutes.
Yep. So we'll get that the key overnight rate dropping down to 2% here, which will be almost 2.5% lower than the U.S. And then we'll have this press conference closer to U.S. Open. It'll be interesting to see what she says about all the buzzwords that are in circulation right now. But yeah, heading into that. Euro dollar unchanged, but holding in there. I mean,
do you think she could dunk on Caitlin Clark?
Dude, I'm pretty sure Caitlin Clark is like 5'10" too.
That's what I'm saying. Could she take Caitlin Clark to the paint?
She can mix her up. Has that ever been done before? A move from ECB president to Indiana Fever.
I mean, right now, you're not buying the low, but you're buying a pretty strong trend at this point. Who knows? Indiana Fever, if they're like the Lakers in 10 years from now, that might be a good move.
Pretty good deal.
I mean,
Head to the merch shop now.
I would take Jerry Buss over ECB president.
I'm taking the Chicago Sky over the Indiana Fever all day.
Bad colors, the sky. I'm going to be honest with you.
The sky is a bad color because
No,
it is.
the Chicago sky. It's
But
the
the same
light
thing.
blue and like light yellow.
You
Not
think
great.
weak, like not as like regal,
Yeah.
not as
The
strong.
Bulls. That is red and black. Good luck. All right. What did you want to say about this? We have other stuff to talk about, right?
Yeah, we can get into the slides, but just giving you a little snapshot of where the euro dollar is
114
positioned.
bid. Okay.
Heading into this, we're near highs. So, and a big move just yesterday. We were trading comfortably under 114.
It
now,
is
settling
important to understand the context of like when we saw that bad euro inflation print earlier this week, they took this euro dollar market down close to 100 points.
Right.
And so we're right back at those highs. If they come in and cut as expected, but maybe more, I don't know how the UK, everybody has their own way of doing it. Where like maybe sometimes more presidents say that they did want to cut more or something like that. Yeah. And then if the press conference is dovish, like you could see, like a 50, 75 point move here. I just don't think anything that happens today. I think the only thing that would happen today, it would be like Trump trade war stuff that moves this market more than 100 points.
Maybe, but you bring up a good point here. Looking at the inflation print, if the market says worth this much, takes all that out on maybe just more widespread euro or U.S. dollar weakness, Lagarde comes up and says, "No, we're taking this very seriously."
Yeah.
Why
Maybe
not?
We're back down to 113.5.
We'll see. Let's cut over to the slides because we got some interesting content for you today. Always some good stuff coming at you on Forex Focus.
What is it?
U.S. dollar hitting fresh lows. But what currencies are capitalizing on that right now? Which ones are gaining? Because we have seen more often recently than perhaps earlier this spring, unanimous dollar moves. Earlier this year, we saw some different risk-on pairs play differently than the safe haven currencies. A lot more of that dynamic now. It's a lot more U.S. assets, U.S. dollar moves as a whole.
It's a dollar story. It has been more or less for the last couple of years. Actually, I shouldn't say that. During the post-pandemic boom and inflation run-up, there were plenty of like U.S. hiking rates. Oh, well, actually now the U.K. are really hiking rates.
Interesting.
There was back and forth there. That wasn't just a U.S. dollar story. The last 6-ish months has been a U.S. dollar story. But what's interesting is the range of action between currencies against that U.S. dollar, because I think a lot of people would just imagine, oh, well, euro and pound and yen and Swiss franc and the commodity currencies, CAD and Aussie, everybody. If one of them is at an extreme, they all must be at an extreme. Or if one of them is up 10%, they all must be up 10%. And we've seen a pretty good mix of action, so I'm excited to go through it.
We've got a good list for you here looking at the U.S. dollar pairs that are offered by tastyfx, taking you by month or in some cases year-long extremes from least extreme to most. We've got first New Zealand dollar here outperforming the Australian dollar in recent weeks. We got a 7-month high there dating back to November of 2024. And there you have the last week of movement and the year-to-date high, from the move from the year-to-date lows, actually. So we're up about 9% here.
It's a nice little move, and to be back above 60 cents, good for you. But yeah, this is one of those, like, you closed on some of the worst prices in Kiwi history. And so 9% is nice, but and the fact that it's better than Aussie is like, man, Aussie, holy smokes. But compared to the fact, I just know in the back of my head that, like, pound and Swiss franc, some of these currencies are like are at multi-year extreme, like multi-year upside extremes. And so the fact that this one is just back to, fall of 2024, it could have more to gain.
Absolutely. Next up, Canadian dollar. Canadian dollar 1 month greater. We've got an 8-month low in dollar CAD. What do we think of this? We're coming off
a little stronger than I thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you might say, well, oh, Frank, you just showed me that Kiwi's up 9% on USD and CAD here is only up 7.25% on USD year to date. But one, USD CAD is a less volatile market than New Zealand or Aussie. Most of the time, of course, you can have weird action. And two, I look at all of that crazy action. Canada was the first one that the Trump trade wars went after, and the fact that we got all the way up close to 148, and they're back down close to 136, which is relatively normal. It gets you at least back to the middle part of 2024 there, or a little bit normal than some of those other commodity currencies. I'm surprised by this CAD.
Absolutely. On the heels of that Bank of Canada decision earlier this week. Next up, staying in North America, Mexican peso. What do we think about this? Now also reaching October levels of last year, but this one, a lot more historic room to run. 2024, we got as low as 17.
Yeah, decent volatility in here. I would have expected this to be even more volatile. I would have expected this market to be, close to doubling those Canadian dollar moves. So nice little move in here.
But nice that it's actually included maybe some of these nearshoring trends. Starting to pick up. Next, we've got one of your favorites.
Why is that?
The Czech koruna.
Why is that my favorite?
You love all the krona, kronar, koruna, kronas, all of the Scandinavian pairs. But the outperformer this year has been the Czech koruna, trading now at 2023 levels, so almost 2-year lows in this market, and your percentage from year-to-date highs.
Good
pretty
for
strong.
Them. The Czech, I'm part Czech, so I can say this. They're a proud people, and they've been in the lab working, and their economy is starting to, one, outperform nearby countries,
box out,
and two, not be reliant on the Euro area. Great. I'm also, well, actually,
I'm also European.
I'm also
proud
Italian,
people.
so I can claim that as well. But a little bit too much cronyism there. Okay, a little bit too much like,
and less
Germany's doing really well, but they got to pick up the slack of like Spain and Italy.
Yeah. Tough.
It's
big
tough.
Ask.
Czech, good for you guys. That is a hell of a move. And yeah, now we're talking about seeing some extremes that are multi-year. That'll be an interesting one to watch.
And last up, we have the British pound, who is back up to 3-year highs and trading right near this 136 level. A similar price action to the Czech koruna, but this is a major pair here, supposedly historically less volatile.
Glad I got my London trip in last year.
Oh, your London trip through the company?
They did pay for it. So I'm glad for them. But man, 135.5, we are dangerously close to just breaking away into levels that we haven't seen for 10 years plus, which is like the $1.50. Oh man, this is a strong market. And you might say, oh, the Czech market it's the same type of price action, 11% or whatever. This is a market that is not nearly as volatile as some of those smaller currencies like the Czech koruna. This move is pretty crazy. We'll see if it continues, but this has been 135-ish has been the high for the last several years, so this will be an interesting one.
Well, there you have it. Those are the currencies gaining on a weakening U.S. dollar. We'll see if these how far these extremes can run. That's all I got for you today here on Forex Focus. A lot ahead in the trading day, so stay tuned for Tom, Tony, and Vanetta up next on Tasty Live.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Woo! Get tasty, pre-market. Come on, you know it, can you feel it? We got some things to talk about. Pre-market, it's early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday to you both.
Hello.
Hola.
Stop matching me again.
Oh my God, that means another video's in the making. Gotta love it. Saj, you have the voice of an angel and chew up the scene.
It's really funny.
Say Jew up
She's
the
been
scene.
on fun. What's that?
Say Jew up the scene.
No, chew up the scene.
Sounds like
Wow.
Selective hearing.
Wow.
Selective hearing.
He said chew. He said chew.
It's it's an actor term, Sosnoff, for going above and beyond the call for the role. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
course.
really.
How are you, Tomas?
perfect.
No, he's
of
not.
Of course you are.
No, he's not. There was no way I thought he was going to make it through the third period last night.
The hockey game, NHL playoff started last night.
Yeah, but I got tired in overtime.
I got tired in overtime, too. I got tired this
It went to
morning.
overtime?
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's not good for boomers.
I know.
No, not for boomers at all.
Overtime in Edmonton is far. It's long. It's
My routine's been off. Was late to the toilet.
But it was the game lived up to the hype, right? Because Edmonton, they were down, right? And then they came back to win it in game one.
Well, they were up, and the way you look at it.
Edmonton played good.
Yeah.
Okay.
They outplayed the Panthers yesterday, but
Where was the game?
Edmonton.
It was in Canada. Okay.
Oh, Canada.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, they were very excited in Edmonton.
Well, I'm sure.
I mean, what else they
weren't too excited when it was 3-1, but yes, they were excited.
What else do they have to do in Edmonton?
Mm-hmm. So I heard or read or saw a statistic that every team that went to the Stanley Cup Finals, and like Edmonton did last year,
yes,
then made the return the following year, like Edmonton has this year.
Oh, okay.
Has won the Stanley Cup.
Hey, probability
I mean, I
on
don't
their
think it
side,
has anything to do
statistics.
with
It
that,
works until it doesn't.
Works until it doesn't.
No, I would like for them to win. That's
It was a good
interesting.
game.
It was a good game.
It was a good game.
Huh?
Yeah, Florida had a big lead, but they let in a couple soft goals, and then by overtime, Edmonton was playing better in the third period in overtime.
Yeah. All right.
It was fun though. It was fun.
Good.
Tired.
Good. Tired.
But then you guys got basketball starts tonight.
Hi, Ty.
Why don't they play the games at 3:00 in the afternoon?
Why don't they?
That's what I want to. I guess ratings. I guess is the answer to that. What time does the basketball game start? Do you know?
I don't know. Probably 7.
I can look.
So late, man. See, this is why we would really benefit from a West Coast office, right? Because then it would be earlier. Yes.
No.
It wouldn't.
They doing it.
7:30 today, Saz.
The worst. Someone get Adam Silver on the phone.
A lot of game festivities.
The only time to watch basketball is at the end of the game. I mean,
I like NBA finals. They're good.
It's a fun time of year. Everything's going on. The Cubs are rocking and rolling. You got hockey. You got baseball or basketball.
Cubs were not good yesterday, but there is going.
Okay, well, it's the longest season of all. So
there's going to be a major announcement today in Chicago.
there's going to be a major announcement today in Chicago.
Yes, it's going to make all sports fans happy.
Wow, you are the new Clark the Cub.
Do you know what it's going to be?
You're the new Clark the Cub mascot.
No. Major announcement today. They finally cut a deal to get all the teams back on air.
How do you know this before anyone else
how do you
knows
know
this?
this?
How do you? I haven't seen it come across the
Of
wire.
course you haven't, because I'm wired in. Yes, they're going to announce it today, I think. So they finally cut a deal.
you wired in. They're gonna announce it today, I think.
Yeah. I think they finally cut a deal, and so we haven't been able to watch Bulls, Hawks, or
On
White
TV,
Sox
right? Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
for a year,
Yes.
and they've been
My life has remained unaffected.
they've been negotiating, arguing, whatever. They finally
Yeah, people were rightfully very angry
yeah, of course,
about it.
sports fans
Sure.
got screwed.
Sure.
Um,
And Chicago's a sports city, sports town.
they did the deal. I believe they just finished the deal, handshake. They'll announce it tomorrow.
Okay. And it's going to be
You
free.
notice how? Go ahead. Spill
It's
the.
going to be free
Spill the
99.
lemonade.
Yes,
Spill the tea. It's
I know.
not spill the lemonade.
Well, they dropped lemonade yesterday. I was just playing.
Oh, okay.
With
All
it.
right.
Anyway, so it's a big day for sports fans in Chicago.
If the big news, if true.
Yeah, we get back what we've always had before that they took
Exactly.
away from
We got
us.
back to what we were before.
This is great.
Yeah.
We negotiated to get back to what we always had. This is good.
It's pretty good.
But,
I'll take it.
Win.
yeah, the Cubs were bad yesterday. They got 3 hits to start the game off. They had runners on first, second, third. They didn't score. They didn't score again or get another hit for the rest of the game. Got one more hit, I think.
All right, well,
Wah.
it happens. I don't know.
Brutal.
Yeah. No, well.
I got nothing.
I'm gonna have to disconnect my pirating of my my neighbor's cable.
With your antenna.
Yeah, 'cause
What a scam just to sell antennas.
I know, right? Crazy.
Yeah.
Shenanigans.
Stupid stuff.
What'd you get up to last night, Pat?
Watching the game.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was it. Vinny's last day of school today, so he's extremely
Is his
happy.
last day of school?
So you're
Yeah.
riding, get drunk.
Wow.
What's
Oh,
up?
I guess it
Ride,
is
get
June.
drunk.
No, he's got a final, some final. I think Spanish.
Oh, Espanol.
Espanol, yes.
Espanol.
Yes, yes.
Si habla Espanol. Yeah.
Yes. I think so. So that was his big focus.
So what's he gonna do all summer? He's just gonna work
They
at
already
the Dairy Queen?
they already found a place where they're going to
Hang out and smoke pot.
camp out. They're gonna camp out in the forest preserve. They're gonna camp out. So they already know what they're
Oh,
doing.
yeah.
You know you need a permit for that. Like they book
I don't
it.
need
They
no
book
stinking
No,
permits.
you do. You
We don't
do.
need no stinking.
Nope.
What do you mean camp out in the...
Camp out. They have hammocks. They have tents. They're gonna camp out.
Yeah, again, but
This is a kid, remember, who needs to turn the light on to walk down the hall. Okay, and if I asked him to check if the front door's locked after everybody went upstairs, he goes, "Are you crazy?" No.
you absolutely can camp in the forest preserve in the Cook County Forest Preserve, but you need a permit.
You'll never find them where they're gonna be. They're gonna be deep in the woods.
No, but there's
They'll be home by 9:30.
Oh, okay.
Don't you just let them go.
Okay.
Let them go. don't let it get in the way of a good story. Just let it go.
All right, that's fine. But when your kid comes brought home by the DNR, no, I'm serious. The Department of Natural Resources. Okay, it's fine. If it's one thing Cook County doesn't play about,
Better to ask permission.
It's
Better to ask for
fees.
forgiveness than permission.
it's fees and fines, and because Cook County does not mess around, they will.
They got money. They'll pay it.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's a
Hammocks,
plan. But is he
they
going to
got
work at
tents
Dairy
ready to
Queen?
go.
Is he
They
going to
got
work at Dairy?
Busch Light Bapple or whatever it's called there. They're all ready to go.
Oh,
Just contributing to the delinquency of a minor.
get him a case of beer and send him to the woods. That sounds really like bad parenting. I don't know.
They'll be in the backyard in 40 minutes, Sosno, if you just got to call the bluff. Sure, go ahead. Yeah, oh yeah, party on, Garth.
Is he going to work at Dairy Queen over the summer?
Yes, yeah.
Good. That's good. That's something to get,
That's exciting.
out of the house.
Still doing his DQ. You get a family discount, by the way, when you come in.
What's my discount?
50%.
50.
Yeah.
That's not worth the drive to Glencoe.
Sure it is.
That's worth the drive, 50%?
Yeah. Yeah.
How much are you spending at Dairy Queen that you're going to drive to Glencoe?
Whoa. It's just on your cone, not on everybody else.
Yeah, like
crap.
in this construction environment
Right.
that you're like, yeah, that's a good deal. It doesn't make
Only
any
thing I've
sense.
ever bought at Dairy Queen is a chocolate cup.
Not a
Chocolate
swirl. I've seen you as
cup?
a swirl guy. Oh, you don't like your chalky and vanilla touch.
I don't know. Just
You're not a dilly buster kind of guy.
I like a dilly bar.
A dilly bar, yeah,
Buster
yeah,
bar. Yeah.
I just like a cup of chocolate because I like Dairy Queen's non-dairy ice cream.
yeah.
And I love dairy. Actually, their dairy-free, unintentional dairy-free chocolate.
Because it's 5% buttermilk, not 10%. It has to be 10% to be called
Yeah.
ice cream.
Yes.
But it's actually very smooth and very. It's like got a light chocolatey taste. I
Yeah.
like it. Yeah.
Well, in part of
You've never met an ice cream cone you didn't like. Let's be.
No, I don't like certain. I don't like certain ice creams, but no, I don't. No, I like.
in the lore of Vanetta, when my mom was preggers with me, she really wanted a peanut butter parfait or
Like a parfait.
Yeah. So she sent my father out at like midnight, like 11 o'clock or whatever, and he, being the dutiful husband, he got her that. She ate it, immediately threw up, and then went into labor with me. I popped out 2 hours later. I was 2 weeks
Good.
early.
My mom went
Yeah.
rowing in Central Park the day before, and then I came out the next
Yeah.
day.
Rowing.
Yeah, her good girlfriends made her do the rowing. Because it was time. She was getting uncomfortable, and
So they felt if she rowed, she.
No, that's what they actually indicate, like certain like exercise, like walking around, doing
in Central
exercise.
Park, they went rowing. Next day, I came.
doing the do. It's all helpful.
Trying to think, where do you go rowing in Central Park?
They have the boats in the lagoon. I was just there in
the
April.
lagoon.
Yeah,
Right.
I was just there.
Yeah.
I took pictures. Because remember I told you I saw a guy propose to a woman right there at the lagoon, and then I started crying. I didn't even know this.
I mean, it was
couple.
1962 also, so times have changed. Things are a little different.
No, the lagoon's still there. The boats are still there.
Yeah.
People were out because there's that I forget what the bridge is called. One of the famous bridges in the park, and you can like go under it. It's cute.
Okay.
Yeah, Bow Bridge. That's it. Bow Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
Now I want ice cream.
I don't have good memories of Central Park.
Get your bike.
Well, do you know? Do you know
They
Not
took
me, my cousin.
You were that kid that we
My cousin.
targeted. I mean, they targeted.
My cousin.
Your cousin got his bike
We
stolen.
were riding bikes and he got knocked off and got his bike.
What did you like? Cry like, so they wouldn't take yours? How did you get away with them not
I
taking
was
yours?
fast. I was in front of him.
All you had to do
Fast?
was be as fast as him. It's the whole bear analogy. That's right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I was out in front. I waited until the coast was clear and came back to make sure he was okay.
Yeah. When's the last time you were in Central Park?
So you left him. You abandoned your cousin.
For sure. I don't remember all the details because it was a long time ago.
You don't remember all the details, but you do remember that you were in front of him and he got caught.
He got caught. Those were the days when it was dangerous in there.
Wow. Wow.
Last time I was in Central Park,
Yeah.
That day.
intentionally, I don't know. Like, I've been to the zoo. I don't know. I don't know.
Because it's like it's not really your thing.
No, walking around parks.
Yeah.
No. Like you said to me, when was the last time you actually walked around Lincoln Park other than to go to the farmer's market?
Oh,
I'd be
yeah.
like, I don't know. When I first got to Chicago, I was there all the time.
In Lincoln Park.
Yeah, I lived across the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. But now I don't go there anymore.
Maybe to diversity to the driving range.
I do go to the diversity driving range, but it's always so crowded.
Yeah.
Oh, wah.
Wah.
Man, I just don't want to wait an hour to get a stall.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Come out to the suburbs. Things are nice and clean, and his bays are open. We're ready for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We'll even take you to dinner.
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you.
We have a driving range now that's open till like 11 o'clock at night with lights and everything.
Yeah, I'm sure it's cool. But you know what? I found something that about myself as I got a little older.
The more you practice, the worse you are.
No.
You don't have enough hits.
I really just don't enjoy going to the driving range anymore. Like,
But you should practice.
you give me like 20 balls, I'm fine. Like these guys will go out there by 300 golf balls. They'll go 2 giant buckets. And I'm like, you know what? I just wanted to hit 20 golf balls, and I'm totally.
And then you're like, I'm spent.
Exactly. I'm totally fine. Just give me 20 golf balls. I'll be fine. I don't want to hit 1,000,000 golf balls.
Hey, I got to show you a quick picture here because, because I think it's priceless actually. Sadnov, can you? I hope it'll come up there. Can you name who this is?
Do.
Can you see it up there? Oh, you
No,
can't.
I can get it on your screen. I can get it over here. Hold on.
We
Oh,
got
there
it.
it is. It's up there now.
Aw, it's Shark and Baby Shark.
Shark and baby shark.
That is
Boy, I gotta
a
tell you something.
baby shark.
Real shark? He looks happy. Looks like baby shark isn't doing his rowing ability.
That's what I'm telling you. That's the
Where
lagoon.
is that?
Central Park.
That's the lagoon in Central Park.
Oh,
That's
there you go.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. See that?
Yeah.
That's like the Upper West Side in the background there, or Upper East Side. I don't know.
Yeah. One of the sides. That's cool.
Up there. It splits the.
It was
city.
2014.
Right, I know.
2014.
But I meant that specific angle. I can't, tell. But that building, if you live in New York, you recognize.
Right where the
building.
Batista, Tony Batista was raised.
Yeah, that's
Central
right.
Park.
Right there. See that 1/3 from the right, top floor? That's me. Yeah. Sure.
Central Park West.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom worked at Rockefeller Center, so we would go, but I never actually went till Greek kid took me when I was about 16 or something like that. Took me to 42nd Street.
To Broadway?
To a,
No, not
To Broadway?
to a peep show for 25 cents.
Ew. Oh, that's gross.
No,
We met his lady friend.
What you think is gross was 100 times grosser.
Oh, that's gross.
Gross would be an uptick.
Gross would be an uptick. Gross, but I was amazed. Never saw anything in my entire life like that.
I mean,
And I knew from that day on I would see that again.
it is pretty remarkable, like how just like the Disneyfication of New York City, like it's so like different from what it was. But that's good, obviously, for
it wasn't-
for the city.
Yeah, Times Square was, when we were growing up, was a pretty dark,
seedy.
It was seedy, yes,
Seedy.
dank.
Yeah, it was not pretty. If you go down there to go to a play or something, that was cool, but like walking around,
Sure.
No bueno.
no bueno.
No bueno.
Yeah, I was just there in April, and I went to go see a play, and then I walked home
Now-
by myself, and it was fine.
It's great.
It was
Last 30 years, 40
Yeah.
years, fine.
Richie from years gone past.
Richie.
Always sends me old pictures of 42nd Street and the peep shows and the marquees and stuff like that. It's cute.
Yeah.
Cute.
It was a different time.
Anyway, those were the days.
Those were the days. Hey, speaking of the days, I watched the most bonkers documentary last night on Netflix. Highly recommend it. It's only 3 episodes.
Documentaries.
I know. And it's true crime. Oh, your girl was sacked. The Tylenol murders happened here. It's a great document. Obviously, I wasn't around when it happened, but we studied it in journalism school because we studied PR and like how does a corporation handle, a corporate crisis. So we studied it like in college, but I still didn't know, all the ins and outs because obviously it was 1982.
I was trading in the pit.
Yeah, it was September of 82.
So
the lead detective's son stood right behind us.
Oh, no way.
One of
They interviewed the detectives.
Jewish lead detective.
The detectives detectives and the
Here's
attorney
the craziest
and
thing about that.
the medical examiner in
So it
Chicago.
happened it was in a Walgreens on the corner of North Avenue and Wells.
There was a flight attendant. She had bought because I just learned it last night. It was the one at North End and Wells, and she'd been dead in her apartment for 2 days. She missed her flight, and so her best friend went to her apartment. So sad.
I lived on my first place in Chicago.
Was in Old Town.
In Old Town on North Avenue.
Yeah.
Right, on Wells, right next to Nookie's, which was a half a block from there.
Yeah.
That's how close it was. Like
He does, some people do geography by parishes or something like that. Saz does it by breakfast joints.
Well, I'm not gonna do
by Nookies.
I was basically above Nookie's.
Right.
So, but the Walgreens was on the corner on Wells and North.
Right.
But I was trading that. I was on the floor that day, and they just started like the index. I want to say I was in the OEX pit because it just started on the old floor in the OEX pit.
Sure.
And there was, what year was this?
1982. So the murder were like the last
Yeah.
week of September is when seven people
like we had
died.
started the OEX. Like the OEX had just started in 1982.
Mm-hmm.
I was in the OEX pit. There was probably like maybe 20, 25 of us in there. And all of a sudden you hear like all hell break loose in the Tylenol pit.
Yeah. Yeah, Frankie said he was in the J&J pit.
Not
Was it,
Tylenol.
not Johnson.
Yeah.
Johnson & Johnson.
Johnson & Johnson. Yeah.
Oh, Frankie was in there?
Yeah, Frankie said he was in the
Nothing would go
J&J
on.
crowd during the Tylenol scare.
Yeah. But and then it was up for grabs. Like there was like 50 guys rushed over there to trade. I didn't know what was going on.
Right, sure.
Yeah, and I just heard all the noise.
Yeah.
And I wasn't at that point, like I was not going to go into
You're
that.
not the seasoned veteran that you are today.
I wasn't going to go over there and see what was going on and get myself in
Well,
trouble.
you should watch it because I'm not going to give anything away, but it is like I was watching the whole thing. Like they had to drive around, so a lot of the deaths were in the suburb. Like it was all like they couldn't figure out the rhyme
You
or
liked
reason.
it
Or,
because I've been looking at it. Like,
right, it was really good. It was really well done. It goes fast. But the cops had to drive around and they're like, if you have Tylenol in your home, throw it out. And they were like knocking on people's doors. They're like, do you have any Tylenol? And they're like, no. And they're like, okay.
But I remember just being on the floor and everybody not knowing what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
But, and I don't even know how much the stock moved. Like, I don't remember any
I don't remember
details.
either.
Frankie probably remembers every detail.
Yeah.
He does have memory like that.
But I just remember being on the floor, hearing all the news, hearing all the chatter about it.
Yeah.
'Cause they definitely carried some people out that day from the trading, the trading world.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember that it was like literally like a half block from my.
You should watch it because it's got not great, because it's very sad. It was a tragedy, but it's got the footage of Chicago, in the 80s and everything. And so you guys should watch it because you guys were here. Because I wanted to talk to you about it because it was like you guys were here in '82.
Yeah, that's across the street from Second City.
Yes, I've been to that Walgreens.
Yeah, and that was like literally across the street from Second City. That was like right on my block next to Treasure Island.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, two thumbs up. But hey, we got to get this Boeing going. We got a great show for you today. It's a thrilling Thursday here on Tasty Live, and that means fan favorite Trades from the Research Team is headed your way at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. The world's greatest financial think tank presents their trade ideas to Tom and Bat today. Then at 8:40, we got Victor Jones in the house. Hear me out. What are you talking about with Victor today?
I don't know. I haven't talked to Victor yet this morning.
Okay. Well, there's things going on, so
Maybe
I'm
he was
sure
watching the game too.
I'm sure you will find something to disagree on. Then 9 o'clock we have a market measures recent results for 0 DTEs. Are these your personal results or like whose results are these, honey?
No, we're breaking down just like
What's happening here and now?
Again, it's another discussion on. There's only so many things you can do with 0 DTs. We're breaking down like what times of the day you make the most money, blah blah blah.
Okay, all right. And then live from the trade desk, we got a big boy Scotty S counting down the top trending tickers over at Tasty Trade. That is our run-up show for today. In the meantime, in between time, you guys want your daily dose?
Sure.
Okay, that's fine. Hit me with my theme music.
Our leading story, breaking news. Across the wire. Our leading story. Top story. Just in.
Today's headline.
This just in.
Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today's a thrilling Thursday. It is June the 5th. This is the part of the show that's called the Daily Dose, where we talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name is Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
We're ready for the news.
Are there any earnings today, Mr. Bat?
Yeah, the ones I told you that were coming out yesterday are coming out today. Lulu, AVGO.
You're just a day early. That's all. DocuSign,
I'm on
maybe?
track.
DocuSign, maybe?
Montreal.
Yeah. DocuSign, Broadcom, and Lulu. Okay. Hey, the ECB is almost certain to cut interest rates again today, and to keep all options on the table for subsequent meetings. The ECB has cut rates 7 times in 13 months as inflation eased from post-pandemic highs. I just want to talk about ECB.
Good ECB. Our bonds are 114.
Yeah.
Just sold some bonds.
Come on, Bondolinis.
Come on, Bondolinis, do something.
I just sold some at 114. Just bought some puts back. So it's all good in the bond world.
What are you doing in like euro, yen, pound town? Whoops, no.
We're all
treading water sideways.
Yeah, they're just sideways.
Better end.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
In the most hilarious unintentional consequence of this current administration, the U.S. Labor Department's Economic Statistics arm said yesterday that they were reducing their CPI collection sample in areas across the country because they don't have enough workers now. So again, we literally now don't even have the resources to collect CPI data because of cuts to the federal workforce.
Anyway.
I don't know how you feel about this, but it is what it is.
I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, it is what it is. But of course, lots of things rely on the economic indicator that is CPI. But do with that what you will. Bonds are up today, and that's all Tom cares about.
Pretty much so.
Pretty much so. Okay, Hey, the SEC is taking a step towards toughening rules for foreign companies listed on American stock markets, saying many Chinese firms in particular have unduly benefited from having to make fewer regular disclosures to investors. I know you have thoughts on this. What the SEC seems to really be charging towards this right now.
Yeah,
and it could potentially lead to the delisting of Chinese companies on U.S. exchanges at the extreme.
It won't. But, my thoughts have always been we should make it easier, not harder for foreign firms.
But foreign firms shouldn't have less rules than American firms.
They have the same rules.
Okay.
But
do you know how many people are interviewed for the CPI? Just how many households do you?
No, it's not how. It's
I know, but do you know how many were interviewed for?
No.
30,000.
Yeah.
For the whole.
Sure, country. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah.
That's how,
Same with like Nielsen ratings. It's only like 200 houses or something.
I don't know if that's a good subset, whether it's 30,000, 3,000, 300,000.
Sure. It shouldn't get smaller though.
No, it shouldn't get smaller, but it
shouldn't
be
get smaller.
Significantly larger if you even have it. So don't even have it.
Doing,
it's a silly number.
They're doing what they can with what they. But yes. What? Anything else on this, China?
No, I'm all in favor of getting every listing everywhere in the world to come to the U.S.
All right, let's have a party for that. Hey, the S&P index rebalancing is set to be announced on Friday, and the milestone could see a company like Hood be added to the S&P 500 in a rebalancing. Bank of America says Hood would be a perfect addition to the index. I know S&P rebalances can send a company shares higher. Coinbase's shares went like 34% higher when it was announced.
Announced it tomorrow, right?
Right, I said Friday. Yeah. Yes, tomorrow. Okay. So again, I don't have any inside information like Tom and.
Almost sound like a Dr. Seuss thing though. Could
Comcast deal, but yeah. What are your thoughts?
Like when these sources gave this to you, Sadnov, early in the week, you didn't want to listen to them. They mentioned.
I have no idea. I have no position on there.
Oh, you don't have a Hood position?
Up $1.50, 73 and change with even the S&P is basically unchanged, up 3.
Okay. Hey, stablecoin issuer Circle priced their IPO at $31 per share, which is above the expected range for its NYSE debut. The IPO price gives the company a total market value of $6.8 billion. They will trade on the NYSE under the ticker CRCL. Okay. And I think that's today. Maybe.
It is today.
Hopefully, yes.
It is today.
So yeah, they're going to raise $1 billion, offering 34 million shares. So, congratulations! What are you guys doing in digital assets?
Same as we were doing yesterday. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing new.
Nothing, honey.
Yeah.
All right. What about Coinbase?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
What do you think about that?
With an IV rank of probably hovering around 0 lately. Nothing.
Yeah, you were right about that. Under 1, Sosnoff. You're there trading.
Is it really under 1? Wow.
Yeah, 0.6.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, there's
256. It's up about $1.50, 257.
Nothing. We're not going to do anything in stocks. Ivy ranks at 0.
President Trump's administration is renegotiating some of former President Biden's grants to semiconductor firms. That's according to U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Some of the Biden-era grants seemed overly generous, and we've been able to renegotiate them. All the deals are getting better. He says this, of course, affects companies like Intel and other chip companies.
Somebody better tell Intel, because Intel.
What you're doing in some of the chip companies, like a SMCI, which we haven't talked about in a hot minute.
We don't have an SMCI position. We're a little long.
13 Ivy rank in SMCI, 44 and change. Looks unchanged, maybe down a nickel a dime.
We're long Intel.
You're long Intel?
Yeah,
Okay.
not big. We're short the 19 puts.
Okay. How's Intel doing this morning?
I'm going to say, I'm not going to look. Unchanged, down a nickel. Let's see. Down 3 cents.
Oh!
Ivy rank 18.
Who do you? All right, that's pretty good. Hey,
Down 3 cents on the offer, down 4 cents on the bid. I was close.
Apple and Alibaba's rollout of AI services in China is being delayed by a Beijing regulator as the partnership becomes the latest to take a hit during the ongoing trade war. What are you doing in Apple and Baba?
Unchanged, do something.
Apple, we're just a hair long.
Okay.
And Alibaba, we do not have a position on right now.
Baba up about 75 cents or so, 120 and change, close at 1.
Yeah, no position in Alibaba right now.
Okay. In other Apple news, Apple on Wednesday failed to persuade a U.S. appeals court to pause key parts of a federal judge's order requiring the iPhone maker to immediately open up its lucrative App Store to more competition. The Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals rejected Apple's request to put the provisions on hold as the tech company tries to fight this battle. So just throwing that in there. So,
yeah.
Also, Apple's WWDC starts, I believe it's June 9th through the 13th.
Yeah, not getting the bump it used to get from that.
Well, it hasn't happened yet. So 9th through the 13th. So they haven't really, maybe. But you're right. Normally, there's a little bit of a run-up before things start percolating. Amazon is going to invest $10 billion in North Carolina data centers in an AI push. The company earmarked up to $100 billion this year on CapEx. The investment in North Carolina will create 500 jobs in the state. Nothing could be finer than North Carolina. What are you doing in Amazon?
Absolutely nothing.
208 and change, up around $1. Even the S&P just sold off. They're down 6.
There's 730 number. I'm not sure what it was.
Again, when you tell me you don't want me to report on economic numbers, but then every day you ask me, what's the number that just came out?
I don't really care what the number. I don't care what the number is.
Jobless claims.
It sold S&P's.
It's always jobless claims.
It sold S&P's off 7, but it sold the bonds up. Bought the bonds up to up 21.
Yeah.
I will say this.
You've been doing this for 40 years. Sold the bonds up? Seriously?
I will say this. Be prepared, though. Tomorrow you will get your employment situation. That is coming out tomorrow. I'm just saying it's coming out tomorrow morning.
He has no internet. He won't be here. Don't worry. Nick Batista's filling in. I'll be here. Bat versus bat taking over.
Wait, you're not going to be here tomorrow?
Nope.
You're leaving me with the 2 bats?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thanks for nothing.
Yeah, baby.
Oh,
Enjoy.
No.
That's right.
Wait, you're not coming in, are you?
I am thinking about it.
Dream.
No, I hate everything.
What's better than 1 bat? 2 bats.
No bats. What's better than 1 bat, 2 bats? Liz and Jenny, that's what's better. Jokes aside.
You may have me there.
No, I like doing the show with you and Nikki. That's fine.
You liar.
Reddit.
Oh, liar.
Reddit.
Please, whenever there's like something to do, which Friday we'll have something to do. Sadnov leaves. He can't stand the heat. When the market sold off in April, he was gone. 87 crash, he was gone. I have to do all that.
87 crash. That's not a pit.
Reddit is suing Anthropic for allegedly using the site's data to train AI models without a proper licensing agreement. That's according to a complaint filed in Northern California court. Reddit's lawsuit makes it the first big tech company to legally challenge an AI model provider over its training data practices.
Yeah, that's a really interesting case.
Yeah, we'll see. We're going to have to see what happens. It's a whole new sort of, frontier.
I do not blame Reddit one bit.
No, right? Like, hey, they're like, run me my check. You're going to use it to train everything.
Yeah, I don't blame Reddit one bit.
What's Reddit, the stock, doing?
Down to almost $2, $1.50, $2 or so. Trading at 116.5, closed at 118.21.
Do you have a Reddit position? What's the IV in there? Anyone? Bueller?
I do have a Reddit position
I was
on.
going to say at 26.
Oh, that's not bad.
I do have a Reddit position on. We're a little bit short, so it's going to be okay move for us this morning.
Hey, maybe for option trades today.
Maybe for option trades today. I do like me a good Reddit, RDDT.
There you go.
It's about 3 stars, though. That's the only problem.
Okay.
Sad enough. We have ways around that, okay? I mean...
Oh, you too? You're making the markets now?
Don't worry about it. I do price discovery for our viewers so they don't have to. Every Tuesday and Thursday, Sosnoff, wherever you get your podcast.
OpenAI has topped 3 million paying business users. We are among that, as they are launching new features for the workplace. OpenAI announced they have 3 million paying business users, up from 2 million in February. The users are comprised of ChatGPT Enterprise, ChatGPT Team, and ChatGPT EDU customers.
Oof.
Ooh. You can't trade OpenAI, but you can trade Microsoft, so...
Mr. Softy trading 463 and change on the bid. Looks basically unchanged. Microsoft has not had a downtick in what seems like, well, I don't know, since April.
Well, here's an interesting Microsoft story. Microsoft is offering to boost European government cybersecurity for free. Nothing is free. What are you doing, Microsoft? What are you up to? After a surge of cyber attacks in Europe linked to state-sponsored actors from China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia, Microsoft is aiming to boost intelligence sharing on AI-based threats and to help prevent and disrupt attacks. And they are offering these services free of charge to European governments. Something seems... okay, but...
Seems like a compromise.
I guess. I mean, but good, I guess. That's nice when a corporation is being nice, but...
So much for your sell-off.
So much for your sell-off is right.
So much for your sell-off.
S&P's back to unchanged.
Venmo is now adding a debit card and new checkout options in a push to catch rival Cash App. PayPal, which owns Venmo, says 45% of branded U.S. checkout now runs through its platform. Venmo is integrated at brands like Uber, Starbucks. Venmo debit card now offers 15% cash back at major retailers, including Walmart. So PayPal
Back is good.
Yes, yeah, that's what I said. So PayPal, I'm not sure what PayPal's doing, and then Cash App is XYZ.
XYZ, something we haven't traded. We really don't look at that much. Looks like it's trading 63 and change. Looks basically unchanged. Ivy rank is only 10. That's why it hasn't been on our radar.
Do you have a PayPal position?
I don't, but PayPal's an Ivy rank of 11.
Yeah.
Chew looks unchanged, maybe up a dime or so. But like Tom said, even the S&Ps are unchanged.
We do not have a PayPal position.
Costco yesterday reported another month-to-month cool down in their sales growth, notching a 6.8% sales gain in May for a total of $20.97 billion. But falling gas prices put pressure on same-store sales. Same-store sales for May were up 4.3% year over year.
No lines at Costco.
No lines at Costco?
No lines at Costco.
When did you go to Costco yesterday? At like noon when you left work early?
No, I didn't go to Costco yesterday. I didn't leave work early. Thank you very much.
Okay.
But last weekend?
Oh, okay. Really? On a weekend, there were no lines?
No lines.
What time were you there?
What time was I there? I don't know.
Lying.
Midday?
No way.
No lines.
That's...
No lines.
Okay.
Nobody there. They're going out of business.
Costco's not going out of business. What's Costco doing?
Stock is just a skosh off its highs. It looks like it's down $1 at 1,050.
I bought a rosemary plant.
Oh, so when you warm up your meal, you can throw fresh rosemary on there?
For my garden.
For your garden?
Yes, I bought a rosemary plant.
Oh, do you want me to do a backflip? I don't know what you want from me in this
Would you do a
context.
backflip?
I can't do a backflip. I don't know what you want from me in this context. Congratulations, me lord. I don't know. Victoria's Secret
Now you're talking, baby.
says they have to postpone the release of their quarterly earnings. I reported this when you guys were out in Atlanta last week. They had a security breach that disrupted the popular lingerie brand's corporate operations, and they had to take down the shopping site for several days last week. Some actual store locations were also affected. They said they first detected a security incident involving their IT systems on May 24th. Anyway, the Ohio-based retailer says they're going to have to postpone their earnings because they're dealing with a lot right now.
I didn't even know they were a public company.
Yes.
Didn't they come public not too?
Yeah, they split off because they were part of Limited Brands.
Right. I thought they were,
Yeah. So,
it looks like it's trading at around $20 and change. Looks unchanged, down 10 cents. IV rank of 40 is pretty good. It's VSCO, I believe. That's it. It had earnings. They just postponed, like you said.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't know.
Boeing, the U.S. FAA is not currently considering lifting the Boeing 737 MAX production cap. The FAA said he is not considering lifting the production cap of 38 planes per month that was imposed after the mid-air emergency where an Alaska Airlines door just flew off mid-flight, stuck the dude's shoe out of the side of the plane and his iPhone. What are you doing in Boeing?
Nothing.
Okay.
Boeing's been on a monster tear after selling off in April. It's sitting right at 212. It has earnings July 30th, so that's not an event, but it's just off of its highs. IV rank is only 4.
Last time we were on the road when I was in Europe last November, we were doing the live trading show. Boeing was trading 140, and all we were doing the whole show was selling puts.
Wow.
Impossible to, there was nothing, you couldn't make, not in one day, but I was like, this stock's a little oversold. Now it's a little overbought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, I'm curious if you will be sending a representative.
For sure.
Because Starbucks is hosting its first ever national barista competition.
Or latte art.
Yes, and for blind tasting challenges. It's part of the Starbucks Global Barista Championship. The 3-day event kicks off June 9th in Vegas.
It's a good-looking Ram right there.
Yeah, that's our baristas.
Can your barista do that?
No.
They're going to compete against baristas from around the world, showcasing their talents and knowledge.
I think Sosnoff is challenging you out there at Bad Coffee
Blind
right now,
coffee tastings, latte art, storytelling, store rush simulations, and creating their own signature beverages.
Yeah, no. We're Midwesterners. We're blue collar. We're strictly a.
You're blue collar. You've literally sold 2 companies for $1 billion. Be so for real. You're blue collar. Blue collar my ass, dude.
We're Phillum and Billum. That's what we do.
All right. My dad worked in a steel mill.
My dad worked on a street corner. That's blue collar.
We sell lemonade.
All right.
My dad manned the phones.
What do you?
Bergen Hunt and Fishing Club.
So you can Arnold Palmer it if you'd like.
Okay, can you with your new lemonade?
I do love an Arnold Palmer.
Do you love an Arnold Palmer? We got you.
Do you have diet lemonade?
You don't.
Ooh, you should do a diet lemonade with a monk fruit instead of.
He doesn't have.
Yeah, or agave or.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yes.
What are you doing at Starbucks? What's Starbucks doing to you?
IV rank at 22. That's one of the highest ones you've called out so far.
Hey, look at me.
Looks basically unchanged. Starbucks.
Hey, Adam Silver is taking a page out of the NHL's playbook, and he's confirming we're getting USA versus the world in the 2026 All-Star game. People have been disappointed by changes to the NBA All-Star format for a while, for a long time.
I love USA versus the world. You know what the world's starting lineup is?
No.
It's really good.
I'm sure.
So they got, just think about this for a second, with the world team. I don't know how the USA can beat this team. So they have SGA, who's the MVP. Okay, he's a starting guard.
Yep.
Wait, where is he from?
Canada.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
Then you have Wemby.
Wemby.
France.
Yeah.
Jokic.
Giannis.
Giannis.
Yeah.
And then you got 3 monsters.
Sure.
That's a big front line. There's nobody, and I'm not sure who the remaining point guard will be, but there's a bunch of guys.
Sure.
But the world team, that's a monster lineup with Giannis, Jokic, and Wemby as your. I don't know who on the U.S. is that big other than, but Embiid is not even. Is he Jamaican, Puerto Rican? What's Embiid?
Sweetie, all black people don't know the origins of all the. I don't have that information.
I think he played for U.S. on the Olympics, but I think he's definitely. I think he's Jamaican.
Maybe I guess.
And then
here's what we do: we bring back Shaq. We just pull Shaq in. Like Shaq will play.
Shaq will play, but
Shaq Diesel. Shaq Diesel, get the elbows up.
Shaq ain't gonna play long.
Shaq's not playing. So on the U.S. team, I mean, I'm not even sure who they have.
Steph Curry.
Sure, they have Steph.
Yeah, and we got LeBron.
Got LeBron. LeBron's
Yeah.
40. Steph Curry's late.
We got KD, Kevin Durant.
Coach is going to be from South Korea. Marshall Cho.
Yeah, you got a bunch of guys.
Yeah, the Halliburton. He's American.
You got a bunch of old guys. That's what you got. You got Halliburton's a young kid.
Halliburton's young. Yeah.
Yeah, you got Jalen Brunson. These are some kids.
Frankie says Cameroon.
Cameroon, yes, he's right.
Okay, thank you, Frankie. Say hi to Frankie in the
Well,
chat.
indeed, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
But anyway, my point was
Jason Tatum, Anthony Edwards, Kevin
Yeah,
Durant,
yeah, Ant-Man.
Asterisk.
Yeah.
Ant-Man
Zion
for sure.
Williams,
But I'm just
What
saying,
about Cat? What about Karl Anthony Towns? Yeah.
stinks.
Okay. You
My
say
guy,
that to his
somehow.
face.
All I'm saying is you got to admit that
Yeah.
the world team's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
All right. So good job, Adam Silver. You're back in our good graces. See you in 2026.
But I do think that idea of playing like
The world, USA versus the world.
yeah, USA versus the world, which makes a lot of fun. Almost as like a little bit Ryder Cup-ish, which I
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, finally
It's
today.
better than the crap that they
Oh, yeah.
put out there. Yes.
Oh, bless you. Hey, finally today for my viral video of the day, Tom, you did not get a single run in for skiing this year. Like
next year.
last year, you
Next
were
year for
all
sure.
Going
you were
heli
like,
skiing
I'm a
and,
Park City hoe.
yeah.
I have a concierge.
Yeah.
I'm living my
Next year,
secret
I got
life.
somebody to tie my laces.
I'm living my secret life of Mormon wives.
I don't know when I'm going to go skiing again, but whenever I go,
You're going.
they're going to have a concierge service. Is
I
that
love it. That's
Somebody
Because
take-
you're a
game
blue
changer.
collar guy.
somebody to take your
Yeah.
boots, somebody to help take your boots off when
Yes.
you can't bend over?
Yes.
You need it.
Well,
I'm blue collar.
Depending on the climate, some mountains, especially if they have just massive seasons, you can still spring ski in May and June and like whatever. But this video is going viral. I believe this is in British Columbia. I will check. But check out this spring skiing. Watch it. It's just a joke. Watch this.
There's no snow. It's water.
Oh, that's awesome.
What you do with your rental skis?
You don't use your own skis for this. That's
Oh, that's awesome. But
But wait.
that's really hard because how do you turn?
He's pizza, French fry,
How do you
French fry,
slow down?
pizza, and then but look how it ends.
Oh, that's awesome. That's got to be cold.
Yeah, he was pizzaing, trying to slow down.
Yeah, I don't know.
Talk about shrinkage there. Oof.
Oof.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes,
It's Lions Bay, British Columbia.
2026. I'm getting the slopes again. Already making the,
Sold.
already making the plan.
Sold.
Already making.
Sold.
I love that for you.
Thinking Montana.
Oh, you got Big Sky. That's Mikey
Montana
Butler.
soon.
Hard to get to.
Bozeman.
You fly into? I've flown into Bozeman. It's a direct
direct
flight.
flight.
It's like a 2-hour flight.
Direct flight from Chicago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because when I went ice
Stand
climbing,
corrected.
when
you don't know something, you don't stand corrected. I stand corrected.
When I went ice climbing in Highlight Canyon, because I did, I'm serious, I flew
I know, I
into
saw the
Bozeman.
pictures. Yeah.
And
It's only like an hour from Bozeman, right?
I've never been snowboarding in Montana. I've been to Utah
I'll
and
talk to my
Colorado.
boy Mikey Butler.
Talk to Mikey Butler. He'll hook you up.
He's a good contact. He takes enough vacations.
Mike and his whiteboard takes a lot of vacations to Montana.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, that's been my time. Look at me, right on the dot. Bat, what's coming up next?
I know, but you missed the most important story of all. Hooters closed half of their locations. All of the company-owned one. Rockford, Illinois. No reason to go. It's closed. There's no reason to go to Rockford, Illinois now.
Hope they didn't close the one off the expressway.
Gone.
Gone?
Gone. I mean,
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, if it was company.
I like their fried pickles. Hooters fried pickles are
I have
good.
never been to a Hooters, and
You never went to the Hooters in Chicago before like a basketball game or something like
No.
that? By Ed DeBevick's over there?
No. Went to Ed Bevick's.
Never went to Hooters?
No.
Not one time?
Never.
You didn't have the urge?
No, I'd just never been there.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break. I took Nick there when he was like 15. It was his favorite thing. He was
Seeing stellar parenting all around. Let's what's coming up next?
Have I taken Vinny there yet?
No. Oh my God, no.
Hope not.
I think the guys went for. I think
you
but
have.
I think yeah. We went the hockey team. I think in Indiana.
Great. Cool. Love that.
We'll be back in 90 seconds. They have good wings. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Got Tasty Live. Confirm and send next.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tasty Live core strategies.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with Confirm and Send. But before we do, let's take a look at what the market's doing. Sadnov, over 6,000. We're up 20 handles, 6,000.
Oh, what just happened?
16 just a moment ago, Sadnov. Putz or schmutz is what just happened a moment ago, Sadnov. I hope you're prepared. Is this a good opening, or is this the opening that we wanted when we said to sell the opening? Even the S&P's up 15 or 16, NASDAQ up 64. Even the S&P's had a 20-handle move all night, 25-handle move all night. Now they've doubled that or more. Russell up 5 and change. Dow up 92. Volatility in by 25 cents. Bonds still up 17 ticks off of their highs of 114.10, 114.02. I know, making you happy. Bitcoin up 700. Oil up 52 cents. Ivy Rankin oil is 39. Gold up $5.90. But Sadnov, look at this. Silver up $1.31. That's a 4% move. It was just up 5% a moment ago when it was 36.24. Gold silver ratio, Sadnov, it's got to be under 95 now, or right around 90.
Wrapped around 95. Remember, it got up to like 102. We still have it on. I have not taken it off. I think we're finally up money on it, because I think I did some at 92 and I did some at 102. I did some at 102 and a half, whatever it was.
Scalped.
So I think I have it on at about 97, 98, in that range. I don't know, remember exactly.
So what do you do now?
We're finally up money on it.
What do you do now?
Gold silver ratio. That's a good question. What do you do now?
Reduce your size by half?
I kind of want to stay short gold. I may close the gold silver ratio because we're finally up money.
Just close
and
the
stay short
sale of the silver and keep the gold.
Stay short some gold.
You could do that.
Yeah, I think so.
You could do that. Prudent.
Yeah, I think that's my call. I think that's what I will do.
Okay.
A little early in the day. We're a few deltas short this morning, but we got long bonds. That's pretty. I think it's gonna be a good opening. I think this is the opening you can maybe sell them finally, right at 6,000. But listen, I don't think they're doing anything today. I felt like if there's going to be a big move today, it'll be later on in the day, and I think they could easily be flat going into the close today.
Okay. Well, Sosnoff.
I don't think they're going down, as witnessed this morning by that.
Well, volatility under 19 now. I'll give you that too.
And also that down move this morning. I never bought it for one. I never thought for 1 second it was going to do anything.
Okie dokie. I'm ready for you, Pokey.
Let's take a look and see what we've got as far as, and I really like, we went home long Russell, short NASDAQ. Kind of like that trade. You can do it
again.
You can do it at better prices here. But I haven't done anything yet this morning.
That's correct.
Confirm and send. Let's do it.
I'm ready.
Take a look at gold. Take a look at silver. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
These are emails that came into us from viewers all over. If I place a strangle in a stock, and then tomorrow place a new strangle in the same stock but with different strikes, do you consider this as one occurrence or two occurrences?
It's a great question. I mean, technically, it's two occurrences. I would look at it as one occurrence. I mean, to me, it's the same position.
You place a strangle in a stock and then today, and then
And if you're
tomorrow.
doubling your size and that makes this one larger than the rest of your portfolio, I think you're doing yourself an injustice.
Okay, so if you place a strangle today and then you do another strangle tomorrow using the exact same strikes, it's two occurrences, but we consider it one trade. We consider it
Bet for the circle gets the square.
We consider it one position. So we're not going to consider that two positions. We're considering that one position, but it's definitely multiple occurrences, but it's one position.
Yeah.
Let's go next slide. On one of your shows, you said that unlike price, volatility was mean reverting. I know the VIX is usually in the 16 range, but does IVR follow the same convention? And if so, what does it usually revert back to?
That's a great question. I don't know what it reverts back to, but it reverts back to its typical range. Now, each stock is going to be different. So I think this is taking a couple of words out, and Sadla probably said this because that's usually misspeaks and you got to listen to what he's thinking, not what he's saying.
Sadla usually misspeaks.
Volatility.
Usually
price
he has misspoken
reverting faster than the stock price mean reverts back to its average or mean. I'm done.
Okay. So on one
stock price is slower to mean revert to its mean.
On one of your shows, you said that unlike price, volatility was mean reverting. It is. It's just a math equation. I know the VIX is usually in the 16 range. That's the long-term average mean. Does IVR follow the same convention? And the answer is sure. I mean, generally speaking, IVR is very similar. I mean, IVR is just a function of volatility. So IVR will mean revert. That's what we play for all the time. To what level? Well, we find that it lives most of its life in what we call a lull state. And that lull state tends to be in the area of, let's just ballpark it and say between 20-ish, between 20 and 30, between 10 and 20, somewhere in that range. So if it's going to mean revert, maybe back to 20 from wherever it started. And that's similar to volatility mean reverting to that 16, 17, $18 range, whatever it is.
Yep.
Let's go next slide. I have a short strangle in, this person writes, I have a short strangle in I have a short strangle in CRWV.
Sosnoff, you sold some silver here. Good job out of you.
Yes.
Look at you.
I am. I messed something up.
What did you do? What did you do here in /MGC?
MGC, I sold out some gold. I bought back some gold.
You bought back some gold, but you're still short gold?
I want to stay short a little bit of gold.
Right. And did you close all of your silver position?
I did.
Okay, perfect. I
closed silver.
For those who might be following
I closed silver. I kept some short gold on.
Very good.
I'm debating.
I have no problem.
I'm debating how short in gold I really want to be, but I might prefer just to be short strangles.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see.
Okay.
But anyway, this person writes, I have a short strangle in CRWV. So do I. Very small. It took me all day to get filled. Despite the aggressive move higher, my short put is actually going against me.
Okay.
How can that be?
Volatility probably expanding would be
exploded.
Would be it. And CRWV does have wide markets. You might be looking at the closing price and maybe not the traded price. So be careful there too. CRWV has some wide market, $1.50 last time I looked.
Yeah, let's see what's CRWV doing this morning.
Great question. CRWV 153.70 looks like it's down about $10.
Wow, it was crazy yesterday. So I finally, what?
It was up big yesterday.
Up $10.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a really hard stock to trade. I tried all day yesterday to get short some premium in there, and I finally got short some premium on the close. Probably be a loser this morning because I don't think the stock was expected to move $10. But I traded it small. But yes, what happens here is despite the aggressive move higher in the stock, the short put actually was going against you because volatility was just exploding. And when call volatility goes up, put volatility goes up.
Yep.
Now I will tell you this much. I know the stock's down $10 today. I know you're short puts, but the reason volatility was exploding was because the stock was going higher. With the stock down $10 today, volatility will contract.
Yeah.
Because a little bit of the volatility bloom may be off that rose.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go next slide. What is more important, a high win rate or big wins? I'm bummed because I missed selling the S&Ps up there.
What is more important, high win rate or big wins? Well, both. I would rather you have 100 trades and win on 99 of them and be positive double X than have 100 trades, be negative on 99 of them, win on one and still be up double X. I think it's a more miserable life that way, but each one is equal. We're up double X. So what's more important? The wins have to be more important than the win rate.
Yeah, this is a really a question that challenges us all the time. What is more important, high win rate or big wins? Now, you could, like Tony could go out and sell a lot of 5 delta options, and his win rate is going to be 97%.
Sure.
But he's not going to have any big wins, and one big loss is going to wipe it all out. So you have to be careful by that. A high win rate is super important, but you have to make enough money in the process. So this is why we like that, anywhere from a 60% win rate to an 80% win rate, with 65, 70 being a sweet spot for us, because we like some decent size wins and a high win rate.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go for too high a win rate, like 95 or 97%, because the losses, because you just don't have any big wins at all. You don't have any decent sized wins. You have all just tiny wins. So you have to be very careful. This is something that you have to find your niche. You have to find where you're comfortable. For us, like I said, we like that 60, 65, 70, 75% win rate. Probabilistically, that works best for us because there's still some money we can make. But, we won't go to the 90, 95, 97%, but we also won't take the giant flyer to make, 10x on one trade. So you have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But we like being in that risk 2 to make 1, if it helps. Let's go next slide.
Next slide we go.
Can you please explain how you calculate beta-weighted delta? Also, why would some platforms have different beta-weighted delta values?
Beta-weighted delta. So what we're looking at is we're taking all of these different stocks with the Tasty Trade is taking all of in the back end, all of these different stocks with all of their volatilities and all of their expected moves, all of their numbers together, crunching them, matching them against SPY, and giving you an equivalent share position in SPY to what your position is in ABC equity that you have. So just so you can compare, like 1,000 shares of Apple is going to have a different beta weighted than 1,000 shares of CRWV or 1,000 shares of Ford. They're all going to be different. Takes those numbers and beta weights it to SPY. How do different platforms do it? I think it's a subtle difference between platforms. I don't think it's a major difference. One might have, it equals 27 shares. One might have 28 or 25. It's basically the same thing. I can't speak for other platforms. So
yeah. So I can't really speak for other platforms, except that I will say that we originally created the concept of beta-weighted deltas for retail platforms. We did it when we built Thinkorswim back in 2000, 1999, 2000. We added beta-weighted deltas in 2000. I don't even know if they've ever changed their formulas since we built it all the way back then. What I do know is that Tasty has a very modern approach to beta-weighted deltas. I can promise you, because we've developed the methodology and a much needed proprietary way of looking at futures and futures options and basically converting futures into equity ETFs and converting those equity ETFs into beta-weighted delta values. And I'm going to tell you right now that probably the reason that most platforms are off is because I don't think anybody else in the world does that.
Sure.
We've figured out a way to create a beta-weighted deltas on a platform that actually works for all stocks and futures options. And I don't believe anybody else has gone through it's a slow, painstaking process to make that all work. And we also check all the time our beta weights. And so I think, listen, could there be an occasional, error? Could something change? Of course. But I believe right now are we using 2-year beta? I have to check with Dr. Data what we're using right now, but I think we're using 2-year betas. We used to use 5-year. We switched it to shorter term. Mm-hmm. And we also convert, like I said, all futures and futures options into equity ETFs and the equity ETFs into beta numbers. So our stuff is very accurate, and that's how we calculate, our beta weighted delta when it comes to futures. On the equity side, we just multiply it by the beta weightings that we get from our data vendor, which in this case I believe it's from S&P, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure exactly who provides those. Why they're different on multiple platforms, I don't really know, but I just think some legacy platforms haven't updated their software in years. That's all it is. Tasty is the newest platform. Our stuff is about as good as it can be. Let's go next slide. And the last one. I've been pursuing a strategy where every Monday I sell a 40 delta put in an index ETF that expires on Friday. I also buy the 9 delta to reduce the buying power. If the spread is worthless on Friday, I'll do it again the next week. But if it ends up in the money, I'll turn around and sell a covered call on the following Monday and keep doing that until the stock's called away. Do you think this is a viable, it's kind of like a wheel, right?
Yeah, so it's
yeah. Do you think this is a viable strategy long term?
I mean, they're doing it in shorter dated from the way I can read it here. It looks like weekly options and stuff like that.
Yep.
Is it a viable strategy? It has been. I don't know what's going to move forward. It's a long delta strategy. So if you like the long delta aspect of it, this is perfect. I'm buying the any delta, whatever you do down at the bottom. You're using 9. I think it's semantics what you're using. 5, 15 doesn't matter. But reducing the buying power is great. Waiting for it to go in the money on Friday. I mean, I don't know. You could sell an out-of-the-money call before taking possession of the stock. So I would probably on Friday sell that call before I took possession of the stock. Why wait? So, but that's just me. I mean, it's neither here nor there. I like what you're doing. The reason why I would say do it before Friday's expiration is you're going to have that weekend risk of what the market does on Monday. But again, if you like the long delta on Monday, then you can stay with it. If you prefer to be a little bit more or less long, because you're probably going to sell a 30 to 50 delta call, I would sell it on Friday better than Monday. That's the only tweak I would make, but I have no problem with it.
So you're asking if this is a viable strategy long term. I mean, if Tony or I knew the answer to that, we would just buy stocks and walk away. Obviously, we would have done that a long time ago. It's worked for the last, it's worked pretty consistently. There's been moments earlier this year, in April of this year. There's been moments in 2022. There's been moments in 2020, 2018. 2008, 2009. I mean, there's definitely times when you've been shaken.
Yep.
But is it a viable strategy? Generally speaking, yes. Yes, this is if you don't get too big, you keep your size in check, and you want to basically remain long. Your assumption is positive drift, long-term bullish. I'm going to sell puts. I'm going to roll that trade every single week. When it doesn't work, I'm going to take delivery and wait till I'm going to take the stock and then wait till it rallies back up and I'll sell it out. If you're comfortable with that approach and it has worked since the beginning of time, go for it.
Very good, sir. Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live with trades from the research team next. We'll be back in 90 seconds with Tasty Live.
Woof! The first half of this year's market has been giving the good guys the business.
It's certainly been back and forth for sure, Pete, and I'm getting whiplash over here.
With good mechanics, we can see Team Tasty stay strong in the second half.
Absolutely. Let's check out our starting lineup.
Christy Ross, St. Norbert College, Wisconsin. Number 85, because I like trades that have an 85% probability of success.
Lindsay Grata, University of Illinois at Chicago. Number 14, because that's how many times Tom asked me, where's my lunch?
Tom Sosnoff, State University of New York, Albany. Number 0, really? You gave me 0 because I like being delta neutral?
I like the looks of that lineup.
Well, being mechanical is always better than just trying to run plays and see what sticks, Pete.
When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game.
That's right. Now get off the couch and get into the game.
Watch Tasty Trade.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready?
Kentucky.
Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? Who's more patient?
These are two of the least. These are the least patient people I've ever met.
I'm going to say him just because he's a little older than me.
Who calls or texts more? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning? Who's a better driver?
I drove a truck in New York City.
I can fly an airplane.
Who Who loves the Fed the most? Who's the bigger spender, do you think?
Me. Yeah.
Who's the alpha in this relationship? Who is more spoiled?
Oh, him.
Who do you think is funnier? Who is the better debater?
Well, I'm gonna give it to him.
Dylan, you think you're the better debater? Are you the master debater?
No, he's he's good because he doesn't answer the questions, which is great for debating.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means? Time for trades and the research team. Who is our first researcher? My man, Jaws, what's up, brother? I saw a little baby picture of you. Did you see it earlier this morning?
No, but I saw them texting Joe Mama and my dad in the chat.
Oh, do you want to see it?
Sure.
Do you have a need to see it?
Okay.
I could definitely show it to you if you like. It's a little baby shark. Now your Jaws. You ready for this?
Sure.
Here we go.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh wow.
Not the most flattering. Okay.
Your dad looks very happy with you there.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Yeah.
Notice no life preserver on him. Life preserver on you. He's expendable. Just remember that. You are the number one. What do you got for us today?
No, it's because if he came home without him, he'd be in big trouble.
Exactly.
He would be floating in Central
Come on.
Park.
Women and children first. Okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cute little picture of you. I think that was about 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more. He told me exactly when it was, maybe 2014 or so. 2014.
2014. Okay.
11 years.
So I was 12, probably.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Little tiny shark.
Little tiny shark. Yeah.
What do you got for us today? Hymns.
Hymns. Yeah.
Wow.
Hymns.
You've grown up real quick, haven't you? You're not 12 anymore, Dorothy.
Yeah.
What do you got for us?
I mean, it's been in the news a lot because I think they just acquired a company in the UK about a couple days ago. So the stock's a little bit down from the bull run.
Saz likes the taste of them, so that's good too. Yeah. Yeah.
So I was
Love the taste.
bullish on the stock a lot. Now I'm sort of neutral on it with the stock price going down due to the acquisition. So 42.80, there's a lot of skew in here. The at the money's 54. So yeah, 42.80 makes it neutral. And
how's the volume in there? Is it picked up?
I saw it was kind of.
Well, it's got 820,000 shares have traded already. That seems to be.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. I think it's pretty good on a market that's had very little volume as of late.
Because what are you doing in July? Which one's the?
42 and 80. I went all the way up on the calls because of the skew, but.
Yeah, there's crazy skew in here. 42 and 80. What's the stock doing? Up a little bit? Up 50 cents?
Yes, it's up 50 cents. Yeah.
42.
And if you can get filled at a good price, it's a nice credit to BPR ratio. But, yeah.
You know what? Baby Shark, I'm going for this.
You have to say do, Baby Shark.
Yeah, you see that, Tony?
Do,
Baby Shark.
I know,
Not
Baby
him,
Shark. I got
Jaws,
you as Jaws. You're
No, it's gonna
animals. You're like a great white.
It's going to take a little while before
Done.
I'm to Tom. Okay.
In the clearing firm.
All right, in the clearing firm. Don't sell past the close. Who's our next researcher? Somebody looks like he's going to Joliet right now, or Rockford, Illinois, to the prison there with the Blues Brothers. That's right. We got my man Gad. What's up, you smooth talker?
Good. I'm good.
Sharp dressed man. You got long music for this dude.
Yeah. Oh, he's not going to be so sharp right here, though. Gold
What's
Iron
up?
Condor, Sosnoff. Oof.
I know it's a hard to ball, right now.
Oof. Ivy rank of 42 supports what you're doing, but I'm not happy with you right now.
I saw Tom yesterday. He loved gold, right?
I am short gold. I was
Give you a neutral position.
I was long silver, short gold.
Mm-hmm.
I just sold out I just closed my gold silver ratio spread and
You
stayed a little
shorted.
bit short gold.
Okay. So I chose this gold because it has high IVR.
Yeah.
Even if it's like
I'm
hard
short
to
strangles in gold, GLD and GC.
Okay.
Are you going to support him or not? That's all he's asking.
I'm not going to support him, but not because I don't agree with you.
Okay.
I already have.
Good Ivy rank.
I already have this position.
Your position
I'm
on
just
it.
short strangles.
Yeah, that makes
I'm already
sense.
at position max limit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I understand.
And I just rolled to July, so I'm right there with you. Save strikes, everything.
Good. That means a lot, Tony.
Tony's scared of gold.
I am scared of gold.
He doesn't
Gold's
do
got my
well
number.
around gold.
But I like the defined risk nature of it. I would do it. Ivy rank supports it. It works.
Appreciate it.
Who's our next researcher? What you got for us, Kai?
Your favorite underlying, AVGO.
Ooh, call ratio spread. Expensive. Go ahead.
It's all right. It's okay. $300. We trade for
Everything is $260. Everything stock's $260. You are right. I mean,
AVGO has not had a single downtick. The stock has been hyperbolic. It's up again this morning. It's been absolutely out of control. I'm already shorted, so I can't add to my. That's a short position.
This is earnings.
I know. I'm already shorted for earnings.
It's actually not short. You actually make more money.
What?
It carries negative delta, but you actually make more money if the stocks goes up, right? Because
that is more short calls. I do not need any more short calls. I have all the ones I want.
Okay.
I mean, it just depends what your position is. I'm already short AVGO, and I already am at my limit of how many naked calls I want to have. But I have naked calls that expire tomorrow.
Oh, you still have the weeklies.
Weeklies, and I also have the June and July monthlies.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's one of the best trading stocks out there. It's had a decent IV rank. It hasn't had a downtick.
Not
It's
yet.
one of the most overpriced stocks there is. But these are the kind of stocks that don't necessarily. They don't necessarily. It's not going to miss. I'll put it that way. They're not going to miss.
Okay, fair enough.
Okie dokie. Good. I think good job out of you. Who's the next researcher? You bring me back to Weird Science, the movie, and I always loved that movie. So
Yeah.
It was a good
Oh, awesome. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
You love that movie.
It was kind of cheesy.
It was kind of cheesy. You didn't love the movie. You only loved
Kelly LeBrock.
Yeah, Kelly LeBrock.
Oh, somebody else liked the movie too.
Hey, so I'm trading VIX today.
I don't like VIX that much. So what are we doing here? You're gonna have to sell me on this one. This is gonna be a tough one. Sell me. Go ahead. Sell me.
Okay, I'll sell it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're on lows. Just look at the VIX. We're on lows. This particular trade, what I'm doing is I'm looking at the VIX futures, VXM 25, and it's quite a bit higher right now. So when you're looking at this VIX,
This is buying a put spread.
Oh, I got it flipped around. I'm sorry.
You want to?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. I got this thing completely flipped around.
Yeah, you have.
Well, I'd be selling the 19, buying the 17.
Okay.
Yep.
Makes sense now.
Yeah.
Got to flip that around.
I got to flip it around. I apologize about
actually, you
that.
guys
I just
don't
got
do it.
sloppy on this.
Yeah, you got the date wrong. It's July 16th. You know what?
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna choke you with that tie.
This is what happens when AI hallucinates.
You now have to.
I
Put your tie,
hallucinated.
you now have to put your tie on for the rest of the day. Not right now. Just to walk around the office with it around your head. Like he had it.
This is
In
what
Weird
happens
Science.
when AI hallucinates. This is exactly it.
Yeah. Just typed
All right,
in the wrong
I don't-
on the bot. Yeah.
I don't necessarily disagree with this play, because I think that, listen, this is the lowest point that VIX has been at.
Yeah.
It's a hard trade to make money on.
It is a hard trade.
It's not a bad trade to have on as a.
It goes counter to what your normal position is.
Yeah, it's a tough trade to make money on.
You might be thinking these VIX futures are trading closer to $17 or $18, or actually, like you said, closer to around 20-ish.
Yeah.
20.
So this is actually out of the money.
None of us have had a lot of success selling VIX.
Right, but he's not selling an in the money put spread here.
No.
That's the point I'm trying to understand.
It looks like it's in the money, but it's not.
It does look like it, but it's not. That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I don't.
Selling the 19, buying the 17.
I don't hate the play. I'm already short the market.
Yep.
Very good.
Cool.
Who is our next researcher? I hope we're finishing strong. Oh, yeah, we are. Julia in the house. How are you, Julia?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Well, I'm with Tom.
Surviving on a Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's leaving tomorrow, so that's good. I don't have to deal with
Oh,
him.
yeah, vacation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Nick,
It's going to be fun.
Nick always brings the heat.
It's going to be fun.
Nick brings the heat.
We're going to have a party. It's going to be great.
Yep.
Party at my house.
Sadnoff will be dragging his leg to some piss clam shack to eat whole belly clams or whatever he calls them. He doesn't even know what they are.
Oh, the lobster rolls. Very jealous.
A lobster roll.
The lobster
Good for the
rolls.
gout.
I saw.
Yeah.
Speaking
His
of
mom
movies, I
drives him,
saw- Oh, does she?
His mom drives him to all these destinations when he goes.
Of course.
Why do I trust her driving more?
I would.
I would.
It's not even a coin flip. It's like 80-20. Mom over Sosnoff. What do you got for us? Oh, TGT
Okay.
Target.
Target. I'm looking at Target today because Ivy rank is over 30 and no earnings for the foreseeable future for the rest of this expiration cycle. So I messed around with the strikes a little bit. I wish the position could be a little bit bigger, but kind of going wider on this condor, it wasn't. I didn't think the credit was really worth the buying power, so I went with the real baby trade on this one. So I went with the condor on this, the 85-105 short strikes going $5 wide, collects $1.18 in credit for $3.82 in buying power. I went $10 wide, and it kind of wasn't. I didn't think it was juicy enough for the amount of capital that you had to put up. So that's what I'm thinking for this one.
Yeah, yesterday we did a Jade Lizard, or Wednesday that's yesterday. We did Jade Lizard in there. We sold the 90 puts and the 100 to 105 call spread. So that's kind of like my bullish play in there. The Iron Condor, I kind of like the Jade Lizard better. I'm going to stick with my Jade Lizard.
Oh, that's okay. I like lizards
you
too.
technically could do both, but then my strikes I would have to adjust my strikes because it can't be long and short the same strike.
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, I like the defined risk. I like especially what it does to the sizing. I like to kind of go with that as a default if you haven't noticed already.
Say it again?
I like the defined risk sizing. It's a lot easier to control the sizing on that one. So that's generally what I like to do with these.
Oh, yeah. 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 I don't mind this trade. It's just kind of cheapy. It's going to be hard to grind some money out of that one.
It is a little bit of a cheapie, isn't it? But it was a little slim pickings out there for, IVR
it's slim
over 30,
pickings.
no earnings coming up. It's a little slim pickings. So Target was one of the pickings.
Yeah. No, I hear you. Gotcha.
Cool. Well, that's all I got, guys.
Beautiful. That's all right. That's all I have too, because we ran out of time. We got to take a quick 90-second break so we can catch the opening bell next. Thank you, Julia, and the rest of the research team.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Dear Cheapo Airlines, thank you so much for sending my luggage on a magical side quest instead of my planned destination. I am glad that I had the sustenance of the single pretzel I was served on board while I was waiting for my bag to arrive. Looking forward, because surely the response can't be as delayed as long as my flight was. Warm regards, Bettina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Every day I do God's work here.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
tastylive's godfather of options, Tom Sosnoff, is grabbing his passport and taking this show international. He'll be joined by IG's Rich McDonald in London and Milan, along with special guests at each stop for an evening of live trading. It's fun, challenging, and moves as fast as the market. Doors open at 5, with trading starting at 6. Come early and have a pint or glass of vino with the boys. It's totally free, but space is limited. Register at tastylive.com/events. Options just got molto interessante.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live with the opening bell is here, Sadnov, in less than a minute. Even the S&Ps are up 11, Sadnov. Do you know what that means? That means the NASDAQ is up 45 and the Russell's unchanged. NASDAQ, even the S&Ps are higher. You could do it even better than what you wanted to do it before. Dow up 57 and volatility in like 35 cents.
Yeah, it's going to be my first. Well, we've actually made a bunch of trades so far this morning. Closed gold, silver, closed some bonds, bond options.
Silver up over 4.25%. So you know what I'm thankful on Thankful Thursday, Sosnoff?
You know what I'm thankful for?
What?
I don't care about silver anymore. It's off my watch list. I don't even give a crap. You can say
it has been.
You can talk about.
It has been a struggle.
As soon as I'm out, I don't even want to. Don't even.
Dead to me.
It's dead to me. Don't even ever quote it again.
You'll be back in silver.
No, I won't be.
New highs.
I'm staying short gold. I couldn't care less about silver.
But you know what I'm thankful for, Sosnoff, for?
What do you think?
Thankful you're leaving tomorrow and my son will be in that seat. That's what I'm thankful for.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not so thankful for that.
You don't think so? The audience is. Oh, there's your bell, Sosnoff. Market higher. Do you sell it? You said you needed a chance. We traded up to 6,016, Sosnoff. We're flirting with 6,000 right now, 59.95. Volatility supporting the market's higher move, down 30 cents. Bonds are only up 8 now, 113.25. Good sales of some of your longs up there. Oil up 90.
Yeah, that's a lucky. Who the hell would have thunk it?
Trading near its highs on oil. Gold up $3.90. Silver trading near its highs too, up $1.44. Corn, wheat, and soybeans. I don't know. Wheat higher by $4.75. Euro, since Dylan made fun of me mentioning that yesterday, is up again. Sosnoff means the dollar's a little weaker. Let's see what some of the movers are when we look at the market here by clicking on the net change here on the high option volumes. Some of the ones that are bucking. Tesla down $8 and change, 323. Costco down $4. Carvana down $3. Goldman Sachs and Lilly down $1 and $2 for Lilly. Starbucks down 70 cents. Let's see what else is moving the market to the upside. We're looking at coin up $8 and change, with Bitcoin only up $700 to 106. That's a big move in coin relative. MSTR up almost $6. MU up $4.90. Who loves MU, Sadnov?
Who does love MU?
Crowd up.
I do not love MU. I have a position on in there. Do they have earnings coming up, don't they?
The 25th.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make a little MU adjustment.
MU been on a little bit of a tear here, Sosnoff.
MU?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has been out
Stock
there.
to make a buck in for me at least.
Oh my God, it is. It is. I just had to roll up some putties in there. Tesla, biggest loser for me this morning, down 11. Well, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yep.
What was the stock I said we did something yesterday afternoon in? Can't remember.
What's the stock you did yesterday afternoon in?
Tesla. Let me just take a quick look at Tesla. Ugh, this Tesla's ugly. You ugly boy.
Tesla ugly. Let's take a look at Tesla.
Tesla's ugly.
Tesla Ivy rank of 28. Trading 317 and change, down 14.
Yeah, Tesla's ugly.
Even the S&P is only up 75 cents.
Yeah, they just gave up the 20 points. Let's see. What was the stock I told you it was? CoreWeave.
Oh, CRWV.
So it's down $9. Remember I said volatility will come in if it goes down? Okay, here's the craziest thing. We did this trade on the close yesterday, right?
CRWV.
Sold the strangle at...
in July?
Yeah, sold the July strangle at $16.15. So 95
what
puts,
strangles?
95 puts, 230 calls.
Calls are down $1.50. Puts are up 18 cents from the marks, at least.
Yeah. The spread is trading mid-price right now. It's trading for $14.80.
That is correct. The natural is $12.90 and the offer is $16.80. So market's a little bit wide there. $5.75, $8.
Actually, you can't get filled on anything. This is the definition of what we call a shitty stock to trade.
$14.95. Not bad, Saad. Now look at this, mid-price 15. You say it's not a good stock to trade. You got filled under the mid-price.
$14.95. We made...
Hey, homage.
We made $1.20 overnight on that trade. And I did get filled...
On a trade that was probably delta neutral, right? With the stock down big, $9.
Totally delta neutral.
Yep.
The
daily expected move is 14 points, so it is inside the expected move. I know 9 sounds like a lot, but
I just want it out.
It's a big move for...
It's a nice overnight... Nice overnight trade. I'll take it.
Nice overnight trade. I wish you did 100 of them.
I wish I did too. The only trade from the research team that we got filled on this morning.
Hims for my man, Little Shark.
Yeah, a little shark.
Russell and the Dow both down now. Volatility in by 20 cents.
Made a couple of adjustments this morning. Nothing much. Biggest loser this morning is MU and Google, just because pretty big moves. Biggest winner, gold, silver, bonds. Gold, silver, bonds. Oh, wow. Look at the euro this morning. What's going on in the euro?
Okay. I mentioned it yesterday. Dylan made fun of it. I mentioned it this morning that it caught itself a bid, which means the dollar would be lower. You said nothing. Niente. Nothing.
Big move.
Yeah, big move. Costing me money.
Costing me money too.
Going there in a couple of weeks. How many weeks?
2 weeks. And your prices just went up by... Oh, man, the Batistas. You better call your wife right now, tell you you're downgrading. You got to go to a smaller hotel. You're going to need you better cancel the champagne.
I told her to pay in advance.
Cancel the champagne. You're in a deep doo-doo state here.
Oh, no.
What was the other stock I wanted to check out? But why am I spacing out? Spacing out other stock. No, I can't remember. All right, let's take a look here. So, we've made 20 trades this morning, which is not bad. But I started early today, and a lot of them are commodity trades. Yeah, the S&Ps, they were down when whatever number came out at 7:30. They rallied up 20 handles over 6,000, like Tony said.
Yeah.
On a crazy rumor that Trump was talking to somebody on the telephone in China.
Talking to China. Now,
hello, China.
It didn't go well or something, or there was no deal made or anything else like that.
Hello, China.
Right.
Hello, China. Gotta be kind of, let's see, is it kind of late? Nah, it's fine. 10 o'clock at night. Anyway, so that's over already.
That's over. It's done.
And I thought my first comment was, well, at the end of the day today, everything's going to be about unchanged. Bonds, stocks, everything, because, you got numbers tomorrow and stuff like that. We are short Russell. I'm sorry, we're short NASDAQ, long Russell. That is not doing anything, not working. And let's see, is there anything else out there jumping off screens at me? And I want to say, not really. That we need trades.
We do need trades. I need trades. You need trades. We need trades. Help us. Help us help you.
I need a trade.
Us
You
trades,
need a
but
trade.
I don't have trades coming up.
He needs a trade. She needs a trade. Everybody needs a trade. Tesla down $15. Not sure exactly.
Going against me Lord and Savior, Mr. Trump. That's correct. That's correct.
Not sure exactly what's going on there, but we're gonna have to roll.
Not sure what's going on with gold. Up $8 and change, kind of hanging steady, mid-price for the day. What are you trying to find out here?
Not sure what's happening in Tesla.
Oh.
I don't even have a big position on there. I'm tiny.
What's volatility doing on the way down in Tesla?
It's coming in a little bit. Not.
It's already low at.
I know. It's not great.
That's your problem there.
I'm flat there now.
Even the S&P's unched.
Unched. Yeah. I'm a little bit short here, market-wise.
To sell them, so I don't know if we talked about a higher opening. They opened higher by 25 handles.
I was already short.
Okie dokie.
So that was the reason I didn't sell them. I was already short. There are a couple stocks that are what I think is quite frothy here. And one of them is Meta. Got to be getting close. The other is Microsoft. Anything with an M. Meta, Microsoft. Stocks that have earnings tonight. Lulu, we're flat in, but we have a small position. AVGO, we're short. Stocks actually was up $4 pre-market. It's down 70 cents right now. And what was the last stock with earnings tonight?
DocuSign, I believe.
Oh, okay. We have a tiny position in there.
Yeah,
DocuSign
Docu on the 5th after.
Yep. And CRWV, the stock that we already closed out, it's went down $13. And that stock got a little bit ahead of itself.
Seems like it. Markets are very hard to trade in there.
All right, I'm good.
All right, he's done. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got Hear Me Out, Victor Jones next. Back in 90 seconds. Peace.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap. How was Nashville? Did you go hiking? You were going to do a bike, you were going to go fishing, and you were going to visit an apiary.
I spent the most time of anything lying in a mineral pool.
Oh, gross.
There was a guy running the fishing area, whatever. He hands me a
fishing area.
He hands me a fishing pole, and he goes, here, you're all set up. He goes, want me to show you how to use it? I go, I don't need any help. I got this. I get down there. I do this. The whole thing got tangled up.
Mom, phone. I need help. Get the guy over here.
I wave the guy down. I go, hey, need a little help. He goes, let me get you another rod. Now let me show you how to do it. I made the obligatory stop at Buc-ee's.
How was Buc-ee's?
It's 6 hours away from here. I'm talking it up the whole way down, telling Corinne this is, life-changing.
Did you go into the bathroom?
No.
You didn't go into the bathroom. You can go to the dirty shell down the street, or you can go to this beautiful, clean mecca of a place. Relieve yourself.
I'm not sure what place you were looking at, but I almost got run over in a stampede at that place.
Oh, you gotta move
I like
quickly,
how you're clutching your pearls.
It is not a beautiful mecca. Okay.
It's a beautiful mecca. When you're on the road for
it is an absolute up for grabs show with 1,000 people running around grabbing stuff, eating
stuff. That is like crack for me.
There's like barbecue sauce flying all over the place. That place is not a beautiful mecca of anything.
Who do you think the best dressed on-air personality is of all the Tasty people?
I probably guess I got to go Ilya.
Ryan Grace, easily.
Oh,
Yeah, Ryan
I don't
Grace,
think
100%.
he's very preppy looking. It doesn't do anything for me.
Oh, who's the guy? Who's God on the research team? He's got to be in that top 3 too.
Oh, Gad? Yeah, Gad's up there. Yeah.
He throws on a leather jacket, man. He comes in there looking like Eddie Murphy off Raw or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
He's got incredible confidence, and good on him.
So, Dr. Jim, throw him out. He's horrible.
Jim wears children's clothes. It's easy for him to dress.
This is
Let's
It's
see.
like Granimals.
Yeah.
You can throw me outside. No, don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm throwing you out because you got
yeah.
old man Italian clothes. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't do it for me.
Tony looks like if you saw him at a bar, he'll offer to pay your cell phone bill.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live. That's right, my friend and yours, Victor Jones, and hear me out. What's up, Victor? Give it to him.
I didn't want Victor to hear that conversation we just had.
I'm doing great. I'm with Blue Collar Tom. That's what he told me he is. He's a blue collar guy today. I'm with Blue Collar Tom. I'm enjoying myself. Even the S&P is basically unchanged. Sadnov likes to be long Russell. It's down 6. He likes to be short NASDAQ. It's up 8.
Don't make fun of my trades, man. Everything I'm doing is...
I know. You've been on fire
on
lately.
fuego.
Everything's going to go hell in a handbasket for you tomorrow when you're not here.
Vic, I know you're going to be a little jealous, but we were discussing my concierge level.
Blue Collar Tom gets concierge level at the airport.
Yeah, exactly. So you're a man of the work. You're a man of the working people. But you're
I've been
also upgraded to concierge.
I've been trying for 25 years to get concierge level on American Airlines. I finally have achieved it with a 3-month trial period.
I did this acting thing a few years back, and I had to like sign up for SAG or something like that. So I guess SAG has negotiated in their contract if they fly over a certain amount of hours, you get automatic first class. So for the first time in my life, Victor Jones is sitting in first class, and they're bringing me champagne, and they're bringing me stuff in the sea that I've never eaten in my life. And I asked the lady, the stewardess, I asked her, is that the right word? It's stewardess, right? I always forget what I
Flight attendant, you animal pig. You.
Is that a bad
pig.
word? Is stewardess a bad word? Is it?
Yes, you
no
pig.
Idea. Why?
You male chauvinist pig.
Steward
I'm. Anyways, so I asked the flight attendant, can I get some ketchup, please? And she looks at me.
Are you out of your mind?
She goes, ketchup, sir? And I was like, I should go back.
My wife is a member of SAG, not only for her behavior on Saturday and Friday nights, but she is a member of SAG. I just don't think she has the hours, because I don't think she can count those hours on Friday and Saturday night where she has to act.
She's still faking it after all these years?
Yes, she's an actor in SAG. Yeah, I should see what she would go in first class.
She's a true actress with skills. Having to put up with you and fake it, oh my God.
Whatever that gig would have paid, JJ made sure I donated all of it. He goes, sign this.
Sure.
He goes, sign this right here. All of this, we're going to donate this back to the SAG retirement fund. He's just a man of the people, politician. I'm like 23 years old. This was real cash to me, and he's making me sign it over.
I'm sure.
Gentlemen, I want to open up playing a little game called Guess the Price of an Electric Vehicle in China. I want to see how good you guys can.
Let's do it.
I have to full disclosure. I have to abstain.
You know it
because I read your tweet. So I'm.
Oh, I did not read your tweet because I removed you from social media. So I have you are nowhere to be found. Okay, I refuse to look at anything you do. So give it to me. I do not know the answer to this.
That doesn't surprise me. I think you live in a world of confirmation bias, and anyone
Sadnov likes to live with his head in the sand.
I love my head in the sand. Just give me the number, big boy. Give me a number.
All right. First, I want to anchor you. I want to give you some cognitive bias and anchor you in the total wrong direction. The cheapest EV sold in America in 2025 was the Nissan Leaf, and it cost about $29,000. They're made in Tennessee, just as a fun fact.
Okay.
So Tom Sosnoff, what's the price in U.S. dollars of the cheapest EV sold in China?
Okay, because if you were going to say Singapore, I would know that it's going to be like 100 and something thousand. But in China, I'm going to say the cheapest EV is going to be, and again, I have no idea, but I don't think it's going to be expensive. I'm going to say $9,000.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad. 7,800 when you convert it to USD is the rough price at the beginning.
You got a good conversion rate, though. If you don't get a good conversion rate,
That's not bad. That's a pretty good market.
Tom Sosnoff, I'm curious. I wasn't even going to go this route, but I'm curious. If Tom Sosnoff is the president, does he remove all trade barriers such that a U.S. consumer could buy an EV for somewhere around $10,000? Or does he maintain existing trade barriers such that the 150,000 or so union members, the working class who you said you represent, are not effectively, they don't have to face competition that likely removes a lot of their business and their livelihoods? What does Tom Sosnoff think?
I find that such a ridiculous skewed argument. But
why?
Is that first of all, is that the end of your questions with respect to my cost? There's no other.
Yeah. That's it.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me what the most expensive. I was going to say the cheapest EV you could buy in Singapore is going to be 100,000, and in China, I think the most expensive. What? No, it's not.
It's probably more because I'm doing only the 2025 models. You can't even buy the COE, which is the license to have a vehicle, for 100,000. That's around 100,000 in and of itself. Forget the hardware.
Yeah. So I think that in a perfect world for me, if it was a perfect world. Now again, I don't have any control over anything, so it's like I'm not going to let you skew the argument. But in a perfect world, I am an open market, free trade freak.
So what do you do with the unions? You just say F them?
No, I'm not saying F anything. I'm not saying F anything. It's not. I mean, do you think that there's going to be a lot of people in America that want to buy what would be by the time it gets over here, your $9,000 Chinese car is probably going to be, I don't know, 15, 17,000. I don't think too many people are going to
17,000?
15, 17?
No, it's probably probably in the ballpark like 20, 25. I think in Europe the same model,
whatever it is.
The same model.
My whole point is, by the time everything gets over here, you know what? You get what you pay for. It's probably worth 15, 20,000. Like that stuff. Not going to sell.
Yeah.
I mean,
not going to sell. Oh, it would be the cheapest by far.
Yeah, I don't.
By far.
I don't really care.
Even when GM was selling the Chevy Volt, it was like $25,000.
Right. Well, which would you rather have, a Chevy Volt or a Chinese car where you got to order your parts on Timo? I mean, I'm just saying,
it's Temu.
Timo
is what you do on Friday and Saturday nights.
I mean, it's Temu. You got to order your parts, put it in yourself. I mean, you get what you pay for. Yes, I'm all for free markets.
Right. Since we're on the topic of free markets and sort of electrification, the world that is the oligarchic world that's ushering itself into our daily lives. Did you and Vanetta at all talk about the Amazon humanoid robot story?
No.
They had this whole big demonstration. They had a series of demonstrations yesterday.
Did we talk about this? I don't remember. No. Okay, no.
They had a series of demonstrations yesterday where they're basically saying they're developing AI software that will enable robots to operate as package delivery workers that are ferried around in Rivian electric vans. The new AI would also help, this is their line, it would help companies minimize waste and cut carbon emissions, Amazon said. By the way, everybody, you're the carbon they're hoping to minimize.
Yeah.
They say we're creating... Let me get it out first. We're creating systems that can hear, understand, and act on natural language commands, turning warehouse robots into flexible, multi-talented assistants. And I think Morgan Stanley has the global humanoid model, or their global humanoid model. They project this market to be at 1 billion humanoids and $5 trillion in annual revenue by 2050. What say Tom Sosnoff about the humanoid robot delivery pilot from Amazon? By the way, there's 270,000 delivery drivers throughout the U.S. alone.
I absolutely love that idea if it happens.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a great soundbite, Victor.
I think it's a great soundbite too. I love it. There's nothing bothers me worse.
We can't even get electric cars, to be a number one vehicle in people's.
We can't even get driverless cars to to act as taxis right now, which we would love. And if I could get rid of all the stupid Amazon trucks that are on my block that basically they go park both different directions, yeah, I would love.
No, bro. You're not getting rid of the trucks. The trucks are still going to be there. The robots are delivering
obviously,
the
but the robots are going to have to obey the law. The current drivers don't. So they just park anywhere, sideways, middle of the road. They don't care. Have you ever seen Amazon drivers? I don't know what the exact pay works.
My daughter's car got hit by an Amazon driver and it was parked.
These guys are the worst, man. They'll pull in sideways and block traffic both directions.
They just pull right down the middle of the street in Chicago.
That's what I said.
While they're done. Yeah.
They just pull right in the middle of the street. They'll stop, go out, and make traffic stop both ways.
Yep.
I can't wait till they get rid of all those drivers and then make it all electric with robots. Robots will follow the rules.
You know what?
Or they'll kill us trying.
I hate to agree with you, Tom, but as somebody who just left the near west side of Chicago, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Every single day, an Amazon truck would just come up, park right outside my house, be blasting new music I had never heard before for about a half hour and do their rounds. It was brutal.
They will literally, on my block, they will park sideways and block traffic in both.
Now, in the big, beautiful suburbs, our streets were made wide enough that they can't even block our streets.
I don't have wide enough streets.
Correct.
So it's a disaster.
What do you tell those 275,000 delivery drivers out there right now? What would you tell them?
You tell them, load the truck.
Vic, there's going to be so much opportunity, so many jobs available, because by all the stuff that you're talking about just creates more and more jobs. The jobs are going to be different. What did we do with the 270,000 delivery jobs 10 years ago when there wasn't Amazon delivery? Okay, don't worry. Everything's going to shift. It's just a flow. We're going to need workers. We already have a worker shortage. It's going to be way worse.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I kind of walked you into this. Since the internet in the year 2000, is the labor participation rate up or down?
What does that mean?
The percentage of people that are participating in the labor force. So in my personal opinion, the unemployment rate is sort of the skewed metric that really only benefits politicians.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the
participation rate.
I don't know the answer to that question.
That are actually participating.
I honestly,
the labor.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'll tell you. In the year 2000, the labor force participation rate was about 67%, and as of now, the labor force participation rate is 62%. So with the proliferation of the internet, with mobile phones, with high-speed
internet.
Does
that count all the OnlyFans too?
Yeah, but
Does that count
Vic,
everybody?
Also,
see, I don't think your numbers are accurate, Victor.
And I also think it's misleading because
very misleading.
It doesn't count all the gig workers, and everybody does multiple stuff. Yes. Don't be fooled by those numbers.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's
so
correct.
Okay, that's fair. That's a totally fair response, and actually you're 100% right that a lot of those services do not catch those people. So in your personal opinion, you feel you look past those types of data points.
Yeah, listen, the real question you want, would you prefer to return to the year 2000, or are you happier with the technology and all the stuff we have in 2025? And I think it's pretty obvious, again, this is the whole positive drift forever argument. We all want to be in 2025. We don't want to be in 1999, 2000, 2001.
No way, bro. Send me
Really?
back
You want to go back to
2000.
Windows 98?
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Yes. Oh, my God. Give me Microsoft Paint. Give me
Windows 98, dial-up internet. You really want to go back there? You want to have that discussion again?
Beepers? Beepers?
Oh, yeah. Send me back, baby.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
All right. I got one more before I get to, maybe two more. Let's see.
Okay,
See
go
how
ahead.
well you play here. Next one, Circle IPO. Today
I
at around
don't.
$31
is it out,
per
Tony?
share. Not yet, I don't think.
What's that? Say it again.
Is it out? Circle IPO?
I probably around.
CRCL, Tony. I think it's still halted. It hasn't started yet.
Yeah, I think it'll come out around.
I don't have. If you're asking me what my opinion is on it, I don't really. I don't know what they do that's different from what anybody else does. Other than they have decent market share.
Yeah, 27% of the stablecoin market share with USDC.
I don't really. I feel like that's a market that's going to be very hard to grow right now. I feel like it's pretty saturated, but I also think and it's also going to be the fee structure is going to come way down. It's going to get down to fractions of a basis point, but I think the space is going to grow. It's not mainstream yet.
I'm actually, that's fascinating to me. I thought you were going to be much more enthusiastic about this one than you are.
I'm enthusiastic about firms like Tasty being able to accept stablecoins for funding. I am less enthusiastic about investing. I thought your question was on Circle IPO.
That's what the question was.
Okay, so I'm less enthusiastic about Circle IPO than I am about the inclusion of stablecoins as a funding mechanism for international customers and globally. I am bullish on that. Yes.
Fair enough. All right, last one before I get to kick the hornet's nest before I get out of here. Last one is silver at 36. Finally, we got this move above this 32 to 34 range that had just been, it was like watching paint dry for the last month, 6 weeks, something like that. We got a break above 34 yesterday, and now hi-ho silver away, baby. We're up to 36. How does Tom Sosnoff play this?
All right. What are you talking about?
Gold and silver.
Oh.
Silver. No, just silver. Just silver.
Oh, well, you're catching me on a good day because I've been long. I just sold my silver. We've been long silver, short gold, in that we've had that gold silver ratio trade on for the last 2 months or so? Probably 2 months.
Yeah.
I just took it off this morning because it finally is profitable with the move in silver this morning. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't get short silver here, that's for sure. But I did sell my longs out this morning. You
don't let anything ride a little bit. I sized down. I took the position down by about 50%.
Okay, Vic, I've been holding this trade for 2 months. I'm a 2 hour trader. Okay, my average time is 2 hours to 2 days maximum. I held this thing for over 2 months. This trade. It's the first time in 2 months that it's been profitable, and that it's been really profitable, and so I took it off. That's all. I'm very bearish on gold here. I would say I'm neutral to bullish on silver, but I didn't feel like that trade was worth holding anymore. It ties up a lot of money. It wasn't that, it was like pulling teeth.
If they kill gold, bonds are going to rip. Absolutely rip. They're back up to 114, man. Can they get them to 117, Tom and Tony?
We've been buying bonds. I've been buying bonds on literally every dip for the last month. I've been selling them out on the last 2 days on every rally. We're still long small. I'm just trading them. You know what? I'm a buyer if they go down on a dip here. I'm a buyer on any dip in bonds. I'm a seller of my longs in any rally. I'm not going to get short them.
Diamond hands to 117. All I want to know is who's coming with me. Who's coming with me,
You see,
gentlemen?
that's not trading to me. Because, I know. I like buying them when everybody else is puking them. So I loved buying them, in the 110 handle, the 111 handle, 112 handle. Right now, I wouldn't buy them. Even though I think they're going higher, I'm not buying them.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm 13-hour time difference, so I can't watch every single tick throughout the day. So I trade a little bit different. If I was on Central Time, I'd be slanging them.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Last one, and I don't know why I pussyfooted around this one, and I saved it.
Yeah,
behind
why'd
these
you
other
pussyfoot
topics,
around
'cause
anything? Life is short, man. Don't pussyfoot around anything.
All right, here's the thing. KJP, Karine Jean-Pierre, yesterday announced that she left the Democratic Party. And she's writing a new book called Independent, which is due to be published in October. This comes on the heels of Jake Tapper, who just wrote a book called Original Sin, where he pretends his Dartmouth education somehow didn't lead him to see what 75% of the public knew prior to that debate, which was that Joe Biden was a bit too old to serve as the lead of the Democratic Party. This is on the heels of Joe Biden somehow being diagnosed with late-stage prostate cancer, which was somehow completely missed by some of the finest doctors in the world because apparently they didn't test him for this because he was a bit too old. I guess my question to you, he was a bit too old. I guess my question to you, Tom, is prestigious news anchors are coming out. They're doing a complete 180 to the propaganda they were spewing throughout the campaign. Does any part of you feel a way about that these people who had the podium, microphones, and these big outlets were saying things that they now, they're doing a 180 months after the election? Do you feel a way about that your inputs either missed something or are now trying to say that it's other people's fault, the other people lied, the other people misled, the other people were misinforming, I'm the good guy? Does any part of you feel a way about that coming out of these Democratic players?
No, first of all, I think that the move from being a Democrat to an independent was.
I don't think she declared anything, but that's.
No, she declared it. She was an independent. Yeah,
she did.
She just said, "I'm going to be an independent." She's not going to be a Republican. She said, "I'm going to be an independent."
I have no idea.
And
they wouldn't accept her anyway.
I think it's a brilliant. I think it's a brilliant PR move for her.
It is.
I think it's a great PR move
because it puts her in the news.
Of course, she's writing a book.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a brilliant PR move. I don't think it was anything more than that. I think if you're writing a book called Independence, I think here's the problem with my colleagues on the right side, the magatards like you, is that you don't see the obvious right in front of you. Like she's writing,
flip-flopping is such a.
She's writing a book called Independence. She goes to be an independent. She jumps to the independent party so that she gets an unbelievable amount of press about her book. It's freaking brilliant.
So exploiting a position is good for.
Exploiting what position? She's a writer. Gain? She's an independent writer. She works for herself.
Yeah, but she didn't talk about a book, how good a book is, and the things she's going to expose.
That's exactly what she talked about. Is that she's becoming independent so she can write a book.
To get the call, she had to say, "I'm not going to be a Democrat anymore." Kind of beat the switch.
Stop yourself, okay? All you little, whatever you guys think.
Little? Can we be big? I'd like to be big.
You're little. You're shallow. And listen, and when you want to talk about, hold on. You got your. I let you have your chance, and I love when you sit there and go, well, these guys they didn't recognize the prostate cancer diagnosis and all these doctors, and yet you have all these doctors examining Trump, and you can't recognize
his wife was a doctor.
The obvious mental decline and dementia setting in on that man, let alone everything else they say about him. I mean, come on, Victor. This is ridiculous. You're just playing like public politics, and it's sad and embarrassing. You know what? We end up with, and we don't sit there and talk about I'm not sitting here yakking about how bad and how gutless every single spokesperson is on the Republican side. I'm just sitting here
You don't think that's what you're doing?
I'm enjoying the ride.
On your podcast,
I'm enjoying the fun. I like watching it. It's a comedy show.
Democratic Party's comedy show?
No.
Oh,
so
sorry. I thought that's
what I was trying to do is help you out with the full name of the book. The full name of the book is actually called Independent, a look inside a broken White House outside the party lines. That would have probably been
all they
wanted
was PR. And if you could show me how to do that PR to get Tasty on the map, if I could declare that everything in the world, if I'm no longer Tasty, to get us on the map, I would do it too.
Secondly, what my colleague on the left perhaps misses in the whataboutism that he threw back at me in his response is that I'm actually a lifelong member of my colleague's party, and I became so frustrated of what was so clearly obvious to me that there was no one there who was calling a spade, and the spade was simply, we need to have a primary.
Really? And you're telling me that at this point now, like, I love the way all you guys look backwards, and everything is like looking backwards. All you've got is backwards looking stuff. But if you look forward right now, you can't see what's happening right in front of you. That doesn't disturb you even more. That's scary. You got to open your eyes, look forward, and stop using the eyes in the back of your head looking backwards, because that is a lame way to go through life. It's depressing me. You are depressing me looking backwards, as that's your lens. Look forward and look at what's right in front of you, and look what's happening right now. That should be the scary part.
But you also just admitted that you could do anything you want to better yourself. It's okay to do that.
So the way I look at the world, Tom, is through a growth mindset, which means the way I look at the world is through a growth mindset. If I have a failure at something, I don't just go forward. I go, what happened?
What are you a failure at? What are you a failure at?
What you're saying is that reviewing things that are in the past is a waste of time. I'm telling you, it's reviewing things in the past are a way to strengthen your inputs, who you listen to, who you don't, how you perceive information. And I was just curious.
I have no problem with that, but dwelling on stuff that's in the past and talking about that as you're making that your point, and I don't get it. You're dwelling on it. You're not. If you want to use something that's happened in the past, change the way you look at the future, go right ahead. But don't dwell on it and just talk about it. Don't make it that the subject matter.
I guess what I'm saying is you and I had spirited conversations on these topics in the past.
Yeah.
You had a very strong opinion that ran counter to mine as well as Tony's. And history is proving our opinions right in a few of these areas.
I could not disagree.
If you
could not disagree
the time
more.
to reflect on that.
I could not disagree more. History will not be kind to you and your people, Tony. The way you guys,
I'm not even political. I just like to take the other side.
History will not
sometimes
be kind.
Each side is
You're more political than you think.
No, each side
so I guess in hindsight,
so extreme,
Tom,
and there's a good middle ground.
In hindsight, do you think you should have do you think you should have dropped the threat to democracy rhetoric, and do you think you should have, instead of championed the Democratic Party having an honest primary? If you could go back, is that the message you would have spread at that time?
Listen, there are certain circumstances that happened at the time that I don't think you can, again, you're looking back at it and you're saying, oh, well, what could we have done, X amount of months ago or year and a half ago, whatever it is. You don't know.
Do you like Elon now that he doesn't like the big, beautiful bill?
Do you see me buying a Tesla now?
Well, you'd have to. I'd love to see a reverse scalp it like that. But
do you like the big, beautiful bill, Tom?
Do I like the big, beautiful bill? I'm insulted that you even call it a big, beautiful bill. It's the biggest piece of shit legislation I've ever seen in my life.
Name.
So does that answer your question?
I'm just calling it by its name.
It's a legislative, it's the largest legislative transfer of wealth from poor people to rich people. It's a disgusting bill that serves no purpose at all in this in the era that we live in now. It's disgusting. And I don't like it my dislike of it has nothing to do for the reasons that Elon dislikes it. Nothing.
If you agree with Tom, and I happen to as well, you can text CALL, CALL, to 50409. A bot will respond. You tell it your address, and it will tell you your senator's contact information. So if you agree with Tom, do more than just tweet out or talk on social media. Give your senator a call and tell him what you feel. I've done the same already, and I happen to agree with you, Tom, about this bill.
Who is your senator?
Oh, what do you mean mine? It's yours. It's the same one. Duckworth.
Tammy.
I just wanted to know if it was still Ricketts, if you're writing to Pete Ricketts and asking him.
No, I am not. You know him more than I do. You rub
I know
elbows
Pete
with these
Ricketts.
people.
I've been out to dinner with him. I had to order.
You're a Build-A-Burger.
I had my favorite Pete Ricketts story is I went out to dinner with him one night, and he's the governor of, not governor, he's the senator from Nebraska now, right?
He was the governor.
No, he was governor. I think he's senator now.
Okay, I don't know.
Super nice guy. Very hardcore right wing, but super nice guy. Very much like his dad, politically, but super nice guy. But my funniest story is that we're out to dinner. He's like, we're at a Japanese restaurant. He's like, I'm not really good at ordering sushi.
That's what he said.
Yeah, he goes, can you order? I'm like, sure, I got this. One thing I can do is order sushi. Anyway.
Make sure they bring some ketchup for me. And with that, that's what they call a callback. See you, gentlemen.
Be good, my friend. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. I got more Tasty Live after this with a market measure on 0 day you're not going to want to miss.
Peace.
Peace.
See ya.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
I think I went down the typical path of investing in stocks, and I was really frustrated in the sense that it was a buy and hope type strategy. And so I was looking at, different ways to learn about options, and I saw Mike and his whiteboard, and it all made sense. There's another world out there with options. It gives flexibility. It's more capital efficient, and tastylive does it again. They teach it in a way that is fun. It's easy to understand, and you're from people that have done it for 40 years.
Calling all traders. Are you using tastylive mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Tasty Live's godfather of options, Tom Sosnoff, is grabbing his passport and taking this show international. He'll be joined by IG's Rich McDonald in London and Milan, along with special guests at each stop for an evening of live trading. It's fun, challenging, and moves as fast as the market. Doors open at 5, with trading starting at 6. Come early and have a pint or glass of vino with the boys. It's totally free, but space is limited. Register at tastylive.com/events. Options just got molto interessante.
Woof! The first half of this year's market has been giving the good guys the business.
It's certainly been back and forth for sure, Pete, and I'm getting whiplash over here.
With good mechanics, we can see Team Tasty stay strong in the second half.
Absolutely. Let's check out our starting lineup.
Dr. Jim Schultz, Central Michigan University. Number 51, because trading the Tasty Trade way, that is our minimum probability profit.
Kai Zan, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Number 16, because 16 is one standard deviation on one side.
Brittany Sherrick, Bradley University. Number 15, because I like to carry a positive theta of 15 to make $15 a day. Whoop, whoop.
I like the looks of that lineup.
Well, be mechanical is always better than just trying to run plays to see what sticks, Pete.
When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game.
That's right. Now get off the couch and get into the game.
Watch Tasty Trade.
Craig in New York City, what's up?
I just want to say, I've been with you since the very early days of Thinkorswim, and traded all kinds of markets here and there. And I got to say, I could be off so much worse if it wasn't for what you guys have sort of drilled into me over years and years and years. And so I just want to thank you, because you could have easily just taken the money and run when you sold Thinkorswim, and you didn't, and you started this. And you basically have just given me this full education in this thing that was completely foreign to me many, many years ago. And so even though I've lost money in the last few days, you've saved me a lot at the end of things. Like, losses could have been catastrophic, and they're not. So I appreciate you.
I hear you.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Thank you, man. And I appreciate you holding on the line to say that to us. So thank you.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with tastylive to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. That's right, with a market measure. Before we do so, let's take a quick look at the market. Even the S&Ps are down 18. But you know what? I look at the upside here. I've got Netflix up 13, Adobe up 4. This is just a high option volume list. Oracle up 2, Hood up $1 and change, Amazon up $1 and change. And I go to the flip side here, Sadnaf. I look at the downside. You got Costco down 28, Tesla down 14. Lilly, which always leads the group up or down, is down 6. Goldman Sachs down 3. It looks like the downside seems to be a little bit stronger than the upside, just in my opinion, with the market basically being unchanged.
There are some, I shouldn't say.
Volatility unchanged, down 5 cents.
Yeah, volatility is unchanged. I just think this is going to be one of those kind of weird, unchanged kind of days. Taking a look, first time I've taken a look to see what's. I don't love the tape action today. I thought they had to go up before they could go down, and they had that crazy little short move this morning.
Again,
I don't think that's enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's enough either. I hate the artificial move, downside or upside. We had it, in April. We had it now. I don't like to the upside. I hate it when it's about a tweet. It just doesn't seem natural. Doesn't seem sustainable is what I should say.
Yeah, I can see that.
I got my 0-day people on X and Twitter having good days here.
0-day people.
Good. Yesterday you did it too. Would have worked out very nicely. Held on to the end of the day too.
I'm leaning a little bit short here today. I'm not sure. I think we're gonna close like unchanged, like I said.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what we're talking about now. That's why I mentioned 0.
I'm Tom Sosnoff. He's Tony Batiste. This is Tasty Live. Thanks for spending the morning with us. We're going to be here all next week, and then we go on the road. So if you want to catch us in London, Tony and I will be in London on June 20th. It's a Friday night. If you're in the UK, we'd love you to come out. We're going to be in a place called Earth in Hackney, and I'm pretty familiar with London, but I'm not exactly sure how to say exactly where Hackney is.
I don't know where it is either.
Okay. But we'll be there. We can't wait. And we're actually going to be broadcasting from London on Wednesday the 18th. On Thursday the 19th, the markets are closed for Juneteenth. We didn't realize this originally.
U.S. markets are closed.
U.S. markets are closed. And then on Friday, June 20th, Tony and I are going to do the morning show not the morning show here, but the morning show in London. So if you're up at 1:30 in the morning, we're going to be on the morning show over there. Can't wait to do that.
Are you wearing silk pajamas? What kind
Silk pajamas?
What will you be wearing?
I don't have pajamas, so I'm going to be naked.
Tune in. We'll see if the studio's cold or not.
Oh, it'll be cold. Could you do the show naked in front of?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No. Mm-mm.
How much would I have to pay you to do the show naked?
You know what? With the chemicals that we have today for male enhancement, we could come to a number. I think we can come to a number. We can come to an agreement.
I feel like I got to do it. I feel like if there is a number, I feel like
you're gonna be underwhelmed. It's not gonna.
No, it's not me.
You're gonna feel like you got shortchanged, Sosno. That's what you're gonna feel like.
Probably, but I feel like it'll still be worth it. I got to think about that. I think it'll still be worth it. I mean, it's a good way to spend my money.
You've spent it worse.
I have spent it worse. Anyway, Tony and I'll be in London, and then the following Monday, I'll be in Milan. We're doing a show at a place called Fabrique in Milan, and that's Monday night. So Friday night, London, Monday night, Milan. Both of those times are noon. Markets will be open. It's noon, midday in the U.S. when we're doing the show. If you came to the show that we just did in Atlanta, thank you so much for coming out. Mm-hmm. We also did something different this year. We sent all the trades that we made at the live show, then that a day later to. We did the show on a Friday, so we sent them out on Monday morning to everybody that came to the event, so you could see every single trade that we did.
Yep.
And so you can follow along and check it out, see what it is. Everything's always live and a lot of fun. And then when we get back from Italy, the next live show we're doing in the U.S. is in Denver. And if you want to sign up, you can. tastylive.com/events. Mike, Nick, and Katie are going to be on the road. And the first road show is in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be out there on June 12th. And Ryan Grace is going to be joining them. So they're going to have a little crypto section. So it'll be the only show Ryan's going to be at because his wife is having a baby. So he can't make the other shows. But Ryan will be in DC along with Mike, Nick, and Katie. And they'll be out there on Thursday night, June 12th. It's the evening, right, Beth? I'm pretty sure it's evening, right? It's evening show?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's going to be great. Those guys are awesome together. We've run the show in Chicago. I think you're going to like it. Mike is the headliner here, the whiteboard tour, and you should have fun. And then also, if you want to sign up, same site, tastylive.com/events. And also, Dr. Jim will be in Boston coming up. One more. Go to the next slide, please. Laura. There he is. Dr. Jim, he's doing the crash course. And we also tested this here in Chicago. His first show is July 13th. And Dr. Jim will be in Boston, Massachusetts at a place called The Sinclair. And there is still space left for Dr. Jim. There's plenty of space left for Tony and myself in London, Milan, and in Denver. And Mike, Nick, and Katie it's a smaller venue. They're just about, I think it's going to be a wait list by next week. Almost all sold out. So that's June 12th in Washington at Union Stage. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Hey, cancel crash.
Cancel crash. NASDAQ up 24. Russell down 3. Even the S&P's down 3. Dow down 60. Much to my surprise. Volatility down 18 cents.
Let's, like I said, unchanged on everything today.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to, let's see what we got here today before we bring Scott in. Today's our Zero DT piece, sponsored by SIBO. Huge shout out to the SIBO. Thanks for sponsoring all of our events, along with the CME.
Sure.
There are two great exchanges in America, the CBOE and the CME. Why are they great exchanges? Because they help sponsor us.
That's right. That's right.
And we take care of those who take care of us. Actually, Tony and I were members of the SIBO for 20 years. And we've been routing orders to the CME for our entire professional career.
I was a member of the CBOT also.
CBOT. Well, now it's
it's all one, but at the time they were two separate.
So we thank those two exchanges for for their amazing support of Tasty throughout the last couple of decades. And there is a new CEO at the CBOE, Greg Donahue. I just ran into him the other night in a restaurant. Super nice guy, very clear with the concept, crazy smart.
Another restaurant you were out at last night?
What?
Another restaurant you were out at last night?
No, last week.
Oh, last week. You said last night.
Super nice guy. He's been around for a long time and very clear with the concept, very smart. Recent results for 0 DT trades. We got some fun stuff for you today.
Let's do it.
So we're still trying to figure everything out. That's what this opening slide is. So what we're going to do is we're going to explore how the past few months have impacted the 0 DT option sellers. We're basically going to go back 100 days today. Okay? So we're going recent results. 100 days, recent results, right? Pretty much.
I mean, our time frame for most trades is 45 to 80 days. I mean, we usually get...
We're going to look at the last 100 days.
Yeah.
We're going to shorten the time frame. Usually we look at the last 2 years or 2.5 years of zeros.
Because markets move, things change, volatility changes.
Right. We're looking at the last 100 days today.
Yeah, it's the right thing.
And we're going to determine whether the most successful strategies differ from those that we've looked at over the last 2 years. Do you think there's going to be any difference in the last 100 days from 2 years? Because we did have a huge meltdown.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Let's go to the next slide.
We had a huge meltdown, but the volatility expanded. I don't know.
Using over 2 years of data, that's blah, blah, blah. We considered 0 DT iron condors in either market open every day using short 20 delta strikes with the long wings 10, 20, and 30 past there. Okay? So you have like a synthetic, a tight one, a middle one, that whole thing. We examined the winners at 25 and 50% of max profit. Losers, we allowed them to expire at max loss or up to max loss. We contrasted the results from the past 30, 60, and 90 days to the results from this full data set. All times are Chicago times, so everything is central, and all trades are assumed to fill at mid-price. So you have to take a little something off all these results.
Sure.
Because you're not going to fill everything at mid-price. Let's go to the next slide.
That's just being extra cautious here.
That's just trying to get as much as we can into the research. So we looked at all time. So this is nothing to do with just the last, this is of all time. Okay. And again, there's a lot on here. So we'll go through it. Just 25% profit targets with $10 wings, 25%, 50% profit with $10 wings. Then you have the 25% profit with 20 wings, and then you have the 25% profit, and then you have the 50% profit with 30 wings. You have all the numbers up there at the top. All the P&Ls, not all of them, but most of them are positive. The mean winners are all good, and the mean losers are all multiples of the mean winners, which is what's going to happen in the case of an iron condor. But the net P&L, okay, what's important takeaway from this slide is that you want to, there's two important takeaways from this thing, is that the 25% profit target and the smaller wings are your best bet. This is of all time. Now let's go to the next slide. So when we move forward, we look at just this year. Okay, what jumps out at you here? Well, it's kind of similar. But again, the tighter wings were always the best. Like the synthetic, when you do a straddle with the synthetic, no bueno. Or when you do like the much wider wings, the synthetic strangles, not as good. When you do the tighter ones, $10 and $20 wide, those were the best. And shooting for about 25% over the last year, those were the best numbers. But now let's get into the last 100 days. So let's go to the next slide. So we start at 90 days. And the first takeaway from 90 days is that, okay, these numbers they all look very similar. But if we were going to take the least amount of risk to make the most amount of money, the profit target ideally is at 25%. You don't make any more money going to 50%.
Yeah, and I'm trying to quickly look at the slide. It doesn't look like too much difference between the 100
No,
days.
what it is you make more money. You literally make more money when you have your profit target at 25% because you take less risk, and you have a higher win percentage, and you make more money with your profit target at 25%, whether you do the 10 or 20 wings. The 30 wings too wide. Let's go next slide. 60 days. This is where it becomes like, again, whether you go for the 20 wings or the 10 wings, in this case, they're about a wash, but the 25% profit target, that's your big winner.
Yep.
So the whole key here is, and this is the last 60 days. Go to the next slide, Laura. Okay, you go to 30 days. All right, here, it's the same thing. Your biggest winner is the 25% profit target at $20 wings. But you could do $10 wide wings, and either way, they're all okay. But given the amount of risk that you're taking, the 25% profit at $10 wings to me, or the 25% profit at $20 wings is the best on the board. Going any wider than that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Can't argue with you.
Okay, now let's go to the next slide. Oh, here.
Takeaways.
Last one, takeaways. The high premiums of recent days, especially from the beginning of April, have meant larger 0DT winners when we've had winning trades. By scaling out the short strikes with Delta, the rate of winners remained consistent over the entire data set, and the size of the losers is mostly determined by the long strike placement. So, of course, there have only been 100 trading days so far this year. So we're still in small sample size territory. Here's the main takeaway. In the end, maintaining position sizing to give yourself room to be wrong is the best way to deal with uncertainty. Staying mechanical with our strategies can help us benefit when volatility cooperates.
Nice job by the team. I think it supports a lot of what we've been doing in all of these longer dated 0 days too, which just means that, you know what, nothing really changes in a relatively short period of time, which is 100 days in this example. Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back at it. Even the S&P is down 10. Sadov, what do you think here?
I think
much to do about nothing. Holding pattern into tomorrow.
Yes.
We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. Bonds 113.23. We got joy. Mr. Scott Sheridan, Tasty Trade World Headquarters next.
Dear Karen, thank you so much for the relationship advice. Of course, since you met your husband in high school, I should obviously just go back to high school. Can't wait to win the Nobel Prize for my development of a time machine. Signed, Regina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You're mistaking me for someone who cares.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top yearly recap.
Breaking news on Instagram. The first segment of your line dancing has been posted. Left together, switch, turn. Right together, twirl, turn. Hip, hip, hip.
Right together, spin, clap. Left together, spin, clap. Hitch, 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 turn, shuffle, rock, shuffle, rock, shimmy, shimmy.
I took 5 lessons for Casey's wedding, and all I knew how to do was
right together, spin it around. Yeah. And you want to clap. And then like strut down, strut down, strut down, strut down. Right together, spin. Left together, spin. Hitch, 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 cross, turn, shuffle, lead, shuffle, rock, shimmy, lasso.
this is not good.
Hey! Oh, he's
got the walk down. He's got it down.
It's perfect, and you got the bag. You got everything.
That is not even close.
God, bitch stole my. Oh, it's flawless.
Look, it's beautiful.
Flawless.
No.
You're walking way too fast.
And go stick your finger in all of our lunches.
Now complain about something.
Oh, God. You watched the debate. You knew who won, and you just didn't want to admit it.
I was in New York. I was flying home that night, and I'm so sorry that I didn't go back and tape the vice presidential debate.
First of all, I think it's hilarious that you run a technology company and you still think you had to tape it in order to watch it. You think you have to tape it?
He didn't have a blank VHS tape to spare for the debate. Stas, what comes up next? The opening bell. Don't look so surprised. Sadlov has been this way since 1980 when you first started trading. Wait a minute, was it always 8:30? Yes, the opening always was the same. The closing has changed.
What has changed? I don't think so. Nothing's changed. The only thing they did, I think, was add the 15 minutes.
Excuse me?
The only thing I ever think that changed was the 15-minute curb session.
From 3 to 3:15, so they did change it. So it was the closing and not the opening that's changed.
For option traders, the 15 minutes.
Well, listen. We're not bean traders here.
Do not engage.
When I got,
wait a minute. So
when I got in this business,
we used to open it. We used to open at 9 o'clock. Since 1980 to now, we didn't always open at 8:30 in the morning.
Yes, we did. Is that a $20?
I am going to get this $20 off of you.
I don't think so.
No matter what. Chris, how are you, my friend? Chris, your job after you get off the show here is to find out when the New York Stock Exchange opened in the 1980s, what time they rang the bell. I have a $20 bet with Sosnoff. We're going to be eating good tonight. I already decided that Sosnoff will be having cereal for dinner tonight. I said the New York Stock Exchange did not open at 8:30 Central Standard Time. It opened at a different time. Saz said it always opened at 8:30.
I already have the answer. You guys need to choose a year, and that will determine which one of you is correct.
No. I've already won this. I said from 1980 to now, 2024, we didn't always open at 8:30.
I gave him 1980, but I technically didn't start probably till 81. But go ahead. What is it?
September 1985 is when it switched to 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much.
Not 1980. Not 1980.
I remember. I was on the floor. I was working because I would have to get up earlier in the morning.
In 1980, the New York Stock Exchange opened up at 10 a.m. Eastern. It closed at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The schedule was in place until September 1985, when the opening time was changed to 9:30 a.m. Eastern.
Pay me,
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. Sadlov, that's right, with this man. Tasty Trade World Headquarters, your friend of mine. From the Scott Sheridan Studios, Mr. Scott Sheridan.
Okay. You think I'm looking at texts or emails right now? No, not doing.
What are you looking at?
Just wanted to see the new line in the hockey series.
Oh, please. One game.
I mean, in fairness, I went to bed thinking I was a loser. Okay. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm having to go on air tomorrow. And then Tom's going to give me talk to daddy. You know, they got one away. The blah, 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 blah. Now.
Actually, in all fairness, I thought Edmonton outplayed them last night.
Well, if I saw 2 periods, I thought Florida outplayed it for the 2 periods. Now, having said that.
It kind of did the first.
I think the first 2 periods. Now, having said that, who's the guy for Florida? Great flop. Great flop.
In front of the net?
In front of the net.
Yeah.
That should have, I mean, I don't know the rules of hockey well enough to know.
They called it a goal.
They called it a goal. Yeah. He got touched, and they said, like, but he took a step. He took a step back and then fell into the goalie.
Yeah, it's all part of the game.
Great rule in hockey. that if you challenge, and I guess
great rule.
Great rule. Go ahead and challenge.
They've always had that rule.
I didn't know that. I don't watch hockey. Great rule. Have as many challenges as you want, but if you lose,
They don't have as many challenges as you want.
Yeah, you do. Steve looked it up. He said you have as many as you want in a game. But think about it. You get to delay a game if you lose the challenge.
Yeah.
So that goal turned into 2.
Yeah.
That goal turned because the goal, then you challenge the goal, and it turns into 2. So I didn't see. Steve said that Edmonton had them on their heels in the third.
They did, and in overtime.
Yes.
And in overtime.
They did.
But Bobrowski or whatever the goalie.
That was a bad.
He played horrible
that was a bad
yesterday.
penalty.
That was his worst game.
Well, he played well in the first two periods.
No, he let in 2 soft goals.
I hate that delay of game penalty though, especially in overtime. I mean,
They have 2.
Oh, they had to flip it out. Is that what happened?
yeah. I mean, it's the rule. I
Why-
like the rule. I like the rule.
Yeah.
I hate it's a horrible mistake by the player. I guess.
Yeah, it's just
what
it's
I should
Yeah,
say.
but how about when they had the power play, and then the guy in Edmonton trips the guy 5 seconds in? I'm like, what an idiot on the
That was
face-off.
part of. I mean, it's like part of the play. Like
You have to know better than that. You're on a power play. Don't do something stupid.
These guys know better. They play so hard.
They
and so
did play
fast.
hard. They were playing hard.
You say,
got caught in
you say they have to
between his
know
legs.
better. I mean, they know already.
He didn't do it like on a breakaway and
They do play. Stanley Cup hockey is amazing. It really is. I mean, I'm looking forward to the basketball game.
Playing, it's good.
I'm looking forward to the basketball game tonight. I didn't know this. Oh, first of all, let me just finish this. Tony, are you in this? Do you have 100 for 110? Or do we just have the 50
No, I
for
did.
300?
I like the Panthers too. Although to your point, I saw 2 things. First of all, the team that wins the first Stanley Cup usually around a 75% probability of winning the whole thing. Although Edmonton won
game 1 last year.
3-0. I think at 3-0 Edmonton was, and they lost last year.
Oh, they were 3-0.
So, but you have that, and then any team.
No, they weren't up 3-0.
I think they were.
No.
Or 2-0 then? I don't know what it was. I think they lost
might have been
one
up.
game.
Well, 2-0 means they just held it home if they had home.
Yeah, I think so. I think they held it home. I don't know. I'll look it up.
Up 3-0 and losing, that would be.
I got to look it up.
No. I think Florida had home ice last year, and Edmonton got the advantage. But
Okay.
yeah.
I forget exactly what it was. You had the advantage last year. But anyway, any team, there's only been 8 of them, that went to the Stanley Cup final to play for the Stanley Cup and lost, got back in it the following year, has won.
Can I say what's great about hockey? Is that Eddie Olczyk is the announcer.
He's good.
He's great. He's freaking great.
He's a
I
good
miss
announcer.
him so much.
No, what's great now, though,
Chicago.
because you're plus 110, the new line is minus 210 plus 180.
Yeah,
It's 180.
yeah, of course.
Middle it now.
Love
But I am in on basketball coming tonight.
Right. So here's the thing.
They're signing the deal today.
I saw it, Comcast.
Oh, you saw it? Where'd you see it?
What's up early? I watched a little news while I'm having my coffee, feeding the
Did he
dogs.
give you the information? Is he deep throat?
No. I just saw they were signing it today. You're talking about Comcast, so that we'll be able to watch Hawks, Bulls, and Sox.
Yeah.
He came out with it this morning. I was wondering where he got his information from.
Yeah, no. They said it's not official, but it's official.
Yeah.
SGA. I didn't remember this. He was drafted by Charlotte. He was the 11th pick, I think 2018. OKC traded for a bunch of draft picks and SGA for Paul George. That was a good trade.
Great trade.
I don't care who the other draft picks are. That was a good trade. Is Paul George even still playing? I mean, he's on the Clippers, isn't he?
No, he's on Philly.
Philly. He was on the Clippers. So anyway, but that goes tonight. So hopefully that's a good series.
It's gonna be great.
Should be a good series. This is a good time for sports.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. So the NBA All-Star Game is going to
NBA All-Star Game. Oh, it's coming back to Chicago.
Yeah, they're going to international versus the U.S.
Oh, that's what the All-Star Game is going to be? They're not drafting anymore?
No, it's drafting sucked, and that's going to be a great game.
Oh, that will be good. A lot of really good international players.
They're favored.
Oh, are they?
I'm sorry. Last year the Panthers won three in a row, and then the Oilers won 3 in a row to play Game 7.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
I apologize.
Wait a minute. How would they already know that they're favored for the NBA? It's like a 6.
Jokic, Giannis, and Wemby.
And SGA.
And SGA.
Yeah, and SGA.
They'd be favored by a lot.
Oh, Wemby. Oh, yeah. That's a good lineup.
That's a good lineup.
That's good. Jamal Murray is from Canada.
You can put a lot of players with.
You can put a lot. Wow. Nice. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Is LeBron coming back? He's got to.
Who?
LeBron.
Yeah, of course he's coming back. How old is he? He's only like 40.
He's like 60. I mean, I think he's 40.
In good shape.
I think he's 41. Or he's
Whatever.
40. He's amazing. Now, he's not in good shape. He's a freak. Like we say, you're a freak of nature because you're able to do things with the body that you have. He's a freak. He is a freak of nature. I mean, the way these guys recover, it's unbelievable. I mean,
LeBron's a freak.
At 40 plus years old, to be doing what he is doing. I remember I saw a stat. If you took all the guys, I think, that have played over 40 and combined like their stats, he add them all up and he's killing them.
Well, there's not that many basketball players that play over 40.
Not many, but there were 5, 6, 7, whatever it was. It's a lot.
That's why Brady winning a World Series, winning a Super Bowl at 45 is amazing.
He was pretty good too. What a great commercials. It's for Crypto.com. They got the guys from Boston. We're not taking Brady back. Yes, we will. Okay.
Still take him back today.
We'll still take him back. We're not taking him back. Yes, we will. Yeah, that was good. All right. By the way, it's a little early, but are we betting on the Bears? Are we taking 8.5? I think we have to.
If you bet them last year, horrible as they were, you gotta love them this year.
I know.
I'm 8.5 bid, but they have a tough schedule.
Their schedule is ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm 8.5 bid. Go bet.
I think. Okay, we'll bet them. We'll do it before the season starts because we don't.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what I told the kids when I was coaching football.
Save your money.
Of which my son was one.
What are you going to tell us?
Here it comes.
You know what? Control what you can control. You get better. Who cares what they're coming with? You bring your best, okay? Your personal best out there. Who cares who you're playing?
You must have had
Any team can beat anybody on any given Sunday.
With that speech,
if I had your son on the team.
Yeah, with that speech, you must have been 0 for whatever the season was. Okay. Listen, we could do it next week.
Went to the championship 2 years.
I use that line with U8 soccer when the girls asked me what's the score. I said, doesn't matter.
No, we had Gina.
It does.
Gina in that you soccer back then. We had Gina. Oh man, if I could have put a helmet and some shoulder pads on her, we would have been unstoppable. Unstoppable.
Hey, shout out to Gina.
Best athlete I had. Still.
I hope Nick's not watching this one.
I could put skates on her. We would have been unstoppable too.
What couldn't she do?
Nothing.
Right?
Nothing. She took that anger out on everyone.
Vinny's not allowed to play football.
He doesn't have an interest. I would have let him play.
Mama Bear would let him play football.
It's hard to do hockey and lacrosse.
But is it sports today? If you're a kid, isn't sports today? It's one sport now, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Because you're playing all year.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's one sport unless you're like, unless you're good. Unless you're really good.
No, if you're really
like
good.
Anthony Edwards. Like Anthony Edwards
By the
says
time you get to high school, it's very hard to be a
I think it's one sport.
To be a very
unless you're a freak.
Yes. There's always that one kid who is going to be
the best
kid that goes. And you don't get them every year in your grade.
There's kids that play every sport that are unbelievable.
Yeah, but I think today it's different than when we were kids. When we were kids, you had seasons. This was the season.
We were smoking and drinking and playing. You know what I mean? Cocktail waitresses doing time. These kids are focused. Laser focused. And the parents are laser focused.
Do you say cocktail waitresses? Cocktail waitresses made it into that sentence.
These parents are laser focused. I remember one parent.
Cocktail waitresses. That's what Vinny's saying today. Right in school. As soon as we're done with these finals, we're going after some cocktail waitresses.
Excuse me, could you please go see the principal? Okay. Hey, he's my boy. Proud of him. Kind of like I'm in the mob land, and Helen Mirren, proud of my boy. Give him one of these, holding up the family name, right? Tough.
She's a bad arse.
Bad.
She's a bad person too.
Yeah. Oof. Oof. All right. Oof. Cocktail.
Pierce Brosnan, is that his name? Yeah. He plays a good. His
good.
accent sucks, but he plays a good.
But he played Bond. He was James Bond.
He was good.
Yeah, but he plays a good bad guy, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm thinking the accent shouldn't be
No, it shouldn't be.
But I think she said they're from Scotland or Ireland. They're not English. Because I think in the show she says something about it. So
Well, all my accents sound like I'm from India, so it doesn't matter to me whether I'm doing a Chinese accent or a Japanese accent, Italian accent.
Can you do me a favor? Don't do accents.
I don't. I can't do them. I don't have that.
It's
I don't have
insulting
the
to
ear.
everybody.
Right. I don't have the ear.
It's
right. I don't have the ear. I admit it.
You don't have the ear.
I don't have the ear.
Here, I got it.
Vinny?
I got it.
Vinny is amazing.
Yeah.
He can do them all.
Let's not bring him on.
I'll bring him on.
Just let him go after the cocktail waitresses. That's more Batista's speed. We'll leave it at that.
You know, he dyed his hair blonde. He has hair, well, it's a little bit longer than yours in the front, but
he dyed
his
it.
hair, he shaved it and dyed it blonde. Now it's coming in a little bit with some black roots.
Mama let them.
Mama Bear. Like Red Pit.
Mama Bear let him. Mama Bear let him.
Confidence, doesn't he? What's that?
Mama Bear said okay to that?
Oh, she was good with it. Yeah. I mean,
Brad Pitt's in a. How old's Brad Pitt? He's in a movie, Formula One or F1.
60.
He's got to be my
Is he?
age, a little bit younger.
He's got to be 60.
It's impressive.
I think he's 60-ish. Been around a long time.
61.
61. He's been around a long time. He's a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
But Formula F1 or something. I don't know. I just saw him. I'm like, how old's that guy? He's got to get up there. I mean, in fact, Tom Cruise still does his own stunts. It's crazy.
He's got to be mid-60s.
I'm going to say 2-3. You think he's 65? I'm going to say Tom Cruise. My mark is 62-3.
I don't know. I'd say mid-60s.
62.
There we go.
I actually knew that because his birthday's right around mine.
Really?
Yeah, he's like July 3rd or 4th. I'm like July 12th.
You're like? You're not sure. You're not sure.
I'm July 12th.
Just make, okay, depends on who we're talking to.
You know what? I always thought my father's birthday was August 21st. It's not. It's like August 18th. What?
August 21st.
I know. I always said you and my
And my oldest is August 18th. So.
You're going to be like my dad when you get older. He couldn't remember which kid was what birthday. So
I'm already.
See, I'm just thinking that's from your younger days, depending on who's asking when your birthday is.
Right.
Do you have a different answer?
Right.
Right?
My dad just had multiple names, and I don't.
Like I only have two kids, and I mess up their birthdays.
You don't even know when their birthdays are.
One's the 12th, one's the 10th.
What months?
I know the months.
No, you don't. Go ahead. I know them. What months?
Better to better. Yes. Don't answer the months.
But my dad never got it right. That's all right. We didn't care.
Yeah.
There we go. Woof. All right. Ready for business?
And Sosnoff returned the clothes that he borrowed to Todd. I just want to make sure that we got that out.
Wedding clothes? Wait, the Peter Millar were not, they were on loan, they weren't purchased?
No, they were purchased.
Wait a minute. Do not tell me you're one of these people. You leave the tags on, you give it back to them, and you try to take it back to the store?
No. But
yeah, you did.
Will you let me finish? He bought a coat for me and
a jacket,
and I did it for me, and a jacket, and I didn't realize that he bought it, and I never even took it out of the bag.
Sold.
And pictures of him. He's going down the aisle with the name.
With the Peter.
Are you kidding me?
And you go, look,
he wants to wear it, so I gave it back to him. I left it on his desk.
Wait, he wants to wear it. Who paid for it?
I paid for it.
And you're giving it to him, or you're letting him wear it?
Giving it to him.
No, I'm not believing it.
Oh my God.
I'm not believing any of this story. Very nice of you, though. I'm going to ask Todd what the real story is. Top 15 symbols going through the system. First 40 minutes today, no broad-based indices or futures. Tom, for you, number 15, AVGO at a 35. For everybody else, Tesla at a 26, SLV at a 49, CRWV at a 56, NVIDIA at a 5, Amazon at a 16, PLTR at a 26, Moo and U at a 43, Meta at a 10, MDB, don't know that one, at an 11.
MongoDB.
What is it?
It's a software company, but they just had earnings last night.
Yeah.
How was it?
I think good.
Good earnings or good play?
It went higher by 40 some odd dollars. Yeah. Yeah, it's only half a percentage point. I mean, it's not that big.
$40 is half a percentage point?
You mean 5%? I don't know how expensive.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at bookings. I'm sorry, bookings, which is $5,600 stock, is up $59.
Got it.
Now it's up 1%. It was up 0.5%. I apologize.
What's MDB?
MDB.
How do you trade
a $31, only a $200. It's $230 stock now. It's up 15%.
Got it.
I had my.
How do you trade a $5,600? Why is that stock not split?
You Yeah, it really should. You can't trade it.
They don't want to split.
They don't want people trading it?
Yeah, right. Because if people trade it, then they
Goes
might
to
sell
zero.
it. Right?
It goes to zero.
No, I mean, the thought process, which I totally disagree with, is A, we control all the float right now, so we don't want to split.
Okay.
And B, it's in nobody can afford a $5,600 stock.
Correct.
So it's in the hands of a bunch of institutions,
and they don't care.
Never sell.
Right.
And if we split it, then people will,
with $40 wide option markets. It's not.
You can't trade it.
I mean, you can do a
people
vertical spread maybe, but even then, it's nothing.
Which stock is that again?
That's
Booking.
BKNG.
Do you remember when that stock was trading $1.50?
Yeah.
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 My friend's brother was the CFO when the stock was trading at $1.50. That's when. Who's the actor?
The guy from Star Trek.
Who's the guy from Star Trek?
Not Martin.
William Shatner.
William Shatner. And
Shatner had all this stock because he was doing all this thing.
Right, he sold it all, did he?
They all banged it out. They thought they were going out of business.
Yeah, like $1.30 or something.
Yeah, got down to like $1.50. They all sold it like $1, $2, $3.
Good move.
Well, how do you?
Right,
that's crazy.
Crazy. Anyway, TLT at a 26, TQQQ at a 22, TSLL at a 26, HIMS at a 36, Hood at 27, number 15 for Tom. AVGO at a 35. Rounding out the next 10, we have GLD at a 40 and UNH at a 33. Can you imagine a stock coming from $1.50 to $5,500 and you never sell it?
Gold down on the day and bonds unchanged.
Oh, he's having a good day. Things are going to go horribly wrong tomorrow when he's not here because he's had a week or almost 2 weeks.
Do you have a show?
Nice movement in his account.
No, I'm going to visit family.
Oh, nice.
He's going. Don't let him lie. He's going to go get a piss clam sandwich. That's why he's going away.
Do they sell pies up in Maine?
Whoopie pies.
It doesn't help me.
Not
going to be here anyway. I won't be here anyway when you get back, and it'll be rancid, so don't worry about it. But thank you anyway. I appreciate the offer.
Oh, you should have been here the last couple of days. I bought a pie from Costco.
Which one?
Cherry.
Wait a minute.
He brought it in. It wasn't cut.
The cheesecake?
It's still out there, Scott.
The cherry cheesecake?
Still out there.
The cherry cheesecake or cherry pie?
People don't trust you.
Because they have a cherry cheesecake that look great. But the problem is it's like a small bar mitzvah.
I'm not a cherry cheesecake person.
Really?
I like cherry pie.
I love cherry pie. Blueberry is my go-to. You wouldn't know that because you do bring me cherry, but I appreciate either one.
Cherry pie's good. It's kind of childish.
You prefer apple?
You're childish.
Do you prefer apple?
I do prefer apple.
Okay, I'm coming. That's like plain Jane
What do you mean
vanilla.
it's childish?
Right?
Cherry pie's kind of childish.
Cherry pie's American.
Plain American. Go America.
Yeah, go America.
What's blueberry?
Blueberry?
Yeah.
Love blueberry.
Love blueberry pie.
Yeah, well, that's because you're a traitor because it's European. It's British.
It's British?
British?
You know what?
What if you use Maine blueberries?
That's totally different. If you could get Maine blueberries
in a pie,
blueberry pancake, it's the best. If you get
is.
Maine blueberries and blueberry pie, it's great. But Maine blueberries in
any pancake warmed up in batter is beautiful.
No. Beautiful is with Maine blueberries.
With Vermont maple syrup.
Any maple syrup. It's real.
Vermont.
All of a sudden, you don't like Canada. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with Liz and Jenny next. Peace.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, two female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here is what they mean when they say slippage. Every business has costs. Slippage is in reference to the cost to transact in the market and is most associated with the difference between the price you can buy and the price you can sell at for options or stock. If you can buy at $1 and sell at 99 cents, you have 1 penny of slippage. If you can buy at $1 but sell at 90 cents, you have 10 cents of slippage. The more slippage between the prices, the more likely it is to lose out on value when opening and closing positions. This adds up over time. That is why liquidity is so important.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Tom versus Tony. Round 1. Trade. Massive volume. Killer trade. Surplus. Shoot, shoot. The fall. Volatility boost. Killer trade. Resistance. Straddle support. Order sold. You win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Liz and Jenny Show. I'm Jenny. That beautiful blonde over there is Liz. Happy Red Shirt Thursday, Liz.
Happy Red Shirt Thursday to you too as well, Jenny Andrews. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
I don't know. Is it? I haven't really been outside. It rained all day yesterday. Is it nice out today?
You know what that reference is, right? Please tell me you know what that reference is.
Oh, well, Mr. Rogers.
Okay, thank you. Thank the Lord.
You would see. I might have gotten it if you were like, it's a beautiful.
But I mean, I just wanted to make sure you knew what the reference was before moving forward, because sometimes it goes over your head.
Of course, I watched Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
I wonder if a lot of our viewers watched Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, or was that just a Chicago thing? John, did you watch Mr. Rogers?
No.
Yeah, I did not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think so, Jenny. I think it's just us. Like, I think it's our generation.
Really?
Yeah.
No, because I think haven't they even done like SNL skits on it? Wasn't there a movie? Didn't Tom Hanks play Mr. Rogers?
He did, but I think it's like generationally, like our generation. I don't know. John's cool, and he didn't watch Mr. Rogers. YouTube and Twitter, let us know if you watched Mr. Rogers, because I'm pretty sure he wound up being like not a nice guy, right?
No, he was. I think you're thinking of Pee Wee Herman.
No, I'm pretty sure something happened with Mr. Rogers too.
I don't know.
This show's taking a turn. All right, Jenny, do you believe the market action we've had already today?
I haven't seen anything too crazy. Tell me what you've seen.
So I think it's nuts. So we were up slightly slightly when I woke up this morning, and then SPOOs were down like 30, and then they've been up 30, and now we're unchanged. I bet we're gonna be unchanged on the day.
Oh, I never saw them down 30. I only saw them down like 10. I missed the down 30.
Yeah, I saw him about down 30. Frank the Great is telling me that Mr. Rogers was a Marine. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
no, I mean, the high and tight haircut might give it away, but
I'm going to have to go back and rewatch that movie because I'm pretty sure there was a movie about Mr. Rogers and Tom Hanks played him. I think
you're right. I think you're right. But I still don't. I don't know how popular it was. That's what I'm saying. We're asking the people because they will speak. Because that to me was iconic because we watched it every day.
Well, yeah, we watched him every day.
I don't know how long before. Yeah.
We watched him every day. I'm going to go into Twitter. Oh, and there are the ducks.
Okay, hold on. Frank the Great just found out he was not in the military. And then Mr. Rogers was not a good guy. So the chat, thank you very much. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure something happened with the Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, here are the baby dogs.
Okay, so let me just tell you, this is why I love having Jenny on speed dial because she helped me with this. Yesterday in my pool, this was a 3-hour escapade for me. These tiny little baby ducks, they were the cutest things you've ever seen. And JD actually grabbed one. It was half of his palm. That's how little they are. The mom could get in and out of the pool, but the ducks couldn't, so they were stuck in there. So we had to perform a rescue mission. We tried everything under the sun. I called 2 pool companies, couldn't figure out how to get them out. JD, like I said, JD grabbed one once and put it on the side and it ran right back into the pool to be with its brothers. So
I wasn't that helpful. I actually could have like destroyed your pool life for the summer because I said put some floating duck food in there for them, and once they're big enough to fly out, they'll fly out. So you could have ended up with every duck in the Lamont area in your pool. So I wasn't that helpful.
Okay, so we had the entire neighborhood. So my kids had, and they're 18-year-olds, so that's a little bit easier now. But there was 7 kids out there. We all had stuff trying to scoop them up. But these baby ducks were so fast, and anytime you could get near one, it would dive to the bottom of the pool. So even if JD got in the pool, because he thought he could outswim them, they're so fast, it's not even funny. But so when we were doing this, the mom left. The mom duck, like she would circle and mad at us, and then all of a sudden she was just gone. And I was like, oh no, now I think I'm going to have to nurse these baby ducks back to health. She came back 45 minutes later with the dad, with the green bill. Like they come waddling in.
Did the mom or dad like lift them out, or what did the mom and dad do?
No, so the dad, I think this was so funny. The dad sat in the pool like a guard. Like he didn't go near the babies. He just sat in the pool. I think he was trying to like ward off us, like the adults.
Okay.
Although we were helping. So we left them alone. And then I put every ramp I could possibly think of using like jerry rigging ramps into my pool. So I took lounge chairs and I put them on the bottom. I took all the floats that I had and did this. I went and got pans from the oven, like oven pans, and was leaning them on every stair that I could possibly find. Anything that wouldn't float, because every ramp I tried to put in would float and I needed it to go down. And then I took weights from like my weightlifting and put them on the floats so they have like a direct ramp up. But they made it out.
But so they did get out. They climbed out a lounge chair. You had a lounge chair that you set up like a ramp, and that's how they got out. But because that was like that was grippy, they could grip that.
It was grippy, and that's the one that my son was like, "Get that out of there! It's way too steep." Because it was this steep. Because when you think lounge chair bottom of the pool, it's almost the ramp was like this. So, but that's the one that they used because they could walk up and then leap of faith, jump off.
Oh, well. Geez, at least they're out. I think you were thinking quickly. The first thing you did was turn off the filters, so none of them got sucked into the filter.
Well, because they all went in. They were so little that they were being like pulled into the filter. I was like, no.
Yeah. Well, keep an eye out. Keep Will Ferrell in the yard so they don't come back.
But I was laughing because this is the best part of the story is when the mom went to get the dad. And then the two come like waddling back in. And the dad, I mean, I love our male viewers, most of them, but the dad did nothing to help the babies but just sit there and watch cards while the mom was like trying to figure stuff out. It was pretty funny.
Well, what a night. What a night.
Well, and Kate, somebody in the chat said, if you touch the babies, the parents will leave them. And that's what I was worried about because JD did touch one of them. He caught one of them.
Well, and so that's what I'm not sure of. Like, I know I've heard that with birds, but is that true with the ducks too?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We did grab one because they went in the filter. So they did go in. Like I said, they were being sucked into the filter as I was running to turn it off. JD grabbed one out of the filter. And that's the one he put down. And then it jumped right back.
But you saw them all walk away with the mom.
They all walked away with the mom. Yes.
Oh, so, yeah. Well, at least they got out. And I did read another thing you could do is just put the hose in your pool, keep adding water till the water level gets almost to the top, and then they can hop out.
Oh, that would have been good. But that would have taken like 6 hours.
That would take. And then your pool would be freezing.
The pool would be freezing. But yeah, it was definitely an adventure yesterday.
Well, thank goodness they got out. No baby ducks were harmed in this situation.
Well, so what's funny is Annabelle's like, there's a family of ducks in our pool. I was like, let Will Ferrell out. So that's usually what I do because then, because they'll fly away. Like if I've had ducks in the pool before where they're, ducks. He doesn't get in the pool. He scares them and then they fly away. But I was like, and she's like, no, Mom, it's baby ducks. I was like, keep Will Ferrell inside. Because we didn't want to scare him anymore.
Well, that was an exciting night for the summer.
Oh, exciting night.
Exciting summer night. Exciting summer night.
It was fun.
Well, thank goodness they're out. And I'm sure you'll see them around. I'm sure they may be back. They may be back.
I don't know if ducks have feelings or not, but they are so traumatized by us circling around them with shovels and pails and trying to get them out and JD getting the water. They're never coming back.
Well, the mom and dad, once the babies are grown, because at some point, I don't know, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, at some point the babies are grown and they go off on their own. And I think, the ducks mate for life. So the mom and dad may have just found their new home. My parents have a couple, a husband and wife duck pair that's living in their pool, and they come every day. They come every day in my parents' pool. But my parents, nobody goes in their pool. They have their pool just to look at it. I don't know that anyone even goes in it anymore, but except the ducks.
Well, I will tell you, they don't have a Will Ferrell patrolling their yard. So no ducks would like to live inside my area. That was an accident that these ducks found their way in. But yeah, so nonetheless, ducks are fine. Rescue was taken care of. All is right with the world.
Super cute. Well, the babies were cute.
They were cute. They were super cute.
Okay. Oh, Clayton came in and he said,
"Oh, little Sadie's sick."
Oh no.
Poor thing. She's so cute.
Okay,
but Clayton comes in. Are you on you're on latest. I heard Jenny likes to sell weekly puts. What's the management for those given not a lot of premium as a buffer?
Okay, Clayton. And I know I said this. I'm not a very patient person, so I get irritated waiting so long. I know the rules are 45 days till expiration. I know there's the rules, but I kind of like weeklies. But I only sell weekly puts. I will only sell weekly puts in products that I don't mind owning, because if the stock really drops, then I'll just buy the stock. I will just buy the stock, or I'll keep rolling my puts.
And that's the management, because there is no time on your side. So when you're selling weekly puts, there is no time on your side. But Clayton, I will tell you, she's not going to sell them unless she's getting enough premium for them either. Like, you're not just out there selling weekly puts in something for like 10 cents.
Right. And it's not usually something that like, let me see. Like, here's an example. Like DraftKings, let's say DKNG. Let's say, you know what? I don't have a big DraftKings position anymore. I wouldn't mind a couple hundred shares of DraftKings. I'll go out to the 8-day and I'll just keep selling I'll probably sell these, the 33.5 for 55 cents.
Because you're getting at least something for it. But I think you're selling weekly puts, very similar to my Royal Caribbean. Give me the stock. I'll take the stock, or I'll take this premium.
Right. Like, I'm just going to keep selling these every week. And if they end up in the money and then I take the stock, I take the stock. That's more of my mentality behind it. I've got it, I've got a long list. I have a long list of underlyings that I think, well, I don't mind if I take the stock, I take the stock, and that's what I'll do. Sell weekly puts in there. That's it. It's nothing, it's not rocket science, but it's not just like a high probability premium selling trade, 43 days till expiration. I'm going to take this off at 50%, because those I don't even take off at 50%. I pretty much leave them until they're about a dime to buy back, and then I roll them to the next week.
And then the next, it's leather, rinse, repeat. You do it the next week. So, Tom and Tony took and I wonder if this was the same person. Tom and Tony took a confirm and send today, saying the same thing. Being like, I'm selling weekly puts each week. If I could put the stock, then I just take the stock and sell aggressive calls against it. And that's the Wheel of Fortune. And there's nothing wrong with that, because that's aggressive premium, as long as it's a stock and you can handle the capital in it. If you can't handle the capital, you keep rolling the puts. It's the same concept, but that's a bullish trade. It's a Wheel of Fortune.
And I'll go through the how much money is this going to tie up? And if I had to take the stock, how much money is that position going to tie up? And what am I willing to allocate to that position? Like my Oklo position, I want it a little bigger than it is, but I'm not going to just go out there and buy more stock. I just am selling weekly puts in there. And if I get put the stock, I'll get put the stock. So here, and you get decent premium here. And let's say I go, okay, I'll maybe go to 46, get $175 a week. And I'll keep selling that until I get another 100 shares. It's kind of how I'm building more of a stock portfolio with things that I want. And then when I do have the stock, then I do sell strangles around some of it.
And this is, I mean, when you're doing this, I'm glad you said that. You're like, I'm not going to go out. So you want, it's a position you want, but you're not just going to go out and buy it. I like that.
And then sometimes when the product gets too low, then I just sit on the stock. Then it's just there, and then I'll leave it, and it's in my portfolio, and it's just there. I don't know. Like, what do you have? I know SoFi. Like, SoFi is one of those where we used to sell weekly puts in SoFi. Now I just have stock in SoFi, and not doing anything else. What are you doing with SoFi? Because there's nothing, sometimes these get to a point where there's no premium in there anymore. You've got a 3 rank, no vol, no IV. And here's one of those where I used to sell weekly puts, and now I'm just stuck with stock and doing nothing with it because there's no premium in those options anymore.
Oh, in an ironic turn of events, I just looked at my SoFi position, open up the 15-day. I have, if you close that, go to regular June, I have the 14 puts.
Okay. So yeah, like I guess if you open up a weekly
well,
and there's not enough premium in there, you go a little further out.
Yeah,
sure.
I didn't go 45 days out. I just went nearer term because I was comfortable with that. So that's where I was with SoFi.
Sure. So yeah, you go that and sometimes that happens, but it does irritate me. Like here, CoreWeave. Now CoreWeave's down $15 today. It was up $10 yesterday. This July put with 43 days, it's not really changing much. It's not really changing much. Whatever the stock is doing, this isn't really changing much because it's 43 days and it's going to take a while to get paid on that.
It will take a while, but the volatility has come in. So the pendulum is swinging in different directions. This is now $15 and the vol came in. We're actually up today on a position that's puts, and that's volatility, not price movement.
It's crazy to think the stock's down $15 and our puts are making money. So the rank's down to 51, and we were seeing vol. I thought we were seeing vol as high as 160, and now it's down to 140.
Yeah, right.
Maybe it was even higher than 160.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. Stock price is down, but vol has come in, and that's why you're seeing a green P&L on a day when we have a neutral to bullish position, and the stock is down $15.
Right.
Yeah. And crazy. Do you know what I've been waiting for? And I keep checking it on my platform so we can break the news when it comes out. CRCL IPOs today, and I wanted to take a look at it. I just don't know what time. I was going to call in and talk to Scott and Tom and Bat, but they only take calls on Friday.
So this is one of those I can't decide on. A lot of the IPOs I like to get in just to be in, and this is one of those I just can't decide. I don't know if I'm going to buy any of this or not today.
Well, it's something I want to take a look at because I missed the CoreWeave IPO, and boy am I glad, boy am I not happy I missed that. You know what I mean? That I missed that.
Yeah, so let us know, like on Twitter or on YouTube chat. Let us know, like, what are your thoughts on CRCL? Is everyone, like, are the people excited about this IPO? Or are there people who are going to buy it today when it comes out? I was kind of like, I wasn't that, but I don't know.
I know. I wasn't that excited about it either.
What else do we have going on? Anything in our account that needs management? What do we have?
We have a couple things to manage. We talked about this earlier. Let's take a look. We're going to go to, what were we looking at? Nike. We're going to take that off because we've only had it on for 2 days. 2 days? Yeah. Nike.
Oh, yeah. Nike, we made almost 25% in 2 days. So we'll take it off. We could always get back in another day. We're just trying to free up some buying power.
We're going to close our TLT. Let's take a look at the bonds. The bonds had a major move yesterday. I think our ZB and our TLT could either come off or be adjusted.
And it's gotten a little worse. It was better. Like, even before the show. Let me take a look at TLT. Right, because today, if you look at TLT, it was as high as 86.90. It was 50 cents higher. And these kind of work one for one. So 50 cents higher, this was $50 more. So when I was looking at it earlier, it was almost a $100 winner. Now it's only a $60 winner. Because I had thought, maybe we should take that TLT off. But I don't know. It doesn't look as good right now.
That's a defined risk position. We're up $60. Let's take a look at our ZB. Because ZB, that's a newer position because we made money on one, and then we rolled it up. That's only at 7%. It was up more.
They were all better. I know we talked about these a little earlier, and they were all better earlier. Now, not so much. Look at the CoreWeave vol coming in as we speak. Look at that. I just said this isn't coming in, and it is. Maybe we should take this off.
The volatility is coming in, which is insane.
Right.
So honestly, it's moving like gold, right? So as the price goes down, the vol comes in. Why is CoreWeave moving like gold? Because the volatility was so high?
Because it was almost like a meme stock. I think CoreWeave was almost becoming like a meme stock, where it's just going up $5 to $10 every day, going up, and people were like, when is this going to stop? And now that it's finally having a down day, I think people are
look
like,
at it. It had 2 down days also, like right before June started, and then it went straight back up again. So just keep an eye on it.
So I want to see, because my puts that I have in July didn't come in at all yesterday. The 100 puts. I have these 100 puts. They're not really.
No, they came in. They came in for sure, because I did the same thing.
They went from $10 to $9.
$10 to
$9.
So with a down move. So that's what I find fascinating.
Yeah.
So you sold the puts. That's not usually what you see, right? If you sell puts and you get a down move, you would expect to take some pain, not have a profit on the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so kind of crazy.
So we go back to the same question. Do we take off these CoreWeave puts?
We might as well, because we're traders. So we're not, when we're putting in these CoreWeave puts, this isn't your Oklo position. This isn't something that you don't mind taking the stock. This is premium selling.
You know what I've been trying to...
New day, fresh set of eyes, right?
All right, we'll look at it again another day. We'll keep an eye on it. One of them that I've been trying to add to my position and get long, Etsy. Ever since I have, was buying all my cruise gear on Etsy, this is one of those too where I'm trying to just build more of a position there, and that's one where I'll sell weekly puts, and even these 2-week outputs, there's decent premium, and the buying power, it's high.
It's high for a $60 stock.
I'm surprised. Here's another example. Etsy's going to hold $2,200 in buying power, but CoreWeave's holding $800. What the heck?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck? That's crazy. I didn't even realize it was so high.
I didn't realize it was so high either.
Why? It's not a super high vol.
I don't know. I do not know.
2.28 million shares have traded.
I think it's very low. I think that might be wide markets. How many stars does that have? I can look if you don't want to, but
no, it's right here. Watch this. 3 stars. I'll keep these stars out so you can see.
So CoreWeave and Etsy have the exact same star ranking.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, what did MongoDB do for earnings?
Oh, it was up like $30. I wonder if it's still
really.
Yeah, but that was an expected move. Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at what's coming out today.
Because we've got a lot today. Today's AVGO, Lulu, and DocuSign.
Oh, and you know what? Let's put in our SPX trade. I just saw Jack Tucker, and then I thought, geez, we forgot our SPX trade.
Let's do it. 10:25.
Came off. What time did it come off?
Yesterday's came off 12:30-ish, I want to say.
Okay, 59.95. Sell that 59.95 straddle and buy a put and buy a call. $10 down and $10 up. So 8.55. I don't think we're gonna get that, but
try it. 8.50. Yeah. So yesterday we sold it at 10.10 for 8.20, and at 12.30 we bought it back for 10%. So 7.30.
I feel.
Can you push everything through the one way? We didn't get filled anything yet.
Oh, though. Sure. So we put in at 8.50. It's not filling, and I've seen this like 25, 8.30, 8.80. Like it is bouncing around.
Yeah, but aren't you surprised? So yesterday we got filled at 8.20 at 10.10, and the vol was higher than it is right now.
I know. So it just seems a little bit high today.
Yeah, it does seem high today. Okay, but put a GTC in for that for 10%, and then let's push those out. And push out yesterday's too.
Oh, you think so?
Well, the SPX we got closed on because we put it in. I guess it doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm going to publish the Nike. We bought our puts back. CoreWeave, we bought our puts back. SPX, we sold this Iron Fly. And today's Thursday. I know Thursday was the day of like, be cautious on a Thursday.
Well, I'm glad we got as much as we got for it then. You know what I mean?
Getting almost 850. Our drawdown's only 150. Our risk is 150.
Yeah.
So here it is. And I will put in a GTC for 10%.
That's pretty good. And like I said, we never expect these to fill during our show, ever.
No. Because, again, if we look at the times that we're getting out, SPX in the last, 30 days, we got out at 12:30 yesterday. The day before, 2:46.
Yeah, right before the close. You know what's crazy, Jenny, is I know Jacob studies are on the open or at 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, I looked, and we were down 25 points. So that
I didn't. Through. Yeah. In my mind, I thought today's Thursday. I'm not putting it on today.
I mean, I just looked at 9 just because that's when I was pulling up my computer and telling me to update, and I saw where SPX was.
Oh, look, Liz. This is a golden nugget miracle. We wanted to get out of IWM, and I know we're not making much, but that trade is holding up so much money for us.
Well, it's holding up a lot for this account. But yeah, let's take a quick $40. Let's take our quick $40 and call it a day.
When I say golden nugget miracle, it's only because we were down to like $8,000 in buying power. So we need to. I didn't realize when I pushed this through.
$1,300. That was what you get back, I think, right? Hit full. Close it. Let's see.
Get back $1,700.
Yeah, $1,700. So we'll get rid of that.
Yeah. Ooh, let's see if I could get $1,720.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right.
So
push that out and we'll do everything.
And then we bought it for $1,681 and sold it for $1,723. So we made $42. Not a ton of money, but honestly, afterward I thought, we shouldn't be tying up almost $2,000 in that IWM position.
Well, ironically, Jenny, we also have a long IWM short triple Qs position in there already. We did that very, very small, but this was from what's your assumption yesterday. So we made a quick scalp and called it a day.
You brought it up so calmly. When I opened up IWM and I saw this 5 lot, I was like, Liz, did you buy 5 shares of IWM?
Yeah, she's totally telling me. I was like, Jenny, just how about we start by calming down? But no, this was, we did triple Qs versus IWM.
Oh my gosh.
And let's take a look at it. So you can see the triple Qs were down $12 and IWM were up 6. And we did notional value to notional value, 2 by 5.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
So these two together, Jenny, the triple Q's IWM long shares held up $1,000.
Right, because so when you are long stock or short stock, it's 50% of the value. So we've got $1,000 in notional value in IWM with 5 shares at $200 a share, and we have $1,000 of notional value in triple Qs with 2 shares at $500 a share. So that's $2,000. 50% of that's using $1,000. So we literally had $1,700, $1,800. I mean, $1,720, almost $3,000 in IWM in this account.
And we were bullish. So when you've got the zebra in there, that's bullish, and your long shares, guess what that is? Bullish. So yeah.
So this is one of those things when we put on such a small stock position, we never notice it because when we're looking at our positions, we're kind of just scrolling down P&L. So it never stands out, and we don't ever think about it.
Well, can you put a closing order in above for a pairs trade?
You're going to ask me that, and I know viewers are going to write in that yes, we can, but I don't know how to do it. I don't do it. I can.
And I think you might have to put it in every day. I don't think you can go pairs trade or GTC. I don't think you can.
I don't know. So
it would just be an order for today, and if it hits there, it hits there. But it's fine. Just leave it.
Right, we could.
No, because I think it's just a day order. I don't think you can say I want this into perpetuity. If it hits this level, get out.
And we're 5 by 2. We're long 5, short 2.
So to flip it.
And I just want to see where if it hasn't moved, it's pretty much we looked at this and said, okay, we're playing for this pair to move back this way, and it's not. It hasn't.
It is true.
So I don't know.
No, I mean, we'll keep an eye on it.
Okay.
You've done good getting back some buying power. We'll keep an eye on CLT. Yeah. All right, let's pop into Twitter. We put our SPX trade on. Let's pop into Twitter. We can take a look at the CBO's most active. We're very, very, very excited about the Tasty FX. We're talking with the Tasty FX people, and you are going to also have Glenn on.
I'm going to have Glenn on, right. So Tasty FX, we are, and I'll show it here. We're up and running. And have some money. Look, funds, we have $1,500 in our account available. But we need some help because we've never traded this before, and I'm going to have Glenn on coming up. So I think we're going to wait for Glenn to come on and help walk us through ideas in the Forex.
I would like to, because like I said, I've just been playing with it, but I've been bouncing in and out, and I'm not exactly 100% sure what I'm doing. So I don't think that's fair for the viewers to be like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to press this button. So that's why we're going to come in armed with a baby bit of knowledge, just a baby, and then we can kind of work through it together.
Right, because we had Glenn on before, but it was before it was up and running, before we had money in here, before we could actually place some trades. So I know I could click on this, GBP, USD, Great British Pound, US dollar, and click
like this. I said, we can talk theory. We can talk theory about it. Let's just get out of this. Like I said,
and it does show you a chart. It does show you a chart.
You choose your chart, but we don't. I remember asking. I don't know which one I was buying, which one I was selling, but I did. Yes.
I told Glenn, I'm waiting for Glenn. He's coming on, and I'm going to have him for the full hour, Liz. Full hour.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
So I don't want us like zinging these Forex trades, and then Glenn comes on, and I'm like, I don't need you, Glenn. We know what we're doing.
We're gonna need. It's good to be needed. It's good to be wanted. Glenn, we want you. We need you. We'll see you. Jenny's gonna fill me in on everything. Okay, so that's perfect. Let's go back to Twitter. I know we have some coming in too. You can go top down, but we can get to Bob's list as well. There are some earnings trades today. Ooh, the Polish warrior. Look at this. He's locked in profits.
He's back from his graduation. Happy Richard Thursday, ladies. $155 in my pocket. Yeah, great.
I love that. I love when I see a green bar into perpetuity or this green elevated thing. That means you've locked and loaded it and you can't go wrong. Love it.
Yeah. Awesome. Nice work, Mikey. Bob, here we go. I think Liz mentioned these. Broadcom, DocuSign, Lulu, IoT, and then the CRCL. We'll keep checking on. I feel like
I've got that up on my platform down here. I will let you know when it starts trading. How about that? So we don't have to keep ferociously ticking. Because I thought it was 10:30. For some odd reason, I thought it was 10:30, but it's 10:34 right now.
Well, I will say when we had the IPO of CoreWeave, we were all sitting at the lunch table when it started. So our show,
so it was after 11 our time. Okay, so maybe it's 11:30.
I don't know, maybe. So we were all, and I don't know if it's like set every time or if they're different, but we were all sitting at the lunch table and our show was over, and I think people had eaten lunch and we're all just talking about what to do. And
I did Google it this morning and I saw something that said 10:30, and maybe it's 10:30 somewhere else.
Well, then I don't know.
I don't know either, but that's okay. That's all right. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll take a look at it tomorrow. CRCL.
Do we have anything in any of these? I don't think so. We might have DocuSign.
No, we've been waiting. We've been watching DocuSign, kind of waiting, DOCU, to get in if we want to get in. $8 expected move seems like a pretty big expected move for DocuSign.
I mean, it's almost 10% because it's a $90 stock and it's 8 and change. 10% move is pretty big.
I can't believe it's almost back to 100, really.
Yeah. 62 rank. $9 move. Let's take a look. How much are the puts that are all the way down? Like, how much is it for that 85 put? Buying power. That's not bad.
That's not bad, but I have like horror, like nightmare.
No, I know. What I'm assessing right now is the buying power, nothing else.
Power.
Because, I mean, you're looking at Etsy at a $60 stock and it was holding up $1,900. That's what I was talking about.
That's crazy. I don't understand what the problem is with Etsy.
It's DocuSign, 2 stars.
2 stars. And the margin's like 10%. I don't know. I know like this week we have been doing those broken wing butterflies. Let's see if I, buy 1, sell 2, we're taking in 83 cents. And then I can buy 1.
That's not bad. We could leave that one naked. So can you take off the 1 and shift it all the way down? Take off the buying one and then shift. Let's get a little bit out of the way. Oh, 38 cents now. Never mind.
Yeah, then it's not worth the risk.
No.
65 cents. Then you're getting your break even to 1 standard deviation.
Yeah, but I'd just rather sell that 83 put.
Yeah.
But I mean, so 1,700 isn't bad. Let's do a broken wing butterfly. I don't mind. I like what you were thinking. I was just thinking if you could shift it because it was cheaper for.
I was just like, this was okay. So this week, here's what we did. We did this. We had a show on broken wing butterflies. So then this week in Dollar General, we did a broken wing butterfly. We were wrong. It went up, not down. We took in 15 cents credit. We'll just keep this all. We don't even need to close this. We'll just keep that $15. In Dollar Tree, it went to it was trading at 88.
A little bit above 88. It never crossed through the 88 line.
And now it's up $8, Dollar Tree, so it's nowhere near it anymore.
So these will just expire and roll off. We don't need to do anything with this.
Yeah, so they'll expire and roll off. So it's interesting. We did downside, that stock went up. We did a downside, that went down, but now that stock's up today. In DocuSign.
I mean, to be honest with you, Jenny, I don't mind. Let's just do this. It's 38 cents. If it goes down, we can collect some money. And tomorrow's Friday, so no matter what.
Tomorrow's Friday. And it's very low risk. We're only risking $160.
Yeah, it's very low risk. And to be honest with you, I kind of like broken wing butterflies a lot better on a Thursday when we're wearing red than I do any other days. Now, there's a big I think it's jobless number tomorrow. So there's a big number coming out tomorrow.
Big number. I don't know how much it'll move the market, but we'll see.
No, but I mean, I don't know if it's supposed to move the market or not, but everybody keeps telling me everybody's not doing anything until Friday.
Mm-hmm.
All the economists that I know.
Maybe I should close my weekly puts and wait till tomorrow.
You can wait till tomorrow. Okay, so those are all very similar. And once again, death by debit, if it goes up or it's unchanged, great. We get to keep 39 cents or 38 cents or whatever it is that we wind up taking in.
And then one nice thing about those broken wing butterflies is they're defined risk. So even in expensive products, they're not bad. Like here's another one. We're getting 42 cents, only risking 200. This could be our week of these downside broken wing butterflies. Even if we just keep that small credit we took in.
I agree. I agree. The small credit you take in. So I'm just talking about this from a perspective of like a very, very young trader. Because I was talking about this with JD yesterday. So like you take a look at AVGO, and so he can afford to buy one share. That's what I said. I was like, you can afford to buy one share because you can take the loss one way or another. So the expected move is $15. You can pay $265 and make $15, or you can spend $208 and keep $45 with the possibility of making, with the chance of making more, right?
Yes, but
there's also the chance of losing more, but it's a high probability trade.
But as a mother of a child who has a small account and has had options positions that will hit full loss, if he loses $208 on this, he's left with nothing, and then he's like, well, and I have nothing. So that's why I think small accounts have to stick to low price products.
No, I agree, but I was just saying the risk reward of something here. Through earnings, I would rather than him do this than something else.
Right.
If you explain it all, I think you do have choices and you have options and you have a way to make more money. Even taking in that $43 is better than the $15 expected move.
Yeah, and for him to buy one share and make $42, it would have to go $42. So that likelihood is low. And they'll see, buying shares, it needs to go up so much in order to make money. $50, they have to buy a stock, one share of a stock, it has to go up $50 to make $50. That's why I do like finding little puts for them for 50 cents. Because I feel like Logan can grasp that. Like, okay, here's a put for 50 cents. I can make 50 cents. Versus buying a share of a high price stock where, geez, it's got to go up $50 to make 50 cents.
Yeah, and once again, JD doesn't even know what AVGO is or even Broadcom, so he's not interested in this. But it was just funny when I looked at this because you're expecting to move $15. You buy one share, you can make $15, or you could lose $15.
Right.
So yeah, but I don't mind. Check this. I mean, you have this in, don't you? Oh, this is AVGO. We just did it in DocuSign. This could be our little dip a toe in the water earnings trade.
Yeah, sure. I'll send them.
Do you want to take a look at Lulu?
What was it? Logan had an earnings trade on this week or last week that it was like he was just risking $200 and it went to full. He had a full loss. So that's why that's on my brain. He just lost $200 full loss on an earnings trade, and I don't think I'll ever hear the end of it because it was my idea.
Oh man, you're in trouble.
It was my idea.
You are in trouble.
Oh, I think it was Marvell.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. I was like, oh, you can't lose on this one. You'll thank me later.
Pretty funny. Okay, let's take a look at Lulu before we jump back into Twitter because it's 10:42.
$29 expected move. Yeah, do we do all the same?
I mean, let's see if we can do it. 320. Yeah.
38 cents.
Yeah, let's do it.
They're all baby small.
Okay.
So
will you push those through, and then I can do the other side.
We're not filled on AVGO yet.
Oh, so we're filled only on DocuSign and Lulu.
Did I push out IWM? Did that get sent already?
IWM's out.
Okay, and then I pushed out Lulu. We're still working AVGO.
So we didn't get filled on DocuSign yet either, then? No,
but 21 cents. Because if you think about it, let's think about this. And here's the risk here. Like if we made, if we make 30 cents in DocuSign and we made $16 in Dollar Tree and $15 on DG, and we add them all up and then we lose 200 on one, we've lost more than we've made. So I think there's a fine line here of
the one thing you don't want to do is pay for them.
You don't want to pay for them, right? And we are outside all of them. Our break even was outside of the expected move. So it's not like we're putting on a low pop trade.
They're low risk, high pop trades. So we're just we're just trying to be very conservative in this account recently.
But
you're not going to take it from 39 to 22. Leave that.
No way.
DocuSign, we're not on DocuSign.
No way.
Right. Okay. And you're not going to take AVG. If we get filled, we get filled.
Yeah. If we get filled, we get filled.
Okay, I think that's it. Circle is not out yet. CRCL still says halted.
Well, maybe you read 10:30. Maybe it's 11:30 our time.
I don't know. We'll see. Okay, next.
I don't know.
Let's go to 10:30, I guess.
But I don't know. 11:30. That wouldn't be that unless it's like a California stock. 10:30 in California. Well, no, because that would be like 8:30.
Yeah, New York 10:30 is 11:30. No, I'm backwards, right?
No, like 10:30 in New York is 9:30 here.
Yeah, so I have no idea what's happening.
I don't know.
Or maybe
I
it's
don't know,
just
but
delayed.
I was gearing up I was trying to plan my New York trip right before the show, trying to figure out what to do. I know you go to New York a lot. Trying to think of what to do in New York.
Because we got back from there this morning. He took a 4 a.m. flight or an 8 a.m. flight.
We're going to be there for dance. Lily's going to be dancing down Times Square, and I'm going to be killing time.
She's dancing in time. Have you been to Times Square?
With you when we did a money show.
Yeah.
When it was snowing. Don't you remember that?
When it was the most beautiful place on earth. Times Square is a cesspool right now. Where she's dancing down Times Square, you're going to need a hard hat. Like,
you know, she hates the heat too. And when she's like dancing in July down Times Square.
Oh. But I will tell you, it was the most beautiful place I've ever been in my entire life in a snowstorm with you. And it was lit up everywhere, not a person on the streets. It was awesome.
The only time I've ever seen Times Square is in the winter. So it was very beautiful.
No, even in the winter, it's really crowded. Even in the winter, it's really crowded. It was the middle of the night in a snowstorm when we were out there.
I've been there when we went for a girls' weekend in January and just went to see play after play after play.
Oh, yeah, you did do that. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you had fun here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what to do. I've never gone to the Statue of Liberty because it's kind of far from the main area.
So we've seen the Statue of Liberty. There's so much stuff to do. And we'll talk offline, but there is so much you can do in New York. It's mostly like restaurants. The shopping is fantastic. That's what I loved doing with Annabelle when we went there. And we also went to go see New York University. She loved New York University too.
Oh, you took her?
Yeah, we did. I took her on we didn't do an official tour, you know what I mean? But we went and saw a bunch of stuff. And I was like, I took her on the most beautiful day of the year after she had shopping bags full of stuff. And we went to NYU. I was like, oh God, this isn't going to end well for me.
And did she leave there saying, oh, I'd like to go to NYU?
We went to, I mean, of course, everybody would like to go to NYU. And I brought her with me on the Bad Trader tour that you didn't come. So she came with me to the Bad Trader tour. We met all these tasty traders. It was awesome. And everybody was telling us like the secret spots to shop, which was super fun. And so we went shopping. And then we went to and Annabelle loves Friends. There was like all these pop-up, New York has cool pop-ups. So there was like a Friends pop-up. And then every single person there told me to go to a different pizza place. So we had so much pizza, it wasn't even funny because we kept going to like pizza place after pizza place after pizza place. So it was fun.
That's fun.
Yeah, and even Scott was, so Annabelle took everything seriously. Scott was like, you got to go here, you got to go here, you got to go here. And so we're halfway done. She's like, Scott said we have to go there. I was like, okay, hold on.
Yeah, because Scott had kids who went to NYU.
Yep.
And then Tony from Mexico had kids who went to NYU.
Correct. Yep. Tony was not at that show. It was just Scott and JJ, and everybody was telling Annabelle different things, and she thought she had to go do it all. But it was fun.
Funny. All right. Well, I can't wait. Can't wait for.
Here's my only word of warning. We went to go see Hamilton because she wanted to see Hamilton on Broadway. We've seen it before, but she wanted to see it on Broadway. And we got in a rickshaw at because you can't get out of there. Like you can't get a cab or anything out of there. So we got in a rickshaw on the way out. And we almost died. It was the most dangerous rickshaw I've ever been in.
I remember when you came back from that.
Yeah.
With your rickshaw stories.
Yes. I was like, oh my God. But it's hard to get out and get a cab because it's so crowded on Broadway.
And you know what the funny thing is? Like we're staying in, well, this is where we have to stay. This is where the dancers have to stay. We're staying in the same hotel that the money shows are in, the Marriott Marquis. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, look at this. Now, Mikey, the Polish Warrior, added a $20 butterfly for 30-cent debit to add
a larger sweet spot. And look at you, Mikey. What is this trade called? It's like the bat wing plus the cone head. It's like a cone head with a.
Oh, I'm telling you though, Mikey, nothing makes me happier when I open up my P&L
and it looks like
this. Yes, I do this, but I'll do it for durational stuff. This is what my natural gas usually looks like.
That's awesome, Mikey.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, let's hope 59.50 today. 59.50, end of the day for Mikey.
I mean, he's happy with 59.80 or 59.20 too.
Yeah, he's got lots of spots. Oh my gosh.
Oh man, this would have scared the ducks out of the water. It would have.
That would have.
That's
so
funny. And then Eric is underneath. Yeah, there. Oh, quack, quack. 2 tranches closed in the green, waiting on Mother Market to close with the last while Dad just sits there watching. That's funny, Eric. That's funny. That's funny. Hopefully it'll close for you.
Okay, look at that. 7:03. That was closed. Wait, close. Those are all closing.
No, he's working the one. He's working the one.
Oh, working that one. Yeah.
Those are closed. Okay, then we're back. Let's go. Did you go top down?
I did. We had Mikey the Polish Warrior, and we only have 10 minutes to go. So the only other, we looked at everything on earnings except that IoT, which I don't even know what that is. IoT. Samsara. No idea. It's only 2 stars, but 2 million shares have traded. Only $48. No idea what it is.
I know Bob usually bets these for us. Can we take a look at the markets? I just want to see. I want to see if 2-star liquidity, what the buying power is on a put. I don't want to trade this. I'm just looking at this from that perspective.
Sure. Here's $1 on the 43 put.
Great.
$400.
That's what I'm saying. 2 stars, and you can just find these things.
And Etsy, I couldn't even.
How expensive was Etsy? $60?
Yes. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so IoT, never heard of it. Getting $1 on the 43 put, $447.
I would take it down a little bit and let's sell a put.
Take our chances. Let's roll the dice in IoT, get 85 cents on the 42 put.
Part of me wants to, but with 2-star liquidity, when there is less liquidity, these, in my personal opinion, when there's less liquidity, these things can actually move. Take a look at that 60 down to 35 on, I don't know if that's
right. Yeah, you look at this. That was February. So last earnings. Here we go.
Yeah.
Down to 33.
So that leads me to believe I don't want to look at this, but I don't mind an after earnings put.
I just don't. I gotta look again. It's like.
You're just making sure your eyes didn't deceive you?
Because it's run up so much. Maybe.
Well, I still don't think that should be why it's holding up so much.
Huh. But okay, so someone might look at this and think, whoa, look at Etsy. But not if you look at its history. Etsy was $300 at some point.
How does Etsy make any money? How does this company make any money?
Well, I'm sure they make money off of every transaction, right?
Yeah, but okay, yeah, I guess. I just don't, I've never been an Etsy fan. I don't understand it. I don't get it.
Well, maybe they make money off of it.
But I'm not a creative person. I know a lot of the creative stuff is coming from there. Etsy and Pinterest have always thrown me for a loop.
I'll tell you what's 3D printers now. People are 3D printing things. You want something 3D printed, you can find it on Etsy. So anything you can think of that you would want that would come from a 3D printer, someone on Etsy will make it for you.
Do you know, hold on, I'm gonna see if you can see this. I don't wanna drop it. I've got something 3D printed right here.
Yeah, right. And that was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into making this. You got to hold it back, I think, enough.
I'll hold it up against my chest.
Oh, yeah, there. Then you can see it. So that is a Magic Band reader. So when you tap your Magic Band, it says, welcome home. And
it's proudly displayed in my office and plugged in, but I had to unplug it to pull it right here.
So I made that for Liz for her birthday one year, and it was a team effort. We had a viewer, Ben, who was wonderful. He 3D printed the outside of it, and my son and my husband,
the two engineers, engineered the inside.
I hot glued it together.
That's a full team operation. I love it. It's in here and plugged in. And if you ever see my setup, if I ever were ever to take this off, you can see it behind me and I can go, welcome home. It's always plugged in.
Tap your Magic Band, welcome home.
I love it. Then did you hear that? I had to unplug it to pull it out here though.
Does it say anything else?
No, I think it just says welcome home.
Okay, I couldn't remember if we put a myriad of sayings in there.
I think it just says welcome home. Well, that's the last band I hit was welcome home.
It might just be welcome home. Actually, I can't believe Etsy's had this run.
So does that make you want to short Etsy?
No, I'm a fan. I'm telling you. Anything I want, I'll order it on Etsy. I'm a big fan.
I'm not saying that these kids are trading Etsy, the kids that we had yesterday, but the Faraz and Maxime. So when I was talking to Faraz after the fact too, he said he rides the wave. So he says, like looking at this, I mean, I'm not saying that that's what he would say about Etsy, but just about, he looks at NASDAQ and he's like, okay, I got to keep going until it turns, and then I turn with it. Do you know what I mean? Like he's willing to give up a little bit of profit because he's like, this is, I mean, but where would you? I mean, at 52, I'd be like, I'm shorted. At 54, I would say I want to short it. At 56, I would say I want to short it. Like when you don't know when it's going to turn.
And at some point, being options traders, we can say like, okay, we're going to turn our position into a zebra in case it falls. Then I have less at risk, or just a long call, a short-term long call. Like if let's say you had 100 shares of stock, and you're like, oh well, I rode this 100 shares of stock up. I'm gonna take some risk off the toe. Instead of having the 100 shares of stock, I'm willing to give up $100 to the upside, and I'll buy this. And have just $375 at risk if it falls. And then that'll give me another 2 weeks to see if it's going to keep running up or have a pullback. Like so, sometimes.
And you and I both know synthetics. So it's essentially the same thing as buying the put. If you had the stock and you just bought that put, you're limiting your loss to there as well. As like if you know what I mean, if you're long stock and buy that put, you can, it's the same thing as if you went out and bought that call. So synthetic 101, we know that. So if you want to keep your stock and you want to protect it, that might be something you can do. But you're giving up $100 on that, but that's the same concept.
And you could do the collar and you can do the collar, and sometimes I will do this with stock. And there are plenty of people, we know plenty of people who will have had stock they don't want to sell for tax purposes or whatever, and they'll keep putting collars around their stock and keep moving the collar.
Jenny, I want to ask you this question because you said this, and I agree with you. It's easier for me to say, okay, I'm just going to sell my stock out and buy that 60 call. It's easier for me to buy that 60 call than it is for me to cap my upside with the 66 call. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, I don't, it's funny, it's just a mental game in the fact that this is the collar, but you put that 66 call on there, it changes everything.
Then you're capped at 66.
Then you're capped at 66.
For 2 weeks. For 2 weeks.
Well, right. So it's funny because you said you'd sell your stock and buy that call. I agree with you. It's the same thing as if you just bought that put. You're just giving up $115 in profit potential. But when you want to get it for zero cost, then you're capping yourself.
And you're right, though. It's funny because I never think of that. I always think like, oh, I'll sell my stock and buy a call instead, have less at risk. But I never think of, oh, I'll just buy that put. But
just buy that put. You're giving up the same exact amount. It's synthetically identical. But it's funny because as soon as you buy that put with stock, you think you got to sell the call to get it for no cost.
I know. A lot of options is a mental game.
But and just kind of understanding the synthetics. But Jenny, we are out of time. It is 58.
Jeez. Fastest hour of the day. I will just double check that we got to everyone, but I think we did. Oh, Scott S. Trader Scotty. Made my first FX trade yesterday and pulled a profit on NZD/USD. Awesome. Look at this.
Amazing. I'm very proud of you.
Look at the run.
I made $20 on mine and I got out. I didn't know what I did, but I made $20 and I was like out like a thief in the night.
Nice. Good job, Trader Scotty.
Good job, Trader Scotty. Is that Scott Sheridan?
That's what I was going to say. Is this good? All right, we got to everyone. I think that we don't have, and it's not even Friday. I was gonna say we don't have any. We do have a red in the money sign. That's just SPX, and that is working. It's a small winner right now, very small.
So we're gonna leave that. We'll leave it. It's been working out well for us. It's been working out well for us. So I mean, SPOOs were up about 20. We don't.
No, and everything's out, right? Did Lulu get pushed out?
Lulu's pushed out. You're good.
Okay, so then working that we were never filled on, AVGO and DocuSign. I'm just going to cancel them.
Sure.
Because we kind of said if we get filled, we get filled, and we didn't. So I just canceled them.
Sounds great. All right, Jenny. Have a wonderful afternoon. Good luck with your Lulu trade. And remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, everybody.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Well, he's more public in his mentality.
I'm a believer. I believe that the world is good.
And I know that the world is not good. That questioning yourself and questioning yourself in dialogue with someone you respect is both pleasant and sometimes extremely insightful and useful sometimes.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from tastytrade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. tastytrade. Download today.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new tastytrade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Dear Kaylee, hats off to you for being such a culinary genius. I don't think it has ever dawned on our kitchen staff to serve gazpacho hot. Sincerely, Bob.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't want to fact check you with my vagina, but I will.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
My favorite time to read is when I'm away on vacation. I'm on like an island somewhere and I have nothing to do except sit under a hut. That's my favorite time. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
You believe this shit? The favorite time you like to read is when you're under a hut on an island. That's pretty specific.
Woof! The first half of this year's market has been giving the good guys the business.
It's certainly been back and forth for sure, Pete, and I'm getting whiplash over here.
With good mechanics, we can see Team Tasty stay strong in the second half.
Absolutely. Let's check out our starting lineup.
Tony Bat Batista, the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Number 69, because it's one standard deviation plus one. And you know, I'm the Bat.
John McLaurin, Wisconsin. Number 2, because I'm Beth's right-hand man.
Vanetta Logan, the Indiana University. Number 3, because that's how many shots of bourbon it takes to make it through the first hour.
I like the looks of that lineup.
Well, be mechanical is always better than just trying to run plays to see what sticks, Pete.
When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game.
That's right. Now get off the couch and get into the game.
Watch Tasty Trade.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
There's a beast in the financial world.
and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batiste. I've got my man, Mikey Butler, and of course, Katie McGarrigle in the house with me today. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tasty Live, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because it helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever. Just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day. Get spent with my buddies, Micah and Katie. Katie, how are you?
Good. Kicking myself a little bit.
Yeah.
Because shout out Costco pullback.
Ooh.
After you were gone last week, Mikey did a trade. I did an iron condor. I was getting tested to the upside. We're down 3% now. Closed $100 too early.
This wasn't like an earnings move or anything, was it?
No, I don't really know what this is on the heels on, but I covered it this morning for $3.50. It is now trading like $2.50.
Okay, sometimes you catch them, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, it's all right. Happy PGA Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
How we doing, boys?
Doing great. It's the Canada Open.
Okay.
So naturally, you just play Canadian players that are doing well, and they're all three of them are in the top 5.
Oh.
So it's if you did that, then you're doing okay. But I gave Nick some bets.
Yeah.
We got Sam Burns tied for first.
Yeah, I like that. I like to see that.
Okay.
Jake Knapp, our boy, hasn't started yet.
Okay.
And Luke Clanton, he's just hovering there. But Sam Burns, he's piping. Piping hot.
5 under.
All right.
Like that.
Yeah. You'll see the name
Be
Sam
some
Burns next
10s.
week for PGA for the US Open. You'll see some Sam Burns on the leaderboard.
You think
That's my take.
Nice.
Yeah, I like
And I think Bryson's gonna win.
Ooh.
So yeah.
Okay. Nick, I briefly talked to you about your little camping trip, but any
Yes.
other fun things to report? Standard?
Standard.
Good
standard.
times?
Yeah, I'm excited for our trip together.
Yes, our trip next week.
Us.
I'm still finishing my slides.
Me too. I'm going to finish them today, hopefully. Or I have them, but I'm just trying to get like some extra spicy things in there.
Yeah, tastylive.com/events.
Yes.
June 12th, Washington, D.C. Late night event. Not late night, but evening event.
Yes.
Packed house for
Libations.
sure.
It'll be great.
Can still sign up.
Can still sign up.
Yes.
Got a couple more events coming later this year. One more this summer and then a few in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
Come hang out. It's going to be a
Yeah.
good time. It's going to be everything from trade, a little bit of trade entry, but mostly more about trade management, a little bit about integrating crypto into your portfolio.
Yes. It'll be the one and only with Ryan Grace. So if you've ever wanted
Yeah.
to see that beautiful mustache in person,
Yeah.
you should.
He's
come.
also very stylish.
the best.
I think one of the best dressed men like in the office.
For sure.
And he was like today, because he was like, "Oh, Katie, you look nice today," blah, blah. And he's like, "I'm just wearing like whatever." And I was like, "You still look extremely put together. Like
Yes.
even your not trying hard look looks sophisticated."
He does have the swagger about him.
Yeah. He does. A
Yes,
certain
he does.
je ne sais quoi.
Yes.
But yeah, it should be a really fun time. There's lots of other road events if you hate the four of us. You want to see
please.
Tom and Tony and Dr. Jim.
Who would want to do that?
Plenty of
over us?
options.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, selfishly, we want the best signups because
Yes.
job security, but you know,
It's okay. They can never get rid of us.
can't they?
No.
Oh, no.
No.
Sometimes I feel like my days are numbered here.
Oh, you're.
I'm a lifer.
Yeah, this.
Stuck?
If you go.
Did you see what I posted on Twitter yesterday or X?
What?
Tracy reminded me of looking back at the first show I ever did. Back to Cool.
Back to Cool.
Born to Be Alive.
Yes.
For anybody that knows that hit song.
Are you trying to steal my spot here with Father's Day coming up?
No,
With
no,
these-
no,
throwing
never.
These, like memories out.
I could never actually, like, you're the spitting image. You're cut
well.
from the same cloth.
Yes.
But anywho, yeah, I found an exactly 10 years ago episode of me and your dad, and I was crying about a $200 losing Jade Lizard and Win.
Now we lose like an hour.
Yeah, just so.
That's inflation, baby.
Yeah, it was really funny. Win was trading at 108 10 years ago around this time. I think we're under 90 right now.
Hey, that's a shock. I was trading. My first trade was Costco at like 140.
Yeah.
And it's now at 1,000. So it's a 10x.
Time flies.
I know, it's pretty
Time
wild.
flies when you're having fun. World Series of Poker Vegas happening right now.
Is it?
When are you going to do
I
that?
thought it was always in like July.
It's June to July.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'm going to do it eventually. I will play the 10K main event eventually. But I'm really banking
10K buy-in?
The 10K buy-in, yeah. It's the World Series of Poker main event.
Okay.
It's usually like 9 mil to first, something like that. It's a crapshoot, but it pays out like top 20%. Minimum payment's like 30K.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting. That's going to be like the one event I play, because I firmly believe that when I go play it, I will have beginner's luck and I'll just get hit in the deck, like hit in the face with the deck, and just run like God, and that's the plan.
I know that they have like multiple venues and multiple tournaments at the various hotels, but like where is like the main event at these days? Because when we were sponsoring it way back in the day, it was at the Rio.
Yeah. It actually moves around, but I think it might still be at the Rio. Let's see.
I hope they've done something to improve their pest control. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah. It's at the Paris Club. Yeah. Horseshoe and Paris.
Well,
So I guess
the
double.
Bally's isn't there anymore. Thank the heavens.
RP.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah.
Just you walk in there, just smoke.
Disgusting.
Insane.
Gross place.
Well,
Jules is going down there.
Of course.
Is he?
Our boy Jules.
In his
He will be-
retirement?
Yeah.
He's going down, I think, late June. So, but yes, I will be there. I will be there eventually. I'll let you know, and I'll create a little poker tracker account.
Awesome.
Like that.
Speaking of swagger, would you like change your look just to get like noticed? Or would you just go in looking and feeling like yourself?
So that's a great question.
You're not going to do like matching neon jumpsuit or like
sunglasses,
velour tracksuit.
I think what I would do is I would dress like myself, and then if I make the final table or be on a featured table, I'll just go like full Tom. I'll wear the beret. I'll do the
Full
whole
Tom.
thing. Yeah.
Look at
get
you,
the-
and then,
marketing.
and then you get that cash.
Yeah, of course.
From,
Not for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. No.
Sponsorship.
No.
essentially.
No.
But yes, that would be what I would do. That's my loyalty plan.
Okay.
If I made a final table.
Dress like Tom, do the beret and the gray wig.
hair.
But then also maybe just do like a super bright red fur coat or something on top to really just get loud.
Yeah. Just get all the eyeballs on the tasty name.
Yeah, 1000%.
There you go.
Maybe we can find like a cherry costume of sorts.
Weren't we looking at like cherry onesies?
Cherry
or something?
onesies do exist. We were looking at
We
those.
were looking at cherry sweatpants and sweatshirts and bucket hats, which maybe we should still do. It's not off the table. I still want, especially since we're returning to Dallas, I want like a cherry belt buckle.
Ooh.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Anyways, with that in mind, what are we doing this weekend? Where are we going before we get into the markets?
Nothing. Got no plans.
I'm painting my bathroom this weekend.
Exciting.
If you look at the trade table and you look at a lighter shade of the expirations, that's kind of where we're going.
Okay. Kind of like Nick's shirt.
Like a blue,
Almost.
blue gray.
Yeah.
Like my car.
Oh, yeah.
Blue gray. I think it's going to pop nicely with the tile. I've got a Tory photograph that I'm going to frame.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
It's going to be, I'll send you guys some before and afters.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna start like a renovation Instagram account, like everybody during COVID?
That's what I'm afraid of. I think I'm gonna love it so much that I'm just gonna start painting everything. Like I've already decided that I'm gonna paint the other bathroom too, for sure. Because I know it's gonna look good, and I'm gonna want to paint the other bathroom too.
What about wallpaper?
Well, that's the thing. I was looking at. I don't know. I might change the vanity in the other bath. It's a whole thing. I'm gonna be spending thousands of dollars in the next like 6 months, I think.
There you go.
Nice.
Got to get a new couch.
Oh, okay. It's time.
Yeah,
it's
that-
time to
that
retire the
couch
gray
gotta
couch.
Yeah, but
Gotta go.
Labor Day sales. Labor Day?
You just missed Memorial Day
Yeah,
stuff.
Memorial-
Yeah, Labor Day sales. 4th of July. I mean, the sales will be there.
Yeah.
It's to reduce the cost basis.
I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel you. Well, I can't wait to see the after pics.
Yeah.
Should be great. What about you, Nick?
I got no plans. Maybe some golf. I don't know. Chill. Been gone, and then I
Yeah.
got to travel with you guys, with
Yeah.
my besties.
Yeah, we got to kind of have a contained weekend.
Yeah.
So when you go up to the camp, do new, like what is the entry age for like the veteran camp?
25-ish.
Okay. So do you get like a new
But it's-
crop of guys every year? That kind
Yeah, some. It's very exclusive. It's invite. You got to be kind of. Gotta be a real OG.
I see.
Gotta be in the know.
Yeah.
You
It's
gotta
not
be
just
a
like.
real OG.
Yeah, it's not just like a mass email that you gotta. You gotta be.
Grease some palms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's
You got to get the Hogwarts invite.
Yeah.
pretty much.
I like it. I like
Yes.
it. Well, I'm looking forward to hanging out next week with you guys.
I know it's gonna be fun.
Likewise.
Send us some food recommendations.
Yeah, send us some food
Yeah, I could
recs.
use some of those.
That would be
Yeah, a
great.
little DC food action.
Yeah.
Mama Chang's. That's top tier Asian
Is
in
it?
DC.
Mama Chang's.
Mama Chang's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
The DC people should know what I'm talking about.
All right.
If not, gotta go there.
Gotta go. All right. What's happening in the Marquettes?
Another buy the dip. E-minis basically pinned at 6,000 here. We're at, we got as high as 60.16, which was in the morning session of, I don't know what came out this morning, something. I know we got employment numbers today and tomorrow. Maybe that was a move, but it's been a little bit of a chop fest today, as with the rest of the week. We have had a relatively wider range, about a 60-point intraday range, which is exactly what we were looking at yesterday for the one-day expected move, which was kind of a shock. It was a pretty light one. NASDAQ up 75. It was just up about 200 and change. You've had some big moves. Apple went, well, it just sold off, so it went from red to green. You had Amazon up $5 and change. It's only up 3 now. On the other side, Tesla getting killed. It's down to 18. I've been seeing that the bromance is over. They've broken up, Elon and Trump. NVIDIA, another one that has been relatively strong today. You have AVGO earnings after the close. It's one of the last ones. Last big names. I think Lulu was the other one, right, Mikey?
Lulu is today. Yeah.
Yes, after the close.
AVGO.
But it's been super, super strong.
Yeah. Broadcom, DocuSign, Victoria's Secret. I didn't even know Victoria's Secret was publicly traded.
Ooh, must support that.
You got Lulu, you got the yoga pants and the bras and undies.
This is
got it all.
My kind of party.
It's what do we call girly pop Thursday earnings?
What was the
Becky.
basket? The Becky basket.
Becky basket.
Yes.
Becky basket.
Yeah, it was Starbucks, Lulu.
Oh, that's right.
Canadian Goose.
Like Crocs, maybe.
Oh no, it was Uggs.
Uggs. Okay.
Yeah. It was the Becky basket.
Okay.
And it was like up 500,000% in 10 years. So something crazy.
Dow up 98. You got the Russell up 8. So big nothing burger right now. Oil catching a little bit of a bid, up 57 cents. Volatility 18.75. You got the VIX at 17.27. It's the lows that we've seen recently here. Bonds down 2 ticks. Gold down $26. Silver having a nice little couple days here, up 95 cents. Bitcoin 104 and change. It's sold off a little bit from the highs.
Indeed.
Yes.
Kind of crazy.
Yes. A little bit of two-sided action today.
Crypto team also working to add more coins
Yes.
to the Tasty Trade offering. So check them out. Crypto watch list on Tasty Trade.
Love it.
Shout out to Costco. Shout out to Expedia for that damn long call that I have from one of the trades that I followed you all into. We're coming back, baby.
That was when I pumped Priceline. And yeah, just reserved some hotel rooms in Japan on Priceline.
Wow.
Man.
Good for you.
I saved $200.
Are you hitting any new spots, or are you kind of making the same round as your last trip?
We'll hit some new spots, but we will hub in Tokyo and Kyoto. As long as you're in Tokyo or Kyoto or Osaka, you can go literally anywhere on the bullet train as just like a day trip. That's the way to do it. Because then you're not lugging your stuff around all the time, you know.
You just doing a duo trip, or are you bringing more peeps?
No, it'll be the whole Intona fam.
Oh,
Yeah, so
dang.
it's just like, yet again, I'm just a passenger princess. They're planning a lot of it. Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
Love that.
It's gonna be great.
It's nice when you don't have to make choices.
Especially international choices.
1000%.
With people that have gone there 5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A jillion times.
Mhm.
Love that. The whole, like, even the mom and dad.
Yes.
Oh.
That was a surprise to me, but they're doing their own thing.
Oh.
But yeah, our friend Mike's like, yeah, my parents are going to lol. And I'm like,
I love
cool.
that.
Great.
I've still never met them.
They're fun.
Anyhow. All right. Couple 2-tree trades.
Let's do it.
Sure.
If you want to join us on the YouTube channel, we're streaming live there. Plenty of people chatting, talking about staking me for the World Series of Poker. Appreciate it. Send your Venmo my way.
My Cash App is.
That's why we need to create our own coin.
There is a strong case. Like, Tom can stake me, and I'll just wear Tasty gear the whole time.
Good luck with that, with the dinosaur hands.
Can't reach his pocket.
Can't get there, sorry.
Oopsie.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Oh, man. All right. Tree trade ideas, June 5th.
Can't believe it's June.
New fiscal year. Crazy. Crazy.
Time to hit those KPIs once again.
Yeah, we will. Bet your bottom dollar. All right, yeah. Join us on the YouTube channel. Pop over to the Tasty Live channel. You can throw in your trade ideas, questions along the right-hand side chat. We'll get to them shortly. Lululemon has earnings after the close. I did a little earnings preview for Lulu. We also have one for Broadcom. We've got one for a bunch of them. But yeah, Broadcom and Lulu we have on the News and Insights tab. I'll put a link to the Lulu one right now in the YouTube chat. But my big concern with Lulu is last fiscal year they didn't really make too much headway in the U.S. They made a lot of headway in international sales. But where do you think they get their supplies from?
China.
No. China, Asia.
Vietnam.
So.
Good. Vietnam makes all the soft stuff, good stuff.
Okay.
So the problem is if there's big tariffs on products in Southeast Asia.
Yep. And it's a Canadian company.
Correct.
With
So
a large U.S. market.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't see them like blowing the doors off this thing. I think they're going to run into tariff issues because they already have a premium product. You can't jack up the prices even more. Like that, there's a threshold where people are just like, this is not.
Yeah, totally.
It's not working. So I'm going with an iron condor here. Playing for kind of a chop around, maybe a downside move. But I think we'll see an inside move here. It's almost a 30-point expected move on a $330 stock. So just shy of 10%. But I think we'll see some turbulence. But if not, if there is a big sell-off or rally, I went to the 15-day cycle, the June monthly, and I sold the 300 put in the 380 call, and I defined risk 10 points wide. So 390 long, 290 long. But yeah, just going out a couple of weeks just in case there's a huge move. There's time for a reversal between this range. I collected $3 exactly. Risk is $700 on a 10-point wide iron condor, and that's that.
All right.
Keeping it simple, keeping it neutral. We'll see if they run into some issues here.
Okay. I might join you.
Beautiful.
Check it out on the follow page, which, by the way, yeah, Ryan posting his crypto trades on the follow page
Yes.
now. Shout out.
Yes. Yes.
I love to see it.
Yeah, the sizing is a little funky. It shows as 100 for all of them.
So he like bought like 100 coins.
Yeah, but it's not 100.
Yeah.
And it's more of just a engagement. Like, hey, check this out.
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna try.
Working on that though. We'll do some things.
Yeah, we'll configure.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna try working it right at $3. I got immediately filled. Oopsie.
There you go. Beautiful.
Oopsie. I'm with you, Mikey.
Sweet.
All right,
Beautiful.
Nick, what are you looking at?
So it was pretty slim pickings this morning. You got vol basically at the lows we've seen. VIX at 17 and change. It's a little bit of a shock to me. You've had a significant rally across the market. All the big name stocks that I like to play are basically at highs or near highs. So I was trying to find something that I haven't traded in a little bit that had relatively high implied volatility, that was a little bit different, that I could do something a little bit spicy with. So I'm looking at Uber. Ivy rank at the time was about 24, 25-ish, trading at 83. It's had a nice run up from 70 to 95, and it's come down right in the middle of that, trading at like 83 right now. So right in the middle of where it's been trading, it's off the highs. So I'm playing neutral to bullish, but with basically no risk to the downside here. Very little risk to the downside here with crab trade. But I'm naked on this position. So I'm long the August 85 call, basically right at the money, 70 days out in time, a lot of time. Sold 2 of the July 90 calls against it. I sold those for about $4 in net premium. So my whole trade cost in terms of debit is $1.85. So you got very minimal risk to the downside, especially because that long call is going to hold some sort of value. And you can see it in the risk profile. I moved it all the way to July. You get a move to 80 or 75, you're out a couple, 50 cents. Big old nothing burger. But it gives you a little bit of upside potential if you do get kind of a grind higher here over the next 30 some odd days. Probably somewhere about $300 to $500, depending on how fast it happens. If you get that kind of 30-day grind higher, I would expect it to be more towards like the $400 or $500 range. If we stay below 90, if it happens quicker, it's probably more like $100, $200. So use about $1,500 in buying power because you're naked that extra call. If it does sell off a little bit, you can buy back that call for one of the calls, the short calls, for cheap, let's say 50 cents, $1, 75 cents, whatever, and free up all that capital. Or buy in the risk if you want to buy the 95 call, that'll make it an equal with butterfly into a down move, basically legging into like a free butterfly type position.
Lovely.
Very nice.
No earnings, trying to find something different.
I feel you. Okay. I am about to sneeze, but now it's being shy.
Look at the big lights.
It's kind of helping.
We wouldn't even know if you sneeze anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
I know. I can just feel it. I was hoping that while you were talking it would happen, and it didn't.
That's the worst.
Oh, well. We'll persevere.
We'll
All right.
come back.
So you kind of alluded to it a little bit earlier when you were recapping the market, Nick, but I am looking at silver. I have no metal positions on right now, and like you, I noted the pretty noteworthy gap up in the last couple of trading sessions, if you will. So I thought, this thing has not been at 32, 33 quite a while, at least a couple years. So why not maybe put on something that gives me a little bit of short delta here? So I'm just looking at your classic stock substitution, put zebra style play. So I am long 2 of the 34 puts in the July 18th expiration and short 1 of the 32.5s. So as you can see by the screenshot, that gives me short synthetically about 80 deltas right now. That will obviously change as the price changes. I bought this zebra for $313, so that's of course the most I can lose on the trade. If SLV were to go to zero, obviously I'd make about $3,200. I will be getting out a lot earlier than that. I would be happy to squeeze out $150 from this thing. I'm using my debit for what I paid for the trade as kind of my profit target percentage window, if you will. So like 50% of what I paid for the trade.
Okay.
So yeah, hoping for a pullback in SLV over the next 43 days. No management. Just hoping for a little bit of weakness.
Followed you.
All right.
I also did.
Yeah, and you can definitely tweak the strikes if you want to change your probabilities or what you're paying ever so slightly. But this one just seemed to kind of work out when I was also looking at the extrinsic value. I know we kind of want that to be as close to zero as we can. But yeah, you can probably tweak it a little bit if you want. Penny-wide markets as well in SLV. The SI futures options a little bit wider, which is why I did not use them.
And the big.
And they're big.
Bigly.
Yes, big
Jinx.
and beautiful. Big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, I mean, these products are nice. Like GLD, SLV, you can get into zebras for 10% notional cost in both of them with the IV at 30. So it is bigly levered.
Bigly.
And that's what we like to do. We had a question yesterday about diagonals versus zebras, and this is like the environment where we're probably going to lean towards zebra. You can still do diagonal, but the lower the IV, the more we lean zebra. The higher the IV, the more we lean calendar diagonal, because the short premium makes a lot more sense to sell against it.
Ouch.
That's it. Lovely.
Two trades.
Sweet.
More trades coming up in the chat, I can see.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I got some capital ready to throw around.
Sweet. Before we get to that real quick, I did make some adjustments this morning and just now. So I just closed out of the live cattle calendar, the 215, August, July for $120. It went straight to 215, closed it immediately. Best case scenario for a calendar. Expedia.
.com.
Did you close your Expedia or do you still have it?
So I still have the long 175 call in July.
Okay.
And I am. Oh, now we just got. I'm at a scratch now.
There you go.
Oh wait, just kidding. No. Hold on. That was the wrong symbol. Give me one second.
You're probably down like
$100.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm down $150.
Okay, so what I just did is I have the same long option.
Okay.
I rolled before today. I had a calendar, so I rolled the 185 down to the 175. Then I moved the 175 up and out to the 180, and just now I moved it up and out again from the 180 to the 185 for 60 cents. So I paid a small debit to re-diagonalize to 10 points wide. So I now have the long July 175 call, short the 22-day 185. So maybe that's something you consider into this rally. Re-diagonalize it, and you'll collect $180.
So you're long the 175 in July, short the 22-day June 27th 175.
185.
185.
Yeah. So you recreate the 10-point wide diagonal into this recovery, and you'll pick up $200 almost to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get filled at like 179.
There you go.
Good shout.
Yeah. And then if it keeps going up, you'll be just fine.
Just fine. All right, I got filled at 179, so I am back with you. Thank you.
Yeah. And then, got filled on your SLV position, close the lean hog, and yeah, that's it.
Swag, as the kids are saying. Swag. I don't think they are. I think I made that up, but.
There's always that like shift, where we think that we know, and then we find out the hard way that we don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's the new phrase right now? There's a new phrase floating around. I can't forget what it is.
I don't know. I have a funny story to tell you both later. I don't think it's really appropriate for on-air conversation, but I'll tell you guys afterwards. I don't know, but when I was talking to this woman who was doing my hair yesterday, she said that her nephew is now, instead of saying like just Google it, Her nephew's saying, search it up.
Ooh.
I kind of like that.
That's a fun.
Search it up.
It's a fun little.
I don't know if that's like spread to a lot of kids or if this was just
Should
like
be
a
ask the
random
robots.
kid. Ask the robots.
Yeah.
Yeah. Consult the robots.
Consult the robots. Yeah, I'll have to think. There's some phrase that I'm trying to think of that I thought was interesting, but I can't think of it.
If anybody in the chat knows what Mikey is alluding to, who has children or nieces or nephews that are teens or preteens, let us know.
Yeah.
Cooked? It's not cooked.
No, it's like a phrase. I'm being extreme.
Is it like a phrase to be like cool or
Yeah.
like lame or something like that?
Yeah.
God, we are.
I know.
We're showing our age.
Yeah. This is sad.
How do you do, fellow kids?
Yeah. Well, that's like, I got so mad when Pete was like, I don't know who Cartel is. I'm like, shut up. Yes, you do.
I know people now that don't know who Blink-182 and Green Day is. And I'm just like, not sure how that's possible.
Yeah, I don't know how that's possible.
Yeah.
But
But it is.
anywho.
All right, let's kick it off with Lisa. Got a strangle, 43 days left, down $150. The 545, 430. Neither side is tested yet, but the call side's getting close. Would you just sit tight or make an adjustment?
43 days.
Yeah, 545, 430 in July. So yeah, 545, still plenty of room. 430, far out of the money, trading for basically nothing. So if you want to do something,
530?
430.
Oh. Yeah.
So yeah, if you just look at the raw value of your options, you've got $750 in your call, 80 cents in your put. So you're basically just short the call. If you want to hedge your risk to the upside, you can move that 430 up to, let's just say, like 500.
Yeah.
If you roll it up to the 500, you still have 300 points of wiggle room to the downside, or 30 points in the Qs. And it's not really going to hurt you if it comes down, but you could roll it up. You could underhedge and roll it up to like 480 or something. But basically the point is you have way more value in your call than your put, and your put's not helping you from this point on. So if you want it to have more hedgeability, you can roll it up to 480, 485, 490, somewhere around there, and you'll still lean a little short. If you don't want to lean short and you want to shift your delta, you could just buy back this 430, 545 for $8 and then create something new that is trading for $8. So like you could roll it to the 500, 550, something like that. Like you can change your delta and you can move your risk. It's just a matter of buying it back for $800 and change, selling something new for $800 and change. So yeah, it's really up to you, but as of right now, you still have 15 points to the upside before you test it. But I would consider moving the put because it's basically worthless. How is the VIX this low with all this data coming out?
Yes. That's I agree.
Yes.
I agree. I for the last couple days here, this week, I've been leaning a little bit short into this and just no give up in this market.
We've just had we've had the combination of the worst thing for the VIX staying elevated, which is narrower ranges every day and a slight drift higher.
Yes.
So if we do get a big move from some kind of data report, then the VIX will pop and maybe we see that sustain. But right now, we have 5 green days in a row with a very narrow trading range, which equates to big VIX crush.
Yes.
Let's see. Let's see. With cost down, do you think this is a good time to do a June, July upside crab trade?
Sure. It's going to be an expensive one. I mean, $1,000 stock, it's going to cost you a couple grand. But yeah, you could do, I like to go somewhere around the 40-ish delta. So like the 1035. And then in June, you could do the 20-ish. You do like the 1055, which is probably near the highest. 1078, the high. Do the 1055, and then you could buy the 1070, make it 20 by, or what is that?
20 by 40 would be
20 by
1095 for $15.
Yeah. If you wanted to make it equal, you do the 1075. It's a $16 debit.
Yeah.
But it's expensive. It's a lot of risk.
Yeah. I also don't really mind just like a straight up butterfly.
Sure.
Like a 1030, 1050, 1070. That
June
was,
or July?
Just in June, short term.
Play for a bounce back.
Yeah, $300. If it goes to 1050, back to the expected move, you'll make $100, $200, something like that. So a lot less risk if you do a straight up butterfly, but broke wing butterfly is on the table too. That'll be cheaper. You can collect a credit doing that. But yeah, the world is your oyster.
Yes, a little too rich for my blood.
Yeah, you could also just do a straight up calendar. I did a calendar in Costco for earnings, and that worked out well. Like a 10, they don't have the 50 strike. It's so weird. If you like, for example, the short the 1040 in June, long the 1040 in July, it's $1,300. It's the similar cost to the crab, but a little less downside risk since the strikes are on the same strike.
Reese's protein bars coming to Costco this month. I'm not a peanut butter head, but 18 grams of protein.
Wow.
Reese's?
Yeah.
I will be taste testing those for sure.
Give them a shot.
Market's selling off a little bit. What's going on?
Elon Trump going.
Oh.
Are they like battling each other now? I saw some report that like
it's battling.
Elon like bashed the new bill.
Yes, it's happening right now. They are breaking up. It's a messy divorce.
Public.
Yes,
scandal.
very public, messy divorce.
I will certainly be on the edge of my seat.
Yes.
So funny.
Core Weave, the product of the week, apparently. If you have no position in Core Weave, what would you do now?
Nothing.
Yeah. This was, I mean, we were talking about these yesterday. Like the premium here is insane, but you're seeing 15% moves every day.
Yeah, you just got to be careful with this stuff. It's flying around. I know, like we have a Circle has their IPO.
Yes.
And it looks like it's going to be like 3x the initial offering.
Yeah.
So just be careful with this stuff. It's hard to trade around these. This stock, it's the same way. I mean, vol has come in so significantly here. You can even look at like the change. Like you look at some of these options on a $24 down move, a July 150 put, you made $5 on it, which is something, but is not a whole lot. The volatility is very, very high, so you get whacked into the down move too, and you don't make as much as you think you're going to make buying these puts. And on the upside, you got if you're short calls and this squeezes to the upside again, I think it's $100 and something, 180% in borrow rate. It's just one that you want to mess around with it. You got bigger size account, go for it, but I'm not doing anything here.
On limit orders, like in GTC orders, does Tasty try to fill us at the mid price or only when our limit order hits the bid ask price, so worst possible price, but at our limit price?
No, the Tasty doesn't fill anything.
Yeah.
Tasty routes this. The way this goes is that you route an order. It spins around in milliseconds to a number of different liquidity providers and exchanges and all these different places. And it does it all automatically. And if there's a counterparty that is taking that price, you get filled. If there's not, it keeps spinning around and around and around and around.
Yeah.
And
I like that.
It's a cyclone.
Yeah.
Fill cyclone.
Yes.
Like one of those bingo
Yeah.
balls things.
Yeah.
Keep spinning until your number falls down the thing.
Yes.
The limit price is in itself. You cannot get filled worse than the limit price.
Yeah.
So whatever you route it at, it's either that price or more or a better price for you.
Yeah.
So it just, if you get filled, it's at your price or better.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes. And that's why we like using limit orders.
Yes.
We don't really often use market orders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say generally like mid-price is a good spot to start. It's not an autofill, especially with wider bid-ask spreads, but it's a good place to start. And you can always cancel, replace it. There's no cost there.
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes you'll see it tick below mid or whatever, and it'll fill at mid. Sometimes it'll fill at mid with a tick above. It's just
changes in volatility. Things moving. Like right now with the VIX at 17, it's much harder to get fills. You'll notice across the board, and that's because there's no volatility, and so there's nothing really moving. You get a pop in vol, it makes fills a little bit more easy.
Yeah, and if you're trading something like SPY, there will be almost no deviation. It'll just be like pretty much instant. But the less liquidity you have, the more you'll be like, oh, I'm at the mid. Why is it not filling? It's a liquidity thing.
Yes.
Expedia came back quite a bit. Yes, it did. Lucky.
God, we're red. Somebody do something.
Ooh.
Now we're green again. No.
Nope. Beat. I am so hungry.
We got Fry the Coop today. Good one.
Do we?
One. Yeah.
I think I pulled a U and I over-caffeinated myself, so I'm like,
Ooh. Well, you didn't pull me because that's normal for me to do.
To over-caffeinate?
Yeah. Only that one time.
Over-caffeinated.
That one time I was way over-caffeinated.
Which is saying a lot.
Yeah.
He's already maxed out at the 400 milligram suggestion.
Yeah.
I think I overdid it, so I am very much looking forward to something heavy to calm my nervous system a little bit.
I think the circle is out. 88. Is that? I don't know if that's
Halted?
Yeah, that might be halted.
What is this?
Circle.
The crypto
USD,
exchange, right?
They a stable coin.
8888. GitLab earnings, any ideas? GTLB earnings next week, June 10th. We'll probably revisit this next week, but it's big high IV in there for the weekly cycle.
Yeah.
I don't think I've traded this.
It's what like our research stuff. A lot of it is built through GitLab.
GitHub, GitLab.
Mm-hmm. E-mini's down 9.
Mm-hmm.
10.
Where are we closing?
Tesla down now, down $25.
Yeah, Tesla's getting smacked.
Uh-oh.
I almost typed in smacked as I'm speaking.
Crazy. Yes. Everything's just politically driven, it feels like, the last couple months. No.
Couldn't be.
Couldn't. Would you define risk trade Abercrombie with these trade talks tariffs like a butterfly, 70, 80, 90 butterfly?
70.
Abercrombie.
Yeah, I mean,
the other day was the other day earnings. That little red
I think
candle.
so. I think the big green one was earnings. Up to
Wow,
like
this thing
110.
really fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think just generally speaking, I don't know if you're going to do this puts or calls, but we like to do the iron fly. But it's a tough trade. Anytime you're doing something that's right at the money, it's going to be slow moving.
Yeah.
So I would make this either wider or maybe do it out of the money. Like I would rather, the speed at which you'll make $100 on an out of the money iron condor is going to be a lot quicker than the at the money straddle iron fly type thing. So
Just be thoughtful about to your point about mid prices and natural prices. Just think about your, order routing here.
Mm-hmm.
Scott closed the New Zealand dollar. Nice little profit.
Ooh.
Having already get back in at 6:05.
Yeah. You had Glennie or Frankie on the show?
Glenn.
Glenn.
I don't want to, toot my own horn here, but I'm up $60.
Hell
Forex
yeah.
trading.
On the Kiwi trade?
Just overall.
No, just overall. I'm just
nice.
in and out doing, whatever. The New Zealand one, I'm a little small.
Okay, nice. Did you guys know that Glenn is an art connoisseur?
I did not know that.
I believe he used to work at like Christie's auction house, so he actually knows a lot about art.
Huh.
Yeah, it's fun to go. I've been to the Art Institute with him.
Really?
He knows a lot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Fun fact. What can't the man do?
That man can do anything.
He can make me sing karaoke.
Yeah. Good one.
Oh boy.
Love
Fun times, dark times, nobody knows.
Oh, those were good times. Good times.
I know. Love it.
Beautiful times.
It was fun.
TCFX if you haven't signed up.
Yes.
Do it.
Yeah, you can see it in the on the web instance. You can see it in the desktop as well on the platform tab, but then there's also a drop down on the web-based version too.
Yes.
Mobile coming. They're working on it.
Cool. Support our peeps.
Yeah. And you can get pretty small.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
I like being exposed to it.
Yeah, just a little purchase.
Just a little nibble here and there. Yeah. Nothing. It's great.
How about a car vending machine trade? Carvana, 350, 370. You've got the July weekly here. I think you just go to the July monthly for liquidity reasons.
350. We're playing the upside in this.
Oh. 350, 370.
Right at the money.
Right at the money, picking up $8, risking 12. Yeah, I would go to you have to go to the monthly if you want to trade this. The weekly that you're looking at has $3 wide bid-ask spreads.
Yeah, the bid-ask spreads are no good.
So yeah, go to the July 18th if you want to trade it, but I don't mind this idea. 10 points out of the money, collecting $800.
I'll follow suit with the 370, 380 in July. A little bit out of the money. I don't want to be right at the money. 20 points wide, a little too big. I want to get filled somewhere around 290 if I can.
Fair enough.
There you go.
All right.
How about AVGO? I just put the link to the article that Gus wrote.
Gains by Gus.
Gains by Gus.
Gains by Gus, yes.
At Gains by Gus, Twitter.
Yeah.
I did AVGO yesterday for Johnny Trades. If you're interested. A little upside butterfly.
Okay.
I think I'm going straight iron condor again.
Could do that. Not super bullish, but
yeah.
I didn't want to have risk to the downside.
Sure.
Because these things have just been.
Yeah. You could see this have a crowd strike move. This is just another blowout to the upside pre-earnings. Maybe they come in a little light and you see a little sell-off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with that. 240, 285 shorts, 10 points wide for 350.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Yeah, look at that chart.
Yeah, it's straight up. It's been.
Stonks only go moon.
Not anymore. Not today. They're down 19.
Wow, down 19. This is crazy.
Crazy.
340 I was filled out on the AVGO Iron Condor. In June, short the 240, short the 285, defined risk 10 points wide.
Wonderful.
Bada bing, a bada boom. Let's see here.
Let's see. What do we do? Do we step in front of this Tesla train?
Apparently, Trump said he gave Elon a key to the White House, but then he's
taking it back,
and he said I've given this key to other people too. It's not a special key.
What timeline do we
It's so good. It really is just unbelievable. I think I might just do a little put spread, little Johnny put spread.
All right.
Premium in hood.
We'll see. If I can get like 305. I'll do like the 275, 265.
Little short putty.
I'm gonna let that sit. See if they come to me.
Let that thing simmer.
Hood?
Yeah. Premium and hood has been pumping. Premium versus buying power has been favorable. Yeah.
I'm there.
$72 holla.
I have the 65-70 strangle currently. Started as a ratio, so to put against it. All those things are on the file page. You can follow along there. I'm out about $400 or $500 because of this move. If you haven't seen this one, it's similar to what you looked at in AVGO. It's gone straight up.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna get into a calendar in Tesla.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get myself the 350 calendar, long July, short June.
Okay.
Yeah, for 850. See if we just get a little reversal of this.
Okay.
Close it for $100, $200. Quick. Yeah. AVGO Iron Condor, Tesla calendar, SLV put zebra. Trades are flying, people. Trades are flying.
Mm-hmm.
Any other things you guys are looking at?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, did we get through all the?
We did.
Oh, wow.
That is the end.
Man, no, just this market. We've chopped around 6,000 all week. So I'd like to have tomorrow you got the big numbers, employment numbers, blah, blah, blah. Maybe we get off of this 6,000 mark.
Sure.
That would be nice. Like a little downside. We haven't had been just straight up. I want vol to come back a little bit.
Fair enough.
So that's kind of my thought process. Been leaning a little short all week. Now I'm, basically hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah. I'm thinking about doing something in crude oil. I just don't know what.
Ooh. I did an Iron Condor. You can
You did?
look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, we've just been kind of in this like 56 to 65-ish range for a couple months now.
Yes.
Yep.
I would like to do something like with a tiny bit of long delta.
I'm currently in a micro crude covered call.
So you're long one future?
Yeah, long the future, short the 65 with 11 days. This was just a trade left over that I was defending for a while, but that could get you neutral bullish.
Yeah. Could work.
I'm short the 57, 55 and a half in the 42 day on the put side. I'm short the 69, 70 and a half on the call side. I did at 46 cents. So about 1/3 the width of strikes. You can move it in a tiny bit on the call side if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'll check out both of those.
Oil's been moving. I mean, it's when you look at the volatility too, it's not super high, but it's on the higher end of where it typically is.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yes.
So I'm looking at that. Let's see. I've still got on the Southwest Zebra. We were looking a little better.
Yeah, Mikey took that off yesterday and didn't even chat you or anything. So
That's okay. I had been working a couple of orders and I was just still too far away. I was stingy about it. But we still got 43 days left in it. Still sitting on that IONQ short put. Nothing to really do there unless did either of you like sell a call against it or anything?
Nope. Not once, not never.
Let's see. I'm trying to fade the mouse. It's not really working just yet, but it's only down about $120. And AMD crab, I think I did with one of you. It's a short 2 of the June 90 puts and long 1 of the July 100
oh yeah, you
puts.
can pull those June puts off.
Yeah, I should.
Yeah.
I should definitely pull those off and then just sit with the long 100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, only 12 cents.
Boy, I just got filled on my Tesla.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay, I will cover those 2 90 puts.
Go.
Go.
Sweet.
Are you bowling right now, Nick? Are you done?
Done for the summer. It's a winter sport, fall sport, which is 8 months basically.
Here. I mean, I still wore a jacket here today.
I know, it's unbelievable.
Crap.
Soon, though.
Soon. Time's coming.
Yeah.
All right.
Yesterday we have a new phrase. It's June showers bring December snowflakes. That's the new phrase.
Is it?
That's
a poet, a real poet.
We have not had a summer yet. It's June.
We have not.
Maybe one day.
We had like a couple of days. Fake
little-
outs.
Little fake out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Should we go eat some chicken?
Sounds
Please.
great.
All right. Thank you all, as always, for tuning in. If you want to see anything in future episodes, you can tweet at us. I'm at Trader Katie. Mike is at Trader Mikey B. Nick at Trader Nicky Bet. Gus at Gains by Gus. In the meantime, good luck, good trading, go golf. Peace.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Tom, when you talk about the good guys, who are they?
They are us. We are the good guys.
When you say they take out the weekend, what does that mean to you?
That means when you're a premium seller and they take out the weekend, that means that all the decay over those 2 days, Saturday and Sunday when the markets are closed, come out of the market Monday morning.
When I say bell to bell, what does that mean to you?
Bell to bell is like, in horse racing they would call it wire to wire, and in trading they call it bell to bell. So the opening bell to the closing bell.
If you're saying something's thin, what does that mean to you?
That means it's not very liquid. That means that the marketplace is relatively illiquid. That's what thin means.
If you can't buy an uptick, what's happening?
If you can't buy an uptick, that means the market is going down and there's no bounce.
How does Daddy do it?
Daddy does it good.
Tasty Trade is now on TradingView. Trade stocks and futures directly on TradingView charts with Tasty Trade's low commissions. Try it out and leave us a review.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday, around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon. Every Tuesday and Thursday, you too could stick with the bet.
We are back. It is Thursday, June 5th, 2025. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Jamal Chandler, Jamal, can I just say I have gratitude to see you?
You are. Well, I appreciate that.
Because apparently the comment "such ingratitude" from Elon Musk's mouth sank ES by 40 points a few minutes ago, and I kid you not.
Really? Is that what moved markets down?
Jamal, I warned you this is going to be one of those episodes. John, we can go right to the slides here. We just got to get into this right now. Such ingratitude. Okay, before we get there, I do want to do the usual rigmarole. It's the day before non-farm payrolls, so let's check that box. We do need to talk about May non-farm payrolls because those are still coming out tomorrow morning.
Yep.
And surely this is a market that still cares about real things like economic data. So tomorrow's report, we're doing at 130K from 177. Unemployment rate on hold at 4.2%. Wages slight softening at 3.7 from 3.8. We had the ADP report yesterday, which was pretty soft, 37 versus 115K. But as some other analysts like those at Goldman Sachs have poked fun at in recent years, when ADP misses, NFP tends to beat. We did see jobless claims bump up again today, and the tri-state area around D.C. Just see their biggest increase now in jobless claims. So Maryland, Virginia, what have you, Delaware, you're talking about now a bump up into highest level of claims since 2021. So maybe the federal government job cuts are having some sort of impact. But the data as presented, Jamal, I do need to warn everyone, it's kind of just good enough for where things stand. To keep the unemployment rate below 4.5%, where the Fed potentially sees it going by the end of this year, we only need to add 49,000 jobs a month. That's not a great pace, of course. It would be a much slower pace than we've seen. But we're not in the territory where, again, people would call it recession. So slow down, perhaps. What does this mean for tomorrow morning? We can talk about the price action implications, but I did think we need to outline what the actual numbers people should be or looking for when they go to tomorrow morning's data release.
Yeah, I mean, over 100K, right? One way or the other. Obviously, the specific number is 130K. But again, most of the numbers we've been seeing are over 100K the last couple of months. Unemployment rate still below that 4.5% range, like you talked about. Based on a lot of the job soup this week, which I always like to call it in this type of week, heading into the non-farm payroll. I do. I mean, it is, right? Like, jolts, it's like, does that really matter? Well, the market apparently seemed to think it mattered the other day, whatever. ADP, obviously, in the non-farm payroll, obviously you can include unemployment numbers on that Thursday heading into it. It all, I think, like you said, seems to be showing that there's not a huge change from a lot of things that are being done as much as we had worries earlier this year. So, I mean, I think that's really the trend we're looking for tomorrow. How market's going to react to it, I don't know. I don't know. We've had a pretty good week here. We've seen weeks where non-farm payroll just came in flat and the market still faded off. Maybe they were expecting more. I think that's the real key thing here. What are we expecting? And you can see, I think it'll be interesting to see how we end the day. Are people going to be a little scared heading into non-farm payroll and the market sells off? Or does it end up just being one of those flat days as we head into it?
I have been spending my time thinking of a soup name that starts with a J, but the closest I could get was Jambalaya for this week's stew of jobs data. Good old Jambalaya.
Yeah, Jambalaya, yeah. Be a Jambalaya.
That works.
Jambalaya.
Yeah, no, Jambalaya, right? Yeah. So it's not great. Like, preferably we're closer to 170, 200,000 to see robust expansion and get downside pressure on the unemployment rate. Of course, that's not necessarily the goal of policymakers right now. If they're trying to stamp out inflation, they've long held that it's okay to sacrifice jobs. And to this end, we've seen the Federal Reserve, Powell or anyone else, they've been talking about how they're more concerned with near-term inflation before they address the longer-term potential decline in output. So they're on hold. A second spotlight here, Jamal. Oh, no. I'm sorry in advance.
Uh-oh.
We have to do this.
You don't have to, but, it's fine. It's fun to do it anyway.
Yes, we do. At 12:45 p.m. Eastern time, Elon Musk tweets out, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would control the House, and Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate." Such ingratitude. Hey, there's a callback to the title. This is the 12:46 candle here, Jamal. Okay, yeah, it needs to be discussed. We're going to go right to the action because stocks hate this drama here today. We're bouncing back a little bit. I want to go to the 1 minute here and just point this out. You can't tell me that the tweet comes out at that time and Tesla dumps and stocks dump. I guess it's all algorithmically driven. Tesla's down 7.7%.
I mean, I think
today.
Tesla dumping definitely has something to do with that for sure. I refuse to believe that he moved the S&P 500, but Tesla dumping, I think there's no doubt. With the infighting that they're clearly having now. I can't even believe. First of all, I don't even know if this is real. This is really funny theater, even if it is. I mean, all of it.
Is it?
It is. It's hilarious that this is what things have come down to. That our stock market actually moves on some of these things, right? But lo and behold, I mean, clearly, I would say Tesla is moving because the stock had been really kind of resurging more recently, and so I would say it's definitely moving off of this stuff. And the tax bill and the credits and all the stuff that's come out the last couple of days.
There was a call between Trump and Xi this morning. Lasted about an hour and a half. Trump said it was a very good call. The market's pumped on it. But apparently a feud between Elon Musk and Donald Trump can take that all away. Has volatility gone anywhere?
Right, we jumped on that.
It's been a morning. We've seen the 8:30 a.m. data release. We have comments from ECB officials, the Trump call coming out, right? It's just the smattering of data and these tweets. Today's an interesting session, particularly because I arrived in the market late. I took off the morning. Jamal, my baby girl, graduated from preschool today. Very proud of her.
Man. Congrats, man.
Right? And that's preschool. She's like the 50th person in her family to do it. So,
but it's cool, right? It's a thing where people get together,
moment.
Right? Yeah, and it's just that kind of.
My in-laws are in here from Maryland, so
nice.
Yeah,
nice.
This morning was great. So when I came to the market, I finally log on at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, and I go, "Oh, market at highs," and what's been moving the market today? Oh, these are a lot of newsworthy things. This looks like it's going to be a good day. But stepping away from the drama here, Jamal, let's just look at the numbers. 14.8 IVR. We're sitting at levels that we were sitting at this morning at 10 o'clock. This is a market that's been very resilient so far. Obviously, non-farm payrolls can spook some people as we think about positioning into tomorrow's report. What do you make of today's price action, knowing that this has been such a drama-filled day?
It does seem like there's some tension ahead of the non-farm payroll report. And again, I mean, like you just said, we were near some of the lows of the morning. Now we've already bounced back, and it seems it's going to be that kind of day. So I don't read too much into it, honestly. Again, I'm just kind of focused on what kind of move we were going to expect. What is this going to really tell us? I don't expect cuts this year. I really don't. But again, we know that the tea leaves in this jobs report are going to be whether or not they'll be able to do cuts. And if it comes in well, then it's going to be like, oh, the Fed has room to cut and Trump wants them to cut. So why not? What are we waiting on? When is it going to happen? That's exactly the sentiment I think it's going to be around the report. So if it leads to higher prices, I'm all for that. Again, still got our long calls, 2 of them now. I think as a result, you talk about that NASDAQ call spread. I probably just hold it through tomorrow and then maybe make a decision after that.
Mm-hmm.
I did end up selling an MNQ future against the position. I sold it at 22,000. Again, MNQU, because our option contracts are reflective of the U contract. So I sold one there and just over like 22,010, I think, and then yesterday. And so I do have that on. But again, whatever loss that occurs, if we go up another 1,000+ points, will totally be overshadowed by the gain that I'll get in this call spread. So I'm fine with it.
The call spread does need to be adjusted. It's at 25 days to expiration. The position's basically flat still because there's been some upward movement, right, but not enough thus far. But being able to just extend it out at a scratch, I think when I last year it was like in the profit by $1.25 and not like $1.25 when we talk about like, oh, the option's trading for $1.25 from 70 cents. I mean, a whole one George Washington paper bill and one George Washington quarter. So it's done nothing, right? It's not like, I guess, just sans transaction fees. I guess you have to pay that in and out the door, depending upon what you're trading and how you put on the trade in NASDAQ. So if you're operating on the similar principle that Jamal and I have been operating around, this position is something that I'm personally going to be looking to get more duration on it because the market does seem like it's set up here for a continued push higher, although the drama today, I don't know if it helps or hurts. For what it's worth, we are kind of erasing all that move already, so I suppose that's a good thing. Maybe it was just algorithmically driven because of what was happening in Tesla, and human traders are stepping back in and saying, are we really going to short the market because of mean tweets?
Mean tweets?
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. You know.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are fighting, honey.
Yeah.
That's why I got out of my long stock positions. Okay. That's not compelling for me.
Not
It's
at
a
all.
14.5 IVR. So nothing's changed today.
Yeah, not a whole lot, right? I mean, you can even see it just from the candle, right? This is shaping up as of right now to be somewhat of a doji. It wouldn't be crazy to me if it ends up being a doji ending type of day heading into this report. So, yeah, vols are still fairly low. I still like having this call spread on. Again, especially like it even more. I do, like I said, I'm actually, to be honest, I'm a little thrown off because I have two, right? Like I mentioned this. I got the one expiring in 25 days, and then I got one for July. I did it last week where markets had tanked, right? We were at whatever, and whatever the corresponding is in NASDAQ, we were dropped to 5,800 and change in the S&P. And I took that opportunity to buy another. I probably should have rolled it, but I just decided I wanted to buy another at the time. And so this is, again, why I ended up selling the MNQ against it, because I got two of these things. So I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to manage the June 30th call spread yet, but for the time being, I'm just going to at least sit through non-farm payroll. And it's never good to just hope, but I hope for a big day tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, we tried poking outside of the ranges, at least in ES here today. We never quite got through 6K, although given where we were earlier in the session and why we pulled back, I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to the highs. Now, of course, it is the day before non-farm payroll, so I suppose the desire to load up on risk heading into the close may be limited for some, and that could portend, a market that has a little bit more difficulty recovering here. So for now, the game really hasn't changed, Jamal, right? We're still, you and I have an upside bias, but for new entrants in this market, similar to where we were on Tuesday, the broader picture has not evolved. The tree looks a little bit taller here today, but the forest yet the same, 5,750, 6,000, 250 points, and we have not yet clocked a move outside of it yet. But there's positive technical drift.
Yep.
There's low volatility.
Yep.
There's still exceptionally light volume in this market. We're close to 1 million, so actually better trading volume today than we've seen in recent days at this time, but still not exactly a huge volume day thus far. So adjustment day, maybe not a new position day, but an adjustment day if you're close to 21 DTE like Jamal and I.
Well, to that end, I mean, that was when I started my sort of education in these stock markets about trading. It was definitely on the standpoint of, it wasn't even options yet. It was more about charting and technical patterns. One of the things I do remember, and I believe this still to be true, because again, it's not witchcraft, right? Like it's literally sentiment surrounding something. And right now the volume is low. It's not, dead like we see around holidays. It's just lower volume as we're getting back toward a zone and retesting, and we need a catalyst. We need a catalyst to push the markets higher, if you will, or lower. But either way, you're going to get big volume on the other side of that move is what I'm trying to get at. And so volume is drying up right now, but if things work out in the bull thesis, the day that comes where we get the big volume day, which could be tomorrow, it's like boom, and you see the big long candle, and then that means higher prices are coming for sure. So that's what we're literally hoping for here, right? Like if we see that, we know it's on, and we're going to probably see new all-time highs sometime soon. But if it goes the other way, then we're in for more pain, and there's that.
Jamal, I want to bring up the point about today being an important roll day too. I'm at 25 DTE. Someone may find themselves in a similar position, 25, 26, we'll call 27, right? Depending upon what product you're trading. Let's just say you're in that neighborhood. Tomorrow's non-farm payrolls. So for me, that would be 24 DTE. Saturday and Sunday, the market's closed, 23, 22. Monday is 21 DTE. If non-farm payrolls doesn't work out for me directionally, right? If the stock market pulls back in, now I have to get out of my position where instead of getting out of it basically at a scratch, I'm going to be getting out underwater. But if I roll today, the position is going to get hit again, right? Of course, it's moving against me directionally. This is a directional call, long call spread out of the money. But because of the time duration here, I'm actually going to be less sensitive. The position won't be hurt as much. So for the sake of being a little bit more prudent of risk and not standing in front of a train potentially. The previous position were 25 DTE long, 23,000 short, 23,500. Just pushing this out to 56 DTE now. So hopefully it gets filled.
Bam.
Jamal, we never like
You know
that.
what that means. You know what that means.
Well, sorry for top ticking the market again, folks. But here we
Totally
have
fine. You got further out now. You're good.
It's their position adjustments. Don't hesitate to make a position adjustment. And again, if it's something where you're like, no, I'm hoping for the convexity. Like I am willing to stare this down. I'll ride this into 23, 22 until 21 because I think we're going to get a kick in the market higher here. Whatever your strategy is, but just be aware of the risk that you're facing. Where if you're wrong and then you go, got to roll, it's going to be a little bit less favorable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can always, you don't have to wait till exact 21, right? Like that's the moral of the story here. You can always manage a little bit earlier. It's not really that huge of a difference, I would say. I should say sometimes price-wise, not that huge difference. It might psychologically be a huge difference for you because then you're not worried about it as much.
Psychologically, I think perhaps maybe the way I'm approaching it, that's certainly a factor here. I don't like, again, thinking about how I handle my own personality. Like when I go on vacation and I'm not working, do I like keeping trades on? No. Or like when my daughter's out of school, do I like working and having to pay for a sitter and then trade and potentially lose money? And then it's like I'm losing money on both ends. Like I'll just take the day off and have a good day with my kid. So, and I won't lose money trading and I'm not paying a sitter. So, okay, hey, right, I've cured both psychological ailments for me.
I might need to do the same thing now. I might roll to, I already have the 20. I don't know what I'm going to do. I still need to decide. But
I'm a little neurotic.
As you mentioned, though, one thing that's important to mention, this is an upside spread. It is out of the money. There is vol acting against it, if you will, and we do have 1 day of trading off, which is already factored in that, honestly. But there is 1 day of trading off within that position that we had.
Anything going on with the Russell here? We've been watching to see if it would hold ground and potentially break at. It is the leader again here today, up by 0.43%. It goes hand in hand, which should be noted that the long end of the curve here is recovering. Ultras, ZB, they have turned the corner, not quite for ZN or the short end yet, but long end of the curve that the Russell tends to be a little bit more sensitive to. Lower yields, small caps edging up. Still haven't exited our range here, Jamal, but you could see that we're getting real close to those 2130 figures that have peaked us or provided the peaks for us in March and again in May.
This is one of the best that the Russell 2000 chart has looked in quite some time. I mean, seriously, like it is, again, it's kind of like the way it's sitting. When you look at it on, daily chart, like the way it's sitting, it looks like it's just looking for a reason to jump higher. And again, we talked about this with the S&P 500, NASDAQ. They all kind of got a similar look, Dow the same way. We just need to move. But I mean, it looks really good. And again, that's why I'm comfortable being long. I've been long the R2K contract for the past, 2 weeks now, maybe even 3. So I'm still sitting in mine, holding it. I'm long at 2114, so just a little bit below where we are. I should say it's a little bit below where I am right now, but I'm comfortable being long it.
If we were to just zoom in here to a 4-hour time frame, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, clean neckline on an inverse head and shoulders pattern. I know that's not typically how people apply head and shoulders patterns. They demand that they occur at tops or bottoms. I make no such demands of my head and shoulders patterns. If I see them in the middle of a trend, it's continuation. A head and shoulders pattern in a downtrend is a signal that the market wants to keep going lower. So an inverse head and shoulders, like you would be calling for a bottom and prices to turn higher, this to me is what looks to be like a flag or something that's going to pop to the upside. So we can call it whatever we want to call it. The point is the measurement is the same. It'd be about 1985, 2130. You're talking about a healthy move there, Jamal. 150 points, we'll call it, to be generous. 250 points on top of, or 150 points, on top of that breakout point is getting you pretty darn close to 2300. 2300 would mean a lot's going right for a lot of different things in the stock market and the Russell. That's not a small rally that's being called. But that would be the measured move here. And you could make the case that this is a left shoulder head, right shoulder, and there is even larger inverse head and shoulders pattern coming together here. That would call for move 25. So it's easy to get built up on the Russell. It's difficult, I think, for me narratively with it being the small caps and the interest rate sensitivity. But the chart's the chart. And you got to respect what the technicals are potentially laying in front of us. So
listen, if we're at 2,300 in the Russell 2000, I mean, we're doing so much winning. We're doing so much winning that you're going to be begging for the winning to stop, Chris. I mean, that's what's happening.
I'll be tired of it.
You'll be tired of it. You'll be tired
me.
of it. Yeah.
Wow. That's
just saying. 2,300. That's a long way. That would be nice. I mean, I would love to see 2,200 again, let alone 2,300. So bring it on. I see no reason for me to get out of my Russell 2000 contract at this point. I feel like I got it at a decent level. And again, now that I see the chart, what it's doing, you can call this a lot of different things. In some ways, it almost looks like somewhat of a cup with handle, and the handle is here, and now we just need the breakout. But we'll see.
Yeah, I see that. Here's your cup, right? Cup, handle.
Volume drying up.
Jamal?
Like that's the classic thing, right? Like kind of cup with handle, volume drying up, and then you need just the kindling for it to explode higher.
2,300 seems like it's okay. There's your technical call, Chris. Well, don't rely on me. Look at the math. One standard deviation move, 43 DTE, which is slightly inside 45. But you're right there. That is effectively the one standard deviation move over the next window. You can go out to 56 days. You're going to be beyond 23. So looking for this to play out in the typical Tasty methodology way, I mean, it's not selling vol per se, but in terms of 45 in, 21 out, you're in that ballpark for looking for the Russell to go there if this thing starts moving as is. So I think despite all the nasty, terrible, horrible things I say about the Russell from time to time again, every dog has its day. That's still not nice. Well, the Russell looks like it could have better days ahead. Dog days of summer, right? I don't know.
I know, actually, and it made me think that's just to backtrack real quick too. That's essentially where our call spread is, at least, the one for the June 30th is right at the one standard deviation move for June 30th. So
yes, right. We're not asking for the moon here, right?
No, not.
That's just a little bit more. Forget the June gloom. It's such a boring narrative. Although, the seasonality has worked out a lot. May is typically great, and this May was astounding, right? Best May that we've had since, 1990? Mm-hmm. We can move on, though, here, because bonds hate the drama, and I want to get away from the drama as well. You think that I thrive on it because I'm such a gossip from time to time, Jamal, but the reality is that it's like I can't have these thoughts alone in my head. That's really the thing. Bonds twist. The long ends are covering here. What's going on with the long end of the curve right now? Well, there has been some really nice recovery, Jamal. My tone has certainly changed with yesterday's price action. This thing continues to whip us around. Obviously, we're up by 0.03%, but bullish falling wedge and this Morningstar candlestick cluster, I know, not at the low, but we do see a bit of a turn here. There could have been an evening one the 3 days prior, right up against a month. You and I were looking at that, and that didn't feel comfortable, but totally negated. So the breakout, I suppose, is starting. Keeping that in mind, though, non-farm payrolls tomorrow. I will be going into this with my long deltas. I want more long bond exposure. I want more of it. I'm not going to put it on today. If there's a pullback on NFP, I'm going to use it as an opportunity to get some out-of-the-money call exposure. Bullish falling wedges typically call for a move up into the 121s. Jamal, so should we play the game up there? Yes, I already am, but this is only 50 DTE, so I'm going to go a little bit further out to 78. And again, talking about a move into 121, is that crazy sounding? One standard deviation move at the 78 DTE. 121 right there. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to play in that ballpark because the timing with the way the options market's priced right now, given the low volatility, it's on the outer edge of probability, but it's right there. It can be had.
I am approaching a little differently, just based on some of the things that we've seen in markets at times, right? Like you said, if it does pull back, we've seen these moves. Nice move today, by the way, up to 114, but We've seen it kind of hang out in the range. I still have the iron condor. I did just take off the put spread, the 111, 108 this morning, just because we dropped down, and I'm just kind of cleaning up some things ahead of the non-farm payroll. That was one of them to clean up. I mean, again, IV dropped down to 26.5 as of now. So, again, I still have the iron condor on with 107, 117 being my short strikes. If for whatever reason we do pull back, you can expect me to put on another short put spread. I'd love to if that happens. So we'll see.
What you got doing in notes right now?
Which what?
What do you have going on in notes right now?
I have
bit
nothing.
my lip earlier,
Actually,
so if I'm fumbling words, you have to just
I actually have nothing in ZN. I haven't had anything in here in a while. And yeah, if we did see some meaningful pullback in here, I would definitely jump right in. So, but I have nothing in here. It's all been in ZB for me for the last couple of weeks.
Sure. I started operating again in ZN, looking at this here. It's only been on for a day. The 108, 109, and 113, 114 short iron condor trade, because we did get close to the midpoint of the year-to-date trading range.
Mm-hmm.
That's sitting roughly at 111 and 10 ticks.
Mm-hmm.
And so yesterday when we were trading close to like 111 and 6, I was like, I'll try to put this on. So advanced a little bit, then pulled back. I like the chop. It's not a great volatility profile at a 23.7 IVR, but the way the trade is structured again is that we don't break the yearly high or low in this trading window where now it's 50 in to 21 out. Given what we saw at the yearly highs and lows and the crisis that it was basically in line with it on both ends, I feel pretty comfortable thinking that that's not going to happen. It's only about a 3-to-1 risk to reward, right? Looking to make one for risking 3, but it's in that standard 60 to 70 probability of profit. If we wanted to just throw this back on, you could see it. Oh, now it's 57%. But I mean, I like the odds here. I like the notion that we're not going to breach the yearly high low in the next few weeks because the yearly high lows were carved out around panic.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, I'm just looking now, that panic, that a lot of the highs and lows in the year revolved around a 2-week period, essentially. And after that, bond vol has kind of been elevated or has been breathing from time to time, and it's stayed within that range. So it's kind of, iron condor has definitely been nice and been the way to go in both bonds and notes. I mean, it's just been the easiest trade to do.
It's been the easiest trade to do. Maybe not overthinking it so much for myself would serve me better in the bond market. Less of a shell game about what the Fed's going to do, but the Fed is not here right now. So I suppose it's taking care of itself for me. Of course, we are now getting close to the window with which we stopped hearing from Fed speakers. Tomorrow is going to be the last day that Fed speakers are on the calendar. Then we go into the Fed's communication blackout window because they have a June 18th meeting. So no comments next week, although I do suppose for the sake of intellectual consistency, you and I, at least I've been joking, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Fed officials outside of Powell have not mattered at all in recent weeks. Mm-hmm. So Powell's not speaking tomorrow. All due respect to Kugler and Harker, I don't think what they have to say, what they said today, did it matter? No. Tomorrow, are we hearing anything? No, there's no Fed speakers on the agenda as far as I see. I don't think we're going to miss them next week.
I don't think so neither. I largely haven't paid much attention to them for that reason. They really haven't carried any weight. Markets haven't really moved. It's only been Powell, really, and even then it hasn't been him 100% of the time. There's been a couple of times in the last 2 weeks where he's been on the calendar, but he didn't really say anything that moved the market. So he's still obviously important when it comes to those meetings, but outside of that, as of now, we really haven't seen much movement based off of him, and especially the other Fed speakers have not.
There's been a decent move in Fed cut pricing today for the end of the year. We hit a high in the SR3Z5 contract at 96.30 here today. That's implying a 3.7% Fed funds rate at the end of the year. It's now 96.195, so we're now at like 3.8% by the end of the year. So it's been 10 basis points intraday, which is not nothing. You can see how, most of the session and absent data like we had yesterday morning, it's just like a lot of sideways chop. So into the jobless claims report, and then we've been kind of eroding ever since then. And sure enough, yeah, we turned lower after the Musk tweet here too. I have no idea how those things are related or why traders would respond to in the 3-month SOFR futures. Perhaps I'm just drawing too many connections between things, Jamal. Either way, though, bonds here relatively stable heading into non-farm payrolls. I think both you and I suppose Tom too, based on what I was hearing from him, it sounds like we're all of the mindset that if there's weakness with the bond market tomorrow in notes and bonds, it would be an opportunity to look at some potential long delta exposure vis-a-vis short put spreads if they're not already applied, and potentially short iron condors, even though the vol profile is diminished and it's less attractive than it was a few days ago.
Yeah, but again, I think we are all assuming that when that move does happen, we're going to get a little bit more vol again. At least that's what I'm playing for. That's the reason why I closed out my spread, put spread today. That would make it easier for me to go ahead and put that trade on. So I'm all here for that. If it goes to the upside, I tell you, I'm not. Like say for some reason we saw 115s. I mean, there's nothing for me to do. I don't feel the need to sell upside in the same way, right? Like it's just not like that. And again, I have an iron condor where I'm short the 117, 120 call spread. So I'm not going to touch it and do anything in that case. I wouldn't even roll down my put spread. I'll just wait. You can wait in this stock. It really was what I'm getting at. You can wait in this market. Things move around so much. I think you're given opportunities time and time again.
We are, and hopefully it doesn't dry out. The juxtaposition between where we were in April and May and then going into like a typical summer, I think that would really be, we may need to do a thing on overtrading, Jamal, right? Like how to avoid overtrading, because I think this could become a market quickly where it gets real. I mean, yesterday was the smallest trading range in the S&P 500 since December 4th of last year, 25-ish points all day long. That's kind of typical for the summer. So if we go from, a 60 VIX to where we're seeing realized vol that's closer to will be equivalent to like a 10 VIX, it's going to make people, I think, get anxious and start putting on additional leverage, right? Start over trading.
Yep.
Too big of a position, and then something's going to happen.
I think that's already happening, honestly.
Oh, I really hope not.
No, I think it is.
Hey, Jamal, do you know anyone that likes silver? 13-year high today.
Yeah, you.
I still don't have anything back on in the follow account here, although I continue to evangelize silver in my personal life elsewhere. I'm looking for the right type of entry here because, quite frankly, yesterday in trying to get fill, I couldn't, which obviously some chagrin about in the 36-37 call spread because of lack of volume. But we're now seeing that there's a little bit more action. And you could see here the volume today in the 38s, 901 contracts traded. Open interest is 386. So this is not like what was going on a hot minute ago, Jamal, where it was like 2 volume against 100 open interest and nothing was moving across the board. So for the sake of trying to get this on with better strikes, 53 days, is that enough time? I think maybe we go to 82, pay for the time premium a little bit more, 37, 38. Yes, you're still seeing that open interest volume pick up here as well. It's a 2-to-1 risk to reward, a 40% probability of profit. But that's a heck of a lot of buying power.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
That's thing. On a 25K account, that's 6% of buying power for a single trade. That's problematic. May I introduce people to something like SLV instead? I know this is a future show, but the liquidity's better. This is probably where this needs to be done.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a future show, but that's one of the things that we do. We assess risk and we try to find ways to make trades work for our portfolio. And again, SI is a great trading vehicle. It's direct exposure to silver. There's what more do you want? But at the same time, for some people's portfolio, it might be a little bit big, and that's where SLV, again, also direct exposure comes in. And it's probably a little bit easier for you to trade. But yeah, I find this fascinating at this point. I mean, silver's really been making a move here. When I look at August, I almost want to go even further upside and do 40, 42 almost. I mean, just in case, like if this thing's really going to break out, let's do it. You know what I mean? Like let's see it happen, Chris. Maybe this is the time. Maybe now is the time for me to put this trade on. I like you have been waiting for good entry points. Again, you've been in and out of this most of the year, but me, I really haven't traded silver at all this year. And Now that we have this breakout, maybe this is the time. I think I'm going to do it. I'm going to try and get the, I'm going to go further upside for August. I'm going to get the 40, 42 with the hopes that the summer months, silver is going to be flying high. We'll see if I can get it. I'm trying to get it now for 30 cents.
In recent months, years here, perhaps some folks have a long enough memory. It's been enough writing about it on the Tasty Live blogs, but silver has been discussed all the way back in February 2022 when it was still hanging out below, $22 then, or February 23 rather, $22 then, that this was of the potential to make significant strides to the upside. Jamal, the Fibonacci extensions that were on this continuous contract from the lows that you have in 2020, swing high in February 21 back to the lows in September 22, gave you an initial upside target sitting close to $36.23 an ounce. Today, we hit $36.27 an ounce before the market pulled back into $35.81 or so. I think that's a meaningful pullback. A significant technical threshold was reached. It does give us a structural longer-term target, though, where if we were thinking about this as, and I'm going to sneeze here.
Oh, if I had done that, it would have never happened. If I would have said it, there's no way I would have ever actually sneezed. It's amazing that you did that.
Thank you. I'm a man of many talents.
You're a man of your word.
I'm trying to be honest here with the people, okay? So if this is an inverse head and shoulders pattern, left shoulder, head, right shoulder, that we've outlined here previously, it does call for a target that goes up to 40, and if you want to be a little bit more liberal with the highs, maybe it's something like 43 or so. It's not the cleanest looking chart, but this is a long-term silver breakout that I know that we've been fans of, so only operating in silver really on the long side here is the way to do it.
Yeah,
this today.
Show me the weekly. Show me the weekly here. Show me the 20-year weekly. That's what I'm looking at.
And this is just the first. This is a big ascending
triangle.
triangle.
Monthly. Sorry, you got to go monthly, I think.
Oh, monthly? Okay. Yeah, well, that's the thing. We're going back to the 2011.
Yep, exactly. That's what I wanted to
talk about catch up. Gold's busting through all-time highs, week after week, it seems. Silver is still nowhere near its all-time highs. That's, I know there's a catch-up trend. I know people like to say, well, it's got to catch up. It doesn't need to.
No.
But this chart says that maybe it might want to try.
Yes.
Might want to try it.
There's no law that says silver has to catch up. There's no law that says that the ratio. There's no law that says that the ratio of gold to silver has to come down. Although if it does come down, that would indicate that we're not in this terror war as much anymore. But again, I don't see that happening. Nevertheless, like you said, the chart says, in my opinion, that we might be seeing a bigger breakout to higher prices. That's why I'm interested in the 40-42 call spread now.
Yeah, when I saw people selling gold today because of the beautiful call between Trump and Xi, realistically, has anything changed from that, even if we come to an agreement with them? Does that deter China or all these other central banks who are buying more gold? It's no. Does it affect gold's flexible narrative that it has in its pocket right now? I don't think so. Silver getting on board, though. And that's a really positive development on the bigger picture metal story here. Jamal, if you've been waiting for a breakout, this really is the time to see it play out. So on pullbacks, as it were, a market that's tagging new highs after a brief period of consolidation. Yeah, this looks like it still wants long. And thank goodness, because I know we've put a lot of personal credibility into being metals bulls around here. Gold having a little bit of a day off, but it's seemingly flagging. I'm not too concerned with my bullish exposure. This looks like a new level that we've established up here. If we break down below 33.55, that potentially becomes somewhat of a concern and a failed breakout out of our triangle, opening the door for a return to 32.50 or swing lows back near the May 28th area lows. Other than that, kind of just hanging out here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still in the same boat. No position, haven't done anything, waiting for a pullback. Don't expect much of a pullback coming anytime soon. And again, if it drops back towards 32.50, that seems to be the level now that I would probably get in. Before it was below 32, but I'd say 32.50 is that level now.
Someone earlier tagged me, Chris, do you see a bearish rising wedge appearing in silver, in gold prices? Oh, look at you. Yeah. if we wanted to take the bearish rising wedge, which again, bearish, so I'm going to color the lines red here, maybe there's certainly, we could draw that perspective on the chart for gold. That's certainly an interpretation of price action. And if that's the case and you start to see a loss of 33.50 or so, you get your checkpoints at swing lows near 32.70 and then maybe 31.50. But hey, Jamal, let's circle the square here. If gold is down near 31.50, one of two things are happening. It's either like early April where people are selling everything except for the kitchen sink, maybe even the kitchen sink. And so gold's down, stocks are down, bonds are up, like everything's getting killed. Or when has gold really suffered in recent weeks? When people have been really enthusiastic about stocks and bonds. When all this is behind us, it's in the past. So maybe if we want to be really optimistic on stocks, gold pulling back, this wouldn't be a terrible interpretation of price action. The point is you can slice and dice this however you want. But I think the levels are what matters most. So for me, that level's 33.50. That tells us if we're back in the triangle, if it's a wedge that's activating. Do we really need to be pressing long deltas right now in gold, or should we let it digest for a little bit before we put them back on? We'll find out. I think tomorrow with non-farm payrolls, we're going to have a good test. So hold 33.50 through NFP, bulls, long delta folks. You still got your hands on the steering wheel.
Yeah, again, I continue to reiterate, this is a market that seems to give you many chances. And again, when you're talking about whether it's equities, whether it's bonds, whether it's gold and silver, mostly those. I wouldn't say oil as much, but certainly oil does give you chances with volatility at times. So because you're getting multiple chances, I think you don't have to press as much. Just wait until you get the scenario that you're looking for. And we've been getting that at times.
Copper today as well. Talk about another positive little bit of growth tilt to the market. Russell leads. Gold's down. Silver's up. Copper's up. Oil's up. Even the Nasdaq's poking its head back into positive territory. Are we still there? We are. Oh, look at that. Stock's back green. Not going to let the must-Trump drama drive us down. So yeah, copper did come off here. But like gold, breaking out of a triangle. So leaning long deltas, yes, I think it's still the right thing to do. I was hoping for a bit more of a pullback. I got out a few days ago and didn't have a chance to actually reestablish myself in a position on the long delta side. But that's, again, all sorts of metals exposure for me. The playbook's been long calls of gold, silver, short put spread in copper. We can go over to CPER for a corollary here. It's a 64.7 IBR. I still like that mix. I just don't know if I like the prices up here, given how far removed we are from the 1 month moving average, which now is starting to tilt higher. But it's been a level that we've really been magnetized to for the past several weeks, both on the upside and the downside. We really haven't been drifting too far from it. So if we do get a pullback to it, Jamal, that's when I will re-engage with the short put spread here in copper and probably size it up around like the 4.5, 4.60 level. Maybe we can do it in this 53 DTE contract here. We'll call it 4.6455 here. Right now, not the trade that I want to take because it's so far, in the money, so to speak. I want to let it settle back in and then put it on and get it back under 70% pop so I have a better risk to reward tilt. But it's on my list right now of things to do once hopefully things settle out.
I got to think about this here. I might, not now, but maybe now. I don't know. I might do a very small, and by very small, I'm meaning like maybe 1 10-cent difference between call spread, in here just to sort of offset the silver. Again, fully wanting to win more on my silver than this thing. I would love to lose on this trade is really what I'm getting at, as long as I'm winning on the silver. And that's just kind of the way I love to think about things. So I might end up selling an upside call spread in here.
Where we stopped today is a really interesting point. We can see that we had this little bit of like a head and shoulders pattern here before Liberation Day. And that's exactly where the high comes in today. Liberation Day candles right here. So fascinating place for the market to turn and take a breather. Again, this is not unusual, right? Why is it unusual? There are people who were long copper, like there were other positions from Liberation Day until now. People who said, you know what, this market's recovering. This is going to recover too. I just have to wait. So for today, now might be the first time that many folks in like 6 weeks, no, longer than that. It's been, it's way longer than that. We're now 62 days from Liberation Day. So spend 62 days in a losing position. First chance they have to neutralize their position entirely without taking any new risk on, or needing to any more, capital they have to put out to hedge their position. Yeah, abandon ship. So no big deal in my view. We're still holding above the area through that 490 or so, where the market's really struggled to get through. If we hold above 490, this breakout still looks good to me. And I think you're right. Playing for a return through 5.1, maybe up to 5.4 here. Out of the money calls, perhaps the better play to do it. 5.1. We could do better than that, Jamal. We want to go like 5.2 to 5.4. Yeah, see, there's a 3-to-1 within that 20 to 30% probability of profit range. Many ways to slice this right now. I don't like the short put spread yet, but I fully understand why you're looking at those long calls.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm doing it just to offset the silver call spread, if anything. So, I mean, that's, again, I'm further way upside even than you are, right? Like I am further. I got the 40. I got the 4.5. Sorry, in silver I got the 40-42. So in copper I want to sell a much closer together call spread, knowing that if I lose on it, I'm going to be really making more on that silver. Because to me, those two have moved a lot more together than gold on any one of them.
I should never look at what the producers are saying during the show. Every time I do, it's like, oh, is there something for the next show? No, it's just like them making fun of me. Energy relatively calm. Crude oil here, banging on, still near 63. It's been several days where we're between 63 and 64. We're not able to crack on through the 64 barrier. It was the swing lows that we had at middle of March, the highs that we've carved out here in April, again in May. It kind of feels like we are a spring that's coiling. We can go to that 4-hour time frame, if I may be generous. And how often do we say that technical analysis is more art than science here, Jamal? Let's take a trip to art school today. Imagine this is, do we not go to art school today? We didn't go to art school today. Let's go to parallel. There we go. Okay, this will work out, I promise. 1, 2, there we have it. Okay, that's kind of like a channel. That looks like a channel, right? Okay, that kind of looks like a channel. Now we break out of our channel and we're hanging out on the other side of it. Resistance, now support. And we still have a ceiling here near 64. So this feels like a spring that's coiling. This is a really tight congestion zone, which ultimately, if it breaks, you're probably talking about a $2 move in either direction. I think the rubber band's getting to snap here. I, for one, still have my short iron condor on. But the plan persists, Jamal, as was the case 2 days ago, where if we breach 64, given the way that I'm currently trading this, I would want to move and adjust my strikes. I wouldn't want to be short the 68-70 call spread. I'd want to kick this out to like 71, 73, and I would use this opportunity to pull up the short put spread, and I would use that opportunity to pull up the short put spread under the recent pivot low that we had here on May 30th that comes in at 59.74. So that would be pulling this up from 53.55 now down to 57.59. So I will make an adjustment. I'm going to stay short the iron condor, but if we're shifting into the top side of the Liberation Day, post-Liberation Day trading range, right, we get back through 64, I don't want to have my short call exposure so close to where we may end up on a breakout.
No, I see the same thing you do. And honestly, what I hope is that IVR over the next few days or a couple of days or so as it's chopping within this tight band, I hope IVR comes at below 30, and then it can do whatever the hell it wants after that, and I can just close my iron condor and not have to worry about it, because it does look like it's coiling to some degree. And again, a lot of times, that's what, a lot of times people can realize this, when things are coiling, when things are calming down, obviously vol starts to contract some, and so that's why I'm hoping we can get this vol contraction. This thing can contract below 30 IVR, and then I can just close the position and move on. Hopefully it does then make a big move, creates vol again, reapply.
Yes. Oil has worked out well from just a range trading perspective. I remind people, and I'll pull this up for a future episode with you, Jamal, for next week. Actually, I'm going to make a note of this for Tuesday for 6. Today's 6/5. That means 6/10 is Tuesday. Oil. The the best predictor for oil prices at any point within the next 12 months is the current spot price. And so when you find yourself in a market that has high IVR, but absent, any significant like geopolitical movers, you may argue actually there are a few on the table right now, but you got to just say that we're going to either fade the geopolitics or we're just going to chop around still. You need something significant to dislodge you from price ranges, at least in oil markets. So we've had a lot of success over the years, just taking those directionally neutral trades.
Mm-hmm.
We were waiting for the volatility at the end of last year. Of course, the monkey paw curled and gave it to us in a manner with which we were not appreciating with everything else in April. But here we are now. Point remains 64, continues to be the line in the sand. Have you done anything with natural gas yet?
No.
Because I have not.
No.
Okay.
And I don't plan to. Like I said, there is some vol in here. It is an interesting trade, but there's so many more other interesting things. Again, I just put on what I feel is a really good call spread in silver, and I hope that makes a move. Again, I'm offsetting it by basically putting on a trade that I hope loses and selling a call spread in copper. Right. And again, I got all these different things, and for whatever different direction equity markets want to take, got the bond trade on, got the oil trade on. This is just not as interesting as some of those other ones to me.
It's not, and I would question, right? We talk about how there are termination points for some technical patterns or interpretations if you're interpreting them correctly. Because again, price action is just simply a reflection of people's psychology. And, do you feel good about something? If so, you're probably bullish, and it's probably seen on the chart. This is not how one breaks out of a downtrend with a meandering doji. This is kind of pathetic.
Yeah.
I really wanted to see 3.85 in natural gas. Like, it looked like we were trying to take it the last few days. Oh, look at that. Look at that lower wick against the 1 month moving average. Back-to-back days. We're about to unfurl. We really haven't done that. We're spinning top here. This is becoming less interesting to me over time, if only because it's not cooperating with my interpretation. So let's just reconsider this. Forget the downtrend breakout. Let's say it actually already broke out. This is the consolidation after the breakout. It just puts even more emphasis on 385 or 3.4, 3.42. Until then, we're trapped. Don't even look at it until you see movement outside of those levels.
Yeah, I got nothing here. It's just not as interesting as a trade for me.
So let's move on. Mixed bag for currencies today as well. I think that's actually remarkable. Up until a few minutes ago, we were seeing where 3 were up and 3 were down, basically. That's not been the case. It's usually been all dollar up or all dollar down. But here, what's the biggest loser in today's session? Your Japanese yen. It's interesting because the yen is very rate sensitive, right? It's also
copper.
One.
Wow.
There you go. You're starting to see that this yen is struggling. I pointed out a few times this week. I'll say it again here. The speculative yen position right now is the longest ever. I, for one, do not like being in crowded trades. At least not on the side where everyone else is sitting. I want to be on the other end. So I don't have a particular desire to get long the dollar right now, but I have no desire to be long the Japanese yen. So I'm staying away. Ultimately, if there's a spike in vol, I think the more prudent thing to do would perhaps be to sell a call spread and look to capture a decline in prices alongside a compression and volatility thereafter. Beyond that, it's only a 36-point IVR. So on the other side of an ECB rate decision today where they indeed cut rates, they change some of their forecasts, they make a bunch of currency rate assumptions, that's not worth really paying attention to, except for the fact that if you're going to try to trade around European data, you should know where the exchange rate is relative to the ECB central tendency. That's not something I do or would encourage the average trader to do, because we'll go into that another time. Canadian dollar here hits a new yearly high, 49 IVR. British pound hits a new yearly high, 43 IVR. Aussie dollar almost at a new yearly high, but it's a 28.4 IVR. While the dollar still looks like it kind of stinks, the volatility, it's okay in some pockets, depending upon where you're looking. Not in love with it, not hating it. TastyFX, the spot platforms here, though. And so when you find a position that you kind of like technically but don't love the vol profile, go to the spot FX would be my recommendation, if we're allowed to do that. But find a different product is the point. Mm-hmm. Just like I was doing earlier with silver. SI, I can't get the risk to reward I want because there's no one trading in these strikes right now. Well, that doesn't mean throw away the idea. It means find another way to do it. That's it. So I think that may be the useful takeaway as we wind down the show. In FX, there are some technical setups on the board that look good, but is the volatility in a place where it makes the trade worthwhile? Explore other options, just like you do between futures and ETFs.
Yeah, the two that you mentioned are probably the most interesting. Again, when you said that about the yen the other day, that was the first thing I thought about as wanting to get short, even though I didn't do it, but that's what I would do in that situation, hearing that statistic. Euro being up today after cutting rates slightly is fascinating to me, that they continue to still cut rates amidst everything that's going on. But, their inflation is lower, at least they feel, so they're fine. It's going to be an interesting if things really start to ratchet up with tariffs between us and between the U.S. and the EU.
There are lots of options here, by the way, on the Tasty FX page. If you've ever wanted to trade the Australian New Zealand dollar rate difference, you can do that here. Heck, if you wanted to trade the Chinese yuan, Japanese yen exchange rate, you could do that. There's a lot. There's a lot of options. I'm very happy to see it. It's almost nostalgic, Jamal, to see all these Spot FX quotes flash in my eyes. But I'd encourage people to explore Spot FX and learn about it. It's slightly different than trading single stocks, trading futures. There's definitely transposable skills, but there are mechanics that you need to learn that are just a little bit different here. What's next on the calendar? Tomorrow, Friday, non-farm payrolls. That's the one we're paying attention to. 130K from 177. If you missed the preview, just go back to the beginning of the slides. It's all written out, so you don't even need to hear my annoying voice go through it. Otherwise, Canadian employment data 2, that report expected to be weaker, minus 15K versus 7.4. Canada has a population the size of New York, right? No, it's only twice the size of New York. 40 million people live in Canada, about 20 million here in New York. It's just that New York has a bigger GDP than Canada. Got my stats wrong. Anyway, 15,000 jobs lost for Canada. Yeah, that's bad. We're done here, Jamal. You'll be back later today for Engineering the Trade. But up next, Dr. Jim Schultz with From Theory to Practice. Good luck trading.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building. The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the final Thursday edition of what it is that we are trying to do, guys. It's not good, man. It's not good. All that you've been working for it is in question. Like your daily way of life, it is in serious jeopardy. Like what you have planned for you, your spouse, your children, your grandchildren's children is in serious, serious trouble because tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m., this NFP print, guys, this is unlike any NFP print to come before it. At 8:30 tomorrow morning Eastern time, the apocalypse is indeed coming. So you've got 1 day left. You've got 17, 18 hours to knock off maybe 1 or 2 or 4 items off of your bucket list from my overachievers out there. So I would make haste. There is no time to waste. So welcome to the show. I am glad that you are spending the final day with me because this is indeed all she wrote. If you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, we're actually bouncing over to YouTube because you can join the conversation and join the discussion and communicate with your brethren who are also watching the show. Look at the markets, guys. Man, EMI S&P's down 11 now. Risk-free instrument down 64 now. You've got the boomers hanging in there, kind of enjoying their last ride into the sunset, up 8. You've got the Russell 2000 Futures Index up 7. And you've got bonds down a couple ticks. You got notes down a few more ticks. You got oil up 50 cents. You got UB40 unched. You got even the shifties getting smacked around a little bit today. Gold down 23. You got silver. Man, look at my silver bros. Look at my silver bros. Dude, silver up $1.16 today. Just bucking the trend. Forget gold. Look, Bitcoin down 1,500. Pour one out for the Bitcoin bros. Of course, that might be watching the show. And so silver, man, they're really doing some things out there in those pizza shops that the Hunt brothers are indeed running. Got volatility is down 25 cents on the day. So volatility down 25 cents. Volatility futures, I should say. And then, of course, we've got the spot volatility, which is going to be, let's see here. Spot volatility, yeah, there she is. VIX, down 8 cents, down to 17.50. As broken and as irrelevant as it might be, the VIX still has a special place in my heart. So, all right, if you have a question for me, I would drop it in the chat box. The earlier that you get the questions in, the greater the likelihood I would get to that question. We typically spend around the second half of the show going over whatever Q&A you guys have. So I'll take questions, I'll take comments, I'll take stories, I'll take jokes. I'll take whatever you got for me, drop it in the chat box, and I'll try to get to as many as I can. But before we do that, I mean, just thinking about tomorrow, I can't imagine that our currency is going to be worth anything. I can't imagine that money's going to have any value after tomorrow at about 8:32 Eastern time. But in the off chance that it might, I thought, let's play a little NFP here on the show today. There's not really too much going on in the portfolio that – oh, wait a second. I almost lost it. Oh, yeah. Look at Tesla, baby. Down $30 today. Man, that big, beautiful bill. They're not going to be able to kill that guy, but they sure killed some Tesla. TSLA down $30 today, getting absolutely squashed. So if you look at this short call spread that we had on, or have on, it's about to be had on, but right now we still have it on. 325, 335. So again, guys, do you need another reminder? Like you shouldn't. Like, do you need me to tell you again? You should not need me to tell you this again. But doing nothing is an amazing strategy. Doing absolutely nothing after you've done a whole lot of something is an amazing strategy. Like you put the strategies on, you let them cook, man. You put the strategies on, you let them work. Like there's a time and a place to make an adjustment. There's a time and a place to manage your risk and manage your strategies. But especially with defined risk strategies, like let these guys play out. Let the probabilities work over time. And you can see here that we held this guy inside of 21 days to go. So we ignored the text messages from Tom Sosnoff. We ignored the text messages from Tony Batista, and we said, man, we are holding this trade inside of 21 days to go. It's defined risk. There really isn't any gamma risk. Let's just hold it and see what happens. And here we go today. Tesla down $30, back down to 301. I can't imagine that has anything to do with Elon's comments about Trump and the spending bill and whatever. I mean, it's so laughable. The whole thing is just political theater, man. All of it. It's all just glorified entertainment. And so if you look at this strategy, though, down $30, I mean, we're not at 50% of max profit. We're only at about 37% or so. But it's like, man, this is a great spot to go and take this trade off. Like, let's take the trade off. Let's be done with it. Let's just thank our lucky stars that this guy came back. But the point I wanted to make here is to not only milk this victory lap for another 3 to 4 minutes, but also hopefully to kind of show you that even when you think it's never coming back, even when you think, man, this strategy is done, it's dead to rights, like it's over. A lot of times that is going to be the case. But remember, when you put on any strategy, but especially a defined risk strategy where the risk, the maximum loss outcome is known on entry, you know how bad it could possibly get. You have paid for all that time. You have paid for all of that time, all of the hours, or all of the crystals that are in the hourglass, all the way down to expiration. So if you need it, then use it. Like if you have to go inside of 21 days to go inside of 21 days to go. Like we couldn't have rolled for a credit because the strategy was dead to rights. I mean, we would have had to roll for a debit if we wanted to extend the duration of the strategy. So when it comes to a defined risk strategy, like a vertical spread, like an iron condor, etc., then just holding the strategy, stewing in the bathtub of filth, and doing nothing is oftentimes the move to make. And from time to time, you will be rewarded handsomely with a winning trade. And so that is the case here with Tesla. Let's go ahead and, man, I want to take this off before everything reverses and we're right back to all-time highs, which that's what it looked like was going to happen this morning. We'll take a look at the market here in a second in terms of the price action today. But let me get Tesla off the board because I will forget if I don't do it now. And we've got NFP plays, we've got, butterflies, we've got crazy stuff. And so, yeah, let's do it, man. I see you guys in the chat, though, man. I see you guys trolling me already. You guys are already in there trolling with some B- trolls. Nice job. Very, very nice job. I see Sam L's in the house. I see Howie Eggs in the house. And so, oh, wow. Did my video go down? Oh, my goodness. Wow. I didn't even – hold on.
Yes, Jim, it did.
I got frozen again? Oh, that's so crazy. Hold on. I might be able to or maybe I shouldn't mess with it. I might be able to. So, John, my video's frozen, but my audio's coming through? Okay. Okay. Let me see. Well, yeah, if I do all this. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just do the audio. No, it doesn't. Okay, all right, we'll go with this. All right, that's fine. So let's just go with, okay. So hold on, let me get back. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize that I was frozen, but apparently I was frozen. So, okay, so let's go ahead. We got the audio. We got the podcast only version of the show today. And so let's go ahead and I keep messing around. Sorry. Okay, John. I think we're good now. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out how to get the camera back up, but I think we're just going to go with, I mean, look at that strapping young man right there. Like, look at that guy. Like, man, we should just do this all the time. So, John, I'm not sure what happened. So hopefully we can fix it for next time. But all right, so we should be good. So let's go ahead and let's just do with the audio version of the show today. All right. So with Tesla, let's close out of some Tesla. It's so weird to know that you guys can't see me. But all right. So let's close the position for 228. Let's see. That's going to be 231. All right. Let's just try to get out of this Tesla position. All right. Beautiful. So we're out of Tesla. And so we are, so we're good to go on Tesla. All right, so that is a trade that worked. So that was nice. And again, the doing nothing strategy. Sorry, I got thrown off there by the fact that the video dropped on us. And so, yeah, doing nothing, amazing strategy. Let's continue to remember that. So now, what I want to do though, let's take a look at the Nasdaq. So if I look at the Nasdaq here, you can see if I go to the charts of the Nasdaq. Let's see here. Yeah, look at that, man. That's crazy stuff. So the NASDAQ, I mean, it was looking, man, I mean, everybody was happy. Like there was not a care in the world this morning. I mean, the morning was pretty strong. Like if I go to, like 9:30 on the market open here, you can see, we opened around, right about there. It's going to be around, 21,800 or so. And so there was a tiny little dip, but then they just sent them right up there. And it looked like around here, man, we were headed up to what, 22,000, 22.1, 22.2. And so it looked like that's where we were going for sure. But then it just absolutely squashed them. Just totally squashed them. And now here we are kind of having recovered a little bit. But, maybe not that much now that I've kind of gone back to the current price. And so, yeah, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen here. Obviously, nobody knows what's going to happen. But I'm pretty surprised by the reversal, honestly. The market looked incredibly strong. Indeed. And so, all right, let's go ahead and I see you guys in the chat talking about how this is making you, taking you back to 2000 shows, talking about being in the infinite loop, talking about camera and all this kind of stuff. And so, let's see. you guys are making me laugh. All right, let's do a couple trades though. So I want to do these two trades, and then we'll get to all the trolls that are in the comments. And I say that obviously lovingly, and I welcome all the trolls. Not trolls in terms of the people, the trolls in terms of the comments. And so I love it. I absolutely love it because I'm going to dish it back to you. I'm going to throw it right back to you. So, all right, let's go in here, though. Let's see. So if I go into if I go into SPX and I just think about – so let's just think about tomorrow as the thought experiment. Again, remember the intro, right? Remember the Titans, right? Like what are we even trying to do? Man, at this point, we are just trying to survive. Like at this point, man, we are just trying to absolutely somehow get through tomorrow. And I don't know that we can do it. So in the event that we do it, I don't know that we are going to be able to muster a green print. I can't see it happening. And so that essentially cements all-time highs tomorrow. But just in case I'm actually right this time, which has never happened before, I'm thinking, man, let's do a little expected move butterfly to the downside, right? Again, Thursday is going into Friday. So this is a perfect time to do an expected move butterfly because there's not much time left in the cycle. All the extrinsic value has dissipated. And so in the event that you get the move right, then you can get paid really nicely. Like you can get a nice little profit on the strategy in a pretty short amount of time, essentially overnight. So I'm thinking, what if we just cover the expected move? What if I do a 59.55, 59.10, it's at 45 points, and then that's going to be what? 59 or 58.65? I think that's right. This might be a little too expensive. All right, that's $8. Wow. Yeah, so man, I mean, I rarely see a stack of cash that I'm not willing to light on fire, but that might be a little bit too thick of a stack of cash for me to light on fire. So I'm thinking, what if let's minimize this a little bit. What if I go 40 points wide? Okay, that's 685. Man, I really like this trade. I feel like the market has shown kind of a little bit of weakness here. Like there's a chink in the armor now that you've got, EMA S&P's down 20, risk-free instrument down 102. And so I don't know, man. I think this is what we're going to do. It's going to be about $7, so about 2% of the account. It's not anything crazy. But normally when it comes to expected move butterflies, I like to stay around, maybe $5 or less, generally speaking. So this is a little bit bigger than what I would normally do, but still, I think it's absolutely, within reason. Especially since, again, tomorrow, guys, I'm pretty confident that it's going to be all she wrote. So 59.50, 59.10, 58.70. And so, let's go ahead here and let's put it on. So 665 looks like the mid. It's bouncing around quite a bit. Let's just try 6. We'll try 680. I'll probably get filled. All right, so we got filled 675. So there you go. So we got improved. All right, beautiful. All right, so there's your SPX trade. Okay, so the other trade I wanted to do tomorrow, though, there's one other trade because I'm pretty confident the SPX trade is going to work. I mean, I'm about 18 to 19% confidence interval. But just in case it doesn't work, we need a backup plan. And the backup plan is to be short the NASDAQ. No, just kidding. The backup plan, we should probably do that too. But the backup plan is going to be long some gold. So I kind of think going into tomorrow, I could see GC kind of, reversing the curse here. I could see GC kind of, wow, look at the NASDAQ now down 140. Whew, man, this butterfly is already printing. Is this guy already printing? Wow, look at that. We're already up 90 cents on the trade. I mean, it's bouncing around quite a bit, but look at that. We're about to take it off on the show. We're about to just scalp this SPX overnight butterfly. Just do it on the show. And I'm kind of digging this radio only thing. Like, man, I could just sprawl out. Like I could be doing one-arm dumbbell rows like while we're doing the show. Like you guys don't know. You have no idea. Like we could be doing pistol squats, right? You guys have no idea. And so I kind of like this. We may have to mix this in more regularly, and when my video does indeed not want to cooperate. So I kind of think, man, let's go to the 4-day cycle. Now I'm going to use GC, and the reason why I'm going to use GC is because I can get a lot more bang for my buck here. Like I kind of want, something where I'm risking, $4, $5, $6, where I could potentially have, a nice payday if we get the move that we want. You can go into GLD, of course, and you can do the same type of trade if you want to. You could do a 1-day cycle. You can even do the overnight cycle in GLD. I mean, you could do I'm going to play gold to the upside, of course. If I did like a 309, 313, 317 butterfly, that's going to be what, like 80 cents? Yeah, 95 cents, right? That's a fine trade. But the problem is, from a sizing standpoint, it's a little bit too small. Like it's a little bit too tiny. Now I could go in here and do like a 5 lot or a 6 lot or something like that. That would be totally fine. But it's a little bit simpler for me to just go into GC. And the commissions and the fees and stuff are going to be pretty comparable when you compare, notional for notional, or not necessarily notional for notional, but risk return to risk return. Like if I want to risk about $5 or $6, I would have to do 5 or 6, contracts in this butterfly. And so obviously the commissions are going to be greater than they would be with a 1 lot. And so if I go in here though, let's delete that. Let's go to GC. I'm going to do the Monday cycle because I remember that, the gold options expire at like weird times. Like I think they expire at like 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so I don't really want to, and that could be fine if I'm trading in the morning, whatever. But I don't really want to have something that I can't hold into the show if I don't want to. So I'd rather let's just do the Monday cycle. That way we have the whole day tomorrow if I want to hold this guy into the show. We should be okay. And that's another reason, by the way, why I'm choosing GC as opposed to GLD, simply because, this is going to allow me the flexibility to get out of the trade right after NFP if I want to. So if the NFP print goes my way and gold rallies, the market crashes, whatever, I can't get out of SPX, of course. I have to wait for the market to open. But for GC, because it's a futures option, I don't have to wait for 9:30. I can just go ahead and get out of this trade at 8:30, 8:35, 8:32, 8:33. I mean, you figure the print is 8:30, the apocalypse is 8:32. So if I get out of the trade at 8:31, then I'll be in a good spot. And so, all right, so let's go into GC though. And I'm kind of thinking, again, what if we just covered the expected move to the upside? How much is that going to cost us? Is it a little bit too expensive? I'm assuming it might be a little bit. All right, so that's $8. Okay, so for those of you, oh man, wow. So if you're listening to the show, then you are in the same sandbox that everybody else is playing in today, because they can't see me anyway. Like if you're trying to watch me on YouTube or on the tastylive network or whatever, like all you've got is the sultry Dr. Jim voice. That's all you've got today to lead you through the forest, to hand you the flashlight, to point out the gimmies and the gotchas. That's all you've got today. And so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's what we're working with. Well, for this GC position, 33.75, 34.15, 34.55. That is the first time, by the way, that my voice has ever been referred to as sultry. And it makes sense that I would be the one to say it. And so 30.75, 34.15, 34.55. I'm going to tell Autumn after the show that somebody referred to my voice as sultry today. And she's not going to believe me, not for a second. And I'm going to say, yeah, well, it was actually me. And so 30.75, 34.15, 34.55 for $8. It's a little bit too expensive, so let's tighten it up just a titch. Let's go 33.80, 34.15, 34.50. Okay, so that's only going to be $6.50. And yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that trade a lot. So let's go in here, and you can see that, this is a nice trade from a sizing standpoint. Again, it's similar size to SPX, similar profit profile. Again, with the butterfly, I'm not looking to get anywhere near most of that. But it's like, hey, you get the move that you want going into the final day of expiration. We could close this guy out for $20. That's very possible. We could close this guy out for $17. That's very possible. And so we'll have to wait and see what tomorrow brings, of course. But that's kind of what I see. So let's see here. If I do, if I go to review and send, let's do. Yeah, that looks good. So let's try 640. And no takers says 640. Let's try 660. All right, so I got filled at 660. Okay, so those are my 2 trades for tomorrow. SPX to the downside, GC to the upside. So you have plenty of time to fade both of those and make yourself a good bit of money. So, all right, let me go into the chat now. There's going to be so much shade thrown at me for the video going down. But, man, I appreciate you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. And so let's see. Can I surprise and delete somebody in the middle? Yes, I can. So here we go. So Jerry Lou says, what's the difference between a regular strangle and 2 calendar spreads with respected strikes? One is undefined risk and one is not. Which is better? Thank you, Dr. Jim. Well, thank you so much for being here there, Jerry. Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at it. Like if I did, now I haven't done a double calendar. I mean, it's been a very long time. So there's going to be like, Jerry, there's going to be gimmies and gotchas here that I'm not going to be privy to, like I might be with some other strategy, like a strangle, ratio spread, whatever, just because I do those strategies a lot more regularly. And so here though, like if I go into IWM, let's say, with IWM, you've got, if I were to sell a strangle, then maybe I sell, I could sell like a 16 delta put, that'd be a 192 strike. And then if I sell like a 16 delta call, that'd be a 225 strike. I mean, this would be a fine strategy. I mean, this is kind of the Tasty Trade classic. This is kind of, your Betty Crocker strategy. Your pop is north of 70%. Your P50 is pretty close to 90, so we can round it up to 100 for our mental records. And hey, look at the market. Yeah, we're going right back to unch, baby. Let's go. And so buying power is, that's about 8.5% of the account. So definitely doable. So that is kind of the first, this is very standard, very straightforward. We do this all the time. So now the question becomes, what about a double calendar? So now, again, pardon me in setting this up. I may not even be setting this up right because it's been so long since I've done something like this. But if I go into, so in like July, maybe I buy, let's see here. If I buy the 197 strike, I'm assuming that you'd want to set the calendars up at a similar spot, right? Did Jerry say? Calendar spread with respected strikes. So maybe you meant with the same strikes. I mean, I'm kind of thinking you would want to do pretty much the same trade, right? So like if I buy the 192 put in July with 43 days to go, I minimize that. I go into June. I sell the 192 put. This is only like 30 cents. You may want to do, actually, hold on. You might want to do, because June only has 15 days to go. So maybe with the calendar, you'd want to do July, August. Again, you'll have to, obviously bear with me in terms of my not having the command of this that I would have with a different strategy. But let's at least try to work it out and see if we can't figure something out here on the fly. If I do a 16 delta, it's going to be different strikes because I'm in a different cycle now. But if I buy the 188 put, I minimize August. I go to July. I sell a 188 put. That's going to be my calendar spread on the downside. And then if I go back to August, I buy the 16 delta call, which is going to be looks like the 230 call strike. And then I go back to July and I sell the 230 call strike. Yeah, so I'm only paying $1.82. Yeah, so can I do a curve view? Man, look at this. I don't know that I can even do a curve view. Yeah, with calendar spreads, curve view is tricky because of the multiple expirations. It's very difficult. It's very similar to why the max profit and max loss are not showing up. Because it's impossible to know with multiple expiration cycles exactly what the maximum profit is and exactly what the maximum loss is. And so that's why, you kind of see these kind of NA. Again, I mean, the zero here, personally, it kind of irritates me a little bit because that's obviously not true. Like an NA would be good. An NA would be better. Like NA, you could even toss me like a TBD, right? You could even toss me that. That would be fine. I would even take like a, like an OMW, like an on my way. That'd be fine. Anything like that. Anything in that category would be perfectly fine. I don't love the zeros there. I don't know that that's necessarily giving us an accurate depiction of what we're up against. But nevertheless, so the tricky part here, Jerry, and this might just be my own shortcoming. The reason why I would go for the strangle as opposed to the double calendar here is simply because I don't have the command over the adjustment protocols with something like this double calendar that you see like right down here, I don't have the command that I do with a strangle. And so with a strangle, like I kind of know, if X happens, then I'm going to do Y. If A happens, then I'm going to do B. Like it's pretty laid out there for me, and it's pretty laid out there for all of us. And so for my money and in my view, I much prefer the standard strangle to the double calendar. But I know some traders on the network use double calendars all the time. And so obviously I'm not the right person to ask when it comes to this. All right, let's go to the beginning though. So if you are watching the show on the Tasty Live network, then what is happening right now is I am going into the YouTube chat and I am answering questions. And so that is what I'm doing now. I do this every show around the second half of the show. And so if you are watching on the Tasty Live network, you should pop on over to YouTube. That way you can follow along more easily and you can see the comments yourself and you can even participate. Like you can hop in the chat. You can hop in the chat and ask me whatever you want to ask me. Obviously, if you do it now, I won't see it for about 3.5 weeks. But tomorrow you can come back and get in early. So Ordenu's in the house. Says, greetings from Italy, Dr. Jim. When there is a volatility contraction, it affects more the calls or the puts. Thank you. And team Dr. Jim all the way. Man, I appreciate you, Ordenu. I appreciate you. And so, when there's a volatility contraction, so what you're going to want to look at here. What's interesting about only being audio today is it's actually forcing me to utilize my resources more. Because, there's so many amazing resources we have here in the Tasty Trade platform that I'm like, normally like a question like this, Ordenu, I would probably just answer it verbally, which is fine. Like that's not necessarily a bad thing. But I actually think this could be a better experience because you're still going to get the same verbal, dialogue that you would have gotten otherwise. But now we can actually look in the platform and I can kind of show you some supporting materials for whatever my answer might be. So if I go into we can leave IWM up. That's totally fine. Essentially, what's going to determine – now, it's not the only thing that's going to determine the volatility impact or the impact that a change in volatility might have on your P&L. But I would say kind of the front line of defense is going to be the Vega on the strategy. And I say it's not the only thing because remember, the Vega, like right here, you've got Vega, you've got Delta, right? You've got Theta, right? You've got Rho from my interest rate scalpers that might be watching the show. These are all first derivatives of the Black-Scholes model. Okay, that's great. We use them all the time. But they're not the only derivatives of the Black-Scholes model. We still have second derivatives. We have third derivatives. Like there's these higher order Greeks that still matter sometimes significantly. I mean, this is where, you've got like a charm, which I've been trying to get Tom to put on the platform now for about 3 years. And I don't know that it's ever going to happen. Very similar to Tasty in Canada. I would say they're probably going to happen at the same time, which is never. So charm, Vama, right? You got your Volgas, right? You got your Vanas, right? These are all going to be higher order Greeks. Well, anyway, when you look at the impact that a change in volatility is going to have on an options price or on the P&L on a position, I would say Vega is going to be the primary driver, but then you also have something like a Vama. Like I have a Vama, which is essentially how Vega itself changes when volatility changes. And so that's going to have an impact too, especially if you have a significant move. Like if we have a significant volatility expansion or contraction tomorrow from NFP or whatever, then there can be a big move in the P&L that's not entirely Vega driven. It's going to be also other things that are contributing like a Vama that is going to be kind of your second level Greek. But still, to get at least a broad understanding of, which side of the market is going to be more impacted by a change in volatility, I would say looking at the Vega is probably the way to go. So if I sold the 192 put at a 16 delta that has a 17 Vega, you can see that right there. Then if I go to the other side of the market, I find the 16 delta for basically the strangle that I was just looking at. The 16 delta, which is 225. I think we just looked at this strategy a couple seconds ago. You can see that the Vega is the same. So the Vega is the same. So I would guess, and I know this is not going to be the case 100% of the time, but I would say this is what you will usually find. You will normally find, fairly symmetric Vegas on both sides of the market. And so, yeah, but hopefully that helps a little bit. So let's see. If I go to all right, so Sam L's in the house. What's going on there, Sam L? Sam L says, Doc, forget NFP or unemployment rate. One very good phone call and our risk-free instrument takes off. It is the new market meta, the Trump pump and then the Elon dump. Yes, that's correct. I think that Trump is talking to Xi tomorrow from China. And so if that's the case, then, man, who knows? Tomorrow's going to be absolutely crazy, totally bonkers. As you know, the market it's kind of chopping around now, just kind of waiting to get its legs underneath it or get the rug pulled off from underneath it. Something underneath it's going to happen. But you've got S&P's down 10 now. You've got NASDAQ down 62. And so, but thank you so much, Samuel, for being here. Oh, and then Samuel says, Doc, earnings oracle tonight. Tonight is Lululemon and Avgo. What's the play so I can confidently do the opposite of of the prophecy? I don't know, man. It's Avgo. Oh, I remember I was asked about Avgo earlier this week, and I said, hey, remind me on Thursday. So let's do some Avgo. I'm not going to do Lululemon because I don't have the inside knowledge that like a Tony Batista has. Like I know Tony Batista, I mean, he's in Lululemon twice a week, like minimum. So he's got a real good understanding of what they're trying to do, like their business model, like the layout of the stores, like things like that. I've only been in a Lululemon once or twice, I think, and that was by mistake. And so I think we'll pass on that, but let's go to Avgo. If I go into Avgo, you've got the stock at 260. You know, ooh, man, are we going to do another butterfly? Are we really going to play for the total apocalypse here? Man, it's very tempting because it's a high-price stock, $260 stock. I can't do something undefined risk in here because it'll cost too much buying power. And here I'll even show you if I tried to do, like if I tried to go into July and sell like a 35 delta put at the 250, it's going to be something crazy. It's not that crazy, but it's $4,000. That's like 13% of the account. So that's not going to be something I would seriously consider. So let's get rid of that. But what if we go into the one-day cycle? Again, Avgo, Broadcom. I don't even know what they do. I have no idea what they do. Does it matter? Not really. I think so. Given the fact that the apocalypse, again, I checked Poly Market before the show. The apocalypse coming tomorrow at 8:31. It's about a 65% chance now. Then this is based on the betting markets. This is based on real money. This is not my, personal opinion. These are objective metrics. It's collective opinion of everyone. And so that's probably actually worse than my personal opinion. But if I go into Avgo, what if we do, I don't know there, Samuel. I'm kind of thinking, what if I do a 260, 245, 230, butterfly? This is going to be what, a couple bucks? Yeah, $3. I mean, that's relative to what we've just already done here with, SPX and GC. I mean, this is significantly more modest of a play. Plus, it is, Thursday going into Friday, butterfly, which is really, really nice. And so, let's go ahead and, let's try to put this on for maybe 335. We'll probably get filled, I would say. All right. Let's see if I do. Okay, let's try 337 maybe. No taker. Okay, so fill that 337. So there you go, Samuel. So the upside is wide open for you, my friend. And so that is the trade that you should make if you like making money. If you just want to be part of the team and you just want to kind of do what I'm doing, then I appreciate you, man. Like we can stew in the bathtub of filth together if you play this thing to the downside. And so Brad Glazier's in the house. Says, yo, Professor, what's the play for NFP tomorrow? Downside expecting a butterfly. Man, it's almost like you've seen the show before. It's almost like you kind of had a sneaking suspicion where we might be headed. And you were 100% correct. And so, Brad, that is indeed what we're doing. Flower Power says we're selling those circle puts. Yeah, this is are you talking about CRWV? Or no, that's CoreWeave. I know this. Whoa, look at this thing. Wow. Man, down $28. Yeah, this is the latest like Wall Street Bets craze, right? The latest kind of meme stock. I mean, I've gotten more emails about this stock in the last 18 hours than anything else. And I didn't even know it existed until I started answering, emails. I actually thought the first couple of emails I answered, I thought it was a typo. I thought people were asking me about CrowdStrike, CRWD, and they just kept being typos in the email. And I was like, oh, this is actually CRWV. It's a totally different company. And so, equally as craptacular as CrowdStrike, but different nonetheless. And so with CRWV, wow, this thing is really crazy. And the markets, so something just came out, I guess, right? Yeah, it's that classic 237 news drop. I think there was some India durable goods print that was supposed to come out, or maybe it was the India durable goods revision forecast print. I don't know, but the market just reacted to something. So you guys got to let me know in the chat. I'll take a look at it after the show for sure. And so thank you, Flower Power, for being here, though, my friend. Robert P., I like the gimmies and the manageable gotchas of put ratio spreads, but what's the best way to manage these trades? Yes, that's a great question there, Robert. And so rather than have me just kind of, especially, with no video and things like that, what you should do, Robert, is you should there's a strategy management crash course. There's one on the YouTube channel. There's the same one that's on the Tasty Live network. Go to that crash course. You're already on YouTube, obviously, so it might be easier to find it there. Go to the strategy management. There's an episode all about ratio spreads. So if you go and find that ratio spread episode, then that will actually lay out in detail how I think about managing ratio spreads. I think that's going to be the best resource for you because you won't try to, you'll be able to pause it and take notes and slow it down as you need to. And so that's what I would do for the ratio spreads. And so, Emmett says, hey there, Dr. Jim, thanks for the response to my email. The advice is much appreciated. You are welcome, my friend. Thanks for being a part of what we're doing, and it's always my pleasure to help. Sometimes when I fall behind, I get a little bit slow on emails, but I really try to stay on top of them. Sometimes it's difficult. But thank you, Emmett. I appreciate you, my friend. Sergio, greetings, Dr. Jim. What's going on there, Sergio? Appreciate you. Brian Doughty, hello, Dr. J. I took the TLT trade off this morning. Really? Oh, yeah, because we're making some money. Look at that, Brian. Nicely done. I'm going to stay in the trade for now because we're not quite at the profit target. Although, wait a minute. When did we put this trade on? Hold on. I may change my mind here live on the show. If I go to the chains here. Wow, we only did this trade. It was on Monday. Wow. So we've only been in the trade for 3 days. And we're already up, 60? Wow, we're already up like 40%. Okay, so I'm actually going to take it off too. Just in the spirit of trying to experiment with maybe taking trades off earlier and things like that. And so, yeah, I think, I'm going to close mine too there, Brian. So thank you so much for the TLT trade. That ended up being a really, really nice trade. And this makes sense too from a binary risk standpoint, right? We have NFP tomorrow. Like, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, I'm pretty confident the apocalypse is coming, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. And so, Brian, thank you for being here, my friend. Rob Banks in the house. What's going on? Rancher in the house. What's going on? Chris Anderson, so long, folks. It's been fun. It has. We will not survive NFP. We will not. And so you are 100% correct there, Chris Anderson. But thank you for being here, my friend. Gregor V. Dub says, bro, look at Tesla. I know. It was a thing of beauty. A thing of beauty indeed. Dr. Jim, or Daniel Rooney says, Dr. Jim, I'm looking to get some SLV exposure. There is mixed sentiment on the Tasty Follow page. What's your opinion on silver? Yeah, so, I mean, to me, and I know that the momentum bros are going to come after me. And I know that the, buy them high, sell them higher bros. I mean, they're going to want to burn me at the stake. You got to be short silver here. Like, buying the breakouts in the metals and whatever. Maybe it works sometimes. But in my view, I kind of view the metals very similarly to how I view overall equities from the standpoint of, when things go up, I prefer to sell them. When things go down, I prefer to buy them in terms of the directional bias. And so, like, if you look at a chart of silver, like let me bring up a daily. Man, no video, and we are resorting to charts. That's how you know it's absolutely brutal. I mean, look at that. I mean, you've got a high right there. I mean, obviously, all of my ICT fans know they're just going to hunt the stops. They're just going to take out the stops. It looks like they already did it. Like, what do you think they did right there? The algorithm got all the stops, and boom, there you go. So that is my view on silver, Daniel. So if I was going to play silver, I would be playing it to the downside, and I would be looking for, probably another, $1, $2. It would not surprise me at all if silver breaks 34 on the downside, of course, at some point in the next week or a week and a half. I don't think it'll take too long because the run-up has been so significant. And so that's my take. Take it for what it's worth. Again, if you do the opposite of everything that I tell you to do or everything that I'm doing myself, then you can typically retire, 12 to 24 months early. And so keep that in mind. Daniel Perkins in the house. Big moves today, Dr. Jim. Hope nobody getting burned too bad. Yes. Some very big moves on both sides of the market. And now the market is just kind of sitting still. So we'll have to wait and see what happens for the next couple of next couple of hours. Let's see. Joel James in the house, man. All those second place Olympians will be happy today. Thanks for all you do, Dr. J. Oh, that's an inside joke that I'm on the outside of. All those second place Olympians. Oh, I got it. It's a silver joke. Man, look at you and look at me for getting it. Ooh, that was not looking good there for a second. But I got it, man. I 100% got it. I'll tell you what. So if you guys want to see, if you guys want to watch something super funny, you've got to Google Jerry Seinfeld's stand-up from this was probably 30 years ago. I think the name of the show is I'm Telling You for the Last Time. Oh my gosh, it's so funny. It's so funny. His bit about the Olympics and his bit about silver medals specifically. Oh my gosh, you're going to be rolling. If you can find it. Like we have the DVD, so we just watch it from time to time. Maybe you could watch it on Netflix or whatever. But it's Jerry Seinfeld, I'm Telling You for the Last Time. The silver bit is absolutely gold. It's pure gold. And man, it's some good stuff. And so, okay, here we go. So this is where I got frozen. And so we're about at the end of the show anyway, so I'm probably not going to plow through these right now because I know it's just all about me being frozen. But hopefully I can get this figured out for tomorrow. You know, sometimes, I mean, technology is a wonderful thing until it isn't. And so that's just the way it is. But thank you guys for powering through with me today with the audio only. John, thanks for being, at the ready, of course, to get that strapping picture of me up. I think you had to get that copy from Tom. Hopefully it wasn't his last copy because I know he likes to, keep that on his fridge. But guys, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. If I can ever help you guys in any way, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, train them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number one for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily, covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different.
From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The tastylive research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily, covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com. Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here is what they mean when they say slippage. Every business has costs. Slippage is in reference to the cost to transact in the market and is most associated with the difference between the price you can buy and the price you can sell at for options or stock. If you can buy at $1 and sell at 99 cents, you have 1 penny of slippage. If you can buy at $1 but sell at 90 cents, you have 10 cents of slippage. The more slippage between the prices, the more likely it is to lose out on value when opening and closing positions. This adds up over time. That is why liquidity is so important.
Your crypto needs a wallet. And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
We're gonna go to New Orleans. I gotta be in New Orleans. What's up?
Y'all three guys, just the whole organization is just phenomenal, and it's changed my life. And I wish more people would just sit back and listen to y'all and take it seriously, because it will change your life if you enjoy trading. I don't know if I could ever repay any of y'all for this free advice and free teaching y'all do. Is just remarkable. Tom, I got your hat on, and ever since I got it on, I've been blowing the market up. So make sure you don't give one to Tony or Scott, because I don't want them to benefit from us.
That's okay. Good job out of you.
Oh, yeah. Tasty Nation, good morning.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Trading is hard enough. Here's what liquidity is. You want to be like water. Liquidity is in reference to how easily you can get in and out of a position, from volume to open interest to actual price at which you can buy or sell your position. It's important for all traders, from stock traders to futures traders to options traders or even crypto. Tight bid-ask spreads and high volume are characteristics of good liquidity.
What happens when two titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Let's watch these two master the art of the noble sport boxing. Wow, look at those geriatric thumbs go. Someone had an extra dose of fibre this morning. Like a flutter of fills, it's definitely fists of plastic fury over here. And I'm spent. Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tasty Live Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
to set the record straight today after the close. We'll talk about that. ECB. Yesterday we had Bank of Canada. Now we had ECB. Bank of Canada didn't really do much, but ECB, they dropped rates again. Fascinating. Let's talk about it. Finally, we got a jobs report tomorrow. That's the big thing that the markets are really sitting on here and waiting on. Lots to discuss. We'll talk about those three things and more. We'll talk about those AVGO earnings, among others, and look around. Lots of names moving. I know we're only moving down 5 points in the S&P 500, but I got to tell you, there's all kinds of names that are moving all over the place, and we'll talk about all of them here on Engineering the Trade. Welcome to the most dangerous show on the tastylive Network. It's Engineering the Trade, and I'm your host, Jamal Chandler. Baseball is done. Like, not MLB baseball or regular baseball in general, just it's done for me. I'm done coaching baseball. My youngest kid lost in his playoff game the other day, but I got to tell you, our team, we went out with some spirit. We lost the game, but we didn't give it to them. They took it from us. It happens, right? It was a close game. Ended up being 9-5. We lost by 4 runs. It was the disastrous third. The third, I feel sometimes third inning has been, our games are up to 6 innings. Third inning has been that inning all season. It's been a tough one. Happens at times. But, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, ended up a number 4 seed overall in the regular season and lost in the first round, went to the losers bracket, and lost again. The team we lost was the number 1 seed overall. We had them 2-0. But I tell you, that third inning was a disaster. My kid went out with a bang, man. He was 3 for 3. He even came in and pitched. He's always been about hitting. He is the classic first baseman. He's left-handed, which makes it easier for him to field at first base, right? He's tall, which, again, at first base is nice because kids can throw all over the place. He's got big range all over. And he's big, and he's a big hitter. And that's classic first baseman. He never has liked pitching, though. But this year, he made real strides for it. It's kind of cool to see that. And, again, it was always there for him. He's big. He's left-handed. He's going to, flummox a lot of right-hand batters, I should say, as a left-handed pitcher. And he did that down the stretch of this season. It was kind of nice to watch. So he got his confidence there. But it's not fully all over. Playoffs are still going on. We know a lot of the other kids. We're going to watch some of the games. And next week is All-Star festivities. He, like I said, he's going to be an All-Star, and he's going to be in the Home Run Derby, which should be fun. So that's kind of cool. Let's pull up the slides. Let's talk about what's going on today. We got AVGO. Broadcom has earnings after the close today. Pricing in what looks like to be a 6% move. That would be one of the smallest moves in over 2.5 years, if that ends up being the case. Most of the time, it's been about a 13% move in AVGO. This one's been pretty volatile at times, so it's kind of striking that this is already having a potentially small move expected on earnings. Stock has been on the go, of course, since April. It's been one of the better performers in the S&P 500 since April. And they also are coming off the heels of NVIDIA earnings, of course. NVIDIA had earnings last week and did well. It was also an inside move when you talk about the options pricing. It was an inside move on there, but AVGO moved on NVIDIA earnings. NVIDIA is likely to move on AVGO earnings. So that's something to keep in mind. Again, like I mentioned this with NVIDIA earnings. There's other names that you can play, and AVGO, kind of the same thing. But like I said, it's going to be fascinating to see if this thing actually only moves 6% or less, because a lot of the time, I even have it right here. Like the earnings move is typically about 13.9% over the past 4 quarters, and 3 out of 4 of those times it's rose. So something to keep in mind. ECB came out with their summary of projections, and they also changed interest rates this morning. They dropped a quarter point, 25 basis points down to 2% now. So they have cut, I forget how many times in a row. I got to look back. ECB cuts rates. They have cut rates, 8th time. And they say they're nearing the end. They said their inflation has dropped, and so, I'm sure it has. As has ours. The only difference is they're not dealing with what we've been dealing with. They're dealing with it indirectly, as far as the talk of tariffs, right? Like, indirectly, it affects their trade. They're one of our bigger partners. They're not as big as like Canada and Mexico, I don't think, but still they are a trading partner. Not as big as China, but still a trading partner. And so they clearly don't feel to be as worried about a lot of the threats from Donald Trump. Earlier this week, right? Late last week, I should say, we were hearing about 50% tariffs on the EU because Negotiations were progressing slowly, and then of course by Sunday into Monday of Memorial Day, all of that was kind of backed off of, and that was that was about 2 weeks ago, honestly. But things have changed since then. We'll see if it becomes an issue. Euro, of course, is bouncing, has been strong, and especially against the dollar. Dollar's been really weak. I got a chart for you guys on that in a second, but yeah, ECB just. It's fascinating to me. They continue to sort of cut rates amidst this environment and this backdrop of talk of tariffs and possibly infighting with different partners and whatnot. So should be interesting going forward between the countries if there is any change in discussions about tariffs. Finally, job market. Speaking of tariffs, jobs stuff this week. The job soup. Chris gave me a good idea. Maybe I should start calling it the job jambalaya. I don't know, but. It's, there's always a couple of different reports throughout this first week of any month, right? Where there's, starts out with JOLTS report, the amount of job openings that unexpectedly increased, which is an surprisingly good thing, right? That didn't increase. The amount of job openings increased, I think it was. Then you had the ADP, which was slightly weaker, and now people are expecting maybe jobs report to be slightly weaker, but still probably above 100,000, and unemployment rate to be still below 4.5%, somewhere around 4.2%. If those happen, I think it shows that we're still in a good market, and I think you could see stock market absolutely take off if we get a jobs report that's fairly strong amidst this tariff woes, right? So that's what we're kind of looking for. Those of us who are mostly long delta, I mean, that's what you're looking for, you're hoping for. We'll see what it actually boils down to. The kindling is there. Look, when you look at stock market, you look at a lot of these charts that we look at, whether it's Dow, NASDAQ, S&P, Russell 2000, most of them have a chart that shows almost kind of like a cup with handles, sort of basing pattern, and it's sitting and it's waiting and it's coiling, waiting on some type of news. One way or the other, I'm not going to say it's automatically going up. One way or the other, it's going to make a big move at some point, especially if volume is drying up and the stocks are coiling. So you got a big thing tomorrow with AVGO and the tech names, right? And stocks going there. And you got this jobs report. And if it all works out, you could be singing and holding hands or crying in a corner. We'll see what ends up happening. Leftovers. Cars are still the dominant mode of transportation for commuters. Let's move to the next slide. This chart is a share of the commuters who use the following modes of transportation to commute to work, school, or a university. Meaning if they work in the university, I guess. Obviously, you can see there's two different lines. One is from 2019 and one is to 2024 to 2025. So, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. And you can see pre-pandemic, a lot more people owned a car. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say own a car. I just mean their own car. People drove their own car a lot more, 85% of the time. Now, and again, this is a small survey. I mean, of 3,000 people. It doesn't necessarily represent the however many 100 million people in the U.S., but it's a start. 72% of the people now are driving their own car to work. You know what's so funny about this is like I have been driving. 2019, I always took the train. Coming back out of pandemic, still took the train, still mostly took the train up until about 2 years ago, a year and change ago. When, for those of you who know Tasty well, and we were in the other office, the cooler building, deep in the heart of the West Loop. We're still in the West Loop, we're just a little further down. But when we were deep in the heart of the West Loop, I was always taking the train. And ever since we've been in the combined building, tastylive and Tasty Trade, I drive most times, except for this week. This week was the first week I said, you know what, I want to walk a little bit and take the train again. Like, it's nice out. I'm going to do that. Anyway, enough about me. You can see the difference between pre-pandemic and post-pandemic on cars, 13% difference, people using their car. Public transpo, 11% of the people prior to the pandemic, 15% of people taking it now, which I find interesting. I thought that would be reversed, but hey. Walking, 8% were walking prior to the pandemic, now 12% are walking. So see, people want to get out a little bit more. You can kind of tell. 6% with their own bike, now 9% with their own bike. Ride hailing, 4%. Pre-pandemic, 9% after. Interesting. Those have gone up. Well, particularly in Chicago area. I mean, and there's more taxes. I feel like there's going to be more and more taxes coming each time for ride-hailing stuff. Like I just noticed something. I think they sent us a notice. Uber did about a week or two ago. Whatever. Car sharing, 2% versus 5%. Never been in a car sharing situation where I took, not since high school have I done that. A friend of mine used to pick me up every day, 11th grade year of high school. Every day we would, coordinate. He'd pick me up. We'd get to school. I was on his way. It was nice. It was cool. Haven't done anything like that, like shared a commute with somebody in a car, like since then, crazy. Taxi, 2% versus 3%. This is clearly mostly New York people. Motorcycle, 3% versus 4%. So you can see most of these are up, right? Like the drop, and I don't know if the numbers coordinate, but the 13% drop in owned car almost seems like those numbers transfer to public transport, walking, owned bike, ride hailing, car sharing, you name it. Let's move to the next slide. Silver has jumped to the highest level in 13 years. It's making a move. It seems to be making a move. 2012 was about the last time it's gotten there, but 2011, 2010 were crazy times in silver, and that's kind of almost what we're starting to see again. So as a result, I made a trade. Probably saw it earlier, but if you didn't, I'll talk about it later. But yeah, silver is making big moves right now. Obviously, gold it's chasing gold. Will it be at the expense of gold? I don't know. I just showed you yesterday, gold-silver ratio is still hanging out around 100. That's probably being threatened a little bit right now with the big move in silver. Let's move to the next slide. Dollar has absolutely gotten straight mollywopped this year, if you will, compared to some of the other currencies. It's been quite a fascinating, educating year. I mean, I don't know, dollar's down probably about 8% when you see some of these other currencies flourishing. Euro, we just talked about that and what's going on. Seems as though they're in a pretty good economy, I guess, right now, and inflation is sort of falling off a cliff for them. You got the British pound, which is closely trailing. After that, you got the yen, which, again, yen's having a bad day today, but yen has been strong more recently. Mexican peso, Canadian dollar, Australian dollar are around the same, and then you got dollar. So this is one of the more interesting charts of the year already, 6 months in, and I can't wait for what the next 6 months looks like with the dollar, I tell you. I don't know if I'm necessarily picking up dollars yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily know if I'm buying dollars. I'm just like selling these currencies. But this is an interesting trade, right? Like, this is an interesting trade. Getting long the dollar at some point is an interesting trade. It's just a matter of when and how you do it and what fashion do you do it. So you just buy UUP and you just pick up on? Do you buy calls in UUP? I don't know if you do that. Do you sell these other things? I don't know. Therein lies the good trade, so we'll see. But there's clearly a dispersion here to be taken advantage of at some point. Let's move to the next slide. There's, again, we talk about semiconductors, and I just wanted to look at what the ratio was and how they're doing compared to the SPY itself. Of course, it's a big mover. I mean, obviously it moves the SPY a whole lot when you talk about semiconductors. This is not the highest that the ratio has been. It was a lot higher early in the year when we reached all-time highs, and I think if we reach all-time highs again, that's what's going to push us there. It'll be the NVIDIAs, it'll be the ABGOs, the AMDs, those type of names that will push us to new heights if we get it. So to answer the age-old question, do we need semis to push us to new heights? Yeah, it doesn't hurt. I think it's going to happen. Let's move to the last slide. For earnings, obviously, we got ABGO. We got Lulu as well and DocuSign. So a couple of, those are kind of heavy hitters. They're not like, Mag 7, but they're heavy hitters. You got Vail. You got Zoomies and Guess, still a couple of retail names. Stablecoin issuer Circle goes public. That thing moved all around today, CRCL. It was up over 100 at one point in time, but it's faded since. And then you got non-farm payroll report coming up on Friday. You got next week will be CPI on Wednesday and then PPI on Thursday, June 12th. That's a good day, June 12th, got to tell you. Number of S&P 500 stocks above the 50-day moving average, 340. So still holding in there. That's a good number. Again, that's a good level when you have almost 70% of stocks above the 50-day moving average. We can move to the platform now. Broadcom, got to start there. AVGO. So, like I said, about a 6% move expected, $17 and change. I don't have anything on in here. I'm not really interested in doing anything in here. I don't have anything in here, but I have, I have NASDAQ. I've talked about the call spreads that I have. I got to figure out what I want to do. So I bought this call spread when markets were lower last week. I'm gonna have to figure out what I'm gonna do with this call spread. I am short an MNQ contract against this slash MNQ. I am short one of these, but I'm short the MNQ U5. I'm short the U because I sold it when yesterday at 22,010. So I sold over 22K. The thought process was it's a small hedge against these two call spreads, which both are the 23,000, 23,500. This is the end of the quarter, end of the month, and this is expiration. They're both 23,000 long, the 23,000, short, the 23,500. Thought process being that I decided to sell an MNQ at 22,000, right? For every 1,000 points of MNQ, it's a $2,000 gain or loss. So if we go up to 23,000, I will be down $2,000 in the MNQ short contract, but I will be up money, at least beginning to be up money extrinsically on this call spread. It'll be close to being at the money, obviously, not in the money yet. And the higher it goes, the better off I am. So if for whatever reason this were to jump in the next couple of days to 23.5, well, I'll be down 3,000 on the M&Q contract, but I will be up way more on these two call spreads, and I will love that trade. Please happen all day long. Don't care. So that's my tie, basically, to AVGO. Again, I don't know if you guys are looking at, or probably, I'm sure I know you guys. You love being inside in these trades. Did you hedge? So there's your answer, Sergio. Yes, I did slightly hedge my call spreads. Again, it's not 100% hedge. Donald, what's good, man? How you doing? What am I doing with Tesla right now? Yeah, there's nothing. Stock is tanking for sure. It's getting smoked today. It's one of those things. I am close to probably trying to. Honestly, I'm interested in probably buying some call spreads, and I know the IVR is up, but I think either that or sell a put spread. I'm not sure yet, but probably trying to get long deltas. I'm just letting this flush happen right now. It flushed below that 50-day moving average, as you can see right here. This was a big move down here, and I'm not sure how much uglier it gets from here. We'll see what happens, but yeah, stock is going through it right now. Kind of funny how all of this is playing out in there. So what else I got going on? Today, I did decide to get into silver and this move in the big way. Again, when I look at this silver situation, I just got to show you this. And you saw it on the chart earlier, but I just want to show you. To me, these names move, this is a very big momentum type of name, right? When you see this type of movement after a long time of relatively being dormant, and now it's go time. So for those of you who like to trade momentum, those of you who like to trade directional, I feel like this is one of those type of trades. Right now, silver is breaking out in a major big way, it seems to me. And so you never know how it's going to go, but I'm taking a shot, right? So I went out to 82 days. I'm long further upside, 40 to 42. This is, it's not a cheap trade, right? Set me back almost $1,500. I paid 30 cents for it at the time. It's down 2 cents right now. Set me back $1,500. And the thought process is, let's see if this can eventually break higher. Again, it's not going to be in a straight line. I know it's going to be wobbly, but hopefully it's wobbly and heading up, and we can get back to these highs that we saw almost 14 years ago. The other thing I did is you speaking of sort of hedge, just offset, right? I sold this call spread. So the other thing is copper is not, let's see, HG, copper is not exactly the same as silver. Again, it didn't have that same renaissance in 2011, 2010, but just looking more recently, when you look at copper, you can see they're trading kind of the same way, right? Like /SI, /SI, continuous contract. Look at that. Little bumps up and down, big down, of course, in April, and then up. And again, this is all on the heels, too, of potential increase in tariffs on steel and aluminum that we heard this week. Not exactly the same as copper and silver, but you get the point. And then copper, again, kind of doing a similar thing. So hopefully it is trading exactly like silver. And if it is, then I can go ahead and offset my buy just a little bit. I sold HG. I sold also in August, also 82 days, but I sold a tighter spread. Now, I don't want to get beat too bad on this because, again, my ultimate goal is to win on the silver trade. I could win big on that. Max gain of 8,500. Max loss here of about 1,800. I just took in about, I think I did this for, I took in $650, sold this for 2.6 cents, if you will, and just collected that. And if I lose this max, I'm sure silver will be closer to 40, if not above. If this ends up getting back to these levels, I can live with that. That'll be fine. If silver pulls back, like you said, I'm looking at it like silver's gonna probably pull back in the next couple of days, but longer term, at least going out 80 days, it's gonna be higher, especially through the summer. I hope that's the case. That's the way I'm playing it. We'll see how it actually plays out. So those are my main trades. ZB, I actually closed something in here today. I was short the 111, 108 put spread. Closed this out. This is famously the trade I did during the 45 minutes before the 20-year bond auction that took the market down, including bonds. Lulu also has earnings, right? Also a name I'm not trading, but gosh, there's been a lot going on in retail. I really haven't been able to figure out the story, whether, you have names like A&F and Dollar General taking off higher, but then you got other names that like Dollar Tree yesterday, which you would assume would have operated like Dollar General. It got absolutely rocked. So I don't know. I'm not playing any earnings in here. We'll see how it goes. Good luck to those who are. Folks, that's the show. Thanks for watching. And as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, and trade them often. I'll see you.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
So I started trading in the equities market when I was 18. Real basic ETFs, mutual funds. I didn't discover options and really tastylive until about 2012. It made sense to me from a risk perspective. And so I started trading and never really have looked back. The people you see that's who they are. They're trying to be as open and clear as they can with the trades that they're putting on. Teaching a methodology, like teaching the logic behind things. It is tried, true, and tested. They back it up with research. They share that research. It's not just trust us and do this, which is a very dangerous thing in the financial world. But learning about that and the Tasty universe, it starts to prove itself out, right? When you follow the methodology, you'll see those profits and you'll understand why a position did what it did. Sometimes the market wins and sometimes you have a 90% winner and you don't know, why don't I do this every day, right? This is easy. But you kind of have to reset that and just go, okay, close the trade and move on to the next one, which is really what Tasty's about.
Tasty Live's godfather of options, Tom Sosnoff, is grabbing his passport and taking this show international. He'll be joined by IG's Rich McDonald in London and Milan, along with special guests at each stop for an evening of live trading. It's fun, challenging, and moves as fast as the market. Doors open at 5, with trading starting at 6. Come early and have a pint or glass of vino with the boys. It's totally free, but space is limited. Register at tastylive.com/events. Options just got molto interessante.
Hey everybody, tonight I'm going to probably run a little over today. I apologize to the next show. I'll try to only do 1 or 2 minutes over, but we got a late start and there's just some things to say. But let's just jump right in because today has gone from an incredibly boring day when I didn't know what on earth I would talk about to a pretty cool day. So hopping into the charts, we begin with the spider, which made a new recovery high today, but has since turned red. I don't know precisely why, but it seems to me that we've got kind of a sell the news event because the market went gaga hearing rumors that, oh, Trump and Xi talked. Like that's going to solve all our problems. But the market was thrilled and they came and said, we did talk and it went great. We've settled our differences. Things are just peaches and cream. And then the market went, okay, sell everything. So it started dumping out. It's not a huge down day by any stretch, but I mean, the NQ's down 1%. That's a start. And the RTY and the ES are both red. So yeah, red across the board, and the spider's reversing there. I only show this as by way of contrast. This is the RSP, the equally weighted S&P 500 ETF. And interestingly, we got a gap here that did not seal. So that's acting as resistance. And the really interesting aspect is to show in recent times how much the normal S&P, which is heavily weighted to the mega caps, shown in black, has outperformed the equally weighted S&P 500 shown in blue. It's not a small difference. It's a huge difference, like 2x difference. So, Netflix and Meta and Alphabet and Apple, they're all holding things up, whereas the stocks as a whole, yeah, they're up, but like half as much if you really look at it evenly and democratically. So yeah, that's the RISPA versus the spider. The diamonds also down a little bit, and they did not achieve another recovery high. So a bit of a mixed bag in the market right now. Over in emerging market land, EEM pushed a little bit above its own high from back in October. So we've reached levels now that were last seen in February of 2022 in the emerging markets. So a little bit of a win for the smaller markets there. As far as the cubes go, this is particularly interesting. I have been speaking ad nauseum about this trend line. And the lifetime, let's just get rid of this. The lifetime high is this red dash line right there. That's the lifetime high. This is the trend line I've been obsessed with. That goes to the October 26th low. Look what happened today. As we zoom in, an almost perfect touch of that trend line because everything was green and just about perfect kiss on the bottom of the trend line. And now we've got a bearish reversal pattern. That's fine, but let's not put on our party hats until tomorrow because the unemployment report's coming out and that usually has a pretty big effect on the market. So if we get more selling tomorrow, then maybe we can start thinking about putting those party hats on because that would have been a beautiful tag of resistance and a reversal away from it. Microsoft had been and continues to be at a lifetime high, so that helped. Netflix is green, although it's got a shooting star right now. It was rather higher earlier. These have just been of aid to tech stocks in general. Spotify, another lifetime high there. So these have all been contributing to that strength. But, as I say, the NQ's up 1.11% now. And keep an eye on semiconductors. SMH, which I've been speaking of kind of hand in hand with, in fact, something that's jumped out at me. Got a bit of an analog here. Check this out. That's interesting. All right. Now it's one of those times I wish it was a 2-hour show. Here, we got a price gap right here. And that price gap, just to be picayune about it, was the 269.35. This was the peak, 269.66. Not bad. is also the anchor point for our descending trend line. So a beautiful seal of that price gap. Then, interestingly, just a couple of trading days later, we had another price gap, this dashed line. And we've gone ripping toward that. Haven't quite closed it yet. Nowhere is it written, either in the Bible nor in the federal code, that we have to seal the gap. But we've gotten awfully close to it. And that also converges with that descending trend line. So just saying, pretty powerful resistance there. But yeah, I did notice that other gap instance. That is pretty spiffy. Gold is reversing because it seems of the aforementioned Trump-Xi pillow talk. And we've got a lower high on this. So here's our lifetime high, lower high, lower high. So, a very modest diminishment going on with GLD. Silver, on the other hand, is playing catch up to the upside. It burst above this level as a new multi-year, very much multi-year, like past 13 years high. And yeah, we've long been fans of silver here. I applaud it. Yay, go silver, go. Poor thing has been just battered versus gold. This is the silver gold ratio chart. So it's having a nice little bounce based on that. I will say, in spite of my enthusiasm, I did short GDX early today because if you look at the the XAU chart, for example, it's very, very close to resistance. We've got a little reversal going on right here. So yeah, I've got 20 positions now. One of them is a short on GDX. Although SKE, which has also been a long idea here on this little segment, is doing well too. Another lifetime high on that one. But yeah, like I said, XAU, hello. Watch those fingers, Tim. XAU was getting very lofty and near what I consider to be resistance. Good heavens. Come back here. Come here. Okay. There we go. There's XAU. That wasn't worth the wait, was it? All right, so there's the chart. You can see it's really close to the edge of the wedge. But the old theme that we're always hitting on here is these long-term ratio charts of precious, of the all world versus precious. So here's all world equities divided by gold, looking very toppy. This is all world equities divided by silver, also looking very toppy. That's just kind of the general theme. XME was also strong earlier today. It sealed its gap, the gap being, let's tune this a bit. Watch this blue line. The gap was right, let's get it just right there. There's the gap. 64.74. We sneaked above it by a little bitty bit and are reversing away from that. And as I've mentioned, another theme is this XME GDX ratio chart, which suggests that for the long term, XME will badly underperform GDX. Precious metals miners will beat just miners in general. I might not have to step on the next program after all. I've been talking so fast, but I'll do a little Elon speech in a second. That's coming up. Here's USO, which is a green, which is a little annoying, but it has not violated the right triangle pattern. This right triangle pattern is the still rules the roost. And, it's just trying day after day after day after day, but that trend line keeps holding back the price. It is doing its job. So today was the highest we've been in a long while, but I got beaten back. At the moment, crude oil's up 0.73% on the front month. Now, let's talk a little bit about Mr. Musk. Those of you who read me on Slope know that, and I for various personal reasons, I take caution when I talk about Elon Musk. I've long been a fan. I wrote a glowing article about Tesla in early 2013, when it was like 1% of what it is today. I raved about the cars. I raved about, and Elon, right here in Palo Alto, built his first company. Tesla's here in Palo Alto. XAI is here in Palo Alto. I'm a fan. I found it a little regrettable, his foray into politics. But when he made that decision, I made a couple of three predictions. One prediction was he ain't going to save $2 trillion. And he didn't. I mean, at best, the amount possibly saved is maybe tens of billions, if not singles of billions, and that will be completely subsumed by all the new expenses. So that was one prediction, not a hard prediction to make. Another prediction was that he will rapidly grow weary of the government because this is a man used to, and he says X, and X gets done. That's what it is when you run a company. People either do what you say or there's the door. When you go into something like the federal government, it ain't that way. And I figured that he would grow quite tired of just the morass that is the federal government. Also, not a really hard prediction to make, and also a prediction that very much came true. I figured he wouldn't make it past spring. And by the end of April, it was clear he was like, I'm out of here. Following that, the prediction made, which I thought was a little more speculative, was he and Trump are going to hate each other, and they're going to slam each other, and they're going to say nasty things about each other. And I gave myself some leeway here. I figured that's going to happen before summer's out. As much, they did the press conference just a few days ago. Love, love, love. I love this man. Here's the key to the city, et cetera. Love, love, love. So I figured, give it a few months. There can be no love left. It took hours. And today it's gone. What does it have to do with stocks? It has a lot to do with stocks. You don't believe me? Take a look at TSLA Enter, and you'll see. So that war is gotten hot real fast. And here is Tesla stock. And as we zoom in, it is getting fricasseed. It's down about 16% today. And I'm confident that about 100% of the reason is because Trump is slamming Elon left, right, and sideways. Because SpaceX, Tesla, these are companies that benefit from government contracts. So people are kind of freaking out that this war is taking place. And Elon's taking it to the extent of like, maybe I'll form a new political party. So have your Coke and popcorn ready, because it's getting real interesting real fast. So, hey, 3 for 3, but a lot sooner than I ever guessed. And no, I did not take advantage of this with some Tesla trade. I'm a chartist at heart. I try to base my decisions on charts, and there was nothing particularly about the chart that screamed short this sucker. But for those who did, congratulations, because wow. Adjunct to that, other electric companies, which have done quite poorly compared to Tesla, continue to do their usual shtick of, hey, we're going up. No, we're not. So there's Rivian, which is slumped again, and Lucid, which is near lifetime lows. So pretty dreadful stuff there. As a complete change of subject, and I'm just about to the end of the program here, PVH was one of these stocks I mentioned from time to time as having a good history of topping out. Bang, 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 bang. Here's the latest bang. Today down about 18%. So history repeating itself there. But getting back to one of those broad themes, and this is the last chart I wanted to share. Here's our old spider versus TLT chart. Equities versus bonds. It's a wedge. It is a fantastic wedge. And that sucker's broken. And we're back to the clinging of that blue line, which I dare say will be released in short order. So anyway, yeah, you never know what the day's going to bring, because this day began, it was just like, ugh, boring. And then it got really interesting again. So we'll see what tomorrow's like. Jobs report should be a big one. And we'll see if all the resistance stuff we've been talking about matters at all. So thanks for joining me. We'll close things out tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Dear Cheapo Airlines, thank you so much for sending my luggage on a magical side quest instead of my planned destination. I am glad that I had the sustenance of the single pretzel I was served on board while I was waiting for my bag to arrive. Looking forward to your reply, because surely the response can't be as delayed as long as my flight was. Warm regards, Bettina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
Every day I do God's work here.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap. How was Nashville? Did you go hiking? You were going to do a bike, you were going to go fishing, and you were going to visit an apiary.
I spent the most time of anything lying in a mineral pool.
Oh, gross.
There was a guy running the fishing area, whatever. He goes, hands me a
Fishing area.
He hands me a fishing pole, you know, and he goes, here, you're all set up. He goes, want me to show you how to use it? I go, I don't need any help. I got this. I get down there, I do this. The whole thing got tangled up.
Mom, phone. I need help. Get the guy over here.
I wave the guy down. I go, hey, need a little help. He goes, let me get you another rod. Now let me show you how to do it. I made the obligatory stop at Buc-ee's.
Oh, how was Buc-ee's?
It's 6 hours away from here. I'm talking it up the whole way down, telling Corinne this is, life-changing.
Did you go into the bathroom?
No.
You didn't go into the bathroom. You can go to the dirty shell down the street, or you can go to this beautiful, clean mecca of a place. Relieve yourself.
I'm not sure what place you were looking at, but I almost got run over in a stampede at that place.
Oh, you gotta move quickly. I like how you're
clutching your pearls.
It is not a beautiful mecca. Okay.
It's a beautiful mecca. When you're on the road
it is an absolute up for grabs show with 1,000 people running around grabbing stuff, eating stuff.
That is like crack for me.
There's like barbecue sauce flying all over the place. That place is not a beautiful mecca of anything.
Who do you think the best dressed on-air personality is of all the tasty people?
I probably guess I got to go Ilya.
Ryan Grace, easily.
Oh,
yeah, Ryan Grace, 100%.
He's very preppy looking. It doesn't do anything for me.
Oh, who's the guy who's God on the research team? He's got to be in that top 3 too.
Oh, Gad? Yeah, Gad's up there. Yeah.
He throws on a leather jacket, man. He comes in there looking like Eddie Murphy off Raw or something like that.
Oh, yeah,
He's got incredible confidence, and good on him.
So, Dr. Jim, throw him out. He's horrible.
Jim wears children's clothes. It's easy for him to dress.
This is easy.
Like Granimals.
Yeah.
You can throw me outside. No, don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm throwing you out because you got
yeah.
old man Italian clothes. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't do it for me.
Tony looks like if you saw him at a bar, he'll offer to pay your cell phone bill.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. With stockbrokers.com, we're number 1 for options and futures trading. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Back, my friend, and you know what that means? Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. That's right. With the last call sounded off. Even the S&Ps were just down over 50 a moment ago. They trade down to 59.30. I'll round up about 20 handles lower than where they are right now, down 31. NASDAQ down 158. Russell down $1.60. The Russell, the strongest of the group, sad enough. NASDAQ, the weakest of the group. Dow down 130.
Yeah, I took that position off today. That was the trade we put on yesterday. Bought Russell, sold NASDAQ. It was a good one.
What can't you do? Volatility up 20 cents, although it did explode to 1985, up about 50 cents just a moment ago. Bonds, on the other hand, went completely the other way. Sodden up, nice little scalpy. I know you sold some over 114. Please, gloat.
No, I'm not gloating because I was having a really good day. And then
I know this is the first day you're teetering on unchanged here, Sadnov. You've been on like a 2-week bender. I've been talking about it. You've been on a 2-week bender. I said you're going away tomorrow. The shoe is gonna fall. You're gonna get taken out to the woodshed. You wouldn't listen to me.
No, I had them today, and then that stupid Tesla decided I have a tiny position in there. Like I thought it was tiny, but it broke down
I didn't have that stock.
Tesla down 45 sounds like a lot. That's 14%. It is a lot, but it was just down on its lows, 273, about $13 low in this. I will. Full disclaimer, I did nibble a little bit right here, down $46 on Tesla, and then it went down $56 or $60. So,
yeah. I mean, I rolled some calls down just a little bit ago.
Have you been following along on this whole Trump thing?
No.
You have? No. Oh, Sosnoff.
No, I've been busy. I've been in meetings. I did a Rising Star shoot today. I've been in meetings. I missed it.
Oh, Sosnoff,
It looks like everything I've ever dreamed about in an ugly breakup. See, for me, an ugly breakup, I don't like when my friends get divorced and it's an ugly breakup. I don't like any of that stuff. You know, I love, like, a Trump-Musk breakup is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. But in all honesty, in all fairness, I've been locked in a room for the last 6 hours. I have not read one thing. I have one text message from my buddy Josh who said, "You need to see this. It's too good to pass up."
You do need to see this. And Sadaf, I just have to go on record here. Elon and Trump are breaking up. Elon has swung some dirt. He has gone so far as to say, not imply, say that the reason why the Epstein files are not out is because Trump's name is in there.
I'm sure. But anyway.
Now, Sadaf, I cannot believe that Elon and Trump are breaking up during Pride Month. This is not right.
Can I tell you something? I only want to go as on record as saying, and I made this very public on Tasty, and a bunch of people have emailed me, Tom, you said it 100 times on the show. It's just a matter of time. I didn't think they would get this far along. I didn't think they'd get this far. But again, like, this does not let either of those two idiots off the hook. Because
come on, Sadaf, if you're going to buy back your Tesla now, who are you kidding?
Not in a million years. I would never touch another Tesla as long as I live. I will ride in a Tesla as a passenger in a driverless car, but I would never, ever, ever buy another Tesla. He's off, man. He's off my list. He's not on my Christmas list.
Well, Sadaf, I promise, no matter what happens to us, no matter what mud you sling my way, I will never tell them about you being on the Epstein files. I will never do that, Sadaf. I promise. So help me. My hand to God, I will never do that. I will never betray you like that.
No, you know what? I'm a little upset. Lucid's down to 212. I just looked at it for the first time.
Don't dig your heels in there. There's no need to do that. There's
I don't have a position on. I don't have a position on, but I'm just saying.
I thought you bought a little bit of stock once. Am I wrong? Did you scalp out of it?
Scalpied it. Come on, man. What are you new?
Sadaf, I have a little poll going out there. Like, who does Tasty Nation have? And it's one of the polls that more people have responded to in a shorter period.
I have Indiana. As I told you before, I have Indiana, if that's your question.
No. Who you got? Team Elon? Team Trump? Or anybody but Tom Sosnoff. And Sosnoff, you're in second place.
I'm going to tell you this right
close.
now. If I don't win the Trump Elon choice, if I'm the third choice there, I will take a finger. I'll take a digit off.
You're running a hot second right now, Sosnoff. But time running out. You're running a hot second.
No. I better be first in that thing because neither of those two guys are worthy. But anyway, I don't even want to talk about them. I'll save my.
Oh, come on. This is the biggest news. This is why Tesla's down 14%. This is why the market sold off. This is why the market rallied. I mean, it's all Trump all day long. Sosnoff, come on.
I know, but you got to understand something. I absolutely despise the fact that our stock market is about Trump drama 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I hate it.
Short term, Sosnoff. And by short term, I mean
4
hours.
4 years?
No, I mean hours. These things are.
Well, whatever. I don't even care. Honestly, I don't care. So I'm really focused on other things right now.
Hey! I did not say Tom was on the Epstein list. I said I would never admit that Tom was on the Epstein list. Okay, let's be clear now, because people are tweeting at me. Tom's on the list. I just want to make that clear now.
Tom is definitely not on the list because I did not know that person, and
because you don't fly private.
And Tom does not fly private. Yes, and Tom, with all due respect, I mean, as great as you think I am, I don't get, as you know, I don't get invited to.
You don't get invited to those parties. I will say that you are not the candy that we are looking for. No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir.
Yeah, I don't get invited.
You get invited to the dinners, though. You get invited to the dinners. The dinners you get invited to.
I don't get invited to anything that anybody else gets invited to. So I am the definition of, the person that does not get invited. This is okay by me.
Sadnov, let me get through this just a minute here because we got some other movers here. Bitcoin down 3,000, Sadnov, to 102.5. Oil up 51 cents. That's right. On bets option trades today. Did a nice little double ratio spread, aka Batman spread. You're making a couple of dollars on. We'll see if it's as good as the Disney trade, Sadnov. That's right. Disney, my friend, bought a little debit spread in there. I said the worst of all the stocks that are high would be Disney. Disney down about $2 from the highs of when we did our option trades today. Worked out very nice. Closed that. Gold down $18. Look at this gold-silver ratio for you, Sadnov. Silver up 3.5%, gold down 0.5%. How does Daddy do it?
Let's be fair.
Don't be fair. Let's be like regular media and just talk about the winners. Don't talk about the losers.
That literally took 3 months. I'm going to give you the ratio right now. I took it off today, but let's just see. So I don't have it on right now. Gold is what, 33.80?
Gold is 33.80, correct.
And where's silver right now?
35.80. Yeah. Let's say 35.80 just to.
Oh. It's 35.94,
94.5.
94.4. So we're out. So finally the gold silver ratio worked out. Bonds worked out. A bunch of things. The Russell NASDAQ worked out today. Tesla did not. Tesla down 50. Ouch. Youch.
Tesla down 50, and it's active, Sadnov. 7 million options have traded in Tesla today. Just to give you an idea, that's about 2.5 million, almost 3 million more than SPX.
Yeah, well, the worst thing about Tesla being down this much is
three times its average. I'm sorry.
But worse than that, this is way bigger than the expected move for the month buzz, before
for the day too, for the day,
well,
for
yeah,
the day, for the week.
They blew through my put strikes, and now I've had to adjust my call strikes down. And I don't like moves like this because they don't tend to come back the next day either.
That's volatility is expanding too. IV rank is 61. On the downside, it's just the magnitude of the move is so big. Like Tom was just saying a moment ago, it's a full month. The month move was $55 till July expiration. You're getting this all in a day. That's going to skyrocket volatility up to 61 on an IV rank.
Yeah, it's
from
a little
40
nasty.
Or something like that.
Yeah, it's a little nasty. So I would be
You don't think it has a little bit of look at this, Sadnov. Over the last 5 days, which is all today, IV rank or IVX 5-day change is up 11%.
Okay, so let's talk about that because I need something that's liquid. Tesla's
your game.
I need something that has high IV rank. Tesla. Pick your poison, Bat. What are we doing here?
Can I give you a trade that I put on?
Yeah, you can give me anything you want.
Okay. I put on the in July the 225 put. I bought that once and sold the 210s, Sadnov, 210s, 1 by 2.
Yeah, no.
Why? Yeah, no.
It's not my thing. I want to sell some premium in there right now, and
that's not selling premium.
Not that kind of premium, and right now I'm not getting any love, man, in Tesla. What's going on in there? I just went to sell some premium in there, and they just took 40 cents out of the strangle in 2 seconds. That's how fast the stuff's moving.
I tried to give you the trade. I mean, No.
I mean, literally in 2 seconds. This is how fast the stuff's moved.
You got to be nimble. You got to be quick.
Jack, be nimble. Jack, be quick. Jack can't trade that fast. I mean, Jack's having a little trouble here.
Somebody better help Jack.
Jack and Jill went up the hill. Each had a quarter. You remember the old...
Oh, came down with 50 cents. Yeah, I remember.
That was a long time ago. Oh, man. I can't... I tried. I can't sell anything in there.
You want to go to earnings then? DocuSign, AVGO, Lulu.
DocuSign, AVGO, and Lulu. Okay, hold on. Let me just put my last of my orders in. And I just moved the market. I'm not kidding when I say this. I just moved the market 50 cents in there, and I can't buy a fill.
They saw an intelligent crowd.
Oh, yeah, intelligent my arse. AVGO. What do you want to do?
AVGO, IV rank at 30. I don't really have a bone to pick. I'm not going to lie.
AVGO.
$260 stock, unchanged today, on its highs.
I am playing AVGO. I am playing the downside.
$15 expected move.
The stock has not had a downtick at all.
It is not.
Forget it. You can't do a damn thing in Tesla. So just unless they mark it down on the close, there's nothing you can do. AVGO, on the other hand, you can do anything you want. I sold a bunch of strangles.
Okie dokie. I don't see the need for that, but okay.
I know. I'm not saying I see the need for anything. I don't know what anybody has a need for.
I'm just saying the IV rank doesn't seem to warrant it.
They just crushed premium in there in the last 15 minutes. As we get towards the end of the day here, they just took $1 out of the strangles in there.
Ugh.
Hey, listen, man, I'm trying my hardest. I mean, you got me all going here in Tesla, and I can't
do better, Sosnoff.
Okay, they just took in Tesla 75 cents out of the strangle in the last since I put an order in. So I tried. I miss, I make.
Okay.
I miss, I make. There you go. Anyway, that's what I tried. AVGO, I played a little bit to the downside, only because the stock's had an unbelievable run, and it looks so good. It looks like it'll never have another downtick.
It does.
DocuSign, AVGO, I think is tradable. It's traded 30 million shares today. It's a very liquid stock. I think you can do stuff in there, even though they just killed premium the last couple seconds. DocuSign, on the other hand, a fraction of the liquidity.
Markets could be 60 cents wide in DocuSign. I was a little bit surprised. $92, $93 stock.
Not very good. Not very good at all to trade. And let me tell you, the worst of all of them, Lulu. Lulu's untradeable. I had a position on. I tried to adjust it. I couldn't even adjust it today. Imagine how bad it's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd be right for 49 actually going a little bit lower. Let's take a look at the markets in here because we don't believe everything Tom says, but he's right in this one. Markets are untradeable. Yep.
It's untradeable. Lulu, you're going to find you can't.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I have a position there. I tried to adjust it. I couldn't position on, and I'm going to try to, I'm going to see what happens. Oh my God, they just keep killing premium in Tesla.
Tom would scare everyone out of the Diddy party.
Oh, me? For sure. What are you kidding? That's my middle name.
Oh man. People are funny.
Oh yeah. Listen, your boy Diddy, he's in trouble.
My boy.
He's in trouble. I'll leave it there. Anyway, I'm working my butt off in Tesla. Nothing done. So got a couple of crappy strangles, but I really sold them in the hole. Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole.
Yeah. All right. Tomorrow. Here's my call for what time? How much time we got? Not too much. So I would stay here for the earnings tonight. I'd stay away.
You're not going to be here tomorrow. You don't get a voice on tomorrow.
I get a voice. I'm not going to be here. I get a voice. Here's a couple things. Earnings tonight. Lulu, stay away. If you have a position on, fine, but don't add to it. DocuSign.
I wouldn't even look for a defined risk trade in Lulu.
Forget it.
The markets are too good. AVGO, okay, but I'm sorry. I digress. You go.
Yeah. DocuSign and Lulu, forget about them. If you have a position on, great. If not, just forget it. AVGO, you can do whatever you want. Now, they did just suck a lot of juice out of it in the last couple minutes. But other than that, it's been trading very, very rich. And I think you can, listen, that stock, take a look at it. It hasn't had a downtick.
Hasn't had a downtick. So which way would you play it?
I'm playing it neutral. I'm short a lot of strangles, and I'm playing it with a little bit of short delta.
Okie dokie.
I mean, I'm not going to get hurt if it goes up. I just don't want to play the upside there. I think it's let's put it this way. It's a crowded train.
Okay.
It's a very crowded bus.
Okay. Bus, train, what is it?
Bus, train, whatever you want. I'm going to look at the 1 days in there to see if there's anything, but it's a crowded trade.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from it.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, I already got some positions. I got weeklies, monthlies, and Julys in there. Other than that, let's talk about the broad market for tomorrow. I love if the bonds drop tomorrow on the unemployment number, which I don't think they will, but if they do, I would reload my bond position tomorrow.
Okay,
that's my main.
Do you want me? I know you're not going to have internet.
No, I have internet. Don't you worry about me.
Would you just like me to fire away?
I don't need you to do anything for me. I'm all good.
I have the technology for you. I have the accents. You want me to just do we wing them and how?
No, I have concierge level service now. I get special internet. Okay. So I will take care of myself. Thank you so much. And
as usual.
So I got that. And no. So I will buy bonds on a dip tomorrow. Stocks, on the other hand, I
don't know here. 59.50 just off of the bat high of 6,000 and change. I don't know, Sosnoff. Maybe a little bit more.
I don't love the tape action today. There's a couple of turnaround plays that don't look very good. Apple being one of them that I didn't think that stock was going to break under 200 and it kind of got down there again. PLTR gave up. I think it was up down like $10 today. I'm not really sure. But it was down like 9 earlier.
It is. It's down 987 right now. You are correct. How about that new one, Sosnoff? That CRCL. It opened 60 and change, I think 68 or so, went up to 103 or 4, 103.75, and now it's $86.
Yeah, I think that's insane. But again, you can't short it. So what difference does it make?
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch it.
But it was supposed to come out at 31. It came out at 68. It went to 103.
No. It did come out at 31.
Well, I understand that. But the first tradable print was 68.
Yeah, you should have bought it. Could have sold it at 100.
Could have sold it at 103. Why would I just sell it at 100?
Because you would have got filled because if you put a market order in when it hit 103, you would have got filled at 99.
That's right.
If you're lucky.
It's
true. Believe me, the person that bought it at 103 was not trying to sell it there. And for the market tomorrow, oh boy, I'm a buyer of bonds. I don't love the stock market here, but I think today's sell-off, you might have got some of the juice out. What's the expected SPX move tomorrow?
I'll take a look for you because volatility is up. It's up 25 cents right now. It was up 30 cents just a moment ago. The move for tomorrow is $51, Sadnov.
Down from, what'd you say it was yesterday, 60 something?
61, maybe $10 lower.
I think they took a little bit of the momentum. I think the the skew was pricing
It had
the upside.
an 80, 90 handle move even the S&Ps today. I mean, it was substantial.
Yeah. Yep. But I think that they had some upside skew in there built in because the market had been so strong. And I think that this took a little wind out of the sails type thing. So, yeah, down a little bit tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. I don't think you can be overly bullish after today. My deltas are, let's say, small short.
Sadnov, we opened at 5,900 or so on Monday when we were looking at the expected move for the market, and it looks like we traded just up to the expected move on the upside, and now we're right in the middle of their range here at 5,950.
Yeah. So what do you make of this?
Well, I mean, they had volatility priced right. I mean, that's what I look at it. This week so far, one more day to go.
Okay.
It's factual. Can't really argue with it. Volatility upticking here, Sadnov, going into the close. We're going to hold volatility into tonight. We're going to hold volatility into tomorrow.
Not in Tesla. They literally, Tony, when I put that order in before, I put it in at 11:30 something. It's 10:42 right now. That strangle. They took $1 out of it in the last 45 minutes.
Yeah, not in Tesla, but they pumped up a lot in Tesla too. I mean, you take a look at what
they might have pumped stuff up earlier, but right now they just took $1 out of that strangle.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I could have been somebody. I was this
You
close
could
to
have
being
been somebody. You could have been somebody, Sadnov. You could have been somebody good.
I was this close to being somebody, and then I was this close to being a Batista.
Sadnov, what do you think the 325 straddle in July is up in Tesla? 25. I'm using 325 because that's about where it opened. It closed at 332. I'm going to use the 325 straddle. Stock moved $47. What do you think the straddle made?
And the way you're saying it, I don't know, $7.
You're right. $10. Now let me do the math for everybody. It's basically it's at this point it's basically you're looking at what 40, 50 deltas on the overall spread, right? You would think it moved probably $20-ish, $18, $17, but $10, not a lot.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the spread.
So maybe more volatility to come in Tesla.
Well, they're absolutely annihilating it right now. Literally annihilating it.
Well, I tried to show it to you when it was at its highs, but you weren't fast enough. All right, sounds up. On that note, we'll take a quick 90-second break. We'll come back. We've got overtime next. Listen, take an extra day off. When you come back after your 3-day vacation and weekend, come back fresh and fast. So when I give you stuff, you can capitalize from it. Overtime next. Peace.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
One of the things that was most intriguing about the financial space to us is just that there wasn't a lot of vision, there wasn't a lot of innovation, and I think that left a door open for us, which we really liked. After almost 20 years of open outcry, standing in the pit trading, I felt like all the markets were moving from kind of traditional open outcry to electronic trading. I saw the writing on the wall, and I wanted to be first. Building the best technology in the world for traders was one of the coolest things anybody could ever do. I loved every second of it.
Thinkorswim will always be my baby, but this one, it's different. We built ours literally from scratch. It's a much thinner, it's a faster, it's a slicker application. Everything's on one page. So you're always looking at the core page and then bouncing around from there to get to whatever you want to get to. Most of our competitors have legacy technology, and some of them are multiple firms. Their technology has just been rolled up into a single platform. That's not the best way to build a platform. We built ours literally from scratch. It's from the ground up, so we were able to design it in the way that we wanted to design it with the flexibility that we wanted. And obviously beyond that, we do have, in my mind, the greatest customer service in the industry. You want to reach out to me, you want to talk to JJ, it doesn't make a difference who you want to talk to. We're always available, and not only are we available, we look forward to your questions. We're here to support whatever you're looking to do. So you can trade stocks, you can trade options, futures options, crypto. We're agnostic to product. We have the tools that you need to be a successful trader.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade? Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
If you say way to go out on a ledge, what are you doing?
Way to go out on a ledge is just another expression when you make fun of another trader who's not willing to take any risk, who's very risk averse. So when somebody's very risk averse and doesn't want to do anything risky, you say, "Hey, way to go out on the ledge."
When you say you're going to whack the bid, what are you doing?
When you whack the bid, that means you're selling at the best available price.
A scoopy. What's that?
Scoopy! That's one of my favorite. That's when you're just like scooping something at the bottom, like, you know, you bought something and it never goes lower. Scoopy.
Back in the pits, you guys call them teenies. What are teenies?
A teeny is a 16th. So before we went to decimalization, we used fractions. And we used 16ths under a certain dollar amount.
Do you want the penny or the position?
Well, that's always something. The penny or the position is, do you want the trade? Then just pay up to get the trade. But do you want to squeeze it for a penny? That means you're just going to wait until you get filled.
When you say Omaha, what happened?
When I hear Omaha, I know I've gone too far.
Explain pot odds.
Pot odds is my favorite term, but pot odds in the poker world or gambling world refers to having a greater payout than your implied odds would suggest. So let's say I have 3-to-1 odds to win a pot, but the pot is giving me 4-to-1 odds to make that bet. I would have a positive expected value over time. So in trading, let's say you have a defined risk debit or credit spread that's currently at a max loss, and let's say there's 30 days left to go. There's not really a reason to close that position because you're already at max loss. You can only go up from there. So in that scenario, that would be a positive pot odds scenario or something that would give us pot odds to stay in.
Well. Welcome back. This is Overtime. I'm Amelia Spivak in San Francisco. That's Dylan Radigan in Milan. Thomas Westwater sitting in for Chris from Chicago. Gentlemen, nothing's going on, so let's just have a quaint little conversation about what the ECB did last night, the jobs day that's coming up tomorrow. It's a quiet day in the markets here. Oh, wait, maybe not. Dylan, I'll go to you first. Obviously, we have to have a conversation here about what has just transpired in the last moments of the trading day. And we'll go to a chart of Tesla to give us some appropriate backdrop, just as soon as it loads here, for what we're about to discuss. Here we go. That's a fun little end of day right here. So just by way of background,
just for those who might be catching up.
Yes, just by way of background here.
Let me just read the pinned tweet at the top of Elon Musk's Twitter feed, which I think he's...
If you would, please.
220 million followers, anyway.
Yes.
So 2 hours ago, Mr. Musk posted pinned a tweet at the top of his Twitter feed titled, "Is it time to create a new political party in America that actually represents the 80% in the middle? Yes or no?" So the headline, I would say, is Elon Musk has set out to create a new political party in America as of 2 hours ago, first of all.
Yeah.
Prior to that, Elon Musk said, time to drop the really big bomb. This is all on his Twitter feed. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Spicy.
Something that gets said. Congress is spending America into bankruptcy. Not even those in Congress who had to vote on the big, ugly spending bill had time to read it. I find there's some really good ones in here. I'm sorry for kill the bill. Anyway, so Elon Musk is an open Twitter war with the president of the United States, up to and including an activation to create a new political party that is neither Democrat or Republican, up to and including direct accusations that Donald Trump is associated with the most famous and horrifying pedophile ring in the history of America. And on the other side of the ledger, the president of the United States, a sophisticated and elegant and powerful man, is also on his Twitter feed, or whatever he has his platform, I suppose.
He's on Truth Social, but before you say that this next thing, I was just reloading his Truth Social page, and it appears to have gone down.
Okay.
Too many people trying to read.
And so,
yeah.
Trump basically, if I can find, I'm just looking at Twitter. I don't have a Truth Social feed.
I have.
So why don't you go ahead?
I have Truth Social in front of me here. So I'll read. If you see me looking down, this is me looking on my phone because I pulled this up moments ago before the page went down, and I haven't refreshed, so I can still see it. I'll read directly from the President of the United States. Elon was, quote, wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars, capitalized, that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he went, all caps, crazy. Next, proposed the easiest way to save billions in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, all capitalized, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it.
The point,
that's the readout.
So the point is sort of beyond anybody's wildest dreams and or nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
The world's richest man, who owns one of the most widely read media channels on earth, which is X or Twitter, is in an open, insult-laden, like a seventh grade, Ilya is a loser. Ilya's beard is stupid. And you're like, no, Ilya is stupid. Dylan's haircut is too short, and he drinks too much espresso. We're at the most idiotic level of interaction between what should be the two most sophisticated, competent individuals on earth. One, the world's richest man, the other, the president of the United States. They both collapse. Oh, the other key thing that's missing, I think that I'll paraphrase it, was a Musk comment, which was, if it wasn't for me, Donald Trump would never be the president of the United States. The only reason Donald Trump is the president of the United States is because of everything that I did. blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so there's multiple pieces here. I think one, there's this sort of titillation and entertainment of the absurdity of this, which is obviously something we're all going to both be horrified by and enjoy, like any like the world's best ever reality television show, like bickering bitches, basically. Okay, so we have two bickering bitches, but instead of being the Real Housewives of whatever, it's the president and the world's richest man. On the other hand, because it's the president and the world's richest man, and because the world's richest man not only has Twitter, he has the most significant and important electric vehicle company on Earth. Whatever you think about Tesla, he has the most significant and important space exploration company on Earth. And there's hundreds and
a huge piece of
the most advanced defense contractor and communications platform on Earth. So defense contractor, communication, space exploration, and EVs, and President of the United States. Fine.
Yeah.
Let's set aside the reality television show.
Sure.
This is a financial discussion at its heart. It's a financial network at its core.
Yes.
The chart tells a story. Tesla's down 14 and odd % today.
Yeah.
Trump, I think, actually came out point blank and said, "I'm going to F all of Elon's contracts."
He did.
The way that
he did.
What did he say? Do you know what he said?
So directly, his Truth Social page is back up. The quote I just read was, "The easiest way to save millions in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts." I was surprised that Biden didn't do it. The next post here, 7 minutes ago, "I don't mind Elon turning against me, but he should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever presented to Congress." So the president has gone back to pushing his bill, but he very clearly just an hour ago threatens to cut off the Musk universe of companies from government dollars.
So this isn't just a reality show. It's a reality show being played with the world's most powerful economy. Anyway, with all the superlatives. You could reasonably assert, outside of maybe the president of China, outside of maybe the president of Russia, the two most powerful individuals on Earth.
Yes.
Now in a 7th grade social media war. That is, what is the enterprise value of Tesla? Hundreds of billions of dollars. Yes.
Sure.
So the enterprise. What's 14% of Tesla? I don't know. It's got to be
a bunch of money.
A huge amount of money. So this makes me think. So much earlier in my career, I was assigned at Bloomberg for 7 consecutive years as a reporter to be the reporter covering what is called the World Economic Forum, which is an annual event in January. Many people know about it. In Switzerland, where there would be a big discussion and a meeting of many prime ministers, many presidents, many CEOs, important people.
The shorthand that people talk about that you may have heard is Davos this and Davos that.
Right.
This is that thing.
And so I was a member of that, a journalist covering that, a panelist in that, part of that for 7 years. And I was a young person. I started there probably for the first time when I was maybe 29 and went through, I was in my mid to 36 or something. And the thing that really struck me, whether it was interacting with Tony Blair or Bill Clinton or Jamie Dimon for the first time when he was coming up at Smith Barney and all this, or other bank CEOs or other political leaders, heads of state, was how remarkably pedestrian, normal, and petty they were. And so I, as a younger person, really wanted to believe that people that were at the apex of power held themselves to a higher standard of elegance and grace, with that they thought about decision making in a way that transcended themselves That I wouldn't make that just because I do, if I'm the prime minister of England and Ilya or Thomas are the prime minister of France or the chancellor of Germany, that I'm going to try to make decisions in the interest of England or in the interest of France. I'm not going to try to make decisions just because I think Ilya is funny looking or because I think Thomas was mean to my son. But when I was in those rooms in Davos, it became shockingly apparent to me how gigantic decisions that affected many, entire nations, tax policies, et cetera, were actually being made on the regular for the most. I think Sean Penn said it really well recently, just in the past couple of days when they were talking about renaming the boats and whatever the Navy. And he said that it's amazing to watch the Secretary of Defense go from being the most powerful man in the military to the chief petty officer. And to see
well done
how petty the decision-making was in the rooms in Davos and the impulses were, or to see how petty Donald Trump is, where he's wielding policy on the future of electric vehicles or on the future of space travel or on the future of cutting-edge communications, or for that matter, how petty Elon Musk is, that he's willing to try to publicly humiliate and degrade and be hostile to. Elon Musk, 2 hours ago, set out to create a new political party in the United States. Full stop. Okay, open war with both political parties, which I, by the way, agree with. This is terrible for the world, and this is terrible for the U.S. market. Not because of any one thing that President Trump or Mr. Musk may or may not do, but rather because, and I think Tom really made this very clear on Truth or Skepticism yesterday, it pulls back the curtain on how tiny and how petty and how shitty the quality of the decision making is for things that are immensely consequential for the future of humanity. Not just for the future of America, but for the well-being of all Earthlings. And that the people that are elevated, whether we elevated them or they were elevated by virtue of corruption and conniving, but that elevation is not appreciated or respected by those who hold it, which is something that I've argued ever since I left mainstream cable news in 2012. One of the reasons I left is I've realized that, in my opinion, this whole thing is an unserious, insulting joke and it's a degradation of me as a human being for me to spend my time every day talking about these idiots as if what they were doing was well-intended or meaningful, because it's not. And sure, it's, you know what? I would buy Tesla on the dip, by the way. I would rather buy Tesla and short the whole market. I think this is terrible for the overall market situation, because I think it really degrades the perception or quality of all of American leadership and industry across the board. And at the same time, probably creates an opportunity for Tesla. Just on price extreme, because I think Tesla's going to get face pounded, because I think it'll go down probably again tomorrow, because a lot of people probably still don't even realize, like most people are still not tracking on Twitter or they're going to need to see the papers tomorrow and the morning television tomorrow and whatever. It's going to take 24 hours for what's happened in the last few hours to really spider into the entire sort of information system of the world. And what we're witnessing, despite the sort of minor titillation and entertainment that I might feel or anybody might feel in watching this, is an American tragedy. You're watching the objective, catastrophic failure of duty to be a rational custodian of power. I mean, I think about how other executives, Tom Sosnoff, I myself am a CEO of multiple relatively small companies. I know many people that are responsible for larger organizations. and the degree to which every day when I make decisions, I'm trying to make decisions in what I think is in the best interests of the company and the best interest of the people that work at the company. How do I create opportunities for them? How do I help them contribute the most? Trying to think outside of my own personal self-interest on a day-to-day basis, and what is in the interest of the organization, the people in the organization. Or you can see that up the ladder. I've worked with Tom Sosnoff for more than a decade, as I just use him because I still work with him, and the degree to which Tom makes decisions in an interest in creating an environment, a culture, a system, the resources that may or may not be in the short term in Tom's best interest, but they're in the best interest of the organization over time. And Tom believes his best interest is served by having a healthy organization over time. And so to reach this level of power, President of the United States, world's richest man or richest person, and to abandon any sense of responsibility for the best interest of the organization, whether the organization is the United States of America or whether the organization is Tesla, SpaceX, Twitter, whatever, is a tragedy. My only hope is that Tom, and he was really hopeful for this yesterday, I'm more skeptical. Tom's hope was that by exposing how horrendous these two people are, and this relationship between money and politics is sort of the consummation of something that's been developing for decades, this relationship between money and politics, that by exposing it at its absolute worst and most absurd, that it is the first real opportunity for meaningful reform to get money out of politics, maybe ever. Because with money in politics, you're doomed to have a character like Mr. Trump and a character like Mr. Musk both acquire power, which they, obviously are not qualified to have, and also now that they're by virtue of their lack of qualification to have the power, now we're going to have to watch them over the next few years degrade the United States, degrade themselves, degrade the U.S. dollar, and degrade really beautiful companies. I mean, think about how smart and how beautiful and how amazing the Tesla employees are.
I know some of them personally.
Or the
living in the Bay Area, I grew up with some of them. They're amazing people.
I've built businesses based on recruiting people who used to work at Tesla because Tesla was such a good magnet for talent that if you were good enough to work at Tesla, I literally set entire recruiting strategies for businesses based on find former Tesla engineers and hire them. And there are countless businesses, by the way, that are built to this day based on recruiting from these organizations, because these organizations have been the most elite magnets for the brightest minds in engineering for decades. And they are the ones that are getting punished for the idiocy of all this. Now, the silver lining, one might argue, is, okay, Trump is out from under the influence of Musk. Musk is a drug-addled freak show. Now Trump can do whatever he wants to do. One interpretation, a bunch of people have that. Other people say, well, no, Elon is going to finally break the two-party duopoly and create a viable third party in the United States, and then ultimately run a candidate based on that third party. So, there's an opportunity here to sort of look for silver linings in this. I would say that, the idea that Trump's going to get better is a far bridge to cross in terms of a silver lining. And it's probably not that much more rational to think that Elon Musk is going to be the right person to ultimately originate a meaningful third party. Although I think Musk has a better chance of creating a meaningful third party than Trump has of becoming some sort of super reliable, glorious president. But I think it's terrible for the U.S. dollar. I think it's terrible for the short-term U.S. markets. But I do think it's a buying opportunity for the Musk empire, specifically Tesla.
Thomas, I'm going to go to you in just a second. I just want to add two quick kind of historical asides here to put all of that in context. I think we need to definitely look at exactly the insights that Dylan has shared with us here. In particular, that the key takeaway for me here is that, as we've just learned from the back rooms of Davos, these people were always these people, but now we get to see them in plain sight.
Now you don't have to go to Davos to see that this is a clown show.
Yeah. And so if ever you were wondering if your leaders are human, they are indeed. And this is very dramatic kind of expose on that. So how much this is going to alter actual decision making, we'll see, because obviously they were always going to do what they were going to do. It's just now they're showing us that with no filter. And there is meaningful historical precedent. We've been here before. So FDR and the New Deal contingent fought with JP Morgan, who was as a company and as a person and as two people, really, the elder and the son, the kind of people that Elon Musk is now, sort of in the absence of a Fed, the people who you call to fix financial crises and things like this. So we've seen this before. We've also seen a schism on the right in the United States before, and that's really how you get the Republican Party becoming created. The right wing of its day, the Whig Party, splintered into a kind of nationalist, populist American party, then called, perhaps with some pejorative connotation, the Know Nothings, and they went off and vanished over time. And of course, the right wing opposition that splintered from them out of the Whig Party became the Abraham Lincoln Republicans that we know now. Sort of that was the genesis of the party as we know it here. So we've seen this movie. This has happened before. So it's not clear to me that Elon Musk is going to start a completely third party, but that there is a schism on the right, and where one half is kind of this nationalist populist thing and the other side is not that. This has happened before. A new party has emerged out of such a schism, and that new party went on to be a party for a long time. So with that historical context, Thomas, are you a buyer of Tesla here, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I already bought some. I had to. Yeah.
Do you want to wait a day, Thomas? I mean, most people still don't even know this has happened.
Yeah, I'm afraid to miss out.
So my only question is your timing. Are you figuring you buy some now, buy some more tomorrow kind of thing?
I might do that. So I gave myself some room. I sold a put spread at 245, 250. So I have a little bit of room here. I expect it the same way you said. I expect it to go down a little bit more tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be, the 15, the 14 and some change we had
this
today.
is the 80% of it, and then it's just got to sort of trickle through the whole retail space for a day.
Yeah. But, Tesla stock, it's had big drops before and recently, actually. I mean, you only have to go back to March 10th when Tesla's dropped 15.4%. Only a few months. What do we see in the days after that? I mean, circumstances are different here, but you saw, the next day it rallied 3.8%. The next day after that, it rallied 7.6%. So, there is a tendency for dip buyers to come in here pretty quickly. But I feel like with the room I gave myself, 245, 250, I'm in pretty good shape here. The volatility was there, got good premium on it. So took a stab at it. I might adjust the position tomorrow depending on, how we're looking. But I agree.
But you got to buy Tesla here. I totally think this is a huge opportunity to buy Tesla.
Yeah. This is a good opportunity. And 250 is also a little bit technical. There's a good amount of congestion there. Through the March to April range, we had, sideways chop for a bit before we rallied. We've given up, all the gains going back to the beginning of May. So everything we did in May, we rallied about 30% Tesla stock So, I mean, a significant up move, we've given it all back in pretty much a day here. So, you know, this is almost like seeing your parents get into a heated argument for the first time when you're talking about your confidence getting shocked. You know, you're a little off put, a little, you know, discombobulated from it. So I think, yeah, this is bad for market confidence. You know, seeing someone as prominent as Trump and Musk get into this spat. I think I put this on before I saw the Epstein files tweet. I thought it was just a little back and forth, wasn't going to escalate too much more. Then you see the Epstein tweet, and then it's like, oh, you know, so, you know, it looks like Trump's latest tweet or truth is a little bit of de-escalation. He definitely could have given, you know, I expected a larger response to come after that Epstein tweet, but you know, we moved off the lows a little bit here today, not too much. You know, most of the losses held. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens tomorrow morning with this. But, you know, just the weight of Tesla, if it continues to fall, it's going to drag down the NASDAQ, and then confidence is going to be, you know, hinged on that. So going into the weekend here, especially if we get a lackluster jobs report on top of it, we could be in for some pain here.
Can I just offer one other thought here, which is not a particularly novel or innovative thought, so please forgive me. But don't you both think, and doesn't the world probably think, if you reflect on this for 1.5 seconds, that because of the reality show nature of this and because of the nature of these people, that there's got to be at least a 50% chance of a big public makeup session, reconciliation, I love you, I didn't mean to hurt you, I didn't mean it, you didn't mean it, within a week. That there's a 50% chance that we're sitting here in a week and it's like, I didn't mean it, you didn't mean it, I love you, you love me. Come back, we can share a bed again, use the parental metaphor. You know, I think that's all the more reason why you gotta buy Tesla.
So I think that's absolutely a possibility.
Yeah. And, you know, the betting markets are interesting. If you look, there's will Elon Musk unfollow Donald Trump this year? We're at unfollow Donald Trump this year. We're at 60%, trading right around there. Will Trump release any of the Epstein files this year? We're at 40%, up from 34% yesterday. Will Trump sue Musk? 45%. Will United States ban X? 9%. Those are both new bets on Kalshi, but definitely some interesting things happening there that, you know, you can bet if you want to play this a different way than the market.
So I have a chart of Tesla here just to kind of contextualize what you guys are talking about. And Thomas, to your point, this move here has now erased just a little bit over half of the rally from the kind of Liberation Day low unwind. So if Liberation Day is like right here, essentially, and this is the day that the president puts his first 90-day pause on this thing, that's the low. Everything kind of rallies off that. We've erased more than half of it. We are basically now into this congestion area, let's call it, with a bottom around 270. And then if there's a further kind of follow-on reaction to all of this and we break down here, then the ranges you're talking about come into force. So this digestion right here becomes the place you're looking for Tesla to kind of find a bottom and go, okay, chaos aside, the kind of fair value that the market might say applies to Tesla is here. Now, this is Tesla fair value in a world where whatever the company faces probably looks like some friendly fire damage from then friendly fire from the reciprocal tariffs, because obviously Tesla has significant exposure to China, and probably some element of concern around the EV mandate going away, as the president has already posted about. So this is sort of fair value Tesla with those things in play. It isn't fair value Tesla with the company is in open warfare with its regulator and ultimately the holder of power in its most important jurisdiction, the United States. Now, I'm certainly not suggesting that there's not a reaction bounce off this. I don't really know. I think it's absolutely reasonable to say that you could have a kiss and make up session here before long. I mean, Elon Musk is not a politician, so take this analogy with a grain of salt. But obviously, the Republican Party is full of people that have both very loudly criticized and broken with the president, only to then become some of his staunchest allies. And we're thinking Ted Cruz, we're thinking Lindsey Graham. These are politicians, though. There's also people that have broken with the president that have not made up. So think Chris Christie. There's people who have always been opposed to the president and never came to the other side. Think Mitt Romney. So there's a range of outcomes here, and these are politicians. On the business leader side, we obviously had a much more anti-Trump perspective from, let's say, the tech world in the first iteration of the Trump administration, obviously a very different iteration now. So this can go a lot of different ways, but I think we absolutely have to be open to the idea that if these people were singing each other's praises like a week ago, and now they're in open public combat, they can be singing each other's praises again in another week. That's just, we have to be open-minded to that idea. But if they don't, and I think the thing that, incidentally, we've been saying on Overtime for a long time, and we certainly were not the only ones. The Economist wrote a whole expose on this. Both of these people are the type of people that think themselves the smartest person in the room, that are uncompromising, that are supremely confident in their perspective, and it was only a matter of time before the immovable and the unstoppable clashed in a kind of comic book way. This was coming, and people have been talking about it since last year, that these two personalities were bound to come to some kind of a clash, just by nature of their similarity. So let's see if they're both self-interested enough to make up, more so than petty enough to keep fighting. But in a world where they keep fighting, Thomas, is this still fair value Tesla? Because in my mind, the old Soviet adage comes to mind. And yes, I'm a permanently Soviet scarred individual, having grown up in that world for the first 10 years of my life. There's a Soviet adage that goes, the government always has one round in the chamber extra. And the sentiment is, you can pick a fight with anyone, but you do not pick a fight with the czar. Whether it's the czar or the commissar or whatever you like, you don't pick a fight with government, because the government always has one round in the chamber extra. So if Elon's going to pick this fight, and there's going to be an effort to strip him of these government contracts, is this still fair value Tesla, in your mind?
So I mean, once we knew the big beautiful bill, the EV tax credits were likely gone, Tesla already started dropping.
Yeah.
And the argument for EV tax credits being gone, is it going to hurt legacy automakers more than it's going to hurt Tesla? Because one is going to somewhat benefit if one gets more hurt than the other. And if EV tax credits went away, it probably would hurt the legacy automakers more, since, they're not at the point where Tesla has gotten. So I don't know. I mean, it depends if Trump actually follows through on these threats. Some of the threats you could follow through on with less repercussions than other. If you're canceling SpaceX contracts and things like that, there's not another company that can step in, at least over the short term, that can do some of the things that SpaceX does. So that, that is unlikely in my mind to actually
or
play
Starlink,
out.
by the way.
Starlink too, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So yeah, I think if there was an actual retribution, a tangible action through the government, it would be against Tesla more so than SpaceX or Starlink. So yeah, I mean, what are investors going to want to see before buying this? Are people going to buy this thinking, it's a generational buying opportunity, whatever you want to call it? I'd probably say we do rebound from here. I think tensions will cool, cooler heads prevail. But you never know. I mean, with two big characters like this, two big egos, this could be a spat that, there's now a dividing line and they go their separate ways. And, the Musk isn't close to the president anymore where he can influence government policy to where it's going to benefit his companies. I'd have to say we rebound because I'm long, so that's my bias.
I mean, that makes sense. So I'm, just as an aside, I'm kind of waiting for the first reporter to talk to the president after this, bring up the taco trade and go. So does this fall under taco trade rules, or is that only reserved for China? And try to rage bait the president into another popcorn-worthy episode. Just taking a look at the sector performance here before we get too far afield. S&P 500 down 0.5% here. And looking at what that looks like sectors-wise, interestingly, the worst performer on the day, consumer discretionary, down 2.5%. That's not what you want to see. Staples down almost 1%, 9.96%. Materials down 0.6%. The only sector up on the day, comms, that's just a little bit higher, 0.14%. Everything else kind of fractionally down. Real estate flat, industrials flat, healthcare flat-ish, energy flat-ish. The big losses today centered on the consumer, and of course this has been one of my pet things, basically saying tariff this, tariff that, noise, noise, noise. The really important thing here is that in the first quarter we had the weakest consumption in almost 2 years come out of the GDP numbers, and that's 68.5% of the economy. Everything else is whatever. So if you lose the consumer, then how do you not have a global recession when China is at a standstill and the Eurozone is likewise, and both have basically been stuck there since the middle of last year? How do you then not lose the only pillar that the global economy has to stand on, which is the U.S., and that pillar held up by a service sector, given anemic manufacturing, again, going back to the middle of last year. So this is, I mean, you could blame the trade war, but that would be disingenuous. The trade war, if anything, has been a little bit of a lift to manufacturing as people have tried to front run the tariffs and restock. So the manufacturing sector has been anemic basically since even a little bit before the middle of last year. Services has been powering the U.S. economy. It's also why the strength in the U.S. hasn't spilled over into other markets, because most U.S. services demand is fed by domestic firms. And so the situation is such that even Canada couldn't benefit, and Canada exports 80% of everything they export just south of their own border. They've been in dire straits because our boom has been locked on shore, as it were. if you lose that boom, as the ISM services data yesterday suggested we're already doing, how do you not end up in a global recession scenario? And so to see that it's the consumer stocks taking the biggest hit today, ahead of what is perhaps a soggy jobs report tomorrow, which would be, of course, a referendum on the consumer, it's a wonder in my mind that stocks aren't down more. And maybe what they're looking for is a further catalyst. Maybe what they're looking for is for the data to actually come out. In your mind, gentlemen, by all means jump in and take a crack as you wish. Does this jobs report matter in the context of all this noise tomorrow? Because I know it does to me, but I'm a macro nerd. It will always matter more than all of this noise to me, because that's the thing I'm looking at. But will markets care?
I mean, this is a little bit of a mealy mouth answer, but to the degree to which it is meaningfully away from expectations to the downside, it will matter more than it would have before today. So if it's near expectations, it'll be whatever it's going to be. It'll move through whatever the churn is in the bond and the things. If it's stronger than expected, it will probably be bad-ish, because it'll be no rate cuts, all that jazz. If it's meaningfully weaker at the same, like right now there's a referendum on the quality of American leadership. I don't believe it's good to have open indictment of the quality of American leadership in such a public fashion at the same moment that what I believe is the most significant economic data point in the country, which is the labor market, is showing shocking signs of weakness. You don't want the house to be weakening at the time when the king of the castle is a fruit bird and is in a reality TV show like Spat.
Thomas?
Yeah, I think it matters either way. Bad jobs report, market down. Good jobs report, market up. I think, a lot of the attention is centered on growth right now. So with the economic indicators weakening, is it consumers are simply tightening their balance sheets and being fickle in their spending in anticipation of a slowdown or, these tariffs impacting prices? Or is there a real structural weakening in the U.S. labor market, and are business leaders taking decisions now and saying we are going to hire less, we're going to start laying people off? If that's the case, I think that's a precursor for, a recession. And maybe perhaps it's not only bad jobs report means recession, but if we get a bad jobs report, I think it's going to put the market on edge. It's going to send a real warning sign that these weakening consumer numbers that we've seen are actually caused by, something deeper than just, households tightening their spending. And, you get unemployment rate going up, you get margins falling for companies, things like that, and then you get them laying off even more. And given the backdrop of trade uncertainty, and like Dylan said, uncertainty around the competency of leadership, then that creates an even bigger problem, a snowball effect, so to say. So I think this is probably going to be the most impactful jobs report of the year. It's going to be closely watched. I expect it to be volatile market reaction if we are anywhere outside of those expectations to any great degree. You get an inline expectation jobs report. The market might keep its focus on the prevailing narrative of, Trump, Elon, trade talks, things like that.
So just to, and I think we're all of a mind here. I think the the bottom line here is this would be an absolutely awful time to get a bad piece of economic data, because the people that you would want to be polishing their firefighter helmets if there is a fire are too busy squabbling amongst themselves, and you don't want for a fire to happen then. You don't want for the people you rely on to come rescue you in the middle of an economic downturn to be preoccupied with schoolyard antics. And I can't believe I'm about to quote Kanye West here, but he put out a tweet earlier today in response to all of this. And again, I'll quote, "Bros know we love you both so much." So that's maybe a zeitgeisty lens on what's going on. And if you're the U.S. consumer and you've been concerned about tariffs and pulling back on spending, and maybe what you were doing as you're describing, Thomas, is kind of a precautionary thing, not dissimilar from what we've seen from businesses, where you read the PMIs, you read the ISMs, everybody's kind of like, oh no, uncertainty. We don't know how to make a bet here. So what we're going to do is not necessarily bet against what the president is doing. We're just not going to bet. We're going to take our money and we're going to pull it back until there's some sort of clarity on all of this. Maybe that becomes more hysterical and more defensive if, in fact, the situation is not just that we have uncertainty, but that the consequences for growth of that uncertainty are arriving in the one place you don't want it, the jobs market and the consumers, and the firefighters are too busy doing God knows what to pay attention. So that's not what obviously you want. And in the context of all of this, I think for me, the thing that stands out maybe most of all is what the bonds are doing here. And go to the contiguous contract because that looks like a more insightful picture here. And I'm just looking at the 30-year because what we've seen, incidentally, as foretold on this very show over the recent weeks, is this idea that you have an economy that's decelerating at best, let's say, and maybe it's decelerating for sentiment reasons and not hard data reasons, but it is decelerating, that much we know. And the Fed is not saying that it's going to come and do things about it. The bar for the Fed has been raised very high because we've heard the Fed now basically since March make this argument that, look, we don't know what to do because what all of this does is it puts our two objectives, maximum employment and price stability, in direct conflict. Because we don't know how these tariffs are going to work out or what's going to happen, but we do know that historically tariffs are inflationary because they amount to a consumption tax on imports, and also that they're bad for growth because they put up trade barriers, they reduce economic activity, they make things more expensive. So how are we to figure out whether we should be cutting or hiking? If it's inflationary, we should be hiking. If it's bad for growth, we should be cutting. We don't know what the balance is, but good for us. Inflation is not terribly high and still going in the right direction overall. Unemployment is still relatively low overall. We have the benefit of time. We're going to sit on our hands. And so what you've seen in Fed funds futures is that expectations for this year have become anchored, but expectations for next year are getting increasingly dovish. And that's the markets telling you what all this means is the Fed is going to wait to see the whites of recession's eyes before they act, which means they're going to be later than usual to respond. And what that will mean is more cuts are going to be needed later, if later is what you wait for. And you've seen this show up now in the bonds, obviously, with very clear emphasis this week in the wake of yesterday's weak ISM services data. You're starting to see, and obviously this has been going on longer than that, since last week, give or take, even let's say a week and a half ago, we've seen this slide up in the long end of the curve because you're starting to get this expectation that there's going to be more cuts later. So the way that I'm sort of looking at this in terms of the jobs report is saying, if the jobs report is, let's say, somewhere in the middle of the distribution of outcomes, so if you kind of envision a normal distribution curve, and you say, here's the right tail, here's the left tail, and then there's most outcomes in the middle. If you get one of these middle outcomes, that might be the worst of all possible things. Because that tells you that things are degrading, but they're not degrading in a way that the Fed is going to come and rescue anyone soon. If you get, and by the way, you're looking at the Fed even more intently after today because you know where nobody is fighting with anybody and getting into schoolyard spats, at the Fed. So as ever, you're looking to the Fed to be the competent economic firefighter while everybody in Washington is doing their Washington thing. And so if you get a middling number, then the Fed's not coming, at least not on any kind of near-term timeline. If you get a really strong report, that's probably relatively good news, but you'd have to go way out there to get a really strong report to tell you, well, actually, everybody's wrong about the economy. The economy is actually strong. We don't need rate cuts, and that's a good thing because of how strong the economy is. All of this is nonsense. And then if you get a really weak report, then that's probably bad news because that's negative for the economy, but it would suggest, and perhaps that makes it good news ultimately, that the Fed is coming soon, that the Fed is going to look at all of this and go, okay, now's the time. Obviously, the economy is coming apart to a greater extent than we thought. So it seems to me that it's at those tails that the good news is, but in the meat of the distribution, you get ongoing chaos without firefighting. And that becomes the bad outcome that you're looking for. You then get more rate cuts later. So the bonds keep going up. The dollar probably sells off on that speculation. And then stocks don't like it just on general, we have nothing to work with here grounds. I should point out that since we've had this widening of the spread between when the rate cuts are coming, so May 22nd we saw here is when the long bond starts going up around this idea that we're going to wait longer. This is where that is. Once that begins to happen, the stock market stops rallying. That's where the cap is. So,
and so the degree to which the jobs number actually emphasizes that, then then it's a lousy event for anybody who's a bull.
Yes, that's kind of my 2 cents on this, that the last thing you want is status quo. You want either something so bad that the Fed is going to stand up off its chair, roll up its sleeves and go in, or you have something so good that everybody breathes a sigh of relief and goes, you know what? Forget all this noise. The real economy is fine.
Buy them.
Yeah.
We shall see.
And with that, overtime is out of time. Don't go anywhere because I'll be back in just a couple moments here for Macro Money to go through a ridiculous and probably unnecessary amount of charts to prepare you for this NFP report, alongside a really fun tidbit from the Wall Street Journal, which has been questioning whether any BLS data is even worth looking at. Stay tuned for why that is. And we'll be back with you. Thank you, Mr. Westwater, for covering here today. A very welcome perspective, as always, from Milan, Chicago, and San Francisco. This has been Overtime. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
In road trips, my family, it was like whoever could get the captain seat was it.
That's great. I'm having a great time.
Me too. But, I mean, stay a while. Take your jacket off.
No, I mean, I'll stay, but the jacket's not
Come
coming
on,
off.
take your jacket off.
Nope.
Come on,
No.
take it out.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
No, I'm sorry.
You hopped on this cowboy's horse, so I guess you got to hear his tale. In '87, I took it off. There was the market crash. In '92, NBC canceled Blossom. A couple of years ago, I lost it for 2 days, and the Lakers won the NBA Finals. Bottom line is when this thing comes off, bad things happen.
You've got to take it off sometimes. I mean,
Never do.
how do you shower?
And the jacket's kind of gotten used to it. In fact, every few days it needs it.
No matter what, you keep it on.
I can take my shirt off if you want, but I'm not taking the jacket off.
I just don't know if that's something that I could deal with.
It'll be like a teal tornado. Just endlessly washing up on your short.
I mean,
This is moving so fast, and I like it.
Yeah.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different.
From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here. And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast. Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bet.
Tasty Live's godfather of options, Tom Sosnoff, is grabbing his passport.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers, ready to pounce. Some traders hide from it, some ride it. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
What a day. What a day. It is certainly not without fireworks that we head into the end of the week here. This is Macro Money. I am Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at Tasty Live, and we thought we were going to talk about macroeconomic data here today, and we will, against all odds, but of course, the big question swirling around with the way that the trading day ended here as the closing bell was about to ring is, does anybody care? Because, of course, what we've had here is a blow-up. I suppose it was always brewing, but a blow-up between the president of the United States and the world's richest man, Elon Musk. And needless to say, Tesla stock reflects just how bad it was. At one point, it was off nearly 17%. Tesla finishing the day here in ugly shape, ultimately closing down 14.3% after the president threatens to take away government contracts from the Elon Musk universe of companies. That, of course, includes things like SpaceX and Tesla itself. And so lots and lots and lots of fireworks here at the end of the day. But for us as traders, we need to contextualize this practically. We can't be trading the soap opera because that's not a forecastable set of variables, and that, of course, makes things exceedingly difficult to figure out and makes risk exceedingly difficult to manage. So without losing sight of the drama, let's take a look at some actual economic variables that factor into this equation, and then bring the two together and extract out of them what is a tradable set of ideas that we can actually take into the markets and do something with in the real world. So, needless to say, the piece of data that we're talking about here is the U.S. jobs report. This is expected to be something of a cool down, not an aggressive one to be sure, but a cool down nevertheless. Expectation is that we're going to have 130,000 jobs added in the month of May. That would be down from 177,000 in April. It would also be the smallest increase since the shock 36K rise in October of last year. You can see that on the chart there. So this would be a very soft reading indeed, but not a soft reading outside the kind of recent range of outcomes, broadly speaking. So if you want to kind of take a look at this range here between, let's say, just above 300 and sort of taking this jump here into the range and sort of looking at this right here, we get about a labor market that is within its recent collection of outcomes. If you want to take a slightly more conservative stance and say, here's your range here, and you take that from where the unemployment rate has been, which is oscillating in a narrow range between 4.2 and 4, then this basically takes us back, give or take a year, almost a year, not quite, to August of last year. So let's say a 9-month kind of standstill for the labor market, because the expectation is that we're going to stay right there once again, 4.2%. The lead-in on this data is, let us say, mixed. So yesterday, we had the estimate of private payrolls from ADP, and as ever, take this thing with a grain of salt. It is not the world's best predictor of how NFP comes out by a long shot, but nevertheless, it is an indicator that the markets pay attention to somewhat. The expectation was that we'd get 115K, and it ended up being 37. So obviously a major downside surprise here. Also, the weakest reading on this metric that we've seen in quite some time. We'd have to go back all the way to May of 2023, where we had a sharp decline of 53,000 jobs, to get something relatively similar. So we're talking about a more than 2-year low for the ADP measure here. Looking at the employment components of the ISM surveys from the Institute of Supply Management that we just had this week, the picture is, let us say, a little bit more encouraging, but only a little. We have here, of course, a set of indicators built like PMIs. So 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. The upshot here is that the service sector gets a positive month of job creation, according to these numbers, in May, despite the fact that overall the service sector itself shrank unexpectedly. That's what we saw in the data yesterday, and of course that gave the markets quite a bit of indigestion. We'll get to that momentarily, but nevertheless, we do get positive employment growth. It's not tremendously strong. In fact, it's barely above that 50 line, and certainly still a major downstep from where we were on jobs growth even just recently here. But nevertheless, we had been contracting on service sector employment, which accounts for anywhere between 70 and 80% of all jobs in the United States. And after 2 months of contraction, we saw growth. So that's somewhat encouraging. On the manufacturing side, of course, we've seen a contraction in employment for 4 consecutive months now, and the trend has been toward weakening. But and that's been there really since we peaked after the massive rebound from COVID lows. But at least here, it doesn't look like May was a terrible month for job creation. The jobless claims numbers we saw come out today, they paint a scarier type of picture, and their reference point is perhaps scariest of all. We see a significant surge in initial jobless claims last week. And for a reference, obviously we can see that they've been going up since the beginning of the year, but this is the highest since about October. And of course, what do we know about October 2024? It's not a happy time for the labor market. We can see this was where that errant spike down to 36K was. So if jobless claims are telling us anything about the overall dynamics of the labor market, the story they are telling is not a happy one. Overall, looking at the way that U.S. economic data has evolved relative to expectations, we regularly look at this index from Citigroup that measures the way that U.S. economic data performs relative to forecasts, takes it in aggregate, and measures how things are behaving, and dumps them all into this one indicator, where 0 is data is performing exactly as expected, above 0 is better, below 0 is worse. And we can see here things have been kind of muddy here recently, but the reading of negative 3.1 here narrowly suggesting that we are biased toward downside surprises. Now, what does this mean? It suggests that the models that economists are using to generate economic forecasts are spitting out variables that are rosier than reality is endorsing in the most recent figures. Minus 3.1 is not a right home about kind of a miss. Obviously, we've seen worse things. And last year we saw a worse growth scare. But nevertheless, it does suggest that there is a slight bias to those models having overshot expectations if they are tuned to a rosier reality than actual results are suggesting. That, of course, is tilting the probability, however modestly, in the direction of a downside surprise until those models are retuned. And because we're maybe just at the start of some sort of a revaluation of those models because we've just flipped back negative, then there is still runway here for this data to disappoint. On top of all of this, there is this bit of additional fuzz. And this comes from the Wall Street Journal, and it has to do with CPI, but the relevant bit here is this comes from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and the data that we're going to get from the very same people is what we're waiting for. The jobs data is likewise coming from the same statistical agency within the U.S. government. So it bears discussing. What this chart is showing us, and what the story from the Wall Street Journal broke yesterday, is that economists are becoming increasingly leery of the quality of U.S. economic data because hiring freezes and layoffs and budget cuts since the beginning of the year around the effort to slash government spending and reduce the size of government that, of course, Elon Musk, until very recently the so-called first buddy of President Donald Trump, was overseeing, that what all of these things did was significantly degrade the amount of resources that the BLS has to conduct the surveys that it bases its data on. And so what it's had to do is use these kind of imputed readings and implied figures much more so than actual survey responses, and that they've had to do that to a much greater degree than before. So we can see here that basically going back to COVID times, there is a spike in how much of this stuff is being used. We can see sort of what's normal is about 10%. Obviously, during COVID, things were on lockdown, so more of this was being done, maybe up to about 15, 16%. Over the subsequent years, we've come back into this kind of more normal around 10% range. But over the course of the past 2 months, April and February, and of course April with the most aggressive effect, more and more of the data has been from these alternative sources because there's just not enough people to do the surveying. And so the reliability of this data has come into question because now close to 30% of it is based on what some economists worry is fuzzy math. And so if this is true for CPI, which comes out of BLS, it's perhaps also true for the jobs data, which comes out of BLS. So what these numbers ultimately mean and how much weight they have will be an important question, on top of what the content of the data itself actually is. And of course, no more is this more evident than in looking at what the Fed has been saying and the expectations for monetary policy that have followed. So what you see here is that, cumulatively speaking, the market is about where the Fed has been saying it wants to go, or at least it thinks it's going to go, going all the way back to December, March. So we haven't had the June update, of course, so far of the summary of economic projections, but both in December and in March, the Fed said 50 basis points apiece this year and next year. That's how many cuts you're getting. That's 100 basis points. The market is only a little bit above that here at 107. But the dynamics of what's occurring, they have changed considerably. And of course, what the Fed has been saying is, look, we have these tariffs that are occurring, and we don't know what to make of them. Because historically, what the tariffs mean is something bad for growth, because tariffs are a tax on imports. That makes imports more expensive. That hits consumption. Consumption is the overwhelming majority of the economy. So not exactly rocket science there. But at the same time, they're inflationary because of all these same dynamics. So if these policies are both going to stoke inflation and they're going to be bad for growth, then what's the Fed going to do? On the one hand, they're being pulled to cut rates to help with the piece on growth. On the other hand, they're pulled not to do that because they don't want to let inflation expectations out of the bag, because then we're back to the bad old days of inflation before the Fed's 2022 rate hike cycle that, of course, has so painstakingly worked to bring inflation down. And so what the Fed has said is, look, we just don't know which side of the ledger we're going to prioritize here, but good news, we're well positioned to wait because the unemployment rate is still, relative to history, somewhat low. Again, we're kind of hovering near relatively low levels here, despite the kind of creep from 3.4 up to 4.2. And of course, inflation is on its way toward the 2% target. It's slowed down on that path somewhat recently, but nevertheless, it is hardly surging. So we have a situation here where we can just sit around and wait and see what happens. And so what you've seen against that backdrop is the expectations for what policy will do this year have become relatively anchored. The Fed said 50 basis points. We have 48 basis points on the menu, and this is not going anywhere. But you can see the cumulative amount of easing this year and next has actually started to expand. And that's as more rate cuts get baked into next year, because the market is evidently judging, as we've discussed here before, that delaying rate cuts now will mean that the Fed will have to do more rate cuts later, because it will have let the economy weaken more so than they might have otherwise to get this additional evidence. And then they're going to have to do some degree of catch-up. And the reason the markets appear to be convinced that this is in fact what's going on, as we've talked about here before, is the measures of inflation baked into the bond market, so-called break-even rates, they've been going down since the beginning of the year. And despite the violent rebound in stock markets that we've seen, they have actually not recovered, as though to suggest that what we're looking at here is a situation where inflation isn't going to surprise higher because of the tariffs. It's going to surprise lower because whatever hit economically comes from the tariffs will be bad enough that it hurts demand to such an extent that the disinflationary forces of the demand decline will be more consequential than the inflationary forces on the other side. In fact, we've, as of today, declined to just 2.3% on the 5-year break even. For context, that is the lowest that we've been in about a month and some change. So going back to the beginning of May, late April here on the 5-year break even, to essentially say, look, the market thinks that the Fed is being indecisive, but they are, in fact, convinced that it's the growth side that needs to be prioritized, not the inflation side, because whatever economic downturn is coming will be the dominating influence. And we've seen this already showing up in the markets. So let's take this same policy calculus and note that right here, where this widening out of the spread starts to happen, where easing starts to rebuild, even as expectations for this year hold steady, but those for next year expand, the violent bounce in stock markets from the April low after so-called Liberation Day, when everybody was freaking out about the latest version of the Trump tariff regime. Since we've kind of walked that back, this is where stocks stop rallying. Exactly where Fed easing starts to build and become more kind of skewed to next year in the outlook. That is to say, the market has already decided that growth is going to be the bigger concern. They see the Fed as dragging its feet. They don't like it. Stocks have stopped rallying. At the same time, the US dollar is continuing to weaken. Notice it had itself a bad start of the year, but whereas stocks started to bounce right here and kind of reached peak easing, and then we came off that as sentiment improved, the US dollar never really had that bounce. It stabilized a little bit, and now it's just continuing to sink because this easing is undermining the dollar's yield advantage. So with that in mind, we look to what is a normal distribution curve. And obviously, this is more a symbolic thing. These aren't real numbers here. They're standard deviations in a regular kind of distribution. And we're just using it as illustration here to say, if this is the majority of outcomes for what the NFP number might be, and this is, let's say, the center line. So obviously the forecasts are a median, not an average, but let's say this average is right around what expectations are, which again is 130K. Let's say it's right around there. So if you're anywhere in this meat of the distribution, well, then the bottom line continues to be this. The economy is slowly weakening. The Fed isn't coming. Stocks don't like it. It's bad for the dollar. If you are at the long end or the right side, the optimistic side of this curve, and NFP ends up being much better than expected, well then, yeah, rate cuts aren't coming, but maybe we don't need them because the economy is fine. Let's ignore the noise. Let's focus on the brass tacks. Good news. If it's exceedingly bad, well, the president is squabbling with the richest man in the world, so we can't get any coherence there probably on economic policy. And in any case, the administration is too preoccupied with passing its big, beautiful bill of fiscal policy to pay attention. But maybe if the number is really, really bad, then finally the Fed will get off its hands and go, you know what, we've made up our mind, we've got to go. And then you got a policy announcement in June where they have all the space to kind of tell the markets, rest assured, we're coming to the rescue. It's really, really on now. That's good news. Outside of the tails here, then, the majority of outcomes, the middling outcomes, they end up being bad because they end up sustaining the status quo. And so in that environment, perhaps this range on the S&P holds and you head lower. This breakout on the bonds holds and you head higher because you continue to price in more cuts later. And perhaps the US dollar breaks through this floor that has held since the middle of April, and then you really get the next big down leg in its descent since the beginning of the year. And that is macro money for today. As ever, we are here Monday through Thursday, right after overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. Back with Chris tomorrow, as I am every Friday for Futures Power Hour. I'll be back with Victor Jones and Tom for First Call on Sunday. I'm writing for the News and Insights portion of tastylive.com, commenting at Ilya Spivak on the platform formerly known as Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back next week. Good luck. Happy trading.
the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that 1-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Tasty Live's godfather of options, Tom Sosnoff, is grabbing his passport and taking this show international. He'll be joined by IG's Rich McDonald in London and Milan, along with special guests at each stop for an evening of live trading. It's fun, challenging, and moves as fast as the market. Doors open at 5, with trading starting at 6. Come early and have a pint or glass of vino with the boys. It's totally free, but space is limited. Register at tastylive.com/events. Options just got molto interessante.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number 1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to Risk and Reward with Errol and Gus. Today we got a special segment. We're going to touch on some recent news going on in the market and get into some of the positions that we have on. But before we get into all the shenanigans from today, Gus, how we holding up today, brother? We got one more day at the end of the week. Things are going crazy. How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm hanging in. You're looking sharp without your glasses. It's like school picture day out here. You know, you gotta let it air out every now and then. No, I'm feeling good. Yeah, certainly a eventful day in the market. No shortage of talking points for us, and I'm excited to dive into all of it with you. And yeah, I'm short Broadcom into earnings, and it looks like that's going to work out. So I can't complain.
Nice. So you were short into Broadcom into earnings. I take it that you're looking at it right now. What is Broadcom up to right now? Keep us posted.
It was 259 when I came in here. It was trading at 249. Let me have a look here. Yeah, back up to 251 after hours. They beat revenue and EPS. The whole basis for the trade was just that I thought it was overextended on this crazy run that it's been on, and it seems like that's going to pay off. I initially sold just one naked 285 call because premiums were super juiced on that run up, and then I added two 285, 295 verticals. So I'm short 3 285s and long two 295s. So
nice. What's the expiration on those?
That is tomorrow. Yeah, right up to the wire. I put them on like Tuesday or something like that. But yeah, harvesting some nice premium there, so I can't complain.
Nice, I love it. I'm kind of in the same boat there on Lulu. Got short Lulu think it might have been beginning of this week. I think it was the first day of this week. I short some Lulu, held it into earnings, and I just pulled up the chart unintentionally, and I saw Lulu, and it looks like it's dumping too. So it looks like the overall market's dumping right now, but that's going to help out our short positions. So we'll see how we manage those into tomorrow. But those are sitting pretty so far. Other than that, anything else standing out to you?
Yeah, we've been waiting for the pop and the fix, and it seems like we may get that tomorrow amid all of this news. And also, I picked up some shares of Constellation Brands today, STZ. They're the largest beer and wine distributor in the United States, but they got hit pretty hard. They had a lawsuit into an earnings call, I think, and the earnings call didn't go well, so just way beaten down, oversold in my opinion. Picked up some shares at around 170, slightly green, but just hoping for a return to those 200 levels.
Yeah, we'll see how some of these things play out, especially with all the shenanigans that we got to see today. So we'll go ahead and jump into the slides here, and we'll go ahead and break some of this down. But if you've been under a rock for the past, I would say even hour or two, because I think this is something like if you happen to be checking socials, you happen to be checking the news, then you're like, yo, is this stuff with Elon versus Musk really real? Like, I had to really double check. I'm like, yo, is this real beef going on right now? So I know there's a little bit more context to it, and we're going to get into exactly that, how Elon and Musk and Donald Trump started beefing right now, and how that could potentially affect the rest of the market, and some of Tesla stock on the no trade list. Gus, I see why it's on the no trade list.
Oh man, you do see why it's on the no trade list, and I'll tell you what, Errol. I'll tell you what. I was the closest I have ever been to breaking my no trade policy today when Tesla was down 8%, and I am so happy that I laid off, because I would have been so mad. I was going to get long, and I would have been so mad. So I'm happy to have it on the no trade list for now. We're asking about finals predictions in chat. We'll circle back. We'll talk a little ball at the end. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, we got to circle back around to that. But no, I mean, explain what's going on with Elon and Donald Trump and Tesla stock in NBA terms. I mean, we'll come up with something by the end, but we'll go ahead and jump into these first slides here. Elon Musk versus Donald Trump. Elon Musk and Donald Trump squared off in social media beef for the ages today, and here's what happened and how the market reacted. So let's get into it. So give us a little update. What's been going on, Gus? So I know over the last few days, there's been more talks about budgets, bills. I know Elon Musk was brought on to really cut a lot of waste, reduce spending, really get our debt under control. So give us a little bit of a timeline.
Yeah. So quick little timeline here. And this is much more nuanced. Feel free to go have a scroll through Elon's Twitter or Trump's Truth Social for slightly more elaboration, just hitting the high points here. But Elon began speaking out against Trump's big, beautiful bill 2 days ago, June 3rd. And things came to a head yesterday, June 4th, when Musk emphatically tweeted, "Kill the bill." We have screenshots coming up here in a minute. Trump clapped back at this tweet today for the first time, his first time diving in and acknowledging the fact that Elon was talking shit this whole time. And he said that Elon was just mad that the EV mandate was being lifted. And that started an all-out war. All of a sudden, they're going back and forth. It's an impossible war to follow because they are on different social media platforms, which makes things quite annoying to keep up with. And then Musk clapped back and said that he believes Trump is on the Epstein list, and that's why they haven't been released yet. Trump didn't acknowledge these comments. He instead just put out a pretty generic tweet in favor of the bill and a slightly anti-Elon tweet as well. But yeah, it's beef. We have the leader of the free world beefing on Twitter with the richest man in the world. So that's where we're at in 2025. This is what we do now.
I know we're going to get into the screenshots here in a moment, but it's just so interesting, right? We got Elon, who purchased Twitter, known as X now. And then we got Truth Social, which is Donald Trump's social platform. And it's just so interesting. I just see this beef going back and forth. I'll go on Twitter and I'll see Elon Musk's tweets, right? And then when I see Donald Trump clap back, I see the screenshots from Truth Social with like the green check mark. And it's just so funny. They have their own platforms and they're beefing from what they hear is being said over here to on this platform and then just back and forth. So never thought I would have seen it done at this stage, at least. I'm familiar with Twitter beef, right? Like social media beef, especially, if you grew up with social media, it's a common thing. It's not rare to see, but to see it with two very, very high profile figures, never thought I'd see the day. But we got the first tweet here. I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. And this is on June 3rd, just like what Gus was mentioning. This massive, outrageous pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Elon clearly not happy about the spending, and then shame on those who voted for it. You know you did it wrong. You know it. So Elon Musk coming out with these piercing words. I mean, these are some pretty sharp tweets to come out with. Do you think the bridge is completely burned here? I feel like there's really no returning from here.
I do at this point, and especially as we get into some of the tweets that are going on later. This extends beyond a political or business style conflict. This is, it's getting pretty gnarly. I think it's interesting, and the big back and forth here is whether, and I mean, this is a subjective thing, nobody really knows, but it's whether Elon actually fundamentally cares about the U.S. deficit, or if Elon is really just upset, as Trump says, that it's because of his EV credits. So we're back and forth on that. Price action for Tesla on June 3rd here. This stuff didn't really start to jump until about today, which we'll get into some fun price action today. But yeah, initial response from the market to Elon's opening tweet in this salvo was pretty much a nothing burger. Slight upward action on June 3rd.
Yeah, and just speaking some thoughts out loud before we get into this next tweet, I just think too, like, okay, what are the incentives? What are the incentives? You know, huge incentive for Donald Trump to become buddy with Elon, you know, influential power, you know, those kind of things, you know, incentive for Donald Trump too. When I think about it, like, okay, if Elon's is friends with Donald Trump, who can affect some of these, laws that go into place and how things play out. You know, he owns a huge EV market, and he's really the industry leader in the EV space. I'm like, okay, you can kind of see how, you know, Donald Trump could get value out of Elon and how Elon could get value out of Donald Trump. But I'm really just curious on how this really broke down. Like, what was the straw that broke the camel's back? And something had to have been brewing before everything fell over. So those are just kind of my current thoughts. But we have another tweet here. Musk kill the bill tweet. Call your senator, call your congressman. Bankrupting America is not okay. Kill the bill. I mean, this is pretty as straightforward as it gets. I mean, going out onto a social media platform, it's not like you're speaking to the press. It's not like you said something kind of vague. I mean, it sounds like Elon's calling it out pretty clear, is what it looks like on my end, Gus.
No, I agree. I mean, he went straight for it. There's no beating around the bush. And
he went straight for the throat.
Yeah,
I mean,
and at this time yesterday, everything was still political. This had not yet gotten personal at this point yesterday. Elon was still just on this high about wanting to kill the bill. And yeah, I don't know. I think you bring up a good point about incentives and what both parties have to gain from being friends in the first place, and now what both parties might have to gain from beefing. And I'll get into this in a little bit, but I'm conspiring in my brain that perhaps Elon is thinking about wanting to run for president. And his pinned tweet, which he can't do, he was not born, he's not a nationalized citizen. He's a citizen, but he was not born domestically, and you must be born in the United States to be eligible to be the president. But he's suddenly tweeting out and saying his pinned tweet right now is this survey that says, is it time to create a political party for the 80% of Americans in the middle, yes or no? And people are voting on that, which to me indicates that he might want to try to get involved in politics himself in the near future, potentially as a third-party candidate.
And to your point there, I think I'd seen that tweet. I believe it's about an 80-20 split. So, I mean, the data, I know it's just a poll, it's just a data point, but that data point's really interesting, you know, and I just wonder again, because guys like that don't end up in the places that they're at by complete accident. You know what I mean? So I just think too, like, these guys had to have known certain scenarios could potentially play out. And I just wonder, like, if they would have thought this scenario would play out and how they would move their chess piece pretty much if this scenario played out. Like, if everything hit the fan, it's like, was that Elon's plan too, to take it out of his back pocket, like potentially rile people up for another party, you know, that could be a potential candidate to go against the Republican Party or the Democratic Party? I don't know. Just seeing everything from the last few hours just has me thinking about all these things that could have been, because it's like anything's possible at this point is how I feel.
I agree. And the reason for my belief that might be his angle is because at this point, you are now the enemy of both parties, at least of liberals and conservatives. There's people in the middle that might be picking sides in this battle. But you made the liberals hate you with everything that you did with Trump, with Doge. And now you're going to turn around and make the conservatives hate you, going at Trump's throat. And from a business perspective, especially from a Tesla perspective, you're just alienating everybody now. I don't know what the thought process is there. But from a political perspective, the only reason I can see alienating both parties like that and trying to just chuck yourself firmly in the middle is if your plan is to try to form some kind of third party. And Elon Musk, like you said, you don't become the richest man in the world by accident. I would bet that there are very, very, very few decisions he ever made that were not extremely calculated. And so I think that there has to be a broader motive with all of this.
100%. And calculating scenarios that have a very low probability of happening. A guy that like that, you know, I don't put it past him. He had to have thought about these even improbable outcomes. Like, if this happens, you know, how would I go about this? So don't put it past him, but just interesting to see how these things play out. And with that being said, Tesla's June 4th price action, I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of a hammer here, right? We haven't even got to June 5th yet. But it looks like we started to see a little bit of effect of this negative sentiment, it looks, on June 4th, Gus.
Yes, and I mean, I think it's noted that I believe the market closed slightly red yesterday as a whole as well. So there might be conflating variables going on. But yeah, this is where we first started to see a little bit of spillover. People maybe realizing that this relationship is breaking down and starting to collect their profits, which I'm sure there were lots of people taking profits as soon as this all started to break down. Tesla's been on an insane run. But yeah, we start to see the little inklings of Tesla and the price action on the 4th.
Yeah, and then before we get to the 5th, it's looking like we got a tweet on Trump's social.
This is the 5th. This is today as well. This was the first time Trump responded was today.
There we go. And then now once Trump responded, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months that I was going to do, and he just went crazy. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I seen on Twitter, Elon, I believe, tried to refute this point right here.
Elon's retaliation to this point was he just said it was a blatant lie. It was a very short tweet.
He said this is the most obvious lie.
Yes. Which that was his defense. Nobody knows. Nobody knows if he knew or not behind closed doors, I suppose. But then, yeah, all of a sudden, this was what really set everything off today, and is what really set off the market action on Tesla that we're about to get into. Yeah.
This is when I started to get into like, yo, is this a refresh, close out? Right when I saw this.
Yeah. So Elon finally goes in for the jugular, says time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the reason they haven't been made public. Have a nice day. And then he basically says, book it, in his second tweet. So yeah, this is very interesting. These are very lofty accusations, though he is far from the first person to make them. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out, because Trump did run on trying to get this Epstein list out, and it has not happened yet. There was little inklings of it right at the beginning of his presidency, and then it kind of just went away. That's something that I know Trump voters are unhappy with, is the lack of a Epstein list release, and I'm unhappy with it as well, I might add. So yeah, it's interesting. It's a lofty accusation. It's you can't. It's hard to prove a negative. I suppose maybe Elon is trying to force his hand just to get the list out. But this is nuclear. This is the nuclear option for Elon. And this is the moment where I say this is irredeemable and these guys are going to hate each other forever.
I think you're right. This is huge. This is where things start to get a little touchy. It starts to get a little personal here. And just thinking about Elon's decision to say something like that out there, and then not only that, to double down on it, right? To book it, like you kind of just mentioned, mark this post for the future, the truth will come out, right? If that truth doesn't eventually come out, I feel like Elon Musk is gonna lose a lot of credibility. So I just think, again, I assume Elon knows the repercussions for tweeting something like that, and understanding the repercussions, maybe from a credibility perspective, what would happen if that does not come to fruition. So it's very bold to go ahead and throw stuff out there like that. That's why I'm just really interesting to see how this is going to play out long term, because I mean, they're really sticking their necks out here in terms of credibility, because we'll see how things digest. And like you said, it's not the first time there's been people saying things of the sort along the same lines, kind of what Elon's saying, but Elon's not everybody. Elon has enough power to influence administrations, like we just saw with our last one. So Elon isn't just anybody. Elon has a lot of power. We saw a guy that's not even born here, that's just wealthy, work his way up into the administration. If it doesn't just show you how powerful he is. So for him to say something like that, I'm like, I don't know. Is there something more going on? When you go personal like that, it just makes me think like he must, I don't know. It just feels like it went off politics so fast. And I don't know how you feel about that either.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, he absolutely went in for the kill. This is something that I believe if Elon is sitting on evidence of this being factual, that he should get it out. And to the point in chat from Maiku, yeah, he said you can't threaten a sitting president. And I have started to see sprinklings of people calling for treason here as well with Elon. And I don't know that I don't think he's done anything that's inherently treasonous yet. I think everything he's done so far is absolutely within the guidelines of freedom of speech. I'm not accusing the man of treason. But that is something that people are starting to whisper about. And I mean, potentially something that Trump could try to move on if he gets angry enough. Although, to his credit, I appreciate Trump not taking a personal dig back at Elon and instead trying to stick to the politics. I do think that that's well, I suppose he took a small dig back. It was not a personal dig, though. He said we're going to take your money, but he didn't say anything about Elon personally. But yeah, this is the response here. Should I do an impression? Should I read this in?
Yeah, let's hear it. Wait. All right, let's hear it.
I don't mind Elon turning against me. Should have done so months ago. This is one of the greatest bills ever proposed to Congress. It's a record cut in expenses, $1.6 trillion. The biggest tax cut ever given. If this bill doesn't pass, there'd be a 68% tax increase. Things would be far worse than that. I didn't create this mess. I'm just here to fix it. This puts our country on a path of greatness. Make America great again. And then the tweet preceding that one, he said we would save billions and billions of dollars if we eliminate Elon's government subsidies and contracts. This first tweet is hilarious because, like, I do believe this is objectively true. I do think that there are billions of dollars in subsidies floating around in the EV space right now. But that is like such a drop in the bucket as it pertains to the actual, national deficit.
100%.
And also, is that the easiest way to save money in our budget? I don't know if it's the easiest one, but it had to make me laugh a little bit. But yeah, and this is where we're at.
I gotta say that was pretty good. I gotta say the fluctuations in the vocal cords was pretty on par. I definitely recognize that. Right.
Thank you. I try my best. Probably more wine and Ambien and many other things contributed to Elon's tweets. Yeah, that's possibly true as well. I remember seeing.
You think Elon's just chilling?
Yeah.
So why? Like,
he's just high off his ass right now. He's gonna wake up in the morning and be like, "Wait, what? I tweeted what?"
But no, this was Trump's response off of the very direct tweet that Elon had put out earlier today, about an hour before the close. But June 5th's price action for Tesla really taking a hit here. And I mean,
could barely fit it on the screen.
Say that again?
I said we could barely fit it on the screen. Tesla's running off the bottom of the screen here.
It's literally running off the bottom of the screen. So make sure you update or refresh your platforms. Though I meant to drag it up a little higher. I didn't realize I did that. But as you can see here, Tesla's been taking a massive hit pretty much all day. I was in the same boat as you, wanting to get long after initially seeing that down move in Tesla. I even wanted to at the end of the day, and I was like, you know what? Don't do it. For some reason, this one just didn't feel right to get long because of all of the uncertainty surrounding it. It's not something I've seen before. I've never seen somebody legitimately beef with the president. What a time to be alive. We got somebody really beefing with the president. We're all here to see it in front of our face. I just never thought we'd see something like that. And because of all that uncertainty, I made the decision. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to scoop up some out of the money Tesla puts. Even though that premium was jacked up, that volatility was spiking on Tesla, ended up leaving it alone. So it's still on that no trade list for me for now.
Well, yeah, my thought process today, it was like this shifting thing because at first Tesla dipped, I think it dipped like 3.5%, and then we went to 7%, and then we got, which you can kind of see happening in the price action here, there was some stability, and then some more downward, and then some serious downward action once the Epstein tweet went out. And when the initial tweets were going off and they were going back and forth, I was just thinking, okay, this is a political thing. I don't think that this political debate between these two people really justifies this type of downward action on Tesla. I'm sure that this is just going to be a little spat, whatever. But then all of a sudden, the Epstein tweet comes out, and I'm like, oh, okay, we're going nuclear here. And the market seemed to have a similar interpretation. As soon as that tweet came out, it fell all the way off. Tesla closed today down 14.26%, which is actually a recovery from their lows of the day. So yeah, quite the move out of Tesla.
100%. I mean, as we wrap up, this is how NASDAQ closed on the day. Very similar view like Tesla, right? Tesla looks a little bit more aggressive to the downside. But I mean, the overall market started selling off a little bit in this afternoon as well and continued into the close. So that's what we had gotten, a little bit of an update on the Elon versus Trump shenanigans. It feels like reality TV. I don't really know what to make of it.
It feels like a South Park episode, for real. I mean, yeah.
Right. And we're sitting over here, but it literally feels like I'm watching a reality TV show right now, and I'm waiting to see how things, unfold. I bet it's not funny for like Elon and Trump and anybody else that are affected by the beef going back and forth. But look, I gotta say, beef was always a little bit entertaining. Okay, I can't be the only one. I'm curious to see how this is gonna pan out. But as we head into the platform here, a little bit of SPY, that downward move helps a little bit.
We might get a big downward move tomorrow as well, especially with AVGO driving everything and coming down after market here. You're like, yeah, you got a solid chance at these all of a sudden turning into winners for you.
Right. And I mean, VIX has just been screaming. I know VIX has been screaming and whispering in your ear as to why you still have
I'm long right now.
Exactly. We're getting a little bit of a pop today, and it doesn't look like it's over. We might just be getting started on the VIX. So volatility increases. Maybe we see that downward moves in the market. That'll help this SPY position. QQQ is landing right in the bread basket, Gus. This was that $10 wide iron condor that I had. I was like, if we get a sell-off later in the week, it could drop right in that bread basket. I did say if I'm break even or up a little bit on it, I'd probably just take it off. But the way things are looking right now, I might just wait till tomorrow morning. Well, I don't have a choice now. I'm going to wait until tomorrow when the market opens up, see where we're at, and then potentially take this one off. But this was one of those that was very narrow range. And, you know, Elon doing the job for us to get us within that range at least. And then we got NVIDIA. NVIDIA, a little tough one. Still been kind of grinding higher. I got short on NVIDIA not too long ago, kind of on the dance floor. It's testing that the call side that I sold, not testing the one that I bought. 15 days left till expiration. Gonna have to wait that one out. And then we got Lulu. Look, guys, I know it's not looking too hot right now. I know we're down a little bit on Lulu, but if you've been looking at Lulu, especially over the last hour after released earnings, don't worry. We're gonna be sitting pretty tomorrow. So we'll go ahead and manage this position. I didn't know how I felt about Lulu. Lulu was going against me right away, and then we got that downside move on earnings. Then we had Disney, just bought a put on Disney. That one's down a little bit, up on the day, but down on the overall position. Hasn't really gone anywhere. And then we have a short position on NASDAQ. If this market continues to sell off, I'm holding this bad boy. I'll take this one off at break even. But I decided to hold this one into the close. So we have a little bit of a cushion on it. But if we can gap down, it would make me feel a little bit more comfortable. But I would love to hold this one a little bit longer just because when we zoom out a little bit, I know we've sold off. But when we really zoom out, we still have more room to the downside. You know what I mean? Like, it always feels like these downside moves, and I was talking about it with Dr. Jim yesterday. It's like these downside moves, we'll get a 50-point, 100-point, 200-point down move, and it's like, wow, we got an aggressive pullback. And then when we zoom out, it's like, wow, the market still rallied from the bottom April 7th around 16,700 in NASDAQ. So if we can get a little bit of a pullback, that'll be nice. Other than that, that's what we got in these positions. Really just going to see how it unravels, Gus.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens throughout the evening tonight, how that affects Tesla and the broader market at open tomorrow. It's very interesting. We're living in some of the most interesting times ever, especially as it pertains to politics. But yeah, it's just hard to know what to make of these things. I'm happy I'm long VIX is really my thing. I could feel the volatility event coming. And I thought it would have something to do with tariffs. I didn't think it would be due to some Twitter beef, but that's what we're getting. So I guess I'll take it.
It is what we're getting, man. It's 2025. It's just like, man, there's new variables in the market. It's just crazy to me that we could see all this going on social media. And it's just like, you would have never been able to see someone beef with the president 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20, you would have never seen
outside of political rivals. Yeah. You would never see just a layperson beefing with the president. Yeah.
Right. It's the sitting president, at that, I know Melvin Capital, another example of having to adapt to times. I mean, I guess you don't have to adapt in this way, but even Melvin Capital, right, with Reddit, another variable that wasn't there 5-10 years ago. I know it's a little bit different, but whenever I see social media coming into play into today's age where it wasn't 10, 15, 20 years ago, it's always interesting. That's the word. It's always just interesting to see.
Yeah. So I don't know. And I'll tell you what, too. I spent until about noon today complaining that the market was so boring. And the good Lord heard my prayers, it would appear, because we got some vol now.
And we might get some long
tweets, yes.
Oh, yeah. We'll see how the market digests all this uncertainty, all this news. Anything to add before we wrap on for today, Gus?
VIX to 60, and I'm buying a Lamborghini. Also, OKC is going to win the finals. That's my take in like 6. I'll say in 6. I think that they're too stylistically similar to Indiana. Indiana really tries to make people play their game. I don't think OKC is going to do it. That's my pick, OKC in 6.
I'm going Pacers in 6. Quite the opposite. Number one, I got a little bit of bias, right? OKC's in the West. I'm a Nuggets guy. I'm from Colorado, so I'm always a West guy. I'd rather see someone. I don't want to see OKC win it. I'm not a big fan of the Pacers either. I'm in such a tough spot, but I think that the Pacers are going to somehow shoot lights out like Curry and the Warriors back in 2017, because for some reason they've been shooting like that lately. So I think somehow they're going to get hot on the 3 ball.
Yeah, people have been doubting the Pacers this whole time, and they keep proving everybody wrong. I would love to see it, and I love that we got 2 small market teams in the finals, and somebody's winning their first finals, which is also awesome. So it's a great matchup.
That's going to be exciting. Anything else before we wrap up for today, Gus?
No, that's all I got.
Cool. Well, that's going to do it for today. Thanks for taking the time to hang out with us, guys. We'll see how this market fiasco plays out, and we'll see how these earnings play out tomorrow. Be sure to stay tuned for more segments coming on next, and we'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different.
From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tasty Live core strategies.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this.
I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Yeah, it's Thursday, June 5th, a little bit after 5 p.m. Central Time, the best time. You know what that means? It's time for Tasty Live's evening show, a little podcast, a little podcast called The Price of Truth, the show where we like to explore the incentives that govern our world. And good golly, Miss Molly, did they throw a bunch of incentives at us over the last couple of days to chew on. More on that in just a bit. Before we get there, let's say what's up to everybody out there. Shout out to everybody watching on tastylive.com. Shout out to everybody watching on Tasty Trade desktop and mobile applications. But if you want to be part of Bing, this little chat box on your screen, there's only one place to do it, and that's on the evil Google YouTube. So head on over there, find the Tasty Live channel, subscribe, and your thoughts, both appropriate and otherwise, will be featured on this little chat box right here. Try to keep it somewhat appropriate. I'm sure there's going to be lots of disagreement today, but do me a favor. Let's keep it respectful no matter what you do. Off, and away we go. Shout out to everybody that's already in the chat. You know who I'm talking to. Laid back trader Brian Watson, the GOAT of YouTube. Mark, how you doing? Tungsten, great to see you. Al-Haji, hopefully I got that right. Katan, good to see you again. MP, what's up? Mark, Victoria, and so many more. Shout out to all of you. Do me a favor, you know the deal. Get those phalanges, those metacarpals moving. Bash your face into the keyboard. Do whatever you can do to create random ass characters in the chat. The more you type, the more you spoof the Google algorithm into putting us in front of as many people as possible. And off and away we go, my babies. Let's talk price. Obviously, we've got a little drama upon us, and I kind of wrestled with the idea of whether or not to get to the drama first and lose half of you, or to wait and do the drama last and make all of you wait 90 minutes to get to that part of the conversation. I don't know that I've made up my mind necessarily. Let me know in the chat if you want me to talk Elon Trump at the open or at the close. S&P 500 down 0.5%. Talking cash, my babies, down about 30 points on the day. The NASDAQ down 0.4%. The Dow Jones down about 0.25%. The Russell down 5 basis points. AI gone wrong says drama sucks. I don't know, man. That's kind of what we live for. Isn't that what we do here? We're all just, you're either a seller of the drama, a buyer of the effects of the drama, right? That's pretty much what we do here. If you're anything other than that, you're probably not successful. Banna says, spill the tea. Demi says, your besties are breaking up. Trader says, I want the beef. Middle of the show for Elon, says Brian. All right, I'll do open here, and we'll get into my take. It is trade. I think it's somewhat tradable, I think. VIX down at 1848 and change. Talking cash, VIX, my babies. VIX futures, front month future at 1986. The VIX term structure, not doing much. Obviously, a little bit of a red day. Me personally, I don't think you freak out here just yet. I do think you're at the upper end of a few ranges, right? You're at the upper end of the S&P 500 range, and a Xi Jinping and Donald Trump phone call today. I thought it was interesting too that Xi effectively says they're open to Donald Trump visit. I couldn't figure out if that was like an honest invitation, because I haven't had much time to go through that whole back and forth. There was so much going on today. I didn't go through the whole back and forth in earnest. So I suppose today I'll figure out a little bit more of what was said. But my initial read was I can't figure out if that's just an invitation or that's sort of a power play. It's like everyone else went to Mar-a-Lago and they kissed the rings, but if you want to have a conversation, my guy, jump on a plane, we'll see you in Shanghai. Something to that extent. I don't know. Bonds at 113. Let's cover bonds, and then I'll go into is it time to fade the MAGA ETF? I think that train has that train already left the station, right? You had a honeymoon period post November 5th. The market faded that. You got a little bit of sort of a retracement of that fade. And some of that trade is now coming undone, at least in Tesla. More on that in just a bit. S&P, or excuse me, bonds. Let's start with the long end, 113 and 13/32. So effectively 113.5 came off a little bit. We were up in the 114s, baby. I was feeling real good this morning. I'm feeling real good about trying to diamond hand this thing up to 117. This is such a stupid hero's call. We're not going to 117. But every once in a while, I like to take a little bit of money and just light it on fire in the interest of low probability, high payout scenarios. And every time it doesn't work, I say, I'm going to get them next time. I don't learn my lesson. But, 114 is pretty good work for being at 109 and 20/32 not long ago. I'll take it, but a little bit of a blow off here. A little bit of a blow off at 114. Not the sexiest price action I have ever seen in my life. Let me refresh this for you. We'll head back. We had jolts on the screen from yesterday, or 2 days ago, really. Come on, there we go. The big ones, of course, claims came in a little bit hotter than expected here this morning. 247,000 versus 235 expected. Not a huge mover, but it's ticking up, man. Productivity and cost came down 1.5% versus the 0.8% expected. And the big one tomorrow, and the jobs report, consensus 129,000, 4.2% unemployment with a 0.3% month-over-month increase in real wages. I don't know. Did anyone see is there a press conference already scheduled from the administration for tomorrow? That's usually like, if I'm not mistaken, they get these reports like a day ahead. And Biden used to have this tell where they would basically schedule a press conference the next day. And he didn't do many of these things. So if you got a press conference on the day of an employment report or a CPI report, you probably could bet that report was swinging in the direction of the administration. I haven't checked the White House schedule for tomorrow. Maybe they don't want to be that transparent. Maybe Bessent kind of helps them out a little bit, not to be so transparent. Notes at 110.25 ticks. Effectively the same price action. A little. Let's take a look at the CME Fed Watch. Not much change here, man. And I don't know that there's going to be. Powell's just sitting, bro. They're a little bit firmed up here. They firmed up here at the September rate cut. Starting the rate cuts in September, they firmed it up a little bit in terms of probabilities and price. Second one's still coming in December. Third one coming in March. Fourth one coming in July. They did put a third one on the table in 2026. So we had a little bit of change since the last time we had a discussion on, what was that, Tuesday. An additional cut priced in here until the end of 2026, still only 2 for the remainder of the year. And I don't know, man. September, wait a month, go again in December. I don't know. If you gave me an over/under on one cut this year, I'd probably take the push. I don't know that I'm taking the over yet. Jobs number a nothing burger ? Says Mark. The number itself, probably, but it doesn't mean it can't be a catalyst to price action. Like, do I think, if the question is, Mark, and it's a good one, do I think if we get 150,000 versus 130,000 expected, is that like this gigantic change? Or if we get 115,000 versus 130,000 expected, or even 80,000, like I don't think those things are hugely material to the economy necessarily. I don't think they're hugely impactful to the fair value of assets at any one point in time, but they certainly can swing emotion. And depending on positioning, people might be too off sides here in one direction or the other, and this could be a catalyst to take advantage of offside positioning, I suppose, Mark. But I personally, honestly, unless this thing is like 100,000 over or under, I don't think it really changes my point of view of what's happening when I look outside the window. And so with that, if you get a big swing on like a 30,000, like plus or minus 30,000, you get maybe a 1.5% move, which is outside of what implied volatility is telling you to expect right now. I think that sets up the opportunity to fade at least some of that move. That's sort of the way I look at this stuff. Don't know if that's helpful or not. I wish I could come in here and tell you that, to me, in my opinion, this was a really big deal. I just don't see it that way. I don't see a lot of this stuff as being big deals right now. I think when you get into a position where you're flirting with fiscal dominance, it's like fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Okay, so if through the Biden administration, if you didn't see the power of fiscal dominance, and you didn't see how many people looked at the rates and didn't see what the potential offsets were to higher rates, I don't think the market is going to do the same thing twice. That also has impacts reflexively of how price and positioning will ultimately, how this game changes through reflexivity. But I think the game right now is fiscal dominance, which leads us to this conversation. So Elon Musk and Donald Trump got into a big spat today. And, I would say it effectively started from my public perception, and a lot of this obviously is probably private, happens behind closed doors, but my public perception is that Elon sort of started with this public campaign against the big, beautiful bill, which good on him, because I think it's a one big, beautiful campaign, broken campaign promise is the way I look at it. And it seems this day by day has been escalating. And it sort of spilled over today. Elon saying that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, and Donald Trump saying that Elon is just pissed off because he's not getting he didn't get the EV subsidies. He's saying Donald Trump took away the EV subsidies, and then Elon just flipped out. He lost it. So let's break this apart. I have no real interest in getting into the tit for tat drama between the two. I'll do that on Twitter. I'm not going to do that on air. But I think what's interesting and tradable about this. So I think Elon is going to be really effective at putting a material dent in the political favorability of the Trump administration. I think from the people that voted for Donald Trump and put him in office, I think they were voting for institutional reform. I've said this on the show a couple of times. They were not voting for culture war wins and gigantic deficits and wealth transfers. That's effectively what put Donald Trump in office, because the people felt like the last 4 years were a gigantic wealth transfer just through a different mechanism. And so I think Elon Musk is going to be fairly successful at running a political campaign, not only against Donald Trump utilizing the pulpit on Twitter, but against this bill in the Senate. I think and if so, then I think he makes it really, really difficult for a lot of Republican senators to stamp their name on this bill as is, without material reform. Not reform, let's just say without material changes to the bill. So I would say the probabilities, I thought there were very low probabilities of this thing getting changed at all. And I think without Elon speaking up, honestly, I think they would have rubber stamped this thing. I think they maybe would have made one or two changes. Maybe they would have put the SNAP money back in the bill, stuff that is like immaterial, but like is a feel-good story. I think they probably would have done something like that and then shuffled it along. And he would have signed it. And I think what Elon is doing right now is making it very, very difficult to just rubber stamp this thing along. Without material changes to it. So some of the holdouts like the Rand Pauls of the world, the Ron Johnsons of the world, the handful of others, I think Elon probably gave them more political clout and leverage to stand pat. And I think, so that's number one. I think however you're pricing the big, beautiful bill getting passed in or discounted as is into markets and into market pricing, I think your tail of a material change, I think it just grew in probability. So that's number one. Number two is, how does Trump respond politically to Elon Musk? I think that's another question. Why is it a question? It's a question because of what Tesla stock just did today. Tesla down 14%. That's an anticipation of retaliation. That's an anticipation of lost government contracts. That's an anticipation of lost progress on robo-taxis in Texas and throughout the rest of the country. This is an anticipation of retaliation. So in my mind, what I try to ask myself is, okay, some people they just have to discount. They have to discount these probabilities. And so do I. But then my responsibility is to play this through. Okay, so there's one option on one side of the spectrum is for Donald Trump to pull a Joe Biden and to put the weight of the DOJ as well as the contracts that Donald Trump has threatened to take away from Elon Musk, is to put that on one side of the spectrum, which is a full-on retaliation of the DOJ and the Trump administration against Elon and the progress of Tesla, Starlink, Neuralink. I keep going on. But that's on one side of the spectrum. The other side of the spectrum is a bit of Trump capitulation. It's to recognize that Elon is he's being effective at changing the public political favorability of the Trump administration, if he is, and I think he is going to be. And it's also to put the fear of God in some of these Republicans that are in areas where they can be contested, because he's threatening to spend money and sort of primary a lot of these people out. So that means it's a little bit more difficult to just rubber stamp this stuff along. And I think because all of those things could be politically effective, there's a potential, I think there's a slight edge to a truce, to sort of a Trump capitulation and ultimate truce between Trump and Elon. And I think if that's true, I think today's 15% discount in Tesla is a really, really interesting nibble. Sort of, I'd bet the truce is what I'm trying to say. And I did bet the truce. I think going the other route is really difficult because you're going to frame not only yourself, but the entire Republican Party as you don't care. Not only do you not care about the deficits, but you're going to weaponize the DOJ against political allies that have a different policy opinion. And I think that would be catastrophic for that party. And I think they're smart enough to know that. So while there will be a lot of bluster in the public, I'm not really sure that they're in a position to attack Elon the same way that the Biden administration did. That's my first read. I can be totally, totally wrong. So, is 284 the right price? Is 220 the right price, or somewhere in between? Obviously, no one knows. I can't know either. I think with all of the things that So what's in the art of war, right? I think the book says something like, don't open up multiple fronts. Don't fight two enemies at one time. I don't know. It's something to this extent. And I think if you're trying to make peace in Ukraine, you're trying to figure out Israel, Gaza, you've got the Houthis, you have literally an entire globe you're trying to redo trade negotiations with. Do you really want this little spat with Elon going on the side? Do you really want to have to deal with that while you're trying to do what you feel like are all these bigger issues? I don't think you do. Now, here's the other problem. So again, so my point of view and perspective is I think the slight edge of political action leans into an upside relative bet in Tesla. I don't know what the low price is, but 15% is interesting to me already. So here's the other thing. Oh, I forgot where I was going to go with that one. That was the more important topic. All right, let me see what you guys got. I'll find it. Victor, all in on Tesla calls. Not necessarily. I've got Tesla's one of my biggest equity positions. I have downside puts. So I suppose synthetically, I do have long calls. I guess, Noah, it's a synthetic position. Didn't Trump wait a couple of days to respond to Elon's criticism of the bill? If so, why? Yes, he did. I think Elon ratcheted up his criticism to an extent that I think he feels like he has to respond. And that's actually where I was going. So if the response is from Trump that he took away Elon's subsidies and he freaked out. Now, I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if this is going to play with the public, people that aren't paying attention, people that don't know any better. But if you remember, as prior to and as the administration came in, post-election, everybody was saying that one of the reasons why Tesla was rallying was because of EV credits and because Elon was close to Donald Trump, and that was effectively going to mean that he would be able to dictate more EV credits. And on this show, you can go back and check the date. I don't know what the date was, but I said that's wrong. What benefits Elon's selfish interest right now is to remove the EV credits, which is why Elon eventually called for the removal of the EV credits. And I'll explain why that is. In the US, Elon Musk used government subsidies and credits to build up his business and get through an excruciating J-curve to get to mass production of these EV vehicles in an autonomous way, in a way that nobody else had done before, and without unionized labor, without marketing. And he's now has an established business model with market dominance in the United States with the wealthiest consumer. Do you want competition now that you've bootstrapped yourself up into market dominance? You don't. And the whole point of regulatory capture is to create a moat around your business. Sometimes that moat is getting money from the government. Other times it's making it really hard for new entrants to come compete with you. So you create a bunch of regulation that makes it harder or more expensive for new businesses to even threaten your market dominance. In my personal opinion, removing the EV credit actually is the most beneficial to Tesla in the United States. It removes the potential price pressure or price competition. It removes the government assistance from companies like Lucid and Rivian and a handful of others, even the big three automakers, as they attempt to build up and challenge Tesla's market dominance in the United States. So when I see Donald Trump talk about Elon flipping out because he removed his EV credit. It's like instant lie. And so it was very ill thought out. And he's using it in hopes that the public is not informed enough about this subject. And they'll, I'm sure there are a large swath of people that will say, yeah, that makes sense. They got rid of his credits and he's pissed off. I'm sure there's people that will make that seems logical to them and they'll go with that story. But in reality, I don't think it's going to play with the people you need it to play with. And so I think it was a bit of a misstep. It wasn't a good political calculation for the story. And I don't think people are going to go with it. And which ultimately means I think I still give this edge to them at some point calling a truce. And I wouldn't just throw Tesla equity down the drain. I don't know. But isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how if Elon challenges the incumbent political structure, the Tesla stock gets murdered. His wealth gets absolutely destroyed. In the previous administration, his pay package was rescinded twice. His stock was down to like 170. It's funny how that happens, right? And in this administration, if you go after fraudulent spending without even going to the Pentagon, mind you, all of a sudden your dealerships are set on fire and you walk away. And if you try to challenge this big dumb bill, you lose 14% in a single day. It's almost like markets are holding us hostage a little bit. Anyone else getting that feeling? Anyone else reading between the lines and see, like, if a Liz Truss comes out and says, hey, this is how I want to run my country, something blows up and all of a sudden Rishi Sunak is in office and no one can find Liz Truss again? If Elon Musk, the world's richest man, wants to say something, all of a sudden his stock plummets 15%. Anyone find this interesting? Laidback Trader says, never get in politics. Soul Train says, please stop, Victor. Regulation is mostly built around safety and environmental reasons, not personal ever. Elon is pissed about Doge and new bill negating his efforts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. Some part of me goes, there is a part of my brain that's crazy enough to go, this is all manufactured drama. And I'd have a lot. I would, if Elon Musk signed an attestation or an affidavit that said that he nor anyone in his business or affiliated with this Doge effort took any of the Social Security data and ingested it for the purpose of ingesting it into an AI model, either now or into perpetuity, I'd feel a lot better about his arguments. I'd feel a lot more comfortable. But just, you'll have to forgive me. That I don't trust things on their face value anymore. It's the whole concept in our generation of trust but verify. I'm down to go with. I've been saying on this show way before Elon said anything about this bill, I don't think it's a good idea. I read through it. I had Grok summarize it. The pork in this bill is mind-blowing. It's completely unnecessary, some of the things in this bill. And I cannot believe that everyone's just going with it. And Bill Ackman said something today, something to the effect of, can't we all just get along? I'm gonna bring it up. I thought it was such a bad take. I don't know. Bill Ackman's hit and miss sometimes. But his take was, let me get the URL. I support real Donald Trump and Elon Musk, and they should make peace for the benefit of our great country. We are much stronger together than apart. You know, and I get the sentiment of can't we all just get along or whatever, but like also, no, bro. If you have like, why is meaningful political disagreement a problem? Why do you need to have political disagreements or policy disagreements behind closed doors or outside of the public eye? If Bill Ackman believes that Twitter is the public square, why wouldn't these two gentlemen be having it out in the public versus a smoky back room where they make a deal that nobody is privy to and has to figure out through the tea leaves of how money is moving, do effectively financial forensics to try to figure out where everybody's incentive structures are leaning? No, bro. If people have policy disagreements, is it not refreshing to see these things play out in the public, assuming it's not all some big psyop? I think it's refreshing. And so long as in hip hop, there's a saying, so long as it stays on wax, it's fine. What's the problem? I see no problem with this. I think the Epstein file thing, I don't know, if true, why wouldn't you want to know that? There's enough photographs to there's enough photographs for it to be credulous. I guess I don't want to get into the messy stuff. My whole point is two things. One, I think Trump's angle on this is weak. I think it's easily refuted. I think all smart people in markets are going to see through it. And I think you need the markets with you on this. I also think that what Elon is doing is going to have a meaningful impact to Trump's political favorability. And it's not just Trump. It is when you promise, and everybody knows these campaign promises are about as good as the air, the breath that they're spoken with. But when you promise to solve a gigantic conflict first thing, and you're 150 days into your presidency, and it doesn't look like we're anywhere closer to that goal, when Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are making complete fools of themselves, doing complete political 180s, when RFK Jr. looks completely feckless in his role in HHS, like he's not going to do anything with healthcare, with that end of the mandate. He's just going to attack stupid little petty food issues like food dye. When it looks like Pam Bondi's trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, making some big celebration about the release of an empty binder. I think, people voted for institutional reform, not media stunts. They voted for institutional reform, not culture wars. And I think there's this ember there. And if Elon Musk presses the button, that ember is going to turn into a wildfire that's going to turn into a real big problem for Donald Trump, whether he sees it or not. People are frustrated with how this 150 days are going, and if given the opportunity, they're going to voice that frustration. For that reason, I think Bill Ackman's take is Charmin soft, because I have no problem with political disagreements and political dissent, regardless of who you voted for in the public square. I love it. I think it's refreshing. I think we need more of this. I think it should be a demonstration to the DNC, who effectively makes everybody fall in line, regardless of what you believe. David Hogg, I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. David Hogg won the DNC vice chair, okay? And just shortly after winning the DNC vice chair position, he said he was going to use $20 million in his political action party. He's going to use $20 million to primary Democrats in safe seats. What he was effectively saying is, Nancy Pelosi, you're too old. It's time for a change of the guard. What he's saying is, Chuck Schumer, it's time for a change. That's what he was saying. And after he said that, all of a sudden, his vice chair position was challenged, and he's likely going to be thrown out there's a vote on June 9th or June 11th, which is going to throw this young kid, first Gen Zer to be voted for this position. He's a survivor of the Parkland shooting. What was that, 7 or 8 years ago? So 7, 8 years ago, this kid survives the Parkland shooting. He decides to go into politics. He leaves Harvard. He starts a political action committee. He does it the right way, okay? He's not Elon Musk. He's not Reid Hoffman. He's not Mark Zuckerberg. He's not buying political influence. The guy got into politics to make a difference, and he's working his way up through the ranks, and he believes that the Democratic Party needs a change. He's got caught on video as well, talking about Nancy Pelosi's insider trading, saying it was a clear and obvious problem. Nobody's doing anything about it, and that's why we need to primary people like her out of office. This is what the kid said. And all of a sudden on June 9th or June 11th, somewhere between that date, he's going to get voted out. So, like, if you can't make change inside the system, you can't spend money and make change, which it seems like if you take Elon Musk at face value, and I think you should be very careful about doing that, that the incentive structure of this uniparty train that we're on to just continue to blow out deficits, it's a bigger issue than the world's richest man can influence right now. That's saying something. Yeah, and I have no issue with this being out in public, but though I do think Bill Ackman's going to ultimately be right. I think they're going to make some sort of truce. And so I look at Tesla, this drop in Tesla, as an opportunity. And if I'm wrong, which I totally can be, I'll have to come on here and say I totally misread this scenario. What I will say is I thought there was a low probability I didn't think in 150 days that these two would be going at it. So to Tom's credit, he called it. He did call that eventually this relationship was going to sour. And I didn't think it was going to happen in the first year. I certainly didn't think it was going to happen in the first 150 days. So to Tom's credit, he did call it. Where do we go from here? I'm not sure how ugly this gets, but I'm sure they don't want. I'm sure they don't want this messiness. At the same time, Trump is trying to challenge tariffs in court. At the same time, he's trying to navigate and negotiate two major world conflicts and global trade balances to boot, and also trying to fight against a Fed chair who, again, if you take the public narrative at face value, is holding the line against what the administration ultimately wants, which is lower rates. I don't think they want this problem. So anyways, we'll see what happens, man. I might be wearing a bunch of Tesla. I might be wearing a bunch of Tesla at like 2.5, at 250, somewhere around there. So we'll see. Did I lose everybody? Not bad. I kept most of you. All right, let's see what you guys are saying, and then I'll keep going to other topics. Let's see here. Agreed. I bought a little bit of Tesla around 280 during today's Jerry Springer episode, says Donna. Donna, you and me both, my friend. You know, either we're going to Sizzler in 30 days, or, you know, we'll be sharing a tent somewhere. Tom Banjo says barrier to entry. I think so. Elon is pissed about Doge and the new bill negating his efforts. I'm not sure. You know, if you only found 160 billion, but your goal was to find $1 trillion, you know, he never even went to the Pentagon. And some part of me thinks that was like a self-preservation move, right? If they're blowing up your dealerships over Social Security, what do you think they're going to do if you're finding fraud in the Pentagon? Bro, you are going to be disappeared so quick. So some part of me thinks, like, I kind of get it. Elon thought he could buy Trump for $300 million. Here's the thing. If you measure the rhetoric on both sides, put the rhetoric of Elon on one side, put the rhetoric of Trump on the other. Trump's rhetoric to this point doesn't come anywhere close to matching Elon's rhetoric. Unless I miss something. Trump's rhetoric is Charmin soft right now compared to the bombs Elon is throwing. but he's got the golden key and the Illuminati black eye. Mark, that was like the first thing I thought too. That black eye was a show of like, okay, I'll play, rally my stock now. So I'd be lying if some part of me didn't think that. Tesla back in its down channel if it closes this week here. Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. To me, sometimes that's all subjective, you know. Does that look like a down channel? If I zoom out far enough and go weekly? I don't think so. It's all, sometimes this stuff is subjective, and it's all based on the time frame or fractal you're looking at. This proves that the market has become less about fundamentals and growth, more about politics and pop culture. I would, again, my read here, JM, if I'm right, and I don't know if I'm right, my read is you have to discount a material change to the bill in Senate. And if you discount that, that means less money, less deficit spending, and less deficit spending means less money going into the economy, which ultimately means that money doesn't find its way to assets ultimately, most of it. So maybe I could make an argument that there's a fundamental read-through on this too. Because if you believe, like I believe, that the probabilities of meaningful change to this bill go up, then you have to discount what that means for equity prices. And I could be way off on that. Some really smart person who's been in markets for 30 years versus my 18 could say, Victor, this is random and you're wrong. It's narrative fallacy you're assigning to price move or something else, right? There's something deeper that I'm not understanding. That's my read today. Give me 10 more years of experience, I might have a complete different read. Give me 10 less years of experience, and I would definitely have a different read. Palantir got all the data. I mean, the truth is we've given up all of our data. So your only protections right now are the laws on how that data can be aggregated and sold. So if we make it a lot easier to aggregate this data, to sell this data, to centralize this data, especially without your consent or without your remuneration, then yeah, man, this is a slippery slope. And they do have your data. The only question is, okay, what laws do we need to pass to make it easier for me over here to share my data with you and you to share your data with me? I need to get my hands on the healthcare data that the Health and Human Services has. But Health and Human Services doesn't have centralized data. So first, let's go make them efficient, centralize all the health data, and now we can figure out how do we integrate as a private company with the public health data. I don't know. Maybe that's some crazy conspiracy theory part of my brain, or maybe that's exactly what's happening right now. That's why you put, what's her name? Is it Casey or Callie? To me, those are two girl names, right? It's Casey. That's why you put Casey Means in. All right, let's keep cruising. Victor, Elon Musk against pork in the budget unless it's his $7,500 incentive. Again, AZZ, I think that's wrong. I don't think he gives a shit about the tax credit. I think they're going to remove that. I think he wants them to remove it, and I think it benefits him to remove it. I do think that the defense contractor stuff he cares about right now, I think the more over the next 5 years he is able to integrate in with the Defense Department, the more entangled he becomes, the less a future administration, whether Democrat or Republican, is going to be able to attack him politically. So I think it's a defensive move, you know? And the inability to do that is going to put him out on an island. I think he knows that. Again, I could be way off here. Why is the market, including SPX, NDX, so sensitive to Twitter wars? Don't get it. Fiscal dominance will fiscal dominance. I think that's probably true. I think that's the path of least resistance. All I'm saying is the tail where Elon's antics have some material political enter the political calculus in a material way. I think you price that. I think that pricing goes up today. That's the way I see it. Please don't take my red 40. All right, I'll do a couple more and then I'll move on. Did you guys see? No, I didn't see that, Aaron. Donna says, David Hogg is from my area and he has always been a piece of work. Parkland High School is a few miles down the road from me. Piece of work as in? Usually I think that has negative connotation, but I'm just making sure. I wonder what Trump will do with his Tesla car now. Why do you think the taco trade isn't working on Apple? Because the taco trade is not real. The taco trade is a media construct to dig at Donald Trump. I don't know why I typed in taco. Like at the beginning of the presidency, they made up this whole thing about this spat between Elon and Trump. Sometimes these stories have an audience of one, and the taco trade has an audience of one. Taif says, Victor, it's all part of the fourth turning. Folks don't want to believe the lost decade concept, but just look back at what has happened since 2019 to 2020 so far. Yeah, man, we are in a state of financial repression. And all of this stuff is great headline. It's great fodder. It's great political theater. But perhaps it's all to distract that we are going through a long period of financial repression. The same thing we saw in the 70s, the same thing we saw in the 40s, appears to be happening right now. And gold knows it. And today, silver caught up to this idea. Now, the problem here is, what do you do with silver? I know I'm jumping topics here, but I'll come back to that if anyone has any other interesting points of view or takes at that whole angle. But it's supposed to be a trading show, not necessarily a soap opera. And so my trading angle, I think the Tesla dip is worth a small risk-defined upside bet. And that's how I'm playing it. That is not a recommendation. That's just how I'm playing it, because I think the political calculus leans towards them making a truce sooner rather than later. Especially if the Epstein thing, because I have to imagine, all right, the last thing I'll say, I have to imagine if you're going to back a guy and put him in office, sort of stake a lot of your personal and professional reputation on him at the expense of your existing company, your baby, this is going to alienate a lot of your existing customer base, U.S. customer base. You don't do that without some sort of leverage. So if it's a control file, some sort of compromise, if it's something, If I give you this, I'm going to get more than a political promise. I've seen you, dog out Chris Christie. I've seen you do a bunch of stuff. I'm not taking you on the arm. I'm not taking your word for this. So you do it with some sort of leverage. And the question is, what is that leverage that Elon has? And is he a savvy enough political player to do what he's doing at this level? I don't know. We're going to find out. We shall see. All right, let's keep moving on. Back to silver. So huge continuation of a mover. God, I love it. I bet it all on silver a few months ago when I was talking to you guys. Not a few months, but let's call it within the last 6 weeks. I kept coming back to you and I kept saying, This is the hill I die on. This is either going to work out fabulously or you're never going to hear from me again, and I'm going to disappear into obscurity. 32 to 34 established range. I kept flirting like it wanted to break out from 34, but 32 kept giving us value. So we kept loading up on silver on the low end of that range, on the hope that we would get an upside breakout. It's a guess. Why is it a guess? At the time, or throughout a period of time, we had a 70% probability of recession that was priced into the markets from the smart economists who always do a great job in accurately predicting future recessions. So at 70% recession, gold had a monetary premium, trading somewhere between 32 and 34, depending on which point in time you're taking. And so the bet is that if those recession probabilities unwind, the bet is that the gold-silver ratio will normalize. But we took an additional bet. The additional bet was that the monetary premium from gold wouldn't disappear if the recession probabilities eased. So instead of doing the gold-silver ratio, which was to sell gold and buy silver and just play the relationship of them, I did a total naked bet that said, if you move recession probabilities down, you have to reprice your industrial output, which means you have to increase the price of silver if the price of gold continues to stay sticky, which I bet it would. Luckily enough for us, and I was probably wrong on all of my reasoning, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, we have seen a drop from 70% probability of recession back down to 30. We saw gold keep its relative range, 33 to 3,400. And so the market reprices silver higher to get back to a more normal relationship between gold and silver. And that gave us a really beautiful upside move from 33 straight to 36 and change. So what do you do now? That's the bigger question, because what happens now, because nobody talks about silver, right? Until it has this gigantic move, because the silver in beta is disgusting, or the beta in silver is crazy. So when silver moves, it moves a lot and it moves fast. So this becomes a really interesting headline that gets picked up, and now everybody starts talking about it. When everybody starts talking about it, it's usually after the move, and they get to show up at the party just in time to provide exit liquidity to everyone else who's been in the trade. That's the way the game works. So I personally took some of my upside calls, spreads, starting at like 34.5 that were deep out of the money at one point. They've now gone in the money. And I rolled some of that stuff up and out, starting at the 36 strike now. Not because I necessarily think it's going to go higher than 36, but because I wanted to capture some of the profit by going to lower delta upside strikes. I took some of my long calls and call spreads off at credits. So I'm taking money off the table. The second thing I did was I had upside futures exposure. I took the futures exposure down by 60%. Do I think the move is over? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. I didn't know silver is going to go up. I just took a bet, and the bet paid. But I do know we're at the top end of silver's range, and I do know that everyone's going to start talking about silver now. I don't want to take everything off. Why? Because if you get a breakout of 36, you're in sort of really interesting new territory for the last 12 months. Maybe we can get some of the zero DTE players, all this hot money to come play in the silver pool. And who knows what they do with this thing. The funny thing is, if that happens, I swear the last two big silver moves, they ended the same exact way. I'll tell you how they ended. You can check me if I'm wrong. Any one of you can go check this on AI. But the last two really big silver moves, if I'm not mistaken, They ended with a change in margin requirements. So the exchange will increase the margin requirement in a really material way. And because they boost the margin requirement, it makes it harder for people to hold the same level of exposure without topping up more capital. So instead of topping up more capital, most people choose to start selling their position so that they don't have to increase margin requirements or increase the amount of capital of the trade. And the trade sort of unwinds from there. If I'm not mistaken, the two last huge silver moves, that's what popped both of them. So if this thing gets even more likes than the TAD, I'm going to keep exposure on here. That's my point. I'm going to keep exposure on until either the gold silver ratio no longer makes sense or until we get some announcement from the exchange that they're materially increasing the margin requirements. And in that scenario, I might not even just go flat. I might actually flip the position to short. I'm going to stop for just a second, see what you guys are saying. Rob says, how dare you look back and gloat, frankly, when Jake Tapper and KGP are writing memoirs confirming what the rest of us knew years ago. Tom was right to yell incoherent lib cope at you this morning. I don't know. I was hoping to because I do think I don't know. Yeah, it didn't go the way I thought it was going to go. Put it that way. I thought the conversation would go a little bit different. I thought, I don't know, if I was a CNN viewer, I think I personally would be pissed. And the reason I'm saying this is because I previously was a CNN viewer. And I don't know what this says about my intellect, but I was. And COVID changed everything for me. It's sort of, I was able to see oh, these are the tricks that you guys do. And how did I fall for that? And why wasn't I being more objective? Why wasn't I searching out these sources? How did I let this web of confirmation bias surround me so that I was always hearing the opposition framed through this mouthpiece instead of going out there and experiencing the opposition and their words and the whole press conference without the clips, without the narration, without the panels, without the anchoring. Why didn't you do that? You sort of just assumed these people were telling you the truth. Why would you make that gigantic leap? And so anyway, when that happened, it was this big watershed moment for me for oh, this is how you saw the world. This is what the world actually is. This is how you saw the role of these people. This is what their role actually is. So to me, sometimes these moments in time when Jake Tapper comes out and he does this complete 180, or Karine Jean-Pierre says, I'm leaving the Democratic Party as a media stunt to sell her book in October, and talks about a broken White House that she's a part of, the communication, the mouthpiece of. I would imagine for a lot of people, that's their moment, their watershed moment of going, hey, man, you guys lied to me. You told me this, and I believe that. Not only did I believe it, I argued fervently on this at this point because I believed in your credibility and the institution of your organization's credibility. And I feel lied to. I feel betrayed. I feel a bit foolish and naive. I owe some people apologies for the way that I spoke to them and I spoke about these issues. I owe myself sort of a rethink of where I'm going to get information and how I frame the information that's coming in, how I see the other side, the sources, incentive structure that's coming in, no matter if it's Reuters or Axios or Politico or CNN or Fox, everybody has an incentive, and I need to frame that properly as the input's coming in. Even podcasts, So I was kind of hoping I don't know. I held out that perhaps this was a moment, or we're going through a moment where even more people wake up to what's happening and what people's roles are in the world around them. But, maybe I was premature on that one. Premature for that convo. And I don't think I did it. I do think it came off more as gloating than an honest invitation for introspection. So I think I missed the mark on what I was trying to do. It's what it is. V, you like silver because solar. Not necessarily. It's more relationship than anything. I'm a big dumb idiot. I know what how important some of these metals are to electric and solar and all this stuff. And there is a case, if you look at PBW, and a lot of these solar stocks are very quietly rallying and coming back into favor. So, I mean, that case was there, that from April on, you had this massive rally in all the electric stuff. But no, that wasn't it. I wish I could say that was some part of my thinking. It wasn't. It was pure relationship between gold and silver and a changing recession call. Donna Ski says, I sold some of my SLV shares today, lightened up and took some profit. Same here. Elon said about an hour ago that recession is back on now. Yeah, he said Trump's, I think it's direct claim, and I'll try to find the tweet. I think he said Trump's tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year, if I'm not mistaken. But see, the problem is, again, and this is what, again, I think this is what everyone misses. It is not, I don't believe this cycle is so simple. So here's what people want to do. Here's the simple read through. Oh, it's a recession. I'll buy bonds. Has that worked out at all? That thinking. Even when there was a 70% probability of recession, what were bonds doing? They were getting punched in the face. Because we're already at 6 to 7% debt to deficit to GDP. And a recession would just widen that. So, in my personal opinion, deciding what to do with risk assets isn't as easy as deciding whether or not we're going to go into a recession or not. We had 2 quarters of contracting GDP throughout the Biden administration. What did risk assets do then? I mean, we did come off 25% from peak to trough. Where did we end, though? What was the response? What was the fiscal response to that? And I know that Ember didn't necessarily declare a recession, and you could say, well, GDI was doing this relative to GDP. Okay, sure. But I'm a simple guy. I'm a really simple person. I ain't had much learning, and you'd give me 2 quarters of contraction, and that's good enough for me. But at the point where you got the confirmation of the second quarter, risk assets had already bottomed at like 34, what was it, 3,400, something like that? And it already turned around. So to me, I think, again, the recession talk is interesting fodder. I think it applies to people in their jobs and how they think about spending. In that way, it's perhaps self-fulfilling. But I don't think it actually helps you navigate what to do with risk assets right now. I think it's going to be fool's gold. There is a scenario where you call the recession and you get your face ripped off to the upside. That is a legit possibility. I think liquidity is the thing that kills that. Here it is. My baby girls in the background. All right, here's the exact tweet. So somebody says, "Can I finally say that Trump's tariffs are super stupid?" Elon quote tweets, "The Trump tariffs will cause a recession in the second half of this year." It was a pretty good day until Trump versus Elon fight tanked the market. It will recover. It will recover. Why? Why that much confidence? I'm curious. I don't know that it will. I don't know that it might recover. I think it might recover. I think you have to ask yourself, like, from where and from when, though. Is 6,000 a good price? Let me go through a couple of charts with you. Okay, in the S&P 500, 30% of the market cap comes from a handful of stocks, right? Let's look at them. Microsoft, a good value right now? Yes or no? Meta, good value right now? Yes or no? Apple's going to be a slightly different story. Google's going to be a slightly different story. I think I'm just talking myself into buying Apple and Google right now. Tesla, another one. Nvidia, another one. Is that a good value? No. So if it does recover, if that were my point of view, that the market recovers here and that we push higher into all-time highs, what do you buy? Do you buy more Nvidia? Do you buy more Meta? Do you buy more Microsoft? Or do you take a bet on relative value and look at something like Apple or Google and Tesla? I would probably, if I'm going to bet the upside, I'm looking at stuff like Apple, Google, and Tesla. I don't know how you bet even more upside here on Nvidia, Meta, and Microsoft. Like it'll recover. I'm going to bet the things that are already at or near all-time highs, because that's not how other people are going to think. Even if you think that way, it's not how other people are going to think. They're going to think, where can I get the most bang for my buck? Where are the deepest discounts available on a resurging risk-on environment? And if they're piling into the same things that are already working, that's sort of defensive. That's like, I don't see anything else worth putting money into. And so I'm going to keep double fisting Nvidia and Microsoft. And I don't know that spells a good environment for risk assets, for risk taking. So yeah, the other thing is, like, would it be the worst thing if we took a 2 to 5% breather here at 6,000? Would it be the craziest thing? I don't think so. And the whole world will say, oh, it's because of this spat and whatever. It's because of these tweets. Maybe they'll say that. I think we've been trading sideways for like a month, with 6,000 being the top end of the range and 5,800 being the bottom end of that range. Yeah, buy Broadcom. That's another one. It doesn't have the same weighting, but like, look at this stuff. Or how about some more Palantir for you junkies out there? Oh, what? I did not see this. I didn't look at Palantir. Oh, that's how much stuff was out there today? I didn't even look at Palantir one single time to see that 8% discount. Interesting. Circle ended up trading up to $50. Oh, we got to 103. I did not see that. I think at $50, I had gone gone to bed to get some shut-eye. Wow. It opened way higher than that, too. 68. That's crazy. You know what my first thought was? So when the amount of shares that they were trying to sell at the beginning, what was it, like 24 million? I think they were trying to sell on their IPO 24 million shares for like 600. All they were trying to raise is $600 million, which I thought, like, that's not a lot. And then they're oversubscribed, obviously. This is like a Nike trick. When you put out a shoe, some special edition shoe, and you don't put out nearly enough, so you create this artificial shortage, so you get a nice frenzy to the upside. The only thing I kept thinking of was, like when they said 24 million shares for $600 million bucks. I'm like, that's not a lot relative to what this company represents, which is 27% of the stablecoin market, or 27% of the market share. And then they increased it because they're oversubscribed to like 34 million. So now they're raising like $1 billion with 34 million shares, which still didn't seem like a ton to me. And I looked this up. Get this off the screen. Just like I wanted to see the last 25 unicorns. See if I can put this on the screen. Like what they were raising, what their valuations were. So I used Grok to do this. Put this in front of all of you. So here's Circle 2025, 24 million shares, which is their initial offering. They were trying to raise in the ballpark 600 to 700 million. And that's how the shares offered relates to like some others. 49 million for CoreWeave, Chime at 32 million, Amanda. Let's not go over the small ones. Instacart 22 million, Airbnb 50 million shares, raised 3.5 billion. Palantir was 475 million shares. Uber 180 million. So my point was, when I saw this number, Snap was 200 million, like relative to what the demand could be on a stablecoin offering and in this administration with this digital asset backdrop, I was like, that's not a lot. And when I was reading stuff, indication of interest somewhere around $50 this morning, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm like, this is going to be, I never said this on air. So, maybe there's some hindsight bias creeping in here, but some part of me this morning, which was your morning, which was my last night, I think this could be an old school IPO. Like the old school sort of like year 2000s IPO. When you weren't just exit liquidity, when if you bought the IPO, you actually got some upside appreciation. It wasn't just like venture capital dumping on the public and you were within the next couple of months going to see a 30 to 80% haircut. Like this could be an old school IPO. And so the fact that this thing traded up to 103 and closed the day at 87, I know it's a pretty good sign. eToro's up. What eToro's up like? What's theirs? I always forget their symbol. eToro, that's right. They're up like 25%, are they not? Ooh, they took a hit today. It kind of dragged down a little bit. But I think Klarna just filed in March. There's a lot of people that want to come to the market. Looks like traditional finance not doing as well as the stable coins. That's crazy. Good for them. Get ready, folks. It's either stable coins and it's either stable coins or CBDC. Which one? Choose your fighter. AI Gone Wrong says, I'm sold, Vic. Gonna buy Circle tomorrow. Well, I think you missed my point. I think you missed the point. They IPO'd, the placement of these was like $31 a share. So if you got in on the IPO, you got this somewhere around $30. And today it traded up to 103, closed at 83. So my point is, in recent history, there haven't been a lot of these. A lot of the times, some of these underwriters are just struggling to prop these things up, make sure they keep their IPO price on day one. I have no idea where it goes from here. I don't know that you're getting a great price at 83. At 31, that sure was a hell of a great price, obviously. Palantir buy the dip, Vic. See, this is the thing. You always want it until it dips. 120, I'm good. If they give me some decent vol, I can sell some puts far enough away to get a price that I wouldn't mind holding. Maybe I can. I think tomorrow, you just sold me. I think tomorrow maybe I can start selling some teeny tiny, some super chicken puts. I think I'll do that. Noah, you just, if this trade doesn't work out, I'm blaming you. Apple is just a bet they will continue to buy back stock with their cash flow. They have done nothing for years. Yay, a skinnier phone with a slightly better camera. Yes, I mostly agree. I agree with a lot of that. I do think, though, that I think there's tons of value in the network of their devices and their interoperability that they have yet to capture. I'm really interested to see what Sam Altman over at OpenAI does with John. I don't know how to pronounce his name. John Ivey is how I always pronounce it, but it might be a little bit different. One of the design geniuses that worked with Steve Jobs to develop the design for a lot of the products that you guys use today. I'm really interested to see what type of product they're coming up with. And I think it's very smart for them to do this, Sam Altman, for him to come up with a hardware to go along with new software modality. I think otherwise you give Apple and Google a lot of power. I think Facebook ran into the same exact problem. You create a great service. Well, that's great. Pay the tithe. Apple says, we want our cut. Google says, we want our cut. And you realize you're sort of limited in your ability to grow until they went outside of that world. And that's why they got into the hardware space, right? That's why they got into Oculus. That's why they're getting into the Ray-Bans and the glasses. So I think Sam Altman's really, really smart to start that process early. I am curious what type of device they come up with. I'd be kind of bummed if it's something as predictable as glasses, though. I think that's logical. Brian Watson, hoarding pennies. I'm telling you. Shiny Ive. So it's Ive, not Ivy. All right. All right, my friends. I think I'm going to wrap here. So I guess my thoughts in summary. I am still positive deltas here in the market, but at any point I reserve the right to hedge some of my positive deltas tomorrow. I'm a big old chicken. If I was smart, I would just do it now, take the emotion out. I'm probably going to end up panicking and doing it when we're already down 80 basis points or 1%. So I'll figure out what I'm going to do there. I also I think what I'd rather do is buy some deep out of the money puts here with vol at 18. Because I think my risk is maybe vol slides to 16. My opportunity is that the market's a bit too complacent right now. So I think I probably need to do that in my portfolio. I still have long bonds, and here's where I get myself in trouble. 114 is probably a good place to take some profit here. So I have not taken anything off. If I'm being smart and disciplined, Victor, you'll take off half the trade and let the rest ride. This happened to be the last bond rally. I wanted so bad bonds to get back to this number I had in my head. I forgot to trade the numbers on the screen. So I've got 117 fixed in my brain as some hero's call. But in reality, getting back to 114 is good enough. I probably need to take half the trade off. Just talk myself into doing that. And then silver, I would say like I took off anywhere from 50 to 60% of the deltas in silver. Going to let the rest ride, play with house money. And Bitcoin I haven't figured out yet. This was a really nice pullback back to 100. I can't figure out if I want to fire more or if this is sort of the end of this run. And people are going to find more confidence in the long end of treasuries